Naruto.
He was meant to seal her, not fall in love.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Fell in Love with Female Kurama movie. Before we start, please go support Jackkal for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. The Bijuu of My Heart Prologue. The Bijuu of My Heart Prologue. We find ourselves in the peaceful village of Konoha, a tranquil place where people live without worries and work daily to care for their families. Everything was normal in the village streets. People strolled, browsing the shops or chatting with acquaintances, nothing out of the ordinary. But let's turn our attention to the center of a plaza. That's where our story begins. In Konoha's main square, people gathered, watching a small blonde boy crying after tripping over a stone. No one approached to comfort him. In fact, their faces displayed expressions of hatred, fear, and more commonly, indifference towards the little boy who appeared to be no more than 6 years old. "Villager, why do we have to watch that monster defile our streets? He killed my brother, why do I have to stand idly by?" A man of about 60 years old with a cold expression answered him. "Old man, you can't because Hokage-sama is protecting him, and you know very well that if we attack him, we'll end up in prison for several months." The man gritted his teeth in fury and left the crowd. The little boy continued sobbing as he listened to the murmurs of those who watched him with those hateful looks he didn't understand. What had he done? Had he done something wrong? All he wanted was a family. The only one who had ever treated him with kindness was that old man named Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, and it was thanks to him that the villagers couldn't, or rather, didn't dare to attack him. Well, sometimes the village guards would attack him when he walked to his apartment at night, but our little boy thought it was by mistake. That's it, they mistook him for some bad kid and that's why they hit him. But he was far from understanding what would happen to him that night. Our little blonde boy was walking after buying some packets of instant ramen. He was running late, so he decided to take a shortcut through some alleyways. His enormous bad luck became palpable when, without time to react, a bunch of shadows fell on him. A handful of blows and screams knocked him out of his place. "One, take this, monster, for my deceased brother, you damned bastard." The subject kicked the poor boy in the head, who began to bleed from a gash on his forehead. "Two, careful man, you're going to kill him. We're just here to teach him a lesson, remember that." The man who was hitting the blonde guy continued kicking his battered body. "Naruto, I didn't do anything, repeating as best he could between blows. Please, he couldn't finish due to a tremendous blow from the hilt of a sword that left him unconscious. "One, oh look guys, I've knocked him unconscious, what a shame." The subject, who was the villager who had seen Naruto in the square, laughed out loud. "3, ha ha ha, that's how he'll learn that there's no place for monsters in Konoha." At that moment, a reddish glow came out of the inert body of little Naruto, attracting the attention of the three men. "One, shit, that chakra, it's the foxes." The men ran away scared of what might happen to them, leaving the battered boy lying on the ground. The red chakra surrounded Naruto's body and began to heal his wounds. Naruto opened his eyes, finding himself in a kind of sewer. "Naruto, where am I?" A whisper caught his attention. This way, Naruto followed the voice until he reached a huge room. In front of him, a huge cage stood imposingly, and in the middle of it, the kanji seal kept it closed. "Naruto, who's there?" With a little fear, that place was damp and cold. He felt sadness and loneliness in the atmosphere. The mysterious voice that had spoken to him was heard again. It came from inside the gate. "I am what brought you here, little one." From behind the cell appeared a huge beast in the form of a fox with 9 majestic tails waving on its back that gave it an incredible and beautiful appearance. Naruto was paralyzed. "Naruto, who are you?" The fox smiled and spoke. "Kyuubi, I am the Kyuubi no Yoko, queen of the Bijuu and the most powerful of them all." Naruto looked at her with great curiosity. "Naruto, how come you're a woman? Your voice sounds very hoarse and you certainly look the same." Kyuubi huffed in annoyance and, after surrounding herself with red chakra, began to shrink, taking on a human appearance. Naruto opened his eyes in shock. In front of him was a beautiful young woman of about 18 years old, dressed in a beautiful red kimono that highlighted her slender, perfectly proportioned body. Her long, fine pink hair was like cherry blossoms, and her beautiful emerald green eyes fixed on the small blonde boy who was staring at her, completely mesmerized. "Kyuubi, well, what do you think? This is my true form. Now let me tell you why those men did what they did to you before and why the villagers look at you with hatred." The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 1. "Naruto, what do you mean?" Kyuubi shook his head and gestured to the little blonde boy to sit down. "Kyuubi, you see, the day you were born, the village was attacked. Many lives were lost, and those deaths of family, friends, and acquaintances left a deep wound in the hearts of the survivors that perhaps time can heal, or in the worst case will never heal." "Naruto, and what does that have to do with me?" Kyuubi sighed and took a breath. "Kyuubi, you see, I was the one who attacked the village." Naruto jumped up in shock, and after a few moments of surprise and assimilation of the information, he asked his tenant, Naruto, but why? I don't understand. Did they do something to you? Kyuubi lowered her gaze, very embarrassed, and continued her story in a whisper. Kyuubi, I didn't want to, but they forced me. I know you won't believe me, but they used me. Naruto lowered his head, clenching his fists. Kyuubi feared that the little boy would blame her for everything and hate her for it. Then the blonde boy raised his gaze, showing a wide smile that would make all the girls in the world scream. Naruto, I believe you, a girl as good and kind as you wouldn't be capable of hurting anyone. Kyuubi brought her hand to her mouth as a thin stream of tears ran down her porcelain skin, her beautiful green eyes beginning to redden a little with emotion at that moment. Kyuubi, thank you little one, but there's no need to pity me. The blonde boy kept his smile. Naruto, don't worry, we'll find the one who did this to you, and I swear on my dream of becoming Hokage that I will win the affection and acceptance of all the villagers. At that moment, Naruto began to disappear. Kyuubi, don't worry, we'll meet again very soon, and remember what you promised me, together we'll find the one who did all this. Naruto disappeared completely. A smile appeared on the demon's beautiful face. Naruto, thank you for believing me. The boy got up in the alley where he had been beaten, feeling very dizzy and sore. Naruto, my body hurts so much. Well, I'd better go see Ajisen. Naruto set off towards the Hokage Tower, walking through the streets, ignoring the hateful stares of everyone he passed. Our little hero arrived at a large building, entered, and climbed the stairs until he came to a door. He knocked, and a deep, tired voice answered from inside. Come in. Naruto opened the door, entering a large room. A large desk covered in papers and documents stood out in the room. Behind the desk, an elderly man was filling out some of them while smoking a pipe. Naruto, Ajisen, I'd like to talk to you about something. The old man raised his gaze, resting his tired eyes on the boy's blue ones. Sarutobi, tell me Naruto, what do you want? Naruto, Ajisen, I would like to enroll in the ninja academy. The old Hokage sighed wearily. Sarutobi, you're not going to change your mind, are you? The little Uzumaki shook his head, smiling at his grandfather. Well, if you think you're ready, classes start tomorrow with an orientation day. If you change your mind, you don't have to continue, so head to the academy at 8 a.m. and wait to be assigned a classroom. Naruto, yes, thank you grandpa, I'll be at the academy first thing tomorrow without fail. The blue-eyed boy left Sarutobi's office and headed home. When he arrived, he prepared a packet of instant ramen while watching the sunset through the window. Someday I'll be respected by everyone, I really will. With that, he finished his beloved ramen and went to bed, falling into a deep sleep a few minutes later. The next day, Naruto woke up very excited, dressed as quickly as possible in his typical orange jumpsuit, and left for the academy without having breakfast or anything. Upon arriving, he saw many children his age entering the large building, which was adorned with numerous decorative columns and large windows. Naruto took a deep breath. He was very nervous. He entered the building and stood for several minutes in the hallway watching his classmates go into their respective classrooms. For fear of making a mistake, Naruto didn't go into any of them. Time passed, and the crowds in the hallways gradually dwindled until only he remained. Hey kid, what are you doing there? Naruto looked towards the place where the voice came from and found a man of about 25 years old with his hair tied in a ponytail and a scar that crossed his face passing through his nose. Naruto, I was looking for my classroom, who are you? He was a little afraid that he would be kicked out of the school. Uruka, my name is Uruka and I teach in classroom A, why don't you come in with me? The blonde boy nodded and followed the man to the door of classroom A. Uruka opened the door and gestured for Naruto to enter. He walked slowly, his heart racing with each step. He was nervous. He wanted to fit in and not get into any trouble. As they entered the classroom, most of the children began to murmur among themselves, which increased Naruto's anxiety. Sit wherever you like. The little boy looked around the room until his gaze fell on an empty table at the back. He headed toward it, but halfway there someone grabbed him. Hey, you sit with us. This was said by a rather pale, black-haired man. To his right, another young man, also dark-haired, stepped aside, making room for the Uzumaki. Naruto, okay thanks, what's your name? The black-haired man let Naruto pass, who took the seat between them. The tables seat 3 people and answered him. Sai, my name is Sai and the one on your left is Sasuke. The one in question looked at Naruto. Sasuke, hey. Naruto, nice to meet you, I hope we can be good friends. Sai and Sasuke nodded. The classes went by until the first day of class ended. At the exit, Naruto was about to leave but was hit by a boy from his own class. Naruto, why are you hitting me? The boy gestured and several of his friends approached. The blue-eyed boy rubbed his cheek, scared. He knew what would come next. Boy 1, I'm hitting you because my father died because of you when I was just a year old. The boy hit Naruto on the head, knocking him to the ground. Boy 2, that's it, because of you my older brother is in a wheelchair, you damn monster. They all started beating the poor blonde boy who couldn't defend himself. Child 1, take this, and take this, monster. Naruto closed his eyes waiting for more blows, but they did not come. He opened his eyes seeing Sai and Sasuke. Sai, relax, they're gone now, come on, get up. Sai offered his hand to Naruto. Sasuke, Sasuke did the same as Sai. Naruto grabbed both hands and got up from the ground. Naruto, thanks, would you like to meet up to play this afternoon? They both nodded. Sai, we'll meet at the park at 5 in the afternoon. With that, the three of them went home. Naruto began to develop a great friendship with those two boys during the 4 years of training at the academy. He discovered many things about their past as well as about Kyuubi, or rather Sakura, that was her real name. He used to talk to her every night when she went to bed, and that's how he learned more about her, her past, and many of her likes. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 2. 4 years have passed since Naruto and his friends met. Over time, he discovered they had many things in common. In fact, Naruto discovered that both Sasuke and Sai were orphans just like him, which united them even more as they had suffered the same pain of loneliness. As for Sakura, Naruto was able to get to know the Bijuu better. Despite her animalistic appearance, which made her seem like a powerful and remorseless demon, she was a beautiful girl with a great soul that captivated the blonde boy. Naruto managed to graduate from the academy along with his two friends. That same day, the three of them were in their classroom waiting for their Jounin sensei, who was running longer than expected. Naruto, our sensei is taking a long time, isn't he? Sai and Sasuke nodded. Sasuke, he's probably irresponsible, HMPH. Naruto began to smile wickedly, which caught the attention of his two companions. Naruto, well, for taking too long we'll give him a punishment. With that, Naruto took the eraser from the blackboard and placed it on the door. Sai and Sasuke smiled. Sai, ha, this is going to be great. At that moment, footsteps are heard in the hallway. Sasuke, he's coming, be alert. The door opens and the eraser falls on his head, turning a man of about 25 years old with gray hair and his face covered, showing only his left eye completely white. He was wearing the typical Jounin outfit. Naruto and his friends started laughing. Kakashi POV, great, I got 3 clowns. Naruto, hey sensei, I hope that teaches you to be more punctual. The silver-haired man lowered his gaze, facing the small blonde boy. Kakashi, yes, anyway, let's go to the terrace, we'll introduce ourselves there. The 4 of them left the classroom and walked through the hallways until they reached the academy's terrace. Well, introduce yourselves. Naruto, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and my dream is to become Hokage Master and help a certain person clear their name and be free. Everyone stared at him. Inside Naruto, a beautiful pink-haired young woman dressed in a red kimono smiled with a faint blush. Kakashi, okay, let's see you, the pale boy. Sai pointed at himself. Sai, my name is Sai, my dream is to be a painter recognized by all nations and to maintain this friendship I have with my 2 brothers. Sasuke and Naruto smiled at the pale boy's words, as did Kakashi, who was beginning to like his team. Kakashi, very well, lastly you little one. Sasuke, my name is Sasuke Uchiha, and my dream is to restore my clan and avenge my brother Itachi with the help of my brothers. He said this looking at the other 2 boys who smiled at his words. Kakashi, well, now it's my turn. My name is Kakashi. I like to read books to increase my knowledge and the rest isn't interesting. The 3 boys stared at the silver-haired man, or rather at the orange book he was hiding behind his back. Alright guys, I want to see you tomorrow at training ground number 7 at 10 o'clock sharp. Bye. The Jounin disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto, hey, did you guys realize that the book I was hiding was a pornographic novel? The other 2 nodded. Sai, I've always wanted to know what those books are about, with a curiosity that could be seen as a sign of innocence. Sasuke, HMPH, on top of being unpunctual, he's a pervert. What a teacher we've got stuck with. Naruto, it doesn't matter as long as he teaches us and we can become strong. I don't care if he's a pervert. Well, I'm going to rest. Tomorrow will be a hard day. Naruto said goodbye, giving his friends a high five, and they also left for their homes. Naruto arrived at his small apartment, opened the door and went inside, walking down the hall to the living room. I think I'll have ramen, yes, my delicious ramen. Naruto took out several packets of instant ramen and ate them in the blink of an eye, falling asleep sitting in the dining room chair due to overeating. Sakura, did you fall asleep eating ramen again? You're hopeless. In front of her, Naruto was lying on his back, drooling like a baby. Naruto, Sakurachin, you know I love ramen. The pink-haired girl gave him a playful slap on the head. Sakura, I've told you to eat something homemade or something with vegetables once in a while. Naruto stroked his bump and smiled at his tenant. Naruto, one of the ramen bowls was vegetable-based. The Bijuu sighed in defeat. Sakura, you're hopeless. Changing the subject about what you said on the academy terrace, I can only thank you. Naruto didn't take his eyes off her, maintaining his eternal smile. Naruto, don't give them up. I only keep my promises because that's my ninja way. The pink-haired girl smiled and hugged Naruto, who blushed. Sakura, thank you Naruto, thank you so much for everything. Naruto began to disappear. It seems it's already morning. Good luck with your training. Naruto, thank you. Naruto woke up in his apartment, and just as the Bijuu had told him, it was morning. Naruto got dressed and headed to Field 7 where he met Sasuke and Sai. Sasuke was playing with a kunai while Sai was painting in a notebook. Sasuke, hey, you finally arrived. Kakashi-sensei isn't showing any signs of life. Naruto shook Sasuke's hand and sat down next to Sai, looking at his drawing. Naruto, Sai, you're improving. Sai smiled and shook the blonde's hand. Sai, thanks Naruto. The truth is that I find it difficult to draw landscapes and people, but I'm improving. In the notebook, you could see several scribbles that looked to the eyes of a human being with a little imagination, like a house, and several poorly painted stick figures. Naruto, I hope Kakashi-sensei doesn't take too long because I ran out of ramen last night and I haven't had breakfast. He patted his stomach sadly. Sasuke, relax, it won't be long. The three waited for about 2 hours, entertaining themselves by playing tic-tac-toe with Sai's notebook. A while later, a burst of smoke revealed their master. Kakashi, hello guys, I see you're punctual. The three of them looked at him with accusing eyes. The three genin, not like others, right sensei? A drop of sweat appeared on the back of Kakashi's neck. Kakashi, well, I ran into an old lady and helped her with her shopping and… Naruto, liar. Kakashi, all right with a disapproving expression, let's get on with the exam guys. The Jounin took 2 bells out of his pocket. I want you to get a bell, whoever doesn't get one will have to go back to the academy. Naruto, it doesn't matter, we're a team and that will always be the case. Sai and Sasuke smiled and got into attack positions. Kakashi POV him, these guys have potential, I hope they don't disappoint me. Kakashi had to react quickly due to some kunai thrown by the blonde. Naruto, almost Sasuke distract him. The Uchiha nodded. Sasuke, Katen, great fireball technique. The enormous flame was dodged by Kakashi, who received a blow to the back from Sai, who had separated from his group during the Jounin's explanation. Kakashi, you're not doing badly, let's see how you do with this, Katen, great fireball. The ball headed towards Sasuke, who jumped to dodge it. Good move Sasuke, but don't be. Kakashi was hit by Naruto, who appeared from the ground. Naruto, don't let your guard down sensei, shadow clone jutsu. Naruto created multiple clones that began attacking Kakashi, who easily got rid of them. Kakashi, bah, you won't be able to defeat me with that. Naruto smiled. Naruto, what are you laughing at? Sai, undo this now Sasuke. Some of Naruto's clones dissolved into black ink. Sasuke emerged from the bushes and launched a small flame that ignited the ink, creating a flash that Kakashi could not dodge. Kakashi, you have touched me but you will not be able to defeat me. Kakashi began to search through his vest for his precious book, which he could not find. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, your perverted book is there. Kakashi turned around to see his precious Ika in the flames. Kakashi, no, my Ika. Kakashi ran towards the flames and picked up the book. Naruto, I'm sorry sensei about your book. The Ika exploded in a vortex of ink that stained Hadake Kakashi's face. Sai appeared unexpectedly and showing incredible speed took the bells from the gray-haired boy. Sai, I have them guys. Sai showed the bells and joined them together by tying them with the string. Kakashi, very well Sai, you have 1 bell, but who do you give the other one to? Sai extended his hand with the bells and joined it with those of his friends. Sai, I'm giving each of you a bell because we're a team. Kakashi brushed the dust off his vest and approached the boys. Kakashi, Sai, because of what you just did, I have no choice but to X. The 3 swallowed hard. Express my utmost happiness that you have passed the test and are officially genin. The 3 of them, yes, Kakashi, tomorrow head to the Hokage Tower for our first mission. And about my book, coughing and annoyance, you'd better buy me a new one or else you'll want to go back to the academy. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the 3 boys terrified. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 3, Part 1. Naruto, well, I guess we'll have to buy the sensei a new book. Sasuke and Sai nodded. Sasuke, hey guys, I've been thinking we should rent an apartment. My house brings back so many memories and it's really painful to stay there. Sai spoke up. Sai, my apartment is quite large, why don't you both come live with me? They both remained thoughtful, but after remaining silent for a few moments they accepted the pale shinobi's proposal. Naruto, awesome, I'll go to my apartment and get everything I need. Sasuke, I'll stop by your house later to help you. The Uchiha nodded happily, relieved not to be alone in his house anymore. Sasuke, okay, on the way to Sai's house there's a bookstore, we'll buy the book there. I'll wait for you at my house, Naruto. With that, the 3 friends separated and headed to their respective homes. Naruto arrived at his apartment and went inside. He took out an old backpack and packed everything he needed, clothes, his futon, and of course his precious rom. Naruto POV, well, it's been nice living here, but now I'll know what it's like to live with something that's more like a family. The blonde boy turned off the lights and locked the door, heading towards the Uchiha district, confirming that, as expected, it was empty. Naruto stopped in front of a large mansion where the symbol of a fan, the symbol of the Uchiha family, could be seen. Naruto knocked on the door and it opened. Sasuke, it's about time, let's go to the bookstore. Sasuke stared at Naruto, or rather at his backpack. You only have that backpack. The Uzumaki nodded. Naruto, come on, Sai must be getting impatient. The 2 friends headed towards the painter's house, passing through the shopping streets. Sasuke noticed that people were looking at Naruto with hatred. It didn't surprise him. In fact, he had always asked the blonde about the subject, and Naruto would automatically change the subject, implying that he didn't want to talk. After walking for a while, they arrived at a small establishment with a sign that read Konoha Bookstore. They both went inside and searched among the shelves. Sasuke, did you find it? That novel is really famous. No wonder with the number of perverts out there. The black-haired man stared at the blonde who was flipping through a magazine. Hey Naruto, stop looking at that magazine, what the hell? Naruto was holding a girl's magazine in his hands. Sasuke took it from him and put it back on its shelf. Listen, find the Ika and let's go. Naruto, yes, our dear Blondie rummaged through the shelves until he saw a book with a gold cover. Well, no way, it's the collector's edition of Ika. Kakashi-sensei is going to go crazy, hahaha. Sasuke, take it and let's get out of here. And so it was, the two of them took the book and carried it to the cash register where an adult man of about 60 years old attended to them. Shopkeeper, hello guys, what do you want? Sasuke placed the Ika book on the table and the poor man almost fainted. You can't buy those kinds of books, they're for adults. Naruto with a puppy dog face, please sir, it's a gift for our sensei, I swear. The man couldn't resist the blonde boy's cute face. Shopkeeper, okay, that'll be 10,000 ryo. Sasuke and Naruto fell backwards. Naruto, that's a lot, I only have 2,000 ryo in my wallet. Sasuke, and I only have 3,500. The man remained thoughtful. Shopkeeper, okay, I'll let you have it for 6,500 ryo, but don't tell anyone. The two smiled and paid for the book. As they left the shop, they ran into Sai, who was waiting for them outside. Sai, well, thank goodness you're out. I was starting to think something had happened to you. Sai saw the bag Sasuke was carrying. Thank goodness you bought it, otherwise I don't know what Kakashi-sensei would have done to us. Naruto, yeah, well, we'd better go since we have to get up early. The three of them headed towards a large plaza where they could see several apartment blocks of no more than 6 floors. They went up the stairs and entered one of them. They went up 4 floors and advanced to a door where the number 134 could be seen. Sai, well, my friends, from now on this is our home, I hope you like it. Sai opened the door showing a fairly spacious living room with a large table in the center and several windows overlooking the square. The living room was decorated with 2 elegant black sofas as well as a large television. Naruto, woo, cool, it's very big, by the way, where do we sleep? Sai walked through the living room until he reached a door, opened it and signaled for the other two to enter. The room was quite spacious, like the living room, but it was almost empty. There were only several closets and another door that led to a fairly large bathroom with a bathtub and a sink where all the necessary hygiene products were located. Sai, will sleep here, you can leave your things in those closets, now let's go have dinner, it's late. Sai left the room leaving Sasuke and Naruto preparing their futons and putting away their clothes. Sasuke, hey Naruto, did you bring anything to eat? The blonde took out a bag and gave it to Sasuke, who opened it and rummaged through it. There's only ramen, I like rice balls. Naruto, tell Sai to make you some, he's surely a good cook. They both left the room and sat at the table where they had a very good dinner, ramen for everyone, and fell asleep. Naruto woke up again in front of the Bijuu, who was with her face down. The blonde was worried about her. Are you okay, Sakurachin? Sakura, pervert, so you like spicy magazines, huh? The young man began to sweat. Naruto, huh, what magazines are you talking about? The pink-haired girl punched the blonde boy, sending him flying until he crashed into the ceiling. Sakura, I hope you learn this way. The boy quickly recovered from the blow. Naruto, I'm sorry Sakurachin, it won't happen again, I give you my word. The pink-haired girl turned away annoyed, hiding a slight blush. Sakura, okay, I'll let it slide this time, but next time. The Bijuu began cracking her fists and the Uzumaki turned very pale. Naruto, okay, I understand, haha. The jaded girl turned towards Naruto, who was smiling. Sakura, I see you have good friends, I'm glad you can have some happiness. After all, you lost a lot of it because of me. The Bijuu couldn't hold back a tear that fell down her delicate face. It didn't reach the ground because it was stopped by Naruto's warm hand that hugged the pink-haired girl. Naruto, never repeat that, do you hear me? It wasn't your fault, and I swear I'll find whoever did this to you and make them pay, that's a promise. Sakura tightened her hug, but again Naruto began to disappear. Sakura, thanks again and good luck with tomorrow's mission. Naruto disappeared completely. Sakura POV, I've never felt that heat on my face and chest in my life. Could it be that you're special, Uzumaki? Naruto. Naruto woke up and the first thing he saw was Sasuke hugging a teddy bear. A large drop of sweat fell down his neck. Naruto POV, haha, who would have thought it? Well, I better go have breakfast or we'll be late. Naruto left the room and entered the living room where Sai was watching TV while eating some rice balls. The black-haired boy greeted him. Sai, good morning, would you like some rice balls? The Uzumaki nodded and took one. I'll go wake Sasuke up because we're running late. Sai entered the bedroom and shook the Uchiha until he woke up. Sasuke, what's wrong? Rubbing his eyes sleepily. Sai, get dressed and have breakfast, we have to go to the Hokage Tower. The dark-haired boy nodded and put on his usual clothes, had breakfast, and the three of them left until they reached the Hokage Tower where, strangely, Kakashi was there right on time. The three boys were greeted by the third Hokage. Sarutobi, guys, Kakashi told me how your test went and I was quite surprised. Apparently you have potential, so instead of giving you a rank mission, I'll give you one of a higher rank. Naruto, yes. Sarutobi, your mission will be a rank escort mission. The client will give you more details. The door rang and an elderly man entered. Wow, are these tadpoles going to have my back? The Bijuu of my heart, Chapter 3, Part 2. Wow, are these tadpoles going to have my back? Everyone turned to the door where they could see an elderly man in work clothes. What caught the attention of the shinobi were the sake bottles the man was carrying in his hands. Naruto, hey, show some respect, old man, or we'll keep your ass glued to your body. Sai and Sasuke stifled their laughter while the third Hokage and Kakashi sighed. Wow, for a dwarf you've got some balls. Kid, my name is Tazuna and I'm one of those in charge of building the bridge in the land of waves. Naruto, I am Naruto Uzumaki, the pale one over there is Sai and the black-haired one over there is Sasuke Uchiha. The man waved vaguely. Sarutobi, well, set off for the land of waves, the journey will take no more than 3 days. All the shinobi high. With that said, they left the room towards the village gate. During the way, Tazuna continued drinking liquor excessively, which caught the attention of the little ninja. Sasuke could not help but ask, Sasuke, Tazanasan, why are you drinking so uncontrollably? The old man took a long swig from his bottle and took a breath to begin speaking. Tazuna, you see, for several years now, thugs led by a drug dealer have been terrorizing the land of waves. The bridge is the only thing that can save it, but many of the workers have died or are afraid of that shitty dwarf's thugs. Naruto, who, angrily hearing that, Tazuna, he's a rich businessman who hides behind his army of thugs. His name is Gadu and his damn greed is about to ruin the land of waves. Naruto clenched his fists in rage. Naruto, I give you my word that Gadu fellow will pay for what he's done to the land of waves. The bridge builder smiled, as did the blonde's companions. To be honest, that tadpole with lively blue eyes was beginning to inspire a lot of confidence in him. Kakashi, let's stop this nonsense and pick up the pace. The group had already left Konoha and were venturing along a path flanked on both sides by the forest. Kakashi had a bad feeling. A noise put everyone on alert. Sai, watch out. A chain grabbed Naruto's leg, making him fall to the ground. Kakashi took out a kunai and threw it into the forest. A squeak was heard and the chain released Naruto. 2 shinobi emerged from the forest. Here you are, we were looking for you. Old man, now we'll have some fun with these brats and then we'll take you to the boss. The one who spoke was a man of about 20 years old, wearing a rather torn black cloak and his face was covered by what looked like a respirator. On his forehead you could see the torn fog shield, betraying him as a renegade. Next to him the other man was identical to him in both appearance and clothing. Kakashi, who are you? Boys, they're rogues, be alert. His 3 genin surrounded the builder, wielding their kunai. Tazuna was terrified and dizzy from the effects of the liquor. Exactly, we are renegades from Kiri and we call ourselves the Demon Brothers, now die. Both of them pulled metal claws from under their tunics and launched themselves at the Leaf Village warriors who were determined to maintain their defensive formation at all costs. The first brother tried to hit Naruto, but he jumped, dodging the blow. The other tried to slash Kakashi with his claw, but he blocked it with his kunai. He took advantage of the block to hit him in the jaw and stun him. Brother 1, shit, you'll pay for this. The rogue tried to hit Kakashi in retaliation, but was stopped by a fireball from Sasuke. The Nukenin dodged it and tried to cut the Uchiha's throat. His claws were stopped by the very chain they had. Sai, now Naruto. Naruto used his kunai to stab the Kiri ninja, who fell to his knees clutching his stomach, which was beginning to bleed profusely. Naruto was about to get up, but... Brother 2, take this, you bastard. The second brother lunged at the blonde and managed to hit him several times in the face. The young man's nose began to bleed. Kakashi, alarmed, used the chain on his claw to stop him and tried by all means to free his student. After a struggle in getting the young man off him, Sasuke threw a fireball at him, taking advantage of the fact that he was on the ground with his back to him. The criminal died engulfed in flames, consumed without being able to use his water element. Sasuke, Naruto, are you alright? The Uchiha helped the Uzumaki to his feet. Naruto dusted himself off, checking if he was hurt. The surviving attacker looked at them from a distance, slowly bleeding out. Kakashi, who sent you? The man raised his head with difficulty, looking into the Jounin's single visible eye. Brother 1, you'll find out soon. Hahaha, the ninja fell dead from blood loss. Kakashi, let's continue, there may be more rogues around. The group prepared to continue their march towards the land of waves without further setbacks. It was beginning to get dark and Kakashi, seeing that everyone was exhausted, decided that they should rest. So they did, and each one slept all night, taking turns on guard duty. Naruto took advantage of his turn to talk to the Nine Tails. Naruto Sakurachin. Sakura, tell me, the pink-haired girl sat next to the blonde boy, they are inside the blonde boy. Naruto, I've always wanted to know why I heal so fast. It was true, his nose had stopped bleeding as soon as they stopped hitting him. Sakura, that's easy, I'm the one who heals you with my chakra, that's why your wounds heal faster than normal. The blonde smiled very happily. Naruto, thank you, Sakurachin. The Bijuu turned her face away, hiding her blush. It was the first time anyone had thanked her and she didn't know what to say. I have another question, do you have any family or anything? Sakura, yes, but let's just say formally, so to speak. I have 8 siblings, but we only fight amongst ourselves, and we've never had a good relationship, so I've been alone too. The blonde hugged the pink-haired girl. Naruto, from now on you will never be alone because I will be with you. The pink-haired girl returned the hug as a tear fell from her eyes and a smile formed on her face. Sakura POV, thank you, little one. Naruto got up and disappeared. The night passed, giving way to dawn. Our heroes resumed their march, walking throughout the day until they were a couple of hours away from their destination. Kakashi, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm being watched. Guys, let's move quickly, we're almost there. The group quickened their pace as they crossed the dense forest. Naruto, something gives me a bad feeling, looking around nervously. Sasuke, that's why we must get to the village as soon as possible. The group arrived at the port and took a canoe. They had to row quickly to reach the other side as soon as possible. Tazuna, my daughter's house is nearby, we'll spend the night there. Everyone nodded. While on the shore where they had taken the small boat, a man with his face bandaged and the Kiri protector crossed out on his forehead smiled anxiously. Very soon the famous copy ninja will give me a good fight. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 4. Team 7 followed Tazuna through the streets of the small town. During the journey, they observed with astonishment how people were starving, how crime and the PTA were rampant, and how the deterioration of the houses gave the place the appearance of a slum. Seeing all this, Naruto couldn't help but ask the bridge builder, Naruto, why is this place so run down? I didn't think it was this bad. The old man smiled sadly and answered the Jinchuriki's question. Tazuna, everything here was beautiful and happy until Gadu came and took away our tourism and fishing. After that, the few who could survive and stood up to him were killed by his thugs, leaving the city with no one who could live in decent conditions. Sai, but haven't you tried to do anything? For example, try to defend yourselves or try to negotiate with him. Isn't he a businessman? Tazuna, it's useless. Blocking goods and extorting people brings him more profit than the prosperity of the people. He's only interested in making as much money as possible. As for defending us, people are simply afraid, and they won't follow the path taken by those who stood up to him. Well, we've arrived. In front of them was a small but cozy two-story house with a small garden. Tazuna opened the door and invited them in. Upon entering, they could see the lack of furniture inside. A voice pulled them from their thoughts. Hello, it's a pleasure to host you in our house. I hope you're comfortable. My name is Tsunami. Nice to meet you. The whole team blushed at the beautiful girl, no more than 25 years old, with straight hair of a bewitching black-white skin without any imperfection and brown eyes that could melt an iceberg. Kakashi, it's a pleasure, miss. My name is Kakashi, and these are Naruto, Sasuke, and Sai. Thank you for your kindness and for letting us stay in your home. The three boys greeted him shyly, blushing. Tsunami, delighted, please come in. The woman smiled in such a sweet way that she managed to raise to the 10th power the already great blush that threatened to cause them to faint. Inside Naruto, we can see a pink-haired girl hitting the walls and grinding her teeth. Sakura, who does she think she is, going around acting like a little princess? HMPH, what a conceited brat. She punched the wall again, if you could even call that mural of holes and cracks a wall, and Naruto's going to learn that he shouldn't blush just because some stupid brat smiles at him. She punched the battered wall again, which trembled at the demon's colossal strength. Back at Tazuna and Tsunami's house, the blonde felt a chill that reached the deepest recesses of his soul, and as anyone would in his situation, he preferred not to think about what would happen when he visited the goddess of fire. The beautiful brunette served them a simple dinner, while the three friends engaged in a friendly rivalry to see who could eat the most rice, which was the only thing that was abundant on the table. Kakashi was talking to Tazuna about what had happened when they boarded. Kakashi, Tazuna, when we boarded the boat, I could sense a very strong chakra, and something tells me it has something to do with Gadu. The old man nodded at the copy ninja's words while drinking some liquor. Tazuna, you see, Gadu doesn't trust his thugs much. That's why he hired some shinobi to keep them in check if they rebelled against him, but I don't think they're that strong. At that moment the door rang. Tsunami went to open it and found a note on the door. She read it and quickly went to the room. Tsunami, Kakashi-san should see this. I think he'll be surprised. The silver-haired man took the note and read it aloud. Note. Dear Leaf Shinobi, I want to test your ninja skills and my subordinates will be thrilled to fight you. We'll be waiting for you at the bridge in 2 days at 12 noon. Sincerely, Gadu. Kakashi, well, it seems this mission has become interesting. The three genin nodded. Tomorrow we'll go to the forest to train, so you'd better get some rest. The shinobi went up to the second floor and settled into their sleeping bags to recharge. Our protagonist had to deal with an angry Bijuu who complained that she was too sensitive when it came to girls who, according to her, weren't worth it. After a busy and dangerous night for the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, the genin began training their chakra control first thing in the morning under the watchful eye of Hatake Kakashi. Although he was more focused on the new Ika Ika game his students had offered him that morning. Flashback. The three genin were sleeping soundly until they were woken up by a Kakashi in a bad mood. The three went downstairs to have breakfast, puzzled by their sensei's bad face as he kept taking small sips from his glass of tea. Naruto, what's wrong, Kakashi-sensei? You don't look well. The silver-haired man looked at the three genin with a look that would frighten even Orochimaru himself. The three boys jumped at the depth emanating from their teacher's visibly tired eye. Kakashi, I need my book and you guys destroyed it. The three smiled nervously. Sasuke hurriedly reached into Sai's backpack for the book, pulled it out in a bag and handed it to his Jounin mentor. Sasuke, here, Kakashi-sensei, it's from the three of us. The silver-haired boy opened the bag and stumbled upon what he least expected in that moment of existential controversy. Kakashi, no it can't be, it's the limited edition gold one. His hands trembled alarmingly. Thank you, my dear students, now let's go train, I'll teach you everything I know. The four of them hurried off, leaving Tsunami and Tazuna with sweat dripping down their necks. End of flashback. The three boys continued training hard while Kakashi enjoyed his culture book, occasionally glancing at them and offering corrections with some professional observation. The genin collapsed, exhausted, and the silver-haired man decided that was enough. The four of them returned to Tsunami's house, the boys dragging their feet and the master engrossed in his masterpiece. The day passed peacefully. Annoyed by the boredom, Naruto decided to take a walk in the forest where they had been training. There he saw a beautiful young woman, enjoying picking flowers in a lovely field. The boy approached her shyly and the young woman greeted him with a sweet smile and a slight wave of her right hand. Hello boy, my name is Haku and yours. The Jinchuriki sat down in front of her, blushing deeply. He was captivated by the girl's beautiful brown eyes, which perfectly complemented her long, silky brown hair. Naruto, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. What are you doing in a place like this? Haku, I enjoy the scenery and the flowers, they are very beautiful. Haku brought a flower to his nose to smell it. All of this was observed by the blonde. Naruto, you're a very pretty girl, you know. Inside Naruto, a pink-haired girl pulled her hair while nine tails waved on her back. Haku smiled and stood up. Haku, I have to go, besides I'm a boy, we'll see each other very soon. Haku walked deeper into the forest, disappearing. The blonde young man was stunned by this unexpected revelation inside. A smiling Sakura laughed heartily, thanking Karma for punishing her jailer. Naruto, Sakurachin, stopped laughing, embarrassed at having looked clueless in front of his inner demon. Sakura, no, that's what you get for being so easy with women, that way you'll learn not to go around drooling over every woman you see, good for you. With a stern yet amused expression. The Uzumaki abandoned his thoughts and dejectedly went to the bridge builder's residence. There, he told his friends what had happened in the forest, and after a few laughs and complaints from the Uzumaki, they all fell asleep. The next morning they trained until they were unconscious while Kakashi supposedly supervised them. Once they finished training, they decided to have a practice match against their master, who this time fought without underestimating his students. The fight was close, but Kakashi ended up tying all three of them to a tree. Kakashi, well, you're improving, but you still have a long way to go to surpass me. Even so, I'm very proud of you, smiling at them, book in hand. The three, will you untie us, sensei? Kakashi sat on the ground completely engrossed in his reading. Kakashi, yes, guys, but only after I finish reading chapter 5 of the book, which is very interesting. The three began to protest and tried to break free. Kakashi got tired of listening to them and cut the rope that bound them. They stood up, dusting themselves off, and left furious, leaving the silver-haired man with a bead of sweat on his forehead. Team 7 returned to Tazuna's residence, had dinner, and got ready for the next day when they would have to show their full potential. At dawn, Team Kakashi set off for the partially constructed bridge. There, the four encountered two figures waiting for them in the center of the bridge, enveloped in a thin layer of mist like two shadows produced by a hallucination. Both wore long black cloaks that revealed nothing beyond their bodies. As they approached, they could see that both had their faces covered. The taller one only showed his eyes, the rest was hidden by bandages. On his forehead, they could see the headband of the hidden mist village marked with a side stripe. The other was shorter, and his face was hidden by an oriental mask with the symbol of the mist on the forehead. The taller one spoke. Oh, if it isn't the famous copy ninja, what an honor. I'd love to give you a death worthy of your great reputation as a shinobi. The ninja removed his cloak, revealing a huge sword which the individual quickly drew. Kakashi recognized the shinobi and signaled his students to back away. Kakashi, Zabuza Mamachi, the demon of the mist, isn't that right? Guys, I'll take care of him, you go after the other one. Zabuza, hey kid, have fun with them. The masked man nodded and charged at the three genin who were waiting for him in a defensive position. Kakashi, your rival is me. Zabuza, get ready because I don't intend to let you continue trampling on the people of this humble village. Zabuza threw his enormous sword towards Kakashi, who skillfully jumped over it and then counterattacked by throwing shuriken at Mamachi, who used his enormous weapon to cover himself. Zabuza, let's stop the warm-up water release, Great Water Dragon. A huge creature emerged from the water beneath the bridge. The enormous beast headed towards the silver-haired man. Kakashi had no choice but to reveal his other eye, showing his Sharigan. So the Sharigan, huh? Finally, you're taking this seriously, Kakashi. Anyway, it doesn't matter, I can still handle you. The dragon was about to strike the Kapanin, but he avoided it at the last moment by rolling on the ground. Kakashi, Sutin, Great Water Dragon. Just like Zabuza's jutsu, a huge beast made of water emerged from under the half-built bridge. Zabuza, are you copying me already? I'll defeat you with the same technique. A copy can't beat the original water release, Great Water Dragon. An identical dragon formed in the waters of the sea that bathed the island that formed the land of waves. They collided, canceling each other out, generating a light rain that made the shinobi of Kirigakure no Sato smile. Now you'll understand why they call me the demon of the mist. Water release, infernal mist. Visibility began to decrease alarmingly due to the thick fog that began to concentrate all over the bridge. Meanwhile, at another point on the bridge, the three genin tried to land a blow on their opponent, who easily dodged them, taking advantage of the youngster's inexperience and the numerous openings in his defense to land strikes. Sai tried to trap him with his ink creatures, but the masked man froze them with jutsu they had never seen before. Sasuke tried to burn him using his fire techniques, but he couldn't land a hit. He was too fast, agile, and skillful. Naruto, damn it, we need to know his weak point or we won't be able to beat him. At that moment, a dense fog began to reduce their visibility, losing sight of the masked man. Sai, I don't see him, careful, he could be anywhere. Sai was pierced by several senbon needles in his torso. Naruto, Sai, Sasuke, watch out. The Uchiha received a blow to the chest from the masked man that left him stunned. The blonde tried to approach his two friends to help them, but the masked man stabbed him several times in the back. He felt cramps throughout his body as all his strength began to leave him, following the same path as the blood. The masked ninja appeared in the middle of them all. Masked man, come on, there are three of you and you can't take me down. Hayaten, 1,000 deadly needles. A huge amount of ice senbon needles hurtled towards Naruto, who was defenseless. He was on his knees, his body unresponsive. He was doomed. In the other fight, Kakashi and Zabuza fought using a kunai and a sword respectively. Zabuza tried to slash the silver-haired man who, thanks to his Sharigan, was able to stop the cut with his kunai and hit him in the face. The man from the mist retreated angrily and began to draw hand seals. Zabuza, take this, water release, water prison. A large jet of water rose and surrounded Kakashi, trapping him in a water bubble. Let's see how you escape from there. The silver-haired man signaled to Zabuza, who turned around. As he did, he received a blow to the face that made him fall backward. Kakashi, not everything is what it seems. A shinobi must appreciate more than what meets the eye. With that, the silver-haired man inside the bubble disappeared in a puff of smoke. Zabuza, you're good. Kakashi, I underestimated you, but nothing you do will bring you victory. Zabuza created multiple water clones and they headed towards Kakashi. Seeing himself outnumbered, he decided to call for reinforcements. Kakashi, summoning jutsu. In the genin fight, Naruto opened his eyes, feeling no pain from the needles. His face contorted in shock as he saw his two friends, who, despite being injured, had managed to get in the way of the senbon needles, both of them in a deplorable state. The Uzumaki began to feel an uncontrollable rage churning in his gut. His eyes changed from sky blue to blood red, and a reddish chakra began to emanate from his body, completely enveloping him like a shield. The Kiri shinobi stood frozen, unable to understand what was happening. Masked man, what? You can't defeat me even with that chakra. Hayaten, demonic ice mirrors. The masked man created numerous ice mirrors and hid within them. Naruto, enraged, began to rapidly destroy them with his fists, displaying superhuman ferocity and strength. After breaking a handful of them, he managed to injure the rogue shinobi, who, making a catastrophic mistake, stood in front of him. Naruto didn't hesitate and threw a punch at his face, breaking the mask and revealing a face familiar to the blonde. Naruto, Haku, what are you doing here? The blue-eyed boy managed to calm down and regain his self-control. Haku looked at him, smiling sadly, abundant blood coming from his lips and nose. Haku, I'm sorry, but I'm doing this for Zabuza-sensei. Haku fell to the ground badly injured, and Naruto ran to help his friends. In the fight of the senseis, Kakashi could sense Kyubai's chakra, as could Zabuza. The silver-haired man summoned his ninja dogs led by Pakun, who destroyed the clones and captured Zabuza. Zabuza was trapped by his arms and legs and too injured to escape. Zabuza, you'll finish me off. Kakashi, staring intently into his enemy's eyes. Kakashi, I hope you're happy because of you, your partner is dead. Zabuza kept his eyes on the son of the White Fang. Zabuza, what does it matter? That's the life of a shinobi. We had to carry out the job we were hired to do. We're weapons that serve a specific purpose, and when we break, we're discarded. Kakashi, he who disobeys orders is scum, but he who abandons his comrades or his friends is worse than scum. Zabuza remained thoughtful, observing the ground. On the other side of the bridge, Naruto watched as a large group of armed men approached. Zabuza, Kakashi, you're right. Haku, I'm sorry. Zabuza looked into the distance towards Haku's body. Gadu's thugs were slowly approaching them. Zabuza Momoshiki knew exactly what would happen next. Kakashi, release me and I'll finish off the one responsible for all this. The Ika reader undid the summoning and the mist demon was freed. The thugs stopped. From among them emerged a man no more than 150 meters tall, dressed in an expensive black suit. The man smiled confidently, certain of his safety. Gadu, you're no longer of any use to me, Zabuza, so I'm canceling the deal. Zabuza looked at Kakashi. With some difficulty, he freed his mouth from the bandages. The Kapanin threw a kunai at him, which he caught with his teeth. Zabuza, now you'll pay, Gadu, for everything you've done. The Devil of the Mist lunged at the small man who took cover behind his bodyguards. Zabuza began killing them as they riddled him with bullets. The rogue shinobi continued impassively until he reached Gadu, who tried to escape. Zabuza used the last of his strength to slit the mobster's throat. Gadu clutched his throat, trying to staunch the bleeding, lost his balance and plummeted into the void. Zabuza felt his body give way, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground like a sack. Kakashi slowly approached him. "Kakashi, you did well." "Zabuza, Kakashi, take me to Haku please." The silver-haired man removed one by one the numerous weapons lodged in the battered criminal's body, picked Zabuza up, and carried him to Haku's body, placing him beside him. Haku stroking the young man's cold face. "I'm sorry." Tears of guilt streamed down his face. "I hope you'll forgive me someday." Zabuza died from the wounds inflicted by all the weapons that had been plunged into his body and from the fight with Kakashi. Kakashi then turned to Naruto, who was drawing his friend's senbon needles. "Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, we have to help them." Very worried. "Thank you for your help. Now it will be a pleasure to help you." Naruto and Kakashi turned around. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 5. Naruto and Kakashi turned around, and in front of them was a huge crowd of people from the village, at the head of which were Tazuna and his daughter Tsunami, who were smiling. "Tazuna, thank you very much. From now on our country can return to normal. We will finish building the bridge, and without Gadu tourism will return. We will recover prosperity and happiness. Thank you very much for your help." "Naruto, I'm glad really, but is there a doctor here?" Tazuna signaled to the men in the crowd and they started working on building the bridge. "Tazuna, grab your friends and let's go to my house. I'll call the village doctor and we'll be back as fast as we can." The two shinobi carried their companions and took them to the bridge builder's house. He appeared later with a man of about 60 years old who was carrying a briefcase and wearing a medical uniform. The doctor checked the injured and after bandaging and disinfecting the wounds, gave his assessment to the sensei. "Doctor, they have many external injuries, scratches, cuts, but most of the weapons didn't hit vital points. In a week they'll be able to move around without problems and without feeling any pain. Until then they should rest without moving too much. By the way, thank you very much for finishing off Gadu." Kakashi nodded and the doctor gathered his belongings, leaving accompanied by Tazuna. Naruto sat dejectedly on the edge of Sasuke's bed. "Kakashi, they're fine, nothing's going to happen to them, relax." Naruto shook his head. "Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, were you able to sense that chakra that came out of me when I got angry?" The silver-haired boy looked up from his ika and focused on the blonde boy. "What happened to me? I know you know why." "Kakashi, it's not your fault, Naruto, it was the Kyuubi that tried to control you." The blonde boy opened his eyes in surprise. "Naruto, Kyuubi isn't to blame, it's not possible." Naruto began to doubt. Could it be that Sakura had deceived him? It wasn't possible, she was good and kind, she wouldn't be capable of that, but what if it was all a trick? Naruto couldn't stop asking himself these questions, so he decided to go and rest. Kakashi remained silent, watching him leave through. It was best not to continue the conversation, although he was very surprised that the blonde boy knew about the existence of Kyuubi and even more so that he didn't believe he was responsible for what happened on the bridge. Naruto lay down on his bed, sighed wearily, and slowly closed his eyes. Minutes later he was fast asleep. He awoke again, sitting up slowly, hearing footsteps getting closer. Sakura was approaching. "Sakura, Naruto, what's wrong? Are you okay?" The blonde couldn't help but ask the demon. Too many doubts crowded his mind to avoid resolving them. "Naruto, tell me, Sakura, are you responsible for what happened to me on the bridge?" The pink-haired girl was surprised. "Sakura POV, he hasn't called me with Chan. I hate to admit it, but I like it when he calls me with that affectionate suffix." "Sakura, I didn't do anything. What happened on the bridge was an accident." The young man looked at her a little annoyed. "Naruto, what do you mean coincidence? Hatred and bloodlust took over me, and that's why I killed poor Haku." Sakura lowered her head. "Sakura, you see, I haven't done anything. It's that seal that keeps me locked up here that steals my chakra the moment you lose control of your emotions. I haven't done anything, please believe me." The Bijuu couldn't stop the tears from falling down her beautiful face, causing her Jinchuriki to change his anger into regret. "Naruto, Sakurachan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry. I was confused, sad. I don't want us to be like this. Please forgive me." The boy extended his right hand, drying the tears from the pink-haired girl's face. He couldn't resist and wrapped his arms around her, hiding his face in her pink hair. The demon was surprised at first, but seconds later she reciprocated her host's gesture with a slight blush on her face. "Sakura POV, I forgive you. Naruto, I forgive you." Smiling sweetly. "Naruto, I believe you. I have no more doubts. I know perfectly well that you wouldn't be capable of something like that." The Nine-Tails smiled tenderly and sat on the ground. Naruto imitated her, taking a place next to her. They both talked for a long time, hours of laughter and unimportant things, until the arrival of dawn and with it, the end of the dream. The next day, Naruto woke up and saw that his two teammates were already awake. He greeted them warmly, exchanging a few jokes, apologized, and went downstairs for breakfast. In the kitchen, he ran into Kakashi and Tsunami, who were chatting quietly. The silver-haired man helped the blonde take breakfast to the poor two, who couldn't move from their beds due to the rest of their students' indisposition. Kakashi decided to continue training Naruto, while Sasuke and Sai studied various techniques on scrolls courtesy of their teacher. Week passed without incident. The young Uzumaki trained hard, achieving good control of his chakra while his two comrades perfected their skills. As for the sensei, well, let's just say he finished reading Ika Ika. Team 7 set off again. This time their route to Konoha would involve crossing the newly built bridge. Upon crossing, they were stopped by Tazuna, who was waiting for them on the opposite side. Tazuna, good day. Before you go, I would like to thank you again for everything you have done for my village. With a slight bow to the Leaf 4, Kakashi, it's nothing, it's our duty as shinobi to help all those who need us. It's a pleasure to have contributed to the well-being of your village, smiling alongside his three small subordinates. Tazuna, that's why, since we don't yet have anything to offer you, we thought a great gift would be to name the bridge after the one who made us believe in ourselves and who saved his friends. That's why this bridge will be called the Naruto Uzumaki Bridge. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, including the blonde boy who could barely speak. Naruto, it's incredible, but why me? Everyone smiled at the blonde boy's humility. Tazuna, Naruto, I know you will be a great man and that the future holds more dangerous challenges for you than the one you faced here, but I have faith in you. You will overcome all the barriers that life puts in your path. That's why, whenever you doubt yourself in a battle, remember that in Nami no Junio there is a bridge named in honor of a hero. Sasuke, come on dude, from now on more people are going to know you, you're becoming famous. Laughing softly, he playfully shook his golden-haired comrade. Say, I'm sure that in a few years you'll be the most famous shinobi in the elemental nations. Naruto glared angrily at his two friends who couldn't stop laughing. Kakashi shook Tazuna's hand and they resumed their journey back to Konoha. After a long walk, they arrived in Konoha and were greeted by the Chunin on guard. Kotsu, hey team, Kakashi is back, the news has spread fast. Is it true that you've finished off Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist? Kakashi put his right hand to the back of his neck. Kakashi, this you found out so soon, with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. Izumo, in addition, we've received news that Naruto defeated his prodigy student. The blue-eyed boy mimicked his teacher. Hokage-sama wants to see you, he'll surely be very proud. Team 7 headed towards the Hokage Tower. Several minutes later, the door to the third Hokage's office stood before them. Naruto didn't knock and burst in, followed by his two friends. Kakashi stood there with his fist raised. Sarutobi, good work, I expected nothing less from you. Kakashi, why are you still outside? The silver-haired man entered the office with a tired expression. What has surprised me is the potential of your students since you have completed a brank mission that was promoted to A rank. Naruto, that's so you'll trust us as a team, Ajisen. The three genin bumped hands, causing the old man to laugh. Sarutobi, I see you have good friends, Naruto. I'm glad you have people who understand you and accompany you. The person addressed smiled and fraternally hugged his two brand new companions. Naruto, they're not my friends, they're my brothers, with a wide smile. Sasusai, that's it, united we are unstoppable. Sarutobi, that is the will of fire, the new generations have not forgotten it, that is why from now on you will receive missions of rank B or higher. The three genin jumped for joy while their sensei sighed resignedly. Kakashi, this is going to be a lot of fun. Irony. The silver-haired man took out his newly finished Ika Ika. Sarutobi, Kakashi, is that the gold edition of Ika Ika? Kakashi, yes, Hokage-sama, why do you ask? The old Kage stood up from his seat and walked around his desk with his head bowed. Kakashi feared the worst. Sarutobi, so you have that book, huh? I have no choice but to. Kakashi, I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. I swear I'll never read books like this again. Sarutobi, would you let me read it? Kakashi dropped the book in shock as our three heroes watched, jaws agape, as the old man bent down to pick it up and began to read. Team 7, while I read this book, I want you to go and retrieve a scroll from Suna. It's extremely important that you don't lose it, understood? Team 7, hi, the Bijuu of my heart, Chapter 6. Team 7 left Konoha to carry out their sudden mission in Suna. The 4 team members were still surprised. It was unbelievable that a man with as much power and influence as the Hokage would enjoy such explicit books. Returning to their journey, the 4 ninjas marched briskly through the forests of the Land of Fire. Our protagonist was lost in thought, while his 2 colleagues continued to laugh at the uncharacteristic behavior of the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. Even Sakura was laughing, amused by what had happened minutes earlier in the tower overlooking the Leaf Village. Sakura, are you all perverts in that village? Not even the Hokage is safe. How embarrassing. The blonde listened to the beautiful pink-haired girl ranting between slight smiles and laughter. Naruto, those books are really popular, Sakurachin. It's normal that a lot of people read them. The pink-haired girl glared at the blonde boy with a murderous look and he backed away in fear. Sakura, and you're one of them, aren't you, you damn pervert? Naruto shook his head as cold sweats ran down his back. Naruto, no Sakurachin, they don't interest me besides, why look at pretty girls when I have you? The pink-haired girl blushed terribly. That lucky blonde always found a way to quell her anger. For being so young he knew how to tread carefully, avoiding ending up with broken bones. Sakura, Naru to the blonde boy said goodbye with a smile. He hadn't heard the demon's murmur. She stared at the spot where her host had been just seconds before, a faint smile playing on her lips. You always manage to keep me from beating you up, she smiled dreamily. Back to reality, Team 7 had already crossed the border into the land of wind. A vast desert stretched out before them. They walked for hours, dragging their feet, battered by a relentless sun that seemed to relish making them sweat profusely. Further on, a sea of dunes awaited them. As night fell, they managed to glimpse the walls of Suna at the edge of the sand inferno. Kakashi ran out of water and without warning took sighs. Sigh, hey, give it back, you freeloader. I'm thirsty and it's my water. Kakashi turned around and started drinking water while Sai tried to take the canteen from him. Several steps behind them, Sasuke couldn't stand the dryness in his mouth. Sasuke, those two are making me thirsty. I'll have a drink. The Uchiha rummaged in his backpack for his own canteen, but not finding it, decided to ask the blonde. Naruto, have you seen my? Damn it. Stop drinking, you're going to finish it all. The Sharigan user gave the blonde, who was drinking like a maniac, a sharp slap on the back of the head. The shock was such that the young Uzumaki dropped the container, which fell onto the sand, emptying completely. The dry ground seemed to drink exhaustedly, because in less than a blink, not even a trace of moisture remained. Naruto, what have you done? Theme, now we'll die of thirst. The raven-haired boy lowered his head while muttering curses at his companion. Kakashi took the floor, now recovered, while Sai cried comically, waving his canteen upside down. Kakashi, let's hurry or we'll all get heatstroke. Everyone nodded and started running towards Suna as fast as their legs and the sand, which seemed to be trying to treat them with every step, would allow. Once at the gates of Sunagakure no Sato, the only guard there stopped them in their tracks. Guard, names and reason for the visit. Kakashi handed over a document that Sarutobi had given him. The boys hadn't noticed that. They were more focused on the old leader's questionable interest in their sensei's book. Kakashi, is everything all right? The man nodded, inviting them in. Team 7 entered the walls, noticing a gentle breeze. Naruto, few fanning himself with his hand. At least it's not so hot here. The others nodded with a relieved smile. Kakashi, well, let's go see the Kazekage. Team Kakashi set off towards the Kazekage tower. Upon arriving, they climbed a very wide staircase and came across a highly decorated door. They knocked and a voice was heard from inside. Come in. The shinobi entered the room. It was quite similar to old Sarutobi's, but with less furniture and papers. It was clear the Kazekage wasn't lazy. Kakashi, we are shinobi from Konoha. We have been sent to retrieve a scroll. The man stood up from his desk, wearing the ceremonial robes worn by the Kages at their investiture, the color green sharing space with white in the garment. The fact that his face was hidden behind a fine silk scarf caught the attention of those present, but it was neither the place nor the time to ask. Kazekage, here you are. The man handed him a sealed scroll. Kakashi put it away, and after bowing they left the room. The Kazekage smiled beneath his mask. Soon, very soon, Konoha. Our heroes were walking through the streets of Suna, ready to leave when they saw a boy of about 6 years old running. They were surprised. The little boy seemed scared, even more so when several shopkeepers followed his trail, quite agitated with sticks in their hands. Naruto had a small flashback in which he himself suffered what was happening. Without thinking twice, he joined the chase. Further on, the little boy was trapped in an alley, hiding his face behind his arms in a fetal position. The men were about to teach him a lesson when another boy with blue eyes stepped into their path with outstretched arms. Villager, get out of the way, brat. That monster dared to take one of my apples. Naruto kept reminiscing. He had suffered the same thing a long time ago. Naruto, I'll pay for it, but don't hurt the kid. The villagers approached the blonde boy and began to struggle. The rest of the genin's friends came to help him. Villager, I don't care about the apple. What I can't stand is that monster roaming the streets. The boy began to cry. Naruto couldn't help but let the anger consume him, and his eyes turned red as well as his features became more savage. Naruto, get out of here or I won't be responsible for my actions. His deep voice frightened the villagers and his comrades. The unfortunate souls slowly took steps backward to get far enough away from him to run. Villagers, let's go. He's like that brat, he's a monster. The men ran away while Naruto lowered his head. Inside, the Bijuu bowed its head in guilt. Sakura's POV, I'm sorry, Naruto. Naruto, little one turning towards the child, what's your name? The little boy raised his head, revealing beautiful blue-green eyes. My name is Gaara. The little boy was red-haired and dressed in rags. Naruto's heart broke. This child reminded him so much of himself. I'm an orphan and I have no one who loves me. Besides, the villagers beat me or run away from me. I don't know what the hell I've done to them. Gaara began to cry. The hearts of the ninjas trembled at this image of human misery. Naruto stood up and spoke to his sensei. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, I'm taking him away from here. Everyone was surprised, including the redhead himself. Sasuke, damn it, do you know what you're saying? We can't take him from here. Naruto insisted with a serious expression. Naruto, I'm not going to leave him alone, he reminds me of myself. Everyone lowered their heads, the blonde boy was right. What do you say, Gaara? Are you coming to Konoha? Gaara, yes. The little one smiled very sweetly, which touched the others. They couldn't find fault with him. Inside Naruto, the magnificent Kyuubi no Yoko smiled with pride. Naruto, well, let's get home as soon as possible. The five of them set off towards the city gates. Kakashi bought some water bottles and cloaks to protect himself from the sun's heat as much as possible. Naruto hoisted Gaara onto his back and used one of the cloaks to conceal him, passing him off as his backpack. They began their journey to Konoha, leaving Suma through the main gate. Neither of the two guards at the checkpoint noticed the stowaway in the slightest. Now only the long walk back to Konoha remained. Naruto walked ahead of the group the entire way, a huge smile on his face. His friends kept a close eye on him, an eye that saw only a kind boy with a heart of gold. Kakasai Sasu POV, Naruto, you have a big heart despite what they did to you in the past, you're incredible. They crossed the borders between wind and fire hours later. The journey through the forest was calm and rewarding. Upon arriving at the gates of Konoha, the guards asked them for identification. After entering, they went to the Hokage Tower where a very smiling Hiruzen Sarutobi was reading the Ika Ika. The shinobi entered without knocking on the door, catching the old man drooling while reading the book. Naruto, old man. Don't drool over that filth. You're too old. The Hokage slammed the blonde against the wall while the others laughed, including Gaara. Sarutobi noticed the little redhead and was overcome with curiosity. Sarutobi, who is he? Gaara bowed, making the old man smile. Gaara, my name is Gaara and I am an orphan from Suna. Sarutobi noticed something about the boy but preferred not to speak. Sarutobi, pleased to meet you, little one. Kakashi, did you complete the mission? The named one stepped forward and handed the scroll to the Hokage. Kakashi, yes, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen smiled contentedly. Sarutobi, very good. I needed this information for the organization of the exams for promotion to intermediate level. Kakashi, about that, I'd like my team to participate in them. The three genin high-fived in joy. Sarutobi, if you think they're ready, Kakashi, I'll have no problem with them showing up. I expect you to do your best, especially you, Naruto, taking a puff from his pipe. Naruto, of course, Ajisen, we have to celebrate this at Ikaraku. The two dark-haired men nodded. Sigh, but Sasuke is inviting. The raven-haired boy protested as Gaara tugged at the blonde's sleeve. Gaara, can I come too? Naruto lifted him onto his back with a tender smile. Sasuke smiled maliciously. Sasuke, last one to arrive, pays for everything, guys. The three ran off, leaving behind a smiling Kakashi and Sarutobi. As they left, their expressions changed to seriousness. Sarutobi, you could tell, couldn't you? The silver-haired man nodded. Kakashi, I know that little one is a Jinchuriki. What I don't know is if we did the right thing by bringing him here. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 7. The three genin arrived at Ikaraku. The blonde boy let Gaara out of the car, and the small redhead took a seat next to Sasuke. Sasuke glared angrily at the others as he began to take out the money for his meal, especially for a certain boy with blue eyes and 3 whisker marks on his cheeks. Sasuke's POV, damn, who would have thought that idiot would be so fast, and to top it all off, Sai had to trip over me, preventing me from passing him. They're going to leave me penniless. The Uchiha cried silently while the others made their orders to old Tuche. Naruto, old man. Serve us some specials, our brother Sasuke is paying. The Uchiha continued crying comically while Sai and Naruto high-fived each other with triumphant smiles. Sai, tell me, Gaara, would you like to be a ninja? The redhead remained thoughtful while the others looked at him, intrigued to know what his answer would be. Some memories came to his mind. Gaara flashback. A small red-haired boy was playing with a small toy truck he had found in the trash. He looked very happy. In fact, it was the first time he had been able to play with a toy and not with stones. Look, it's the monster. The redhead trembled with fear. Gripped by panic, he fled as fast as his legs allowed. However, he made a fatal mistake. He went back for his new toy. 2. This is ours. Kill him. The little boy was about to grab the little truck when a man dressed in the San Jounin uniform hit him on the head. Gaara, please no, don't hit me. I just want to play with my toy. One of the ninjas looked at the little truck, smiling wickedly. 2. This toy. Gaara nodded. The man stepped on the truck, smashing it to pieces. The poor boy began to cry. Gaara knew, my toy, crying uncontrollably. Why? Another of the men kicked him in the chest, knocking him to the ground. 3. Monsters don't play with toys. The one who had hit him on the head kicked him again in the stomach, leaving him breathless. I'm tired of this, guys. Let's finish the job. The men relentlessly beat the little boy. Punches, kicks, they left him battered, almost unconscious. 2. Guys, let's go. Looking around worriedly. They can see us. I don't want any trouble. 2 of the 3 assailants left. The last one looked at the boy and spat on him before leaving with the others. Gaara ended up unconscious. End of flashback. Naruto, tell us, Gaara, do you want to become a ninja? The redhead had a sad expression. The 3 of them noticed, but this wasn't the place to talk about such things. Sasuke, let's eat and then, if you want, we can talk about it more calmly. Old Man Tuchai served them the food, everyone ate in silence, the atmosphere was tense, it hadn't been a good idea to ask the little native of Sunagakure. Sai, well, what do you think about going to the park to play football later? Sai hoped this would cheer the little boy up. Naruto, that would be great, wouldn't you say, Gar? The redhead continued eating slowly, his head down. Sai regretted asking the Suna boy about his future aspirations. Sasuke, well, it's best if we go home to rest a bit and then we'll see what we can do to spend the afternoon, with a sad expression. Naruto, yes, it'll be better. The blonde boy had also become serious, that little one was his spitting image. He himself had had a tough childhood until he met Sai, Sasuke, Kakashi, the third Hokage, Uruka. That was why he had decided he wouldn't abandon that poor creature. He would accompany and care for him, he wouldn't let him wither away in utter loneliness. Tuchai, do you want anything else? They all shook their heads and the old man gave the bill to the Uchiha who paid for the food. The four of them left the stall and walked calmly to his house. During the journey, the tension was palpable due to the sadness of the little boy who did not seem to be improving his mood. The four of them arrived at the house and sat down in the living room. After a few moments of awkward silence, Naruto decided to break it. Naruto, you can tell us what happened now. Everyone looked at the blonde boy, surprised by how direct he had been, especially Gaara. Gaara, what? Nothing happened to me and nothing is happening to me. Naruto, please, it's obvious from miles away that something's wrong, with a sad look. Gaara, I don't want you to know, I don't want you to leave me, with fear in his eyes. Sasuke, why would that happen? I don't understand. Gaara, because I don't want you to think I'm a monster. Naruto couldn't hold back any longer and looked very determinedly at the little one. Naruto, you're not a monster, you're just a poor kid. Gaara's expression changed to a sad one. Gaara, you don't understand me. Naruto slammed his fist on the table, startling everyone present, especially the little redhead. Naruto, I understand you perfectly. More than you think, because I suffered the same abuse you suffered. When I was little, people chased me and beat me up, insulted me, despised me. No one wanted to come near me unless they had bad intentions. Gaara, no, it's not possible. Doubting that the young man in orange clothing would tell him the truth. Naruto, yes, it is, and I know why they did it, but I can't tell you yet. I'll tell you very soon, but you're still too young to know. Sasuke and Sai looked at their friend, surprised by the speech he had given to a shocked Gaara. Gaara, I was always alone. The three genin jumped up and approached the little boy, hugged him and ruffled his hair. Team 7, you're not alone anymore, now you're our little brother and future member of the most powerful team in Konoha. Gaara regained his smile. Gaara, thank you. Inside Naruto, a pink-haired girl shed tears of happiness. Sakura POV, pup, you continue to surprise me. I never thought someone with such a pure heart existed. You're simply special, Naruto-kun. The Bijuu spoke to no one with a smile that made her tears shine brighter, but the most beautiful thing was the faint blush that thinking of her host produced. In the Hokage Tower, Kakashi explained each of the mission parameters to the third Hokage. The old Kage listened, absorbed in his thoughts. After a while of speaking to him without receiving a response and noticing his lost gaze, Kakashi called his superior's attention. Kakashi, Hokage-sama, is something wrong. The third Hokage was very thoughtful. Sarutobi, we can't let the Konoha Council find out we have another Jinchuriki. It could create a state crisis, and in the worst-case scenario, a war with Suna and even the other nations. Kakashi, don't worry, Hokage-sama, I don't think those old fogies will find out, but just in case, I'll talk to my students about it. The old man Hiruzen Sarutobi relaxed a little, relit his pipe and took a puff. Sarutobi, I hope so. Kakashi, I hope so. Back at the young genin's residence, the atmosphere had completely softened. The four of them were talking nonsense and laughing happily. Gaara, can we play something? I'm bored. Sasuke got up and called Naruto from the kitchen. Naruto stood up, leaving Sai and Gaara alone in the living room. In the kitchen, the blonde asked the Uchiha, Naruto, what do you need me for? The raven-haired boy smiled maliciously as he headed towards the refrigerator. You're not going to play a trick on me, are you? Smiling confidently. Sasuke, no, not you, but I owe that damn Sai a couple hahaha. The dark-haired man took out a jar of butter and a can of cream. Naruto, wow, you're really bad, did you know that? The Sharigan user peeked out to make sure the painter was still talking to the one from Suna. After making sure of that, he approached his blonde friend and told him the plan. Sasuke, Naruto, you take the butter and spread it on the floor, and then I'll slap him with my hand full of cream. Finally, we'll pour flour and honey on top. This will make Gaara laugh a lot. Naruto, it's going to be great. Grab everything. The dark-haired boy took out everything they needed and poured cream into the palm of his hand. The two left the kitchen without making the slightest noise. The redhead noticed, but due to the gestures of the two, it didn't cause the painter to realize what his brothers were plotting. Gaara, can I ask you a question, Sanei? The pale boy smiled and nodded. The boy smiled inwardly so Sai wouldn't realize what was happening. What do you like to paint the most? Sai, good question. You see, I like to paint almost everything. While Sai was answering the little boy, Naruto had finished spreading butter over a good part of the kitchen floor. Sasuke, with his free hand, passed him the honey that they had previously heated, picked up a small bag of flour and left it nearby to use at the end. Sasuke 123 the Uchiha approached the black-haired man and gave him a resounding slap. Sai reacted by jumping up with his face covered in cream. Sasuke fled, jumping over the part that was smeared with butter. Sai, you bastard. Come here. Sai started chasing his attacker, running after the Uchiha, but he slipped on the butter and fell to the ground. Naruto poured honey over him, making him sticky so Sasuke could finish him off by throwing flour on him. The painter was left looking disgusting while Gaara and the others burst out laughing. Gaara, that's great. Unable to contain himself, the little one was crying his eyes out. Sai got up annoyed and in pain and quickly locked himself in the bathroom to get all that mess off him. The day passed without further incident, as did the weeks. Team 7 trained very hard because Kakashi wanted them to be as prepared as possible for the Chunin exams. Naruto practiced his ninjutsu while Sai and Sasuke worked on their chakra control. The silver-haired man barely let them rest. The lack of time was worrying. The weeks went by until the day of the exams arrived. Team 7 entered the building designated for the purpose and found themselves there with their other classmates. Team Inoshikacho, Team Hinakiba Shino, and another group of Leaf Village genin, among whom stood out a rather peculiar fellow named Rock Lee. The other members of his group were a girl with a hairstyle and two buns named Tent and a Hyuga named Neji. After a while getting to know the new trio, they went to an adjoining room where they talked for 30 minutes. The instructor in charge of the test was supposed to be a Kakashi's cousin. Our heroes took the opportunity to talk to other ninjas. That's when they met Kabuto, a ninja from Konoha who had failed the exam several times and who, thanks to failing so many times, had exhaustive knowledge of the exam and many of the participants. After a while of studying the contestants, an explosion caught everyone's attention. Everyone sit down. The test is about to begin. But first, let me introduce myself. From the puff of smoke emerged a man of about 30 years old, dressed in a black trench coat and a headscarf with the Konoha symbol. But the most striking thing about him was the numerous scars on his face. He had a sinister and intimidating appearance. My name is Ibiki Morino, and I will be your instructor for the written test. Before you begin, I must tell you that anyone caught cheating will fail immediately and will not be allowed to retake the exam. Furthermore, I warn you that my men and I will have some fun with them. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. This feeling intensified tenfold when Ibiki smiled sadistically. Naruto POV. This guy is creepy. The first phase of the exam went smoothly as Naruto went from copying from Hinata Hyuga, who was next to him, to standing up to Ibiki, who passed his exam, leaving everyone else surprised. Ibiki. Well, those of you who passed the first test move on to the second phase. A burst of smoke appeared next to the interrogation expert. And I'll be in charge of evaluating the second phase. The smoke dissipated, revealing a beautiful woman with purple hair dressed in a cream-colored trench coat. Everyone stared at her, blushing deeply, including the blonde man and his team. Inside, a very jealous pink-haired woman was hitting one of the sewer walls, denting it. Sakura, who does that boar think she is? Damn slut. When she gets her hands on Naruto, I'm going to kill him. He's such a pervert. The Bijuu looked quite annoyed. Oblivious to his tenant's anger, our protagonist felt a terrible urge to write his will. Something told him he shouldn't visit his Cubichin for a while. My name is Mitarashi Anko, and I'm the Jounin instructor for the second phase of the exam and the best torturer in the elemental nations. Everyone present felt a bead of sweat trickle down their necks, including Ibiki and his assistants. It was clear that Mitarashi was one of those people whose ego was simply too big. And now, those of you with the guts follow me. Those with the guts followed her to a vast forest. The fact that the place was fenced off, with numerous warning signs and the occasional guttural roar heard in the distance, were enough to consider this location a dangerous enclave. The Jounin stood before everyone and spoke. Well, the second phase of the exam will take place here in the Forest of Death. You have 3 days to find 2 scrolls. Each team will receive one at random and must find the remaining one before heading to the center of the forest where a Jounin will be waiting. Is that clear? Clear. Everyone, yes? Anko smiled with a mixture of sensuality and malice, focusing on the blonde with blue eyes. She approached slowly, swaying to the blonde and caressed his cheek. Anko, I hope you passed the test handsome. End of story. Sakura was unleashed. If she were released at that moment, she would destroy the entire land of fire. Not even the Sage of Six Paths would have the courage and valor to face the Queen of the Tailed Demons. Sakura, you slut. You damn bitch in heat, stay away from him. Regaining his animal form, a huge roar of fury was heard throughout the interior of Naruto Uzumaki, who was sweating profusely. Naruto POV. Oh no, Sakurachin is going to kill me, but I don't know why she gets so angry about these things. The boy smiled nervously at the purple-haired girl who winked at him and walked away. Sakura got even angrier. Sakura, Naruto, when you fall asleep you'll find out. I'm going to kill you and that bitch. Naruto POV. I don't think I'm going to sleep for a week. Anko returned to her initial position and raised her right arm. Anko, let the second phase begin. All the shinobi quickly ventured into the forest. Our 3 heroes had no idea what awaited them inside the Forest of Death. Team 7 jumped from tree to tree. They had to collect a scroll from the ground since they had been given one from the sky. The three of them arrived at a clearing surrounded by trees with dense foliage. Sasuke decided it was best to camp to plan a strategy and rest a little. Sasuke, we'd better make camp, rest, and plan a strategy. Naruto, okay, I'll go get something for a campfire. Sasuke stopped him. Sasuke, no, if we make a fire they'll find us. Sai called the attention of the two. Sai, guys, I think they found us. The three of them went on guard. The atmosphere was tense. There was a lot of silence, and that in such a dense and alive forest was a bad sign. Naruto, damn it, watch out, Sai. Shuriken flew out of some bushes heading towards the painter who, thanks to the blonde's warning, managed to dodge them. Sasuke, fire release, great fireball technique. The raven-haired man launched a huge burst of flame towards the bush, which ended up reduced to ashes. They've seen us, come out, boys. 6 Kiri ninjas came out of their hiding places. Our 3 protagonists were surrounded. Naruto, damn it, they're cheating, they're cooperating to gain an advantage. The leader of the large group stepped forward. Boss, let's just say this is a little camaraderie trick to get through this phase more easily. His cronies laughed knowingly. Sai, all you're showing is that you're cowards. Boss, you damn pale-faced bastard. Guys, let's show these 3 useless idiots our power by beating them to a pulp and taking their role away. Kiri Genins, hi. The attackers launched themselves at the Konoha Genins armed with kunai. Naruto managed to dodge one and hit another in the face, breaking his nose. Naruto, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created 6 clones that focused on the one who was still standing while the original approached the one on the ground, hitting him on the head and knocking him out. Boss, boys. Attack the pale one and the Uchiha, I'll take care of the orange bastard. The referred ones regrouped behind their leader. There were only 5 left because one was unconscious. The other one who attacked Naruto managed to get rid of his clones. Sasuke, Sai, use your ink. Sai, high hidden jutsu ink beasts. The black-haired man created several ink tigers that launched themselves at Kiri's. Genin Kiri, suit and water cannon. A large jet of water came out of the Genin's mouth and hit the beasts, dissolving them. Damn it, Sasuke, the ink is diluted by his water release techniques. Sasuke, relax, I have a plan. Fire release, great fireball technique. The Uchiha launched another great fireball. Kiri Genin, don't you learn from your mistakes in Konoha? Suiten water cannon, the techniques were about to collide when Sasuke, now Sai, use the ink. The pale ninja took out a couple of ink cartridges and drew a large eagle that headed towards the fireball. Boss, damn it, get out of the way, that ink is flammable. The leader moved aside the moment the eagle crashed into the flames, generating a napalm-like explosion that severely burned the other genin of Kiri. Saisasu, oops, we got carried away. The two of them put the aforementioned hands to the back of their necks in a very comical gesture, angering the only intact member of the assailants. Boss, what do you mean you went too far? You almost burned them alive, you damned cowards. The leader received a blow to the back of the neck and fell hard to the ground. Behind him, Naruto shook his head. Naruto, didn't they teach you at the academy that you shouldn't turn your back on the enemy? Sasuke, guys, see what scrolls they were carrying. Sai approached the leader and checked his backpack, taking out 2 scrolls, one of heaven and one of earth. The artist took the one of heaven and decided to take the other to teach those cheaters a lesson. Naruto, well, now that we have the scrolls, let's move forward a bit to avoid being found. We made a lot of noise. Saisasu, yes. The 3 resumed their journey towards the center of the Forest of Death. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 8. Team 7 decided to stop for a break. They were very close to the center of the forest. Sasuke refilled the canteens while Sai and Naruto rested sitting on a log. The Uchiha finished refilling the water and approached his companions. Sasuke, according to the maps they gave us at the entrance, the building is just under 2 km away. I think if we pick up the pace, we'll get there in less than an hour. His 2 companions who had been sitting stood up, picking up their canteens. Naruto, okay, let's get going again so we can get there as soon as possible. The 3 young people prepared to resume their journey when the painter realized that something was wrong. Sai, hey, wait, I have a bad feeling. The others stood frozen, staring worriedly at the artist. Naruto, what's wrong, Sai? It's all too quiet. I think it's an ambush. Naruto and Sasuke took a defensive stance, as did Sai. The 3 of them stood back to back, looking in all directions. There was hardly any noise. It was too suspicious. Sasuke, pay attention, gripping a kunai. A drop of sweat trickled down his face, revealing his nervousness. Suddenly, a huge snake appeared from inside a large bush, surprising the Konoha people. Naruto, Sai, watch out. The snake struck the painter with a tail whip, leaving him badly injured and unconscious. Sasuke, Naruto, it's coming this way. The snake was heading towards Sasuke with the intention of catching him. The Uzumaki got between them, ready to attack the colossal amphibian. Naruto, Sasuke, run. The snake squirmed and struck Naruto with its head, sending him crashing into a large tree. The boy was bruised and bleeding profusely from his forehead. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals to drive the attacking creature away. Sasuke, Katen, great fireball technique. The great flame burned the snake. The Uchiha could see, thanks to his Sharigan, that someone had come out of the animal at the last moment. Wow, you're better than I expected. Sasuke-kun Kyukuku, the dark-haired man, was surprised. In front of him, a pale man with long black hair and reptilian yellow eyes that inspired terror was smiling at him. Sasuke, you are Orochimaru, one of the three legendary Sannin. The one addressed smiled malevolently. Orochimaru, Kyukuku, I see I'm quite famous around here, licking his lips perversely. Sasuke, damn it, what do you want? The Sannin pointed his finger at him. Orochimaru, I want you, Sasuke-kun. Kyukuku the Uchiha took a defensive stance. The Sannin raised an eyebrow confidently, performing a complex and lengthy sequence of hand seals. Forbidden art paralysis. The Sharigan wielder was completely petrified. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't cooperate. He was terrified. What kind of things could such a sinister individual as Orochimaru do to him? Sasuke, what the hell do you want from me? Trying to break free from the traitor's jutsu. Orochimaru, simple, I want your body, so I propose a deal. I'll give you the power to avenge your brother, and in exchange you'll give me your strength. The Uchiha's gaze darkened. It was true that he had forgotten his only desire to avenge his clan by killing his brother Itachi, but was that reasonable? To sell himself for revenge, to abandon his brothers for revenge. Orochimaru took advantage of the Uchiha's distraction to extend his neck, intending to bite him. Sasuke closed his eyes, expecting a sharp pain in his neck that didn't come. He opened his eyes, perplexed. Naruto, we as Sasuke's brothers will help him get revenge together. Orochimaru had bitten Naruto's neck, who had stood between him and Sasuke. Orochimaru, Kyukuku, Sasuke-kun, you have good friends, but don't worry, I'll be back for you soon. And as for you, kid, I'll give you a present for your bravery. Cursed seal. Naruto felt a sharp, burning sensation on his neck and fell to his knees as a mark appeared at the same spot as the bite. Now I'm leaving. Kyukuku the Sannin vanished, leaving Sasuke free to go and help his companions. Sasuke, Naruto, are you okay? The blonde was in very bad shape, breathing heavily while that strange mark glowed on his neck. Naruto, Sasuke, I need to get some sleep. The blonde boy fell unconscious. Sasuke went to find Sai, who was in the same condition as his other comrade, and sheltered them both under the roots of a large tree. He sensed several presences approaching, but he wasn't scared when he recognized them. Team Guy emerged from the trees, heading towards the goal. Sasuke called their attention, making them stop. Lee, what the hell happened to you guys? Sasuke guided the bush-eyebrowed one into the immense root. Both of them pulled out the two unconscious ninjas. Lee carried Naruto while Sasuke carried Sai. Sasuke, we were ambushed on our way to the goal, and Sai and Naruto were knocked out. The two teams headed towards the meeting point in the center of the forest. After a few minutes' journey, they arrived at a large clearing. In the center of it, a large tower-like building stood proudly, overshadowing the enormous trees. Upon entering the building, Sasuke explained to the Jounin present what had happened to his two teammates, omitting Orochimaru's appearance. The instructors, seeing that they possessed the two scrolls, gave their approval and took the two boys to the infirmary. Lee, I hope you recover now. Will you tell us who attacked you? Sasuke thought about it but chose to remain silent, all of them immersed in an uncomfortable silence. Uchiha Sasuke left towards the infirmary with the gazes of the members of Team Guy fixed on his back. Nothing stopped him, not even the protests of Rock Lee. Sasuke finally arrived at the infirmary, questioned the only person he found near his two friends' room, and after obtaining the information and thanking them for their help, he headed to room 45 where his companions were supposedly located. He entered the room and saw Sai awake with a neck brace to prevent neck strain and Naruto sweating. He seemed to be having a nightmare. Sasuke, Sai, I'm glad you're feeling better, but what's wrong with Naruto? The young artist looked very worried. Sai, it's been like this since I woke up. The nurses have gone to call Kakashi-sensei. I hope it's nothing serious. Sasuke, I hope so. They both stared at the Uzumaki tossing and turning in his bed, hoping that for once in his life his sensei wouldn't be late. Inside the blonde girl, a pink-haired girl was very scared. In front of her, Naruto smiled maliciously. He was naked from the waist up and strange marks covered his skin as if it were a filthy plague. Naruto, hello Sakurachin. Sakura, Naruto-kun, what's wrong with you? The blonde boy was very serious, and the Bijuu could see how a malignant energy emanated from his neck and spread throughout his body, nourishing the marks that were slowly eating away at his virgin skin. Naruto, I just came to talk to you. The pink-haired girl knew what was happening to her vessel. It was all because of that damned Orochimaru who had corrupted him with his cursed jutsus. Sakura, Naruto-kun, let me help you. The blonde boy laughed wickedly. Naruto, why? I'm better than ever. I don't need your help. Sakura wasn't surprised by those words. Sakura POV, I know you're not saying this. Naruto-kun, it's that seal that's making you lose your mind. I'll help you. Frowning, determined to free her jailer. Naruto, well, I think we're going to have some fun, right? The boy lunged at the pink-haired girl, hurting her badly. He pulled out a kunai and tried to stab her, but she couldn't react. Sakura closed her eyes but opened them again because she didn't feel the pain. Sakura, Naru. The blonde had stopped dead in his tracks, millimeters from piercing his chest with the weapon. Thick tears were rushing from his eyes while his arms trembled. Naruto, I'm sorry Sakurachin, I didn't mean to hurt you. The pink-haired girl hugged the blonde boy while taking the kunai from his hand. Sakura, Naruto-kun, you haven't done anything to me. Instead of hurting me, you showed that even that curse can't break your will. The young man smiled at the demon's words. Naruto, no curse or seal will allow me to break my promises. The blonde looked tenderly at the pink-haired girl and took her hands tightly, causing the Bijuu to blush terribly. Because I promised to protect you with my life and find the one who used you to beat him up, and those are promises for life. Sakura POV, Naruto-kun Yukaya, you're so cute. The pink-haired girl jumped for joy in her mind as Naruto vanished in front of her. Naruto, we'll talk later. Sakurachin the Uzumaki vanished, leaving Sakura blushing deeply. Sakura, it's not possible. I know it's not right, that it's wrong. Demons can't fall in love with humans. Am I always going to be unhappy? The pink-haired girl whispered into the void. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself in a white room. He got out of bed and sat up. A very familiar voice snapped him out of his trance. Kakashi, well, Naruto, you're finally awake. You had us worried. Naruto turned his gaze, focusing on his sensei who was reading his Ika while Sasuke drooled, sleeping next to him as did Sai, only he was doing it in his bed. Naruto, how long have I been sleeping? The silver-haired boy lowered his book and put it in his vest. Kakashi, you've been like this for a day and a half. Sasuke told me what happened to you, and if I'm not stating the obvious, Orochimaru placed a seal on you, didn't he? The blue-eyed boy nodded at his sensei's words. Naruto, this seal is very unstable. I can be very dangerous, Kakashi-sensei. The silver-haired man stood up from his chair carefully so as not to wake the Uchiha. Kakashi, due to the possibility of you losing control plus the Kyuubi, I think a counter-seal would be best. Naruto, okay, when will you put it on me? Kakashi, when you're discharged, well, get well soon. I'll go get what's needed for the technique. With that, the Kapanin disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto spent the rest of the day receiving visits from all his academy comrades because Lee had told them everything. The Brows also showed up with the rest of his team to inquire about the condition of the two members of Team 7. After speaking with all the visitors, Naruto was discharged, as was Sai. Kakashi had everything ready to place the counter-seal on the blonde boy. He decided to go see if he had been discharged from the hospital. Upon arriving, he received news that his students had already been released, so he decided to look for them. Kakashi searched Konoha for several times until he saw them at Ikaraku. There, his 3 disciples and little Gaara were eating and laughing happily because of their success. Kakashi entered, catching their attention. Kakashi, everything's ready, Naruto, let's go. The Jinchuriki changed his smiling expression to a serious one, got up from his seat and left the money for his order on the table. The others were going to do the same but were stopped by the blonde. Naruto, guys, keep eating, this is just between the sensei and me. Sasuke, what are you saying? As a team, we must face our problems together. Naruto, I'm sorry Sasuke, but this is an exception, don't worry, I'll be there at home tonight. The blonde accompanied the silver-haired man out of the establishment. Sasuke resumed his seat next to Sai, who was eating carelessly. Sasuke, how can you be so calm at a time like this? The young artist looked at the Uchiha without flinching in the slightest. Sai, because I trust in Naruto's strength and I know he can withstand anything, plus there's Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke, you're right. Little Gaara, who had been oblivious to the conversation the whole time, broke his silence. Gaara, I want more. The 2 genin looked at the boy with huge drops of sweat on his head. It was already his 10th bowl of ramen. Sasusai POV, those 2 look very similar. Elsewhere in a dark, bare room, Kakashi traced hand seals while his shirtless student knelt before him. The copy ninja finished the sequence and placed his hand on the cursed seal, which began to glow. Naruto felt his neck burning. It was excruciating, but he endured the pain by clenching his fists and teeth. Kakashi increased his chakra, and Naruto suppressed several cries of pain. Inside, Sakura couldn't help but cry. It broke her heart to see her Naruto crying, but there was nothing she could do but pray that everything would be all right. Kakashi, just a little more Naruto, this is almost over. His pupil groaned in pain. Naruto, okay, ugh, this hurts, damn it. The pain was very sharp. Kakashi could see how kanji with the word seal appeared around the curse mark. Kakashi, that's it, with this the seal will be weakened and won't cause any problems. Now I'll go talk to the Hokage about your encounter with Orochimaru, and remember that tomorrow is the combat phase, so get some rest. The silver-haired man vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the blonde man thoughtful. Naruto decided to return home, where he found his 3 brothers. As expected, they bombarded him with curious questions about what he had done with their sensei. Naruto preferred not to discuss the matter, alluding to the fights the following day. Visibly tired, he went to his room to rest. In fact, the ritual had left him completely exhausted, and that wouldn't be good for advancing to the next round. In the living room, his 3 friends were talking amongst themselves with concern. Sasuke, guys, do you think you'll be okay for tomorrow's fights? Sai, I don't know, but from what I've heard, there's more competition this year. We should rest too, let's go to sleep. The little redhead protested discontentedly. Gaara, Ju, I don't want to go to sleep, it's too early. Sasuke, showing off his intelligence, devised a plan. Sasuke, that's true, you're too young to understand the adult pleasures of sleep. Well, stay here if you want. Gaara, no, I'm older, so I do understand the pleasures of sleep. I'm going to bed right now. The one from Suna left, leaving the 2 raven-haired boys smiling. Sai, good one Sasuke, you've got a knack for being a father, hahaha. Sasuke, don't get carried away, I'm just really smart. They both followed the little boy to their respective beds. Tomorrow would be a key day. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 9. The light of the new day slowly bathed all of Konoha, and our four friends ate a hearty breakfast before leaving little Gara in Tuchai's care. The old man had happily offered to look after his newest and best customer. After that, the genin set off for the Leaf Village Stadium, where a large part of the Leaf Village population was already gathered. Gara had insisted on going, but upon learning that there might be soon a ninja there, he decided not to risk it. As they walked, they were joined by Team 8 and Team 10, of whom only Shikamaru and Kiba remained fit to fight. The Forest of Death exam had left many ninja injured or forced them to abandon the competition. After talking along the way, they arrived at the arena, where the cages of Konoha and Suna, the latter attending as a guest, were already giving a speech. Sarutobi, welcome to this final phase of the rank promotion exams. I hope you enjoy watching these promising young talents in action. The old cage sat down, as did his counterpart from Suna. Keisuke POV, you don't know what's coming, Sensei Kyukuku. The man whose face was covered by a handkerchief laughed wickedly. After the introductions of the contenders, the pairings began. The first pairings were about to start when Team Guy suddenly appeared in the center of the arena with eyebrows at the head. Lee, we are deeply sorry for the delay. Behind him, his two companions looked accusingly at the young man with generous eyebrows. Jounin instructor. Well, since the fights haven't started yet, you'll be forgiven for this delay anyway. Let's begin. First fight, Rock Lee versus Shikamaru. Nara. The two positioned themselves in the center of the arena, while the others took their places in the underground tunnels to wait for their turn. The fight began at a dizzying pace. Lee took advantage of his physical power to strike a surprise Shikamaru who could barely keep up with his speed, but it was of no use that Lee had better physical condition, because Shikamaru and his already famous shadow technique managed to end Lee's superiority, causing him to use a technique that would affect his health, the 8 gates, which he opened, rendering Shikamaru's technique useless, and after that he could only take a few hard blows that ended his chances of ascending. Jounin, Nara. Shikamaru cannot continue. Rock Lee is the Lee fell unconscious, startling everyone. After being examined by the doctors, he was taken to the hospital along with Shikamaru. Well, due to the extensive damage to his body, the match ends in a draw. Next match between Sasuke Uchiha and Inuzuka Kiba. They both left the tunnels and headed to the center of the stadium. The fight was very unbalanced because with the Sharigan, Sasuke could see all of Kiba's movements, which were based on a cooperative attack with his ninja dog Akamaru. Sasuke used the new technique that his sensei had taught him after Orochimaru's attack and the sealing of Naruto's cursed seal. Sasuke Chidori. Numerous lightning bolts and sparks erupted from the Uchiha's arm. Kiba watched the technique in fear. Sasuke launched himself at the Inuzuka, who could only protect himself with his arms. The impact didn't reach him and the dog boy opened his eyes. Kiba, what? In front of him, Sasuke had his fist closed, pointing at his chest. The member of the tracking team understood what had happened. The Sharigan user had simply not made his technique impact him in order not to harm him. The canine shinobi raised his hand, surrendering on the spot. Jounin, the winner is Uchiha Sasuke by forfeit. The next match will be between Sai and Tenten. The aforementioned came out and stood in the middle of the arena. Tenten, don't think that just because I'm a woman I'm not capable of fighting. The talented painter smiled. Sai, I hope so. Let's begin. The artist took out his brush and drew pictures on his scrolls, creating ink beasts that attacked the brunette who defended herself using her weapons. The fight flowed smoothly, with the brunette putting the member of Team 7 in a tight spot, as he was unprepared for a weapons fight, having barely practiced kenjutsu with his Chokudo. Despite this disadvantage, he was able to defeat the girl using strategy. Jounin, the winner is Sai. Next match between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji. The aforementioned came out. Naruto was booed by the public inside. Sakura lowered her gaze, feeling responsible. Both arrived at the center of the arena without taking their eyes off each other. Neji, I'm going to beat you because that's my destiny as a genius and yours as a loser. Naruto couldn't help but get angry at that comment. Naruto, what are you on about? I'm going to show you that this whole destiny thing is bullshit. The blonde jumped at the Hyuga genius who used his kite to stop him. Neji, I'm telling you victory is not written in your destiny. The blonde charged at him again, but he used his kite again to repel him. Naruto, that's a lie. Destiny isn't fixed. We write it with our achievements and actions. The fox boy lunged at the pearlied boy again. Neji, I'm tired of your stupidity. 64 signs hack. The Byakugan user struck Naruto in several of his chakra points. What he didn't see was that one of his blows hit the cursed seal, cutting off the chakra circulation and nullifying the counter seal. Naruto fell to his knees while Neji smiled. Naruto, you bastard. His voice sounded deeper. Neji could see how an evil chakra emanated from the blonde. Neji, what the hell is that? That chakra. The young man looked up, revealing strange marks on his face that seemed to emanate from his neck. Naruto, now I'm going to have some fun, genius. Naruto disappeared from the Hyuga's sight, hitting him from behind. Neji, what? It's impossible. I didn't see you hit me. The young man smiled sadistically and hit him again in the same spot. Naruto, it's very simple. You have a weak point, my friend. Your precious Daojutsu has a blind spot. Neji, how do you know? The Hyuga was terrified. Naruto, I only know, my dear friend. The blonde boy struck the Hyuga again, leaving him quite shaken. Neji, Heavenly Circle, 124 points hack. The dark-haired man tried to strike his opponent with his most powerful technique, but the latter stopped all the blows by hitting Neji's head hard with his knee, leaving him semi-conscious. Naruto approached the lying Hyuga and after looking at him with contempt said, Naruto, destiny is not fixed. I change my own destiny by striving every day. I hope this serves as a lesson for you. The blonde turned around, leaving the Hyuga unconscious. Jounin, Uzumaki Naruto is the winner by KO. In the stands, the cages were very pleased, although in very different ways. Saruto by POV, that's my boy, I'm very proud of you. Naruto, the Leaf Village cage, smiled with pride upon seeing his grandson. Keisuke POV, Kyukuku, it seems Naruto-kun has a lot of potential. It's a shame, but I think it's time to begin the attack on the leaf. The cage of Suna gave the signal and explosions began to be heard everywhere. Panic settled in the stadium. The Leaf Jounin could barely maintain their calm. Outside Konoha, the forces of sound and sand entered the village, destroying anything or anyone in their path. Saruto by Anbu, secure the civilians and organize the city's defense. The Anbu left as the Keisuke stood behind Sarutobai. Sensei, now is the moment I promised you. I will take my revenge on you, Kyukuku. The cage removed his disguise and jumped at the old man, who dodged his blow by removing his cage toga, revealing his black battle suit. Sarutobai, so this was all your plan, huh, Orochimaru? The pale Sannin smiled as his sensei prepared for combat. Orochimaru, well, let's fight. I'm eager to finish this. The Sannin summoned several of his ninjas who appeared to prevent anyone from interfering in his fight. Below, the exam participants were very restless. Naruto, who still had the cursed seal, felt a strange attraction that led him to climb to the cage's box. Naruto, guys, we must help in any way we can. Sasuke and Sai, look for Kakashi-sensei and Gaara too. The two nodded. It wasn't that they agreed to leave their brother alone, but due to his condition and the cursed seal, they obeyed. The others also headed into the village where civilians were being evacuated while fighting raged throughout the streets. Naruto jumped up to the balcony where he saw his grandfather fighting hard against Orochimaru. The blue-eyed boy prepared to attack him but was stopped by a handful of sound ninjas. Naruto, get out of my way, I don't have time for you. Naruto formed hand seals and thin blades of air emerged from his hands, slitting the throats of all the ninjas. Orochimaru, I'm going to make you pay for what you've done to me. Orochimaru, Kyukuku, why to improve you to make you stronger. The blue-eyed man clenched his fists tightly. Naruto, I don't want your filthy power, you damned viper. The Jinchuriki lunged at the Sannin but crashed into a wall. What is this? The blonde boy punched the wall hard but couldn't break it. In front of him, the former sensei and student were fighting. Orochimaru, sensei, you're slacking off, you're disappointing me. The Sannin was putting the old leader of Konoha in a tight spot, who could barely deflect the thrusts of the repugnant traitors Kusanagi. Sarutobai, Earth release, Earth Dragon. A huge Earth Dragon charged towards the Sannin, but the traitor dodged it and drew seals. Orochimaru, summoning jutsu. From a huge ball of smoke came thousands of white snakes that attacked their prey. The third used his earth element to cause an earthquake that buried the snakes. Naruto kept hitting the shield that began to give way. Because of this, Orochimaru decided to accelerate his plan. Several coffins emerged from the ground. Sarutobai knew that this was the Edo Tensei technique. The first two Hokages emerged from the sinister wooden boxes. They were controlled by the Hebi Sannin and could do nothing but apologize for what they were being forced to do. Hashirama, I'm sorry Hiruzen, but this bastard is controlling us. Please finish him off. Don't let him destroy Konoha. Tobirama, Hiruzen, you must protect the will of fire Konoha, all those we watch over. Orochimaru, very touching, now kill him. The two Exkages launched themselves at their predecessor, engaging in a fierce taijutsu battle that poor Sarutobai could barely maintain. Naruto tried to break down the barrier using all his strength and that of the cursed seal. Naruto, just a little more, hang in there. Grandpa the blonde boy struck the cracked barrier again, damaging it even more. Orochimaru, come on. Kill him, we barely have time. The Sennin watched as his barrier could barely withstand the brat who was hitting it with his fists. Sarutobai POV, just a little more. The first Hokage took advantage of the third's lack of concentration to use his Mokuton element and strike the old cage, leaving him badly injured. Tobirama, I'm sorry Hiruzen, but I can't do anything. Sutin, water dragon. A huge water dragon dragged the old man Sarutobai away, leaving him face up and breathing with difficulty. Orochimaru, Kyukuku, is that all you can take, sensei? I don't understand how they let you be cage. Kyukuku, finish it already. Hashirama approached the prone man and created a wooden stake, raising his arm and clenching his teeth. Hashirama, I'm sorry. The first Hokage drove the stake into the third's stomach, who spat blood while screaming in pain. Naruto saw the scene and heard his grandfather's screams. Inside, Sakura was terrified. She sensed a malevolence and a desire to kill that chilled her blood. She could see Naruto appear unconscious before her. Sakura, Naruto-kun, The pink-haired girl tried to grab him, but as she got closer, she saw his body becoming covered in the marks of the cursed seal. No. Naruto-kun, wake up. Outside, the blonde boy emitted incredible power. His skin darkened and his hair turned white as ferocious claws emerged from his hands. Blinded by rage, Naruto struck the barrier once more, destroying it completely. Orochimaru barely had time to blink before his face was split in half by a swipe from the blonde boy. Orochimaru, you impress me, Naruto-kun, but it won't be enough to defeat me. The now white-haired man became even more enraged and lunged at the Sannin, who transformed into snakes and dodged the blow. Naruto, I'm going to kill you. The blonde's claws glowed, and he made as if he were scratching the air. Chakra blades shot out towards Orochimaru, who ended up once again divided in two halves by the force of the attack. Orochimaru, you're a very interesting specimen, let's get him. The two cages launched themselves at the blonde. Hashirama tried to pierce him with his wooden stakes while Tobirama tried to destabilize him with his Suten jutsus. Next to Orochimaru appeared a very injured Sound Ninja. Ninja, Orochimaru-sama, the Konoha ninjas are wiping out our commandos, and those from Suna, they've managed to cut our lines at the 4 attack centers. As I understand it, a large number of elite jounin are heading this way. The Snake Sannin didn't like that. Orochimaru, regroup those who remain and retreat, I will go immediately. Ninja, hi. The ninja disappeared in a puff of smoke. Orochimaru, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry, but we'll meet again sometime, Kyukuku. The Sennin disappeared, as did the 2 Hokages. Naruto, regaining some sanity, approached his grandfather and couldn't help but let out a cry of pain as he tried to wake him up. Naruto, Ajisan, old man, don't die, can you hear me? You can't leave me here, I promised you'd see me as Hokage someday, wake up. The blonde boy screamed in pain as thick tears fell. It was very rare to see him cry with that demonic appearance, but the situation was no small matter. At that moment, Kakashi arrived along with numerous elite jounin. None dared approach the Uzumaki for fear of being attacked. The silver-haired man slowly approached his student and gently placed his hand on his shoulder. Naruto could only look at the silver-haired man for a few moments before turning his gaze back to the Hokage. Little by little, the other jounin approached until they formed a huddle around the 3rd Hokage's corpse. Naruto stood up, looking at the clouding sky, black clouds like the day Konoha had suffered, the loss of a cage and the attack of 2 rival villages. Naruto felt a few timid raindrops fall on his sad face. Naruto, Orochimaru, I will get my revenge. The blue-eyed boy turned his gaze towards his sensei. Kakashi, I'm sorry, Naruto, but the only positive thing about this is that Hokage-sama died defending the village and the will of fire he died fighting. The Uzumaki nodded at his sensei's words. Naruto, the counterseal is gone. Naruto, I lost my temper, I acted impulsively, we have to do something so it doesn't happen again. Kakashi, it's best to reinforce the counterseal, at least you won't lose your sanity for the time being, that's a relief. Naruto, yes. The next day, the Hokage's funeral was organized. There had been hardly any casualties on Konoha's side, so the grand funeral session focused on the village leader. Naruto remained downcast while his friends and senseis could do nothing to lift his spirits. Inside the blonde, a pink-haired girl sobbed, clinging to him while he remained very serious. Sakura, no. You can't go down that path, revenge isn't the solution to this. Remember that above all else is friendship, duty, willpower. So listen to me, you're not going to let this change you, do you hear me? The blonde boy remained paralyzed while the pink-haired girl continued to hug him. An image flashed into the blonde boy's mind. Flashback. Naruto and the 3rd were eating at Ikaraku when the little blonde boy decided to ask his grandfather something. Naruto, Ajisan, what does it take to become Hokage? The old man lifted the little blonde boy up and sat him on his lap. Sarutobi, to be Hokage, you must be strong, but to be strong you must not only train but also have a reason to continually improve. For example, protecting your village, your loved ones, any noble sentiment, but you must never take wrong paths like revenge or resentment. Remember that and strive, you will become a good Hokage, I assure you. Naruto, I'll do it, Ajisan, and you'll be there to see it. The old man smiled at his grandson and asked for another bowl for himself. End flashback. Naruto started to cry and returned the hug to his pink-haired girl. She looked at him to see how tears fell from his eyes. Sakura tightened the hug. Naruto separated a little and said to her, Naruto, Sakurachin, you're right, revenge isn't the way, but I swear that wherever Grandpa is, he'll see me as Hokage because I'll do what he told me. I'll protect this village with my life and especially the people who are important to me. The blonde boy looked tenderly at the demon girl, leaned closer to her face and kissed her forehead. Like you, Sakurachin. Sakura, the Bijuu's pulse was racing at 100. She could barely think clearly. A colossal blush was visible on her face. Sakura's POV, yes, I'm important to him, Shanaruo. The pink-haired girl rambled on, blushing furiously, while Naruto stared at her confused. The Bijuu of my heart, Chapter 10. Naruto decided to leave his mind because the Bijuu's mental ramblings frightened him a little. Upon leaving, he returned to the funeral. He saw everyone passing by the coffin where old Sarutobi lay. Beside it was a portrait of him, and the people of Konoha left a white rose as they filed past the burial chamber. Naruto approached the third Hokage and with a sad gaze devoid of any other emotion contemplated the kind gaze of his grandfather. Naruto, old man, I promise you. The blue-eyed boy's gaze shifted from sadness to determination. I swear on my honor, my life, and my will that I will become the best Hokage, that I will never lose the will of fire, and that I will protect this village with my life. The young genin placed a white rose next to the others and returned to his place with the senseis and his fellow genin. The ceremony proceeded normally, and the third was buried alongside the Shadame, the Nidame, and the Yondame, thus resting in peace. Naruto decided to take a walk to calm his spirits a bit. After passing through Ikaraku, he encountered Sai and Sasuke, who claimed to have gone out for a stroll, when in reality they had followed the blonde boy out of concern. Sasuke, hey Dobi, what do you think about going to the hot springs to relax a bit? The blonde remained neutral to the Uchiha's idea. Sai, come on, you need to relax a little, and there's no better place than the hot springs. The blonde finally gave in and they went to the hot springs. Upon arriving at the building, they spoke with the clerk who, after charging them, directed them to the changing rooms. The three of them walked down a long corridor covered with beautiful and valuable Oriental-style paintings, reaching a fork in the path where two doors were visible. Naruto, the men's room is on the right, let's go. The blonde opened the door and a wave of screams followed by an avalanche of soaps, jugs, and other bathroom utensils caused the door to close abruptly. Sasuke, I think we should go left. The dark-haired man opened the other door and entered, followed by a very bruised blonde man and his other companion who was holding several bars of soap. Naruto, well, let's get in the water already. What a day I've had. The blonde boy and his friends began to undress. Say, wow, you've got a big topic hanging over you, huh, Naruto? The blonde covered his privates with his shirt and yelled at the pale one. Naruto, Sai, it's not very healthy to look at another man's crotch. The Uchiha laughed as he watched his brothers argue about such an outlandish topic. Sasuke, come on, leave it alone already. Besides, I'm sure Naruto is so short because that weighs him down. Naruto, shut up, you piece of shit. Inside the blonde, the pink-haired girl covered the blood in her nose. She was very perverted, but she had to admit that her container had a great weight. Say, let's go to the waters. The pale ninja opened the sliding doors and went outside to the hot springs. Naruto, I must admit that this place is quite relaxing. The hot springs consisted of a large stone bathtub with high wooden fences to separate the female side from the male side. The three genin got into them and the Uchiha couldn't help but approach his friends after seeing something suspicious. Sasuke, hey guys, what's that guy doing there? The others looked where Sasuke was pointing, seeing an old man with long white hair dressed in a towel leaning against the wooden wall. Naruto, he's probably a pervert spying on the women on the other side. The blonde turned around and lay down on the edge to relax his whole body. Sai, the artist picked up one of the bars of soap. Sasuke smiled as he understood his friend's idea. Sasuke, you don't have the balls to hit the pervert on the head, smiling maliciously. Sai, what do you want to bet? Pointing at the back of the stranger's neck. Sasuke, I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat, but if you don't give him any, you'll have to treat me, deal. The pale shinobi shook the raven-haired man's hand and pointed at the head of the old white-haired man. Naruto POV, ah, what peace and quiet, you were right. I could use a break and to relax a little. The blonde was in heaven when he heard a scream. Sai, take this. Dark-haired man threw the soap, hitting the stranger on the back of the neck, who roared in pain. Who hit me with the soap while I was spying on the girls? Everyone froze, including the old man who looked fearfully at the wall. Sasuke, we better get out of here. The four of them started running while a shower of jugs, soaps, brushes, even tiles fell in what used to be the men's bathroom. Once outside the hot springs, the white-haired man wearing a red kimono with green accents spoke to the young people. Hey brats, don't you know who you've been messing with? The three nodded. Naru Sasusai with a pervert. The man fell back in shock. I am one of the strongest ninjas in Konoha, brats. He crossed his arms, annoyed by the lack of knowledge of those three tadpoles. Naruto, yes, well, I'm sorry, but we don't know you, scratching the back of his neck with a bit of disbelief. HMPH, listen up, brats, my name is Jiraiya and I am one of the three Sannin of Konoha. Jiraiya took a rather ridiculous pose that made the three young men fall backwards this time. Naru Sasupov, is this guy one of the famous three Sannin of Konoha? Jiraiya, that's right, brats, I'm the famous Gamma Sannin, Jiraiya the Gallant, ha 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 ha. The three genin had 3 large drops of sweat on their heads. Naruto POV, what a weird guy inside. The blonde boy, the Bijuu, caught his attention. Sakura, Naruto-kun, that man is stronger than he looks, that's why he's one of the third Hokage students. The blonde boy's facial expression completely changed. Naruto, so Ajisen trained this pervert. The Bijuu nodded in response to her container's question. Sakura, yes, Naruto-kun, besides that man, Sarutobi also trained Orochimaru and a woman named Tsunade. Naruto, I think I'll talk to this pervert about Ajisen, he might be a good sensei and help me keep my promise. Sakura, yes, one more thing. Naruto-kun, the blonde felt a chill as he looked at his Bijuu. Don't even think about becoming a pervert like that man. Naruto sees Sakura-chan. Sakura, I hope so. If not, I'll cut off that big thing you have hanging there. The poor boy put his hands to his crotch. Naruto, yes Sakurachin, I promise no, I swear I won't become a pervert. Sakura, you better. The blonde returned to reality, approached the Sannin and extended his hand pointing at him. Naruto, hey Erosanin, if you're as good as you say, prove it by training me. Everyone remained silent at the blonde's proposition until the white-haired boy with marks on his face burst out laughing, falling on his butt to the ground. Jiraiya, ha 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 ha, who do you think you are, brat? You're nothing but a kid. The blue-eyed man continued to stare intently at the Gamma Sannin. Naruto, I'm going to be the next Hokage because I promised Sarutobi Ajisen because I'm going to protect this village, my friends, and everyone who needs it because that's the ninja way I'm going to follow. Everyone was speechless. The Toad Sannin was perplexed. A look of surprise could be seen on his face. Jiraiya POV, he looks like Minato. No, it can't be. You died the day the fox attacked the village, and now that I'm back to give my condolences to my sensei, I find a boy who looks exactly like you. Naruto, Erosanin, tell me, are you going to train me to fulfill my promises to Ajisen? The white-haired man continued standing, staring at the blonde man. Jiraiya POV, this little one is the Kyuubi's container. As far as I understand, Minato used his son to seal the Kyuubi, but it's impossible. According to the reports I read, little Naruto died because he couldn't contain the demon. Naruto, are you all right, Erosanin? The old hermit snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the boy with a startled expression. Jiraiya, what's your name, kid? Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, next Hokage of Konoha. Now Jiraiya was really scared. Jiraiya POV, that name, that surname without a doubt, this is the son of Minato and Kushina, but I don't understand why the advisors lied to me when I was supposed to take care of my godson. Naruto, let's train, there's no time to lose. Sasuke, hey Dobi, we want to train too, we're a team after all. Sai, that's right, if the pervert wants to train you, he'll have to train us too. The Sannin reacted and addressed the three boys with a very serious expression. Jiraiya, listen, I need to speak with your master to see what we can do about your training. We'll meet here again tomorrow at this time. Don't be late. The Erosanin disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the three genin very excited. Jiraiya appeared at the top of a tree where a man was lying down reading a book. Jiraiya, Kakashi, I need to talk to you, it's very serious, so stop reading my book. The Jounin nodded with his typical laziness and sat up on the enormous tree branch. Kakashi, what does Jiraiya-sama want? The Sannin sat down next to the Jounin. Jiraiya, I already know everything about Naruto. The Koppanin seemed more interested. Kakashi, what do you mean by everything? Jiraiya, as for everything the advisors hid about Naruto's identity, it seems those vipers concealed everything about him to prevent me from taking care of him. When I went to talk to them about what happened, they told me that Minato and Kushina's son had died because he couldn't withstand the nine-tailed deep. Kakashi, I've heard about that too. The third Hokage and I were among the few who knew about it. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya erupted in fury against the silver-haired Jounin. Jiraiya, and why didn't you tell me? If you had told me, I wouldn't have left the village because I lost my student and godson. I would have stayed and taken care of him like I was his grandfather. The copy ninja looked tiredly at the sky. Kakashi, both the third Hokage and I wanted to tell you, but the council members threatened us to prevent it. If Sarutobi-sama or I had told you anything, the ANBU would have finished off poor Naruto. Jiraiya, but Naruto was alone. The Hatake lowered his head. Kakashi, yes, he was alone. He was also subjected to beatings and insults, but he showed me and Sarutobi-sama that he would not give up until everyone respected him and he became Hokage. I must admit, I am proud of him as a teacher. Jiraiya, that's another thing I wanted to propose to you. I want to train your team. The Jounin looked at the Sannin in surprise. Kakashi, all three of you. The Sannin nodded. Jiraiya, and tell me, Kakashi, do you give me your permission? The silver-haired man stood up from the tree branch, remaining at the same height as the toad hermit. Kakashi, you have mine, but you'll also need to talk to the council to get permission to take them. Jiraiya, thank you, Kakashi. Oh, by the way, thank you for taking care of Naruto. The pervert disappeared from Kakashi's side, who lay back down and continued reading. Jiraiya headed to the Hokage Tower, where the clan leaders and the council were surely debating who would be the acting Hokage while the fifth Hokage was being chosen. Jiraiya entered the office through the window and found Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka carrying papers back and forth. Shika Ino. Good morning, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya, hey guys, could you organize an urgent meeting? Shikaku, yes, Jiraiya-sama, I'll call the other clan leaders right now and have Inoichi call the council. The two men disappeared, leaving the Sannin lost in his thoughts. An hour later, Jiraiya expressed his intention to take Team 7 from Konoha to train them. As expected, both the council and some clan leaders did not share the Gamma Sannin's ideas. Koharu, Jiraiya-sama, what you are asking is impossible to accept. You cannot take the last Uchiha and the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi out of Konoha. It would be very dangerous for us to lose them or for them to fall into the hands of other villages. Himura, I agree with my partner. Your proposal is unfeasible, Jiraiya-sama. The Sannin clenched his fists in helplessness. It was at that moment that Shikaku brought out his already famous intelligence to help the Sannin. Shikaku, I would give it my approval. Koharu, explain yourself, Shikaku-san. Shikaku, well, you see, it would be an advantage for Konoha if two of its great prospects were trained by one of the three legendary Sannin. Besides, Jiraiya-sama knows a great candidate for the position of Hokage. Everyone looked at the white-haired man awaiting his answer. Jiraiya, that's right, thanks to my training I'll make Team 7 one of the best teams in Konoha, and regarding the Hokage, I'm sure Tsunade would be a great candidate for the position. Everyone in the room began arguing amongst themselves until a voice interrupted their heated discussion. Danzo, silence. Jiraiya, we grant you permission to train Team 7 outside the village, but with the objective of bringing Tsunade Senju back within 4 months. After that, you may leave Konoha and train Team 7 peacefully for 4 years. End of meeting. Everyone stood up and began discussing the decisions made. Jiraiya approached Nara and shook his hand. Jiraiya, thank you, friend. The veteran shinobi returned the gesture. Shikaku, you're welcome, Jiraiya-sama, it's been a pleasure. After saying goodbye to some clan leaders, Jiraiya left the council chamber to go rest. Tomorrow he had a long day ahead of him, putting up with 3 very noisy brats, especially his blonde godson. The next day, the 3 genin woke up quite early and happily ate breakfast. It wasn't every day that a Sannin agreed to train you. Little Gaara looked puzzled, wondering why his older brothers were so happy despite what had recently happened in the village of Konoha after the attack on his former village. Little Redhead had a clear idea in mind. He had left his fear behind and wanted to become a shinobi. After seeing how the ninjas attacked civilians and being unable to do anything, he learned that to help people he had to abandon his fear of shinobi and become one himself. Gaara, guys, I have to tell you something very important. The 3 stopped eating to listen to Suna's little ex. Naruto, what do you want to tell us, Gaara? The green-eyed boy stood up from his seat with a determined look. Gaara, I want to become a ninja. The 3 genin stood staring at the redhead. Sasuke, are you sure? It's very hard, Sai, and besides, didn't you hate ninjas? The redhead sat back down and told them what he experienced during the Sound and Suna attack and how he couldn't do anything for several people who were attacked. Naruto, okay, I know you'll become a great ninja, right guys? Sasusai, yes. The redhead smiled happily. He would become a great shinobi to protect the people important to him, like his 3 brothers or Tsuchisan. The 4 young men continued eating breakfast. Naruto couldn't help but bring up the subject of the Gamma Sannin, which saddened Gaara greatly. Naruto cheered him up by challenging him to become a great shinobi when they returned, a challenge Gaara readily accepted. Hours passed until the 3 decided to head to the hot springs where they had arranged to meet the perverted hermit. Upon arriving at the hot springs, they watched with beads of sweat as the Sannin lived up to his nickname of pervert. Naruto, ahum, the Erosanin turned around and greeted the 3 boys cheerfully. Jiraiya, guys, good news, we can leave Konoha to train, but on one condition. Sasuke, which one? Jiraiya, we have to find my former teammate Tsunade Senju and bring her here to Konoha. Apparently she's the one chosen by the council to succeed Sarutabai-sensei. Saiyan, do you know where this Tsunade is? The Sannin shook his head. Naruto, so how do we find her? Jiraiya, she's usually found in cities and villages with casinos, so it won't be too difficult to find her. Well, pack your things, we're leaving tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting for you at the village gate. Goodbye. The Sannin disappeared in a smoke shunshin, leaving the 3 genin speechless. Naruto, guys, go home and start packing, I'll be there in a little while. Sai, what do you plan to do? Naruto, I just need to take care of one thing before I leave, don't worry. Sasuke, well, okay, but don't do anything weird and don't get into trouble. The blonde looked at him with a face that said he was not very friendly. Naruto, team, stop acting like you're my mother. Sasuke, whatever you say, Dobi, but be careful. The 2 raven-haired boys turned around and left in the direction of their house, leaving Naruto deep in thought. Naruto's POV. Now to find Kakashi-sensei, the blonde jumped onto a rooftop and left the place looking for his sensei. The next morning, the 3 genin were at the gates of the village. The senseis and the rookies were also there to say goodbye to the genin of Team 7. Naruto and the 2 black-haired ones approached Gaara and ruffled his hair. Naruto, Gaara, get really strong, I want to see your full potential when I get back. The redhead smiled. Gaara, yes, Onishin, I'll become very strong. The blonde smiled. Naruto, I know, that's why I asked Kakashi-sensei to train you personally and keep you under his protection while we're gone. Kakashi approached the little redhead and placed his hand on his shoulder. Kakashi, don't worry, Naruto, I'll teach him everything I know and protect him with my life. Gaara, Juo, you don't need to be my babysitter either. Everyone laughed at the boy's prodigious wit. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, take care of him. The silver-haired man nodded, smiling beneath his mask. Jiraiya, let's go, guys, we have a long journey ahead of us. Team 7, yes. The 4 left the village objective to locate Tsunade and bring her back to Konoha, later a 4-year training. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 11. The journey in search of Tsunade was very long and exhausting, because the Toad Sannin trained the 3 of them very hard. Sai was taught concealment techniques and espionage strategies. while Sasuke was taught to use more fire-style jutsus and to find a second element compatible with the raven-haired boy lightning-style jutsu. The poor Sasuke was electrocuted numerous times because the white-haired man forced him to hold a piece of steel in his hands, trying to keep the discharge in the center of the metal, which he couldn't manage, and to top it all off, he would end up getting a huge shock that fried him. But without a doubt, the one who suffered the most was Naruto. Jiraiya took it as a personal mission to teach his godson everything and make him stronger than his student and Naruto's father Minato. Naruto's training consisted of carrying enormous weights while performing physical exercises, followed by sessions of using and maintaining shadow clones to improve his chakra control. This was how the first 2 months of the training journey went. The 4 of them camped in a clearing in a forest. According to Jiraiya, they were 4 kilometers from a village famous for its casinos and adult game rooms, which the white-haired boy wanted to visit with great interest. The 3 students ate while the Sannin slept peacefully. Sai had an idea, a rather good one, judging by his facial expression. Sai, guys, I have an idea to make the sensei pay for how he made us suffer in training. Sai had a smile that sent more than one shiver down Naruto and Sasuke's spines and raised goosebumps. Sasuke, tell us with a neutral expression. Sai, you see the pale one approached the 2 shinobi and whispered something in their ear. The faces of his 2 friends turned into a malicious smile. Naruto, it's going to be great. The 3 of them approached their sleeping sensei while chuckling softly. The next day, Jiraiya woke up very happy at last he could visit the famous adult clubs under the pretext of looking for Tsunade there. He observed his 3 students practicing fighting each other. The free-for-all fight was very balanced, although Naruto showed signs of superior speed compared to his 2 friends. Jiraiya ate breakfast while watching the spectacle. Jiraiya, guys, that's fine for now, we should head towards the nearest village lest Tsunade leave. Naruto, okay, Hiroshinin. We'll pack up and leave. The white-haired man was surprised because Naruto usually protested and grumbled whenever he was interrupted in the middle of training. Jiraiya POV, how strange Naruto hasn't complained about stopping training, something weird is going on here, narrowing his eyes, looking at his 3 disciples, searching them for any suspicious sign. Sasuke's POV, damn, the back part has come unglued. The Uchiha nudged the artist with his elbow who noticed the Sannin's back. Sai, we have to put it back on Naruto. The blonde boy approached them. Naruto, what's wrong? The pale one subtly pointed out the cause of the problem and the Uzumaki looked worried and displeased. Why me? Sasuke, because if now when we get going you approach him discreetly and get him to do it with any excuse. Naruto, okay, but you'll treat me to ramen, right? Sasuke, okay, damn opportunist. Jiraiya, let's go guys. The Gamma Sannin jumped into a tree and started walking towards the village in question. His students followed him at a brisk pace until they were a few meters behind him. Sasuke, now go stick it back on. Naruto, okay, but I expect you to keep your promise. The blonde approached his sensei and discreetly bumped into him, causing the poor Hiroshinin to hit his teeth on a branch and fall to the ground, clutching his mouth. Jiraiya, my teeth, damn it. Naruto approached and apologized. After a while of reprimands and apologies, they continued their journey until they reached the village in question. The people passing by the ninjas were barely containing their laughter. Jiraiya was puzzled because people were staring at him and smiling mockingly, but he didn't think much of it. It probably had something to do with his 3 students. Yes, he was sure the 3 genin behind him were fooling around as usual. They arrived at a small inn where, after the clerk laughed, they rented a triple room for the genin and a single room for the old pervert. Jiraiya let his students unpack their things in their room and then went out to look for the Sannin. After much laughter from the villagers and entering several casinos, the white-haired man came across a blonde head of hair that looked very familiar to him. Jiraiya, Tsunade, is that you? The woman turned around, focusing on Jiraiya who was approaching her. Tsunade recognized him instantly, but when the Gamma Sannin was about to reach her, Tsunade burst out laughing energetically, a laugh that spread to several of those who were passing by. Tsunade, ha 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 ha, what have you done to your face? You look like a clown. The Sannin didn't understand until something clicked in his head and he connected everything, the laughter, the friendliness of his students. Jiraiya, guys, the sweetness implicit in the Gamma Sannin's tone of voice froze the blood of his students. Team 7, High, starting to sweat like chickens in an oven. Jiraiya, Tsunade, could you lend me a mirror? The blonde nodded and gave her former teammate a small mirror that her student Shizune had left for him. Jiraiya looked at himself and then let out a shout of anger. After the initial shock, he began to follow his 3 students who were laughing despite their sensei's clear murderous intentions. After a while of pursuit, Shizune, Tsunade's student, arrived. After helping her teacher's former teammate clean his face and peeling off a sticker on his back that read, "I'm a horny old man and I'll buck you to the hilt," the Sannin decided to leave his students to focus on fulfilling his mission. Tsunade, tell me, Jiraiya, what brings you here? Jiraiya, you see, I don't like to be too direct, but we don't have much time left. Our sensei died in an attack on the village about 2 months ago. Orochimaru killed him. Tsunade, what? Is that true? The blonde was in shock. Jiraiya gave the Senju a few moments to process the sad news. Jiraiya, you have been chosen as their successor. as the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Tsunade, no they can't force me, you know why I left Konoha, I don't want to go back, it reminds me of them. Jiraiya knew who his former comrade was referring to. Her boyfriend Dan and her little brother Maguekio, both dead, both turned into a blade that threatened Tsunade Senju's heart every time she set foot in Konoha. Jiraiya, you're the only one who can fill the position. If you don't, someone like Danzo would face no opposition and seize power, imposing a dictatorship. Tsunade, I don't care. Naruto couldn't help but get angry at that woman who was abandoning her own village to its fate. Naruto, listen to me. I can't believe you were one of Ajisen's students. He taught me that the most important thing is to protect your loved ones and your village. That's the will of fire. I don't know who you lost, but I'm sure they would want you to protect the village with your life. Tsunade and everyone else were speechless, listening to the blonde boy who was very serious. Tsunade couldn't help but see her little brother in Naruto, while the blue-eyed boy's determination reminded her of her boyfriend Dan's. Tsunade, okay, I accept. Shizune, Tsunade-sama, are you sure? The blonde nodded. Tsunade, yes, I will make sure to protect Dan and Mawaki's dream to protect the village for which they gave their lives. We will go to Konoha. We will leave in a week. Jiraiya smiled, mission accomplished. Now they only had to return to Konoha and they would leave again for a long journey of about 4 years. Naruto, thank you for accepting. The woman of great qualities raised her hand, accepting the gratitude. Seconds later, she was barely visible among the crowd of the village. They spent the rest of the day chatting. Shizune got along quite well with the 3 boys, but especially with Naruto. Tsunade, like her student, couldn't resist her gambling side, teasing the blonde about his training. She bet her grandfather's pendant, first Hokage, that the young man wouldn't learn to use the technique Jiraiya had mentioned minutes earlier in their conversation, the Rasengan. Due to his arrogance and ego, the young genin accepted the bet from the eternal loser. If the blonde lost, he would have to pay Tsunade half of his shinobi salary, which was already minuscule, for the rest of his life. In return, if he lost, the Senju would give him Hashirama's pendant. Naruto accepted more for the challenge than for the pendant, despite the warnings from Sasuke and Sai, who saw it as impossible for the Uzumaki to learn a technique of that nature in a week. Naruto Irosenin. Let's train. The white-haired man showed his displeasure at his godson's impatience. Jiraiya, don't be so impatient, Naruto. Besides, it's impossible for you to learn the Rasengan so quickly. It took its creator a long time to master it, just like it took me, who was his teacher. It's impossible for you to achieve it. The blonde stood up and everyone could see how an enormous determination burned in his eyes. Naruto, we won't know if we don't try, because for me nothing is impossible. Everyone smiled at the display of willpower shown by the blonde boy, including Tsunade, who had to admit that the brat had guts. Jiraiya POV, hahaha Naruto, you're becoming more and more like your father, but at the same time you remind me a lot of your mother. Can you hear me? Minato and Kushina. Your son is a great boy, you would be very proud of him. The white-haired man was pulled from his thoughts by the blonde man who lifted him from the table where they were all sitting. Naruto, let's go. There's no time to lose. The blonde boy led his teacher by the arm as he waved goodbye to the others with his free limb. Sasuke and Sai decided to follow their friend and their sensei, leaving the 2 women. Tsunade, that brat, he reminds me a lot of Jiraiya when he was young, always energetic, but also a bit silly. The blonde smiled as she remembered her childhood. Shizune, Naruto-kun is a good person. Do you think he'll win the bet, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade, I don't know. Shizune, I don't know. Naruto took Jiraiya to the outskirts of the village. They settled in an open area that had a large expanse of beautiful green grass fused with a small lagoon of crystal-clear water, making the landscape worthy of a postcard. Sai and Sasuke arrived with Naruto and the Gamma Sannin. Sasuke, sensei, we will also train hard so as not to lose the rhythm. I will train my Katen element and then I will focus on finishing mastering the Raiten. Sai, I'll practice my technique with the Chokudo, then I'll practice chakra control and concealment. The Sannin nodded and marked different training patterns following the wishes of the 2 boys. Jiraiya, all right guys, go train. I'll stay here with Naruto teaching him the Rasengan. Sasusai, hi. They both walked away focusing on their respective training routines, leaving Naruto and Jiraiya alone again. Jiraiya, okay Naruto, listen, the Irosenin concentrated chakra in his hand, creating a blue ball that spun chaotically. This is the Rasengan. Naruto, woo, how cool, let's start training. Jiraiya, okay, try concentrating chakra in your hand. The blonde boy obeyed his sensei. A small sphere formed in his hand but dissolved in a matter of seconds. That's very good Naruto, but we'll use a little trick to accelerate your learning. Take this. The sage gave a water balloon to the blonde boy, who looked at it without understanding. Naruto, why would I want this, Irosenin? Jiraiya, try to concentrate your chakra inside the balloon and prevent it from bursting, but try to feel the water inside moving. Naruto, that sounds really difficult, but I'll try. The Uzumaki concentrated his chakra again in the palm of his hand, trying to feel the water inside the balloon moving. I've got it. At that moment, the balloon burst, soaking them both. Jiraiya, it seems you don't have it. Luckily, there's that lake. I'll fill water balloons while you try not to pop them. Naruto, yes, I'll get it for sure. The perverted sage smiled and headed to the edge of the lagoon, filling a balloon with the crystal-clear water. Jiraiya, here. The toad sage threw a balloon to the blonde boy who caught it in midair. Begin, Naruto, yes. The Uzumaki tried again, failing once more. Damn it, pass me another one, Irosinin. 3 days passed, during which the blonde boy barely made any progress in his training. Sasuke and Sai had to go get balloons several times because their friend kept trying but just couldn't manage it. On the night of the 4th day, while talking with his beloved demon, she had a very good idea. Sakura, Naruto-kun, I think I have an idea to help you with your training. I don't know if it will work, but first I need to know one thing. Naruto, tell me, Sakurachin. The blonde boy seemed more animated. Sakura, in your shadow clone jutsu, do these serve as vectors towards you? The blonde tilted his head, not understanding anything. Naruto, what are you saying, Sakurachin? I don't understand. Sakura, let's put it this way: when you create a shadow clone, and it performs any action or exercise, you make it disappear and the fatigue is transferred to your body, right? Naruto, yeah, but I don't understand what you're getting at. Sakura, it's simple. If the fatigue passes from your clones to you, we can do the same but with the experience of performing the Rasengan, so it would be like performing it multiple times and you would get more practice. Naruto, you're a genius, Sakurachin. The blonde boy hugged the pink-haired girl effusively, who blushed terribly. Sakura, Naruto-kun, cha. I'm sure Naruto-kun likes me. Naruto, well, I'm going to sleep so I can train well tomorrow. Thanks again, Sakurachin. The pink-haired girl said goodbye to the blonde boy with a slight blush. The next day, Naruto put into practice what he had discussed with his Bijuu, creating a large number of clones and beginning to perform the technique. There wasn't much progress until the 5th time the blonde boy used his clones. He was able to maintain the chakra in his hand and prevent the balloon from exploding for a minute. This was a morale boost for the young man, who intensified his training to the point where Jiraiya himself had to stop filling balloons. Naruto continued training for the rest of the days until the 7th, when Tsunade was about to win the bet. But at that moment, Orochimaru appeared, just like in the manga. Naruto fought against his subordinate Kabuto, whom he defeated thanks to the Rasengan, which he unleashed because Sasuke and Sai were in danger of being pierced by the chakra scalpel of the Snake Sannin's subordinate. Tsunade and Jiraiya fought against Orochimaru, but they weren't strong enough for him. To make matters worse, the traitorous Sannin provoked the blonde by insulting the deceased 3rd Hokage. This caused Naruto to fly into a rage and awaken the cursed seal, furiously attacking the sinister man. Orochimaru hadn't expected the blonde to have developed his speed, so he wouldn't have been able to avoid the blow if it hadn't been for Kabuto, who took the impact of the blonde's Rasengan in his chest, leaving him in a catatonic state. Orochimaru left with the badly wounded Kabuto, while Naruto was comforted by a frightened Sakura, who could sense her opponent's deep hatred, which terrified her. Finally, Naruto calmed down and joined the 2 Sannin and his friends. Tsunade acknowledged her defeat and gave the pendant to the blonde-haired boy. After this, they all departed for Konoha, where the new Hokage would be introduced and where her long journey would begin, lasting 4 very interesting years. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 12. 4 years after Tsunade's introduction as the 5th Hokage of Konoha. 4 figures walked calmly toward the gates of Konoha. The white hair of the man leading the group was clearly visible. He was of a certain age. He wore his classic attire, a red suit with green accents and a large scroll on his back. Behind him walked 3 young men around 18 years old. The first was dark-skinned and quite pale, wearing armor similar to that of a samurai, but it didn't seem as heavy as the armor worn by the inhabitants of the Land of Iron. Beside him was another young man with dark hair, wearing navy blue combat pants held up by a purple belt. He wore a white shirt with the Uchiha symbol on the back. Finally, a blonde young man with long, messy hair walked a little behind the others. He wore armor similar to that of his pale friend, but it seemed very heavy as it left no weak points exposed. On his back were 2 crossed swords, a black color reminiscent of the abyss. The 4 of them were arriving home after a long journey. 1. I can't wait to go back. 2. You see, Sai, I want to see how beautiful the girls of our generation have become. The Sharigan wielder smiled with a perverted face. 3. Sasuke, you're a damn pervert. Although I remember that Ino Yamanaka was really hot 4 years ago, this was said by the blonde shinobi in the armor, who was smiling, foolishly fantasizing about the girls from the academy despite the death threats from a certain pink-haired Bijuu. 4. Okay, guys. We'll report to the Hokage and then we'll go to the hot springs, okay? The 3. Yes, sensei. In the blonde's mind, the demon was breaking everything in her path. She didn't like that her container was going out partying with her perverted friends. Sakura, Naruto-kun, if you go to the hot springs to spy on the women, I'll personally take control of your body and beat you with your own hands. The blonde young man in front of her wasn't afraid of her, not after he learned the Yaoko's weak point. The blonde remembered what had happened during the 4-year journey, something that made him try much harder than he usually did. Flashback. The 4 heroes were resting in a hotel in a small fishing village in the Land of Rice. They had been traveling for 2 years. Sasuke and Sai were sleeping peacefully, but the blonde couldn't fall asleep, and it wasn't precisely because of Sai's snoring or the Uchiha's ramblings in his dreams. No, it was because of this something inside him told him that something wasn't right. Sakura, Naruto-kun, can't you sleep? The fox mentally asked her container. Naruto, yeah, I don't know, but I think something's not right. I feel like something's going to happen. The pink-haired girl looked at her Jinchuriki, confused. Sakura, what do you mean something's wrong? Is something the matter? The blonde boy made a face of doubt. Naruto, I think it's just a feeling, but I think they're watching us. The blonde felt a slight creaking in the ceiling, and by reflex he moved to the side, dodging the blow of a hooded man. Damn, I missed. You won't be so lucky with the next blow, Kyubi. The two dark-haired men stood up abruptly, seeing the hooded figure wearing a cloak with red clouds pointing a huge bandaged sword at the blonde man. Sasuke, what the hell, who are you? The figure spoke to the Uchiha without ceasing to point his sword at the blonde. Well, if it isn't little Sasuke Uchiha, nice to meet you, brat. Sasuke, how do you know who I am? I know because Itachi-san told me. As if it were a reflex action, the Uchiha jumped on the hooded figure to hit him. Sasuke, how do you know him? Answer me. The hooded figure used his sword to defend himself and struck the Uchiha, causing him to crash into one of the walls of the room. I know him quite well. In fact, we're comrades, aren't we, Itachi-san? Through the window appeared numerous crows that swirled together, forming a man dressed in the same cloak as the one with the sword. The man did not wear a hood, so his black hair, styled in a ponytail, and his blood-red eyes, the Sharigan, could be seen. On his forehead, the blade protector was crossed out, implying his status as a rogue ninja. Itachi, thanks for ruining the surprise attack. Kasame, the hooded swordsman, became a little nervous and removed his hood, revealing a shark-like man with blue hair. The crossed-out Kiri headband adorned his forehead. Kasame, I'm sorry, Itachi-san. Itachi, it doesn't matter. The older Uchiha looked at his little brother and then at Naruto. Hello, Sasuke, I see you're still weak. That way you'll never kill me. Sasuke, you damn bastard, I'm going to kill you. Sasuke lunged at his brother without thinking. The older Uchiha stopped his fist and sent him back against the wall with a kick to the stomach. Then he approached and grabbed his little brother by the neck, leaving the two face to face. Itachi, you're very weak, little brother. You must increase your hatred towards me to finish me off. The dark-haired man was choking due to the pressure his brother was exerting on his neck. Naruto, Sai, you have to do something. The blonde tried to approach, but Kasame struck him with his sword, sending him flying against the door. It shattered and the blonde lay sprawled in the hallway. Sai, who was petrified, lunged at Itachi, but before he could land a blow on his face, the Uchiha looked him in the eyes with his Sharingan. Itachi, I hope you enjoy this genjutsu, brat. The pale shinobi fell unconscious. Now it's your turn, little brother. Itachi slammed Sasuke's head hard against the wall, leaving the Uchiha unconscious. The two black cloaks went out into the hallway where a bruised Naruto was struggling to his feet. Naruto, what do you want? The blonde boy stood up with great difficulty. Itachi, we want you, Naruto, or rather, what's inside you? The blonde instinctively touched the seal on his stomach. Kasame, so be a good boy and come with us or we'll take you by force. Naruto, I won't let you touch her. Itachi, you mean the Kyubi? Well, I'm sorry, but we want it, so you're coming with us. The blonde man mustered his strength and shouted. Naruto, never, she's not an object, she's very important to me, so I won't let you take her because she's special. Even though she's a Bijuu, she has feelings, and I won't let you use her for whatever you're planning to do. The blonde boy was very serious. Inside, the Bijuu blushed deeply as thick tears streamed down her beautiful eyes. It was so sweet what her host thought of her, which is why she wanted to help him, but the fear that her chakra would overwhelm the blonde boy and harm him held her back. The Bijuu had sworn to herself never to hurt the blonde boy. Kasame, okay, hahaha, it'll be by force, this will be fun. The man with the fish face pointed his sword at the blonde. Itachi, wait, Kasame, I sense a multitude of chakras approaching, we'd better leave. The fishman grumbled but eventually agreed. We'll see each other soon. Naruto, the two men disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto. The blonde boy turned around, seeing a desperate Jiraiya running towards him through the corridors, along with numerous ninjas from other villages who were passing through the village and staying at the hotel. Naruto, Hiroshinin. The white-haired man and the others arrived next to the blonde man, seeing how the room and its door had been left. Jiraiya, are you all right? Where are Sasuke and Sai? The blonde leaned against the wall. Naruto, Sasuke and Sai are in the room, check on them please. The ninjas entered the room, and one of them, who possessed knowledge of medical ninjutsu, performed a scan of the two boys, revealing that they were only unconscious due to Itachi's genjutsu. Jiraiya, well, Naruto, who attacked you? The blonde boy lay down with difficulty on his futon because the blow he received still hurt. He told him what happened, leaving Jiraiya worried. He already knew those men with black cloaks and red clouds. Naruto, what's wrong, Hiroshinin? Why are you so serious? The Sannin thought about how to talk to his godson about the matter, and after much thought he decided to be direct. Jiraiya, Naruto, those men who attacked you belong to a criminal organization called Akatsuki. They are after the Bijuu. The white-haired man was about to continue but was cut off by the blonde man. Naruto, and I have the Kyubi, the 9 tails. Jiraiya. Naruto, yes, I am the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed beast. Jiraiya felt relieved in a way. He would no longer have to explain everything about the Bijuu and other things about his childhood. Jiraiya, since I see you're aware of your status as a Jinchuriki, I don't need to tell you that from now on we'll have to be more careful. We don't know when they'll come back for you. The blonde nodded at his sensei's words. Naruto, will you stay and keep watch? Jiraiya, I'll keep an eye on things for a while, then I'll sleep so I can continue the journey tomorrow. Now rest, Naruto. The old pervert left the room over the pieces of the door. Naruto covered himself with a blanket and remained thoughtful, looking at his two companions who were lying next to him. Naruto POV, I'm sorry guys you've been hurt because of me, I'm a danger to you. The blonde was quite depressed, but a pink-haired girl caught his attention. Sakura, you're not a danger to anyone and even less so now that you've shown me that you're a brave and strong boy besides having a huge heart, being so cute, so affectionate, so incredible. Thank you for what you said in front of those two guys, I felt protected. The blonde smiled, those words were just what he needed to lift his spirits. Naruto, it was the least I could do for one of the most important people in my life. I would never let anyone hurt you, never. If I lost you I would die. I couldn't bear my life without hearing your voice, without seeing those beautiful green eyes, without seeing your lovely face that gives me the strength to keep going. The pink-haired girl blushed deeply. In fact, she could hear the blonde boy's thoughts, and everything the young Jinchuriki had thought had disarmed her. She had never felt anything remotely like it. She didn't know if it was love or friendship and affection, but if it was love, it was forbidden. A demon couldn't fall in love with a human, much less if that human was their vessel. Sakura POV, Naruto-kun, what is this feeling in my chest when I see you, when I hear your voice, when I feel you by my side? Give me time to find out, that's all. The Uzumaki hugged the pink-haired girl in a tender gesture that was reciprocated by the demon. Naruto, always for you, Sakurachin. The blue-eyed boy smiled, showing all his teeth, making the Bijuu blush even more. In the flashback, Naruto knew how to prevent the Bijuu from getting angry with him. He had already tried it several times during the trip where both his sensei and his two friends spied on the girls in the baths of some villages and towns. Naruto, relax, Sakurachin, I don't like spying on women, especially when the most beautiful one is with me, accompanying me every day. The Bijuu melted like butter in the sun. She hated to admit it, but that blonde boy managed to do what no other human could, make her feel fragile but also protected. Sakura, thank you Naruto-kun. Kaya, he's so cute when he's so gallant. Naruto, guys, let's go to the Hokage Tower. I'm eager to see how old Tsunade is doing. I hope she hasn't ruined the village. The four arrived at the gates where they were greeted by the Chunin guardians who quickly relayed the news to the Hokage Tower. Sasuke, we also need to see Kakashi-sensei and Gaara to see if the tadpole has improved since the last time we saw him. Sai, and after that to the hot springs. The two dark-haired boys raised their fists to the sky, as did the Toad Hermit, who was very proud of his two students. Naruto, alright, after we see the old lady the rest of us will go to the damn hot springs. Don't you guys ever get tired of spying on women? The three of them turned and looked at the blonde guy. Sasuke Jiraiya, never, and much less here in Konoha. Naruto looked at them with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. Definitely the Sannin had not only trained his friends in the ninja art but also in perversion. Naruto POV, they're a bunch of perverts, just wait until Kakashi-sensei joins them, feeling a chill run down his spine. Sakura, when that happens I want you to stay away from them. If I catch you flirting or spying on a woman you'll be sorry. Cracking her fists with a stern expression. Naruto, okay, no need to get violent. Sakurachin, while the blonde was chatting amicably with the Bijuu, the four had already arrived at the Hokage Tower. They went up until they came to a door. Jiraiya knocked and a come-in was heard in response. The four entered. Jiraiya, Tsunade were back. The blonde got up from her desk to hug each of the four of them. Tsunade, I'm glad nothing happened to you during the trip. I must admit I missed you. Naruto, we love you too, Grandma. The fifth Hokage punched the insolent boy, sending him crashing into a wall. Tsunade, don't call me old. The blonde boy detached himself from the wall and fell to the ground. Sasuke and Sai helped him up. Jiraiya, well, has anything interesting happened during our trip? The blonde returned to her desk and took a seat. Tsunade, not much, really just bureaucratic problems and more crap paperwork. Naruto, hahaha, is your partying over, Grandma? Several thumps were heard throughout the village. Tsunade, as I was saying, the only thing that might interest you is Naruto was on the ground with a large number of bumps and bruises while Sasuke and Sai looked scared at the still angry Tsunade. Is the arrival of a promising genin here in the Leaf Village. Besides, you know him as well as his sensei. Just at that moment some knocks drew attention to the door. Jiraiya, could it be them? A smile from the blonde served as confirmation. The door opened. Kakashi, hello. Guys, I was told you were back and I thought you'd like to see me and little Gaara. Next to the silver-haired man stood a young man of about 10 years old with red hair and green eyes, wearing a red tracksuit with a kind of pumpkin on his back which surprised the four newcomers. The three young men approached the red-haired man and greeted him by ruffling his hair and giving him small, very fraternal pats on the head. Naruto, it's great to see you, Kakashi-sensei. And you, Gaara, did you keep your word? The redhead nodded. Gaara, yes, Naruto Oniachin. I became a genin thanks to Uruke-sensei's classes and the training with Kakashi-sensei and Tsunade-sama. The blonde boy looked at his grandmother very surprised. Naruto, Grandma, did you train Gaara? The blonde nodded despite wanting to smack the blonde boy for calling her old again. Kakashi Tsunade-sama instructed Gaara in medical ninjutsu. I focused on the combat aspect and Uruka on chakra theory and management. Gaara, thanks to them I became very strong. Sasuke, we'll see about that kid. We've gotten very strong too. During our journey we faced some very dangerous guys and defeated them. Tsunade, that's what I want to talk about. You can go and rest. I want you here first thing tomorrow. I have some tests prepared for the 4 of you and some fights for the 3 of you. I'll think about Gaara later. Everyone except Tsunade and Jiraiya, yes. Everyone left, leaving the 2 Sannin alone in the Hokage's office. Tsunade, now that we're alone I want you to tell me more about the attack you suffered from Akatsuki. Jiraiya agreed and told the blonde in more detail what happened in the land of rice. Since the day after the incident he sent a toad to the cage with information about what happened. Jiraiya, after that night I was on guard in case Akatsuki attacked again. From what the boys told me the ones who attacked them were a certain Kasame and the other was Itachi Uchiha. Tsunade was worried because those 2 were very dangerous criminals, but above all powerful, especially the Uchiha. Tsunade, thank goodness they're safe here in the village. Jiraiya, in any case we mustn't let our guard down. We don't know when they'll attack again. Besides, they could also come after Gaara. Tsunade, it's best to keep an eye on them just in case. Jiraiya, yes it'll be better. Well I'm going to rest. The blonde looked at her former partner accusingly. Tsunade, don't lie to me. I know you go to the hot springs to spy on the girls. The pervert started to sweat. Jiraiya, me no way hehe. Tsunade cracked her knuckles one by one, narrowing her eyes that never left the wise toad hermit. Tsunade, prepare to suffer. Pervert, after that fatal premonition, only blows and screams of agony were heard. Elsewhere, the 5 who had left the tower took a stroll through Konoha, stopping for lunch at Ikaraku at the blonde boy's request. Kakashi left after their meal and the 4 boys decided to wander around a bit longer. They saw some of the village's shopping districts, walked through the training grounds and went to the hot springs. After a very tiring day, they decided to return to Sai's house. After a light dinner, they went to bed. A tough day awaited them tomorrow. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 13. The next morning, Naruto woke up and noticed he was the last one up because everyone else's futons were in pieces. He left the bedroom and went into the living room. Sai was eating a bun while Sasuke and Gaara watched cartoons on TV. After being greeted by everyone, the blonde boy sat down at the table. Sai offered him a chocolate bun, which Naruto hungrily accepted. Sai, what time were we supposed to go see Tsunade-sama? Naruto gestured as if he didn't know. Sasuke answered without taking his eyes off the television. Sasuke, at 11 if I'm not mistaken. The Uchiha looked at the clock on the wall and then back at the screen. There's still an hour left so I'm going to keep watching TV. Naruto POV, and he's supposed to be watching a children's program. The blonde looked at his partner Sai and he implied that he thought the same. Sai, Sasuke, aren't you a little too old to be watching Teletubbies? A depressive aura surrounded the Uchiha. Sasuke, my mother used to play it for me when I was little. They both regretted making that comment. Because of them, their friend had revived old traumas. Naruto, sorry Sasuke and no, we didn't mean to say that. The Uchiha looked at them with a sad smile. Sasuke, it's nothing, I only see it because it reminds me of my childhood. That's all. The 2 boys stood up and placed their hands on the Uchiha's shoulder. All of this was observed by a redhead who didn't understand why his brothers were acting like this. Sai, we're sorry Sasuke. Naruto will make your brother pay together. The Sharigan user smiled, looking at his family. Sasuke, thanks guys, we'll make it. After this display of friendship, the 4 continued having breakfast and watching TV. Then each one took off their pajamas, changing into their ninja outfits and wearing their headbands with the leaf symbol shining brightly. After getting ready, they put everything away and prepared to leave through the door. As they opened it, an explosion was heard. Poor Sai fell on his back and Kakashi emerged from a cloud of smoke in front of him. Kakashi, hehe, are you okay, Sai? The silver-haired man put his right hand to the back of his neck while smiling. Sai stood up, grabbed the silver-haired man by the shoulders and shook him angrily. Sai, what do you mean, am I okay? You almost gave me a heart attack. Why don't you just show up like normal people? The others couldn't help but laugh as Sai shook his sensei, who continued laughing while searching for an excuse for his sudden appearance. After a while longer of excuses and shaking, the jounin got serious. Kakashi, anyway, jokes aside, I've come to get you to go to the Hokage Tower. As Tsunade-sama told you yesterday, you'll have some tests today to evaluate your progress. Everyone, well, let's go. The gray-haired one asked his students to calm down. Kakashi, relax. Before we leave, I'd like to know if any of you use a fighting style with weapons. Naruto, Sasuke, Sai, and I use swords for hand-to-hand combat. The masked jounin nodded in satisfaction. Kakashi, I figured as much. After all, you don't carry those swords around just for decoration. The 3 students of the copy ninja fell backwards. Sasuke, of course we carry them with us to fight Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, one last thing as your sensei, I want to know your elements. The boys looked at each other and nodded. Naruto, mine are wind, lightning, and fire. The silver-haired man was surprised that Naruto could handle 3 elements. Sasuke, mine are fire, lightning, and earth, but I can barely control the earth element. I'm training it. Sasuke wasn't far behind and Kakashi felt proud of his students. Say, I control water, wind, and fire, but I only handle the last 2 regularly. Naruto and Sasuke helped me strengthen them. Without a doubt, Kakashi was very proud of his students. Kakashi, well, let's go. Oh, by the way, I have to tell you that as your first sensei, I'm very proud of you as well as my other student. The boys looked at the redhead who blushed with embarrassment. Gaara, thank you Kakashi-sensei, but it's not that big of a deal. Naruto, tell us, Gaara, have you become so strong that Kakashi-sensei is very proud of you? Gaara, yes, when the time comes I'll show you. I'm sure you'll be more surprised than Sai Niachin was when he saw Kakashi-sensei. Everyone laughed except Sai, who felt like smacking the little loudmouth. After the laughter, Team 7 set off for the Hawkage Tower. At the Hawkage Tower, a nervous Tsunade waited for the boys. She had sent Kakashi to get them 20 minutes ago, but she knew that the Kapanin was irresponsible when it came to time. Tsunade, where have those brats gone? They were supposed to be here about 20 minutes ago, and to top it all off, I sent Kakashi and he didn't come back either. Calm down, Tsunade, the boys are surely about to arrive. The woman turned towards the window of her office, through which entered a white-haired man of a certain age. Jiraiya, thank goodness, I thought you had taken them all away to act like a pervert. The man couldn't help but pout as he looked at his former teammate. Jiraiya, damn it, Tsunade, why do you think I'm such a pervert? Tsunade, because ever since I've known you, you've always been spying on women, and you've also badly influenced people like Kakashi, and I suspect some of your new students as well. Jiraiya, me? No way, I'm sure it wasn't my fault. At that moment, the door rang. Tsunade, come in. The door opened and Team Kakashi entered along with Gaara. Jiraiya, it's about time you guys got here. Kakashi, we apologize for the delay. Tsunade-sama, it's just that we got lost along the way and… Tsunade, don't give me that nonsense, Kakashi. Everyone stood at attention. Tsunade Senju was a woman who commanded a lot of respect. After all, she was the last survivor of the Senju clan. As I told you yesterday, today I wanted to test your progress. That's why I've prepared a series of fights in which you'll demonstrate both your individual and team skills. Finally, Gaara will also undergo these tests and fight alongside the 3 of you as a team. The boys looked at each other and smiled. Naruto, Obachin, this is going to be easy. When do we start? The blonde Hawkage sat down at her desk and looked at some papers that were on it. Tsunade, go to Training Ground 7, I'll give you more details there. Everyone, yes. Team 7 left for Training Ground 7 led by Kakashi, who was eager to see his team in action. Tsunade and Jiraiya stayed in the office talking. Jiraiya, aren't you going? Tsunade, it's the least you can do as Hawkage. The blonde sighed, looking at her partner. Tsunade, I know, Jiraiya, let's go now, but first I have to leave someone in charge of the reports I know. The blonde jumped up from her desk like a spring, her eyes sparkling. Shizune, the blonde shouted, and at that moment the door opened and the brunette entered, bowing respectfully and asking, Shizune, what does Tsunade-sama need? Tsunade, I want you to stay here doing the paperwork while I go supervise a performance evaluation test. The brunette nodded even though she didn't want to do the boring paperwork. Tsunade and Jiraiya said goodbye to her and left through the door, leaving the secretary filling out documents. Shizune's POV, God. I've only got 2 papers and I'm already dying. Now I understand why Tsunade-sama drinks sake during work hours. While Shizune was enjoying the paperwork, the 2 Sannin had already arrived at the training field. There, the members of Team 7 were resting, using a tree for support. Upon seeing the Hawkage arrive, they all approached her. Tsunade, alright guys, as I told you before, you're going to face several rivals so I can evaluate your progress. Since I don't have much time, the test will consist of a team battle. You 5, Team 7 will face several Jounin and Elite Anbu. Everyone, yes. Tsunade, very well. The Hawkage snapped her fingers and several ninjas came down from the trees, including Jounin such as Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, Neji, Abisu, Shikamaru, and several Anbu, a total of 15 high-level ninjas. Naruto, let's go Team 7, let's give these guys hell. The members of Team 7 took up attack positions, smiling confidently. Guy, this is how the flame of youth burns. This time I'll beat you, Kakashi. Neji, here we go again, sighing wearily. Shikamaru, this is going to be very troublesome, ni Asume-sensei. The Sarutobi looked at his student. Asuma, I assure you this fight is going to be very tough, Shikamaru, so don't get cocky. Tsunade, ready, begin. The 5th homie moved to safety, leaving the fighters in the middle of the field. Following the blonde signal, the ninjas jumped apart. Shikamaru already had his combat strategy. Naruto had to be neutralized. Sasuke and Kakashi would be lost without their strength and the Sharigan. Guy, due to his enthusiasm, couldn't help but launch himself at his rival with one of his famous flying kicks, which Kakashi dodged thanks to his Sharigan. Neji, Gaizensei, don't break the formation, focus on the strategy. The Hyuga stopped a blow from Sai using a ninjato with his kite. Shikamaru, ANBU. Separate Team 7. The ANBU used fire techniques to separate the members of Team 7. Now they could not watch each other's backs in case of a multiple attack. Sasuke was disoriented. The smoke from the explosions created by the ANBU jutsu prevented him from seeing properly. His Sharigan allowed him to see through the smoke, but he couldn't distinguish friend from foe. He tried to move, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. He looked at the ground and saw a long shadow connecting with his own. Sasuke, Shikamaru. Damn. Shikamaru? Ah, that was easy to catch. Sasuke, now Asume-sensei will do the same to Naruto and the others. In the middle of the smoke, Sai and Gaara, who had stayed together, dodged the attacks of the ANBU and Guy, who were attacking with great speed. Sai stopped a slash from an ANBU with a bear mask and another from one with a dog mask, but he didn't see Guy appear from the smoke with his leg extended. Sai wasn't going to be able to stop that attack from the green beast. Guy, Leaf Whirlwind. Sai could only watch as the super bush eyebrows approached to hit him. He closed his eyes but felt no pain. In front of him, a wall of sand had stopped the Taijutsu master. The sand deformed and hit Guy and the Anbu, sending them far away. Sai, Gaara, you control the sand. It's incredible. The redhead nodded slightly. Gaara, I'll explain later. Now let's focus on the ANBU and Geisensei, who are back on the attack. So the two stood back to back, defending themselves from the attacks while waiting for help from their companions. Elsewhere on the field, Naruto was defending himself against attacks from Neji and Ebisu. The Hyuga was attacking with his white eye, trying to strike the blonde's chakra points. Ebisu was throwing explosive tags at Naruto, who could barely handle both of them. Things got worse when two ANBU appeared and joined the fight. Naruto drew two katanas and blocked the ANBU's attacks, striking them in the chest to push them back. Neji tried to take advantage of the Jinchuriki's distraction to strike him from behind. He approached and prepared to strike with his soft palm, but it hit Naruto's spine and the blonde fell to the ground. Neji, good one down. At that moment, the blonde exploded and sent the Hyuga crashing into a tree. Ebisu, an explosive clone, watch out, guys. The Jounin's warnings did not prevent the blonde from emerging from the dust and striking the Anbu with the hilts of his katanas, leaving them unconscious. Naruto, two down, it's just you and the Hyuga left. Ebisu took a defensive stance as Neji tried to get to his feet. That explosion had damaged him quite a bit. He hadn't expected it. One step closer to the blue-eyed boy and he wouldn't have continued fighting. Kakashi was surrounded. Numerous ninjas rushed at him. Kakashi fought and fought until he collapsed. The ninjas kept coming in to top it all off. He barely had any chakra left. At that moment, everything stopped. Kakashi looked up and saw his father, the White Fang. Sakumo, son, you disappoint me. Kakashi was still incredulous. His father was dead, but he was there in front of him. Kakashi, Dad, am I dead? Sakumo, no, for now you're not capable of protecting your teammates and friends. They're fighting while you just give up. Kakashi was downcast. He was right. He had abandoned his friends Abido, Rin, his friends and comrades of Team 7. Kakashi, I didn't mean to. Sakumo, don't you remember what I taught you? What I told you? Kakashi, those who disobey orders are trash, but those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. The tough white-haired man smiled. Sakumo, well, don't just keep it in mind, carry it out, help your friends. The man disappeared, leaving Kakashi disoriented. The silver-haired man opened his eyes again, finding himself surrounded by ninjas once more. Only this time the Kapanin was smiling. Kakashi, I don't abandon my friends. Kai. The ninjas disappeared and the silver-haired man woke up. In front of him, Kurenai and Asuma were in attack position. Asuma, what a shame, I was almost there. Oh well, we'll have to leave the genjutsus and move on to taijutsu. The two lunged at the silver-haired man, who took out a kunai and defended himself well against the pair's attacks, taking advantage of Asuma's mistake to hit him in the jaw and knock him to the ground. Kurenai, Asuma, Futon, Great Hurricane. The fierce wind carried away the smoke and extinguished the flames in the craters of the field. After this, Team 7 regrouped. Naruto, guys, it's a pleasure to see you both in one piece. Now let's finish this. The blonde looked at Sasuke and Sai, and they knew it instantly. Sai began to practice seals, as did Sasuke and Naruto. Sai, Suten, Great Wave. A large amount of water came out of the lake that bordered Field No. 7 and hit the Anbu and Jounin. Shikamaru saw Naruto and Sasuke's seals and knew what they were going to do. Shikamaru, damn it, get away from the water. The Anbu and Jounin stood up and tried to leave. At that moment, Sasuke and Naruto finished their seals. Narusasu, Raiten, Lightning Edge. Both drew their katanas and their blades began to glow with electricity. They stuck them into the waterlogged ground and the electricity flowed rapidly through it, electrocuting Ebisu and the Anbu, who fell unconscious. Shikamaru, damn, now we're even. Assume, let each one choose their rival. Naruto, this will end soon. In a faraway place, silhouettes were talking inside a dark and enormous cave. Inside were the men who had attacked Naruto and his friends, all arranged in a circle and discussing their objectives. The Jinchuriki. We need to start capturing the Bijuu. As we already know, the villages jealously guard their Jinchuriki, which is why we'll have to attack in groups. 2. Okay, leader, which one do we start with? A man who seemed to be crawling spoke. It was very strange. Leader, you see, Sasori, since we already have the 6 and 7 tails, we'll set about discovering where the others are hiding. Meanwhile, we'll try to draw the nine tails and the other tailed beast out of Konoha, that way we'll have 2 more. 3. Yes, that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Those Jinchuriki would be a great sacrifice for Jashin-sama. A gray-haired man with a robe of red clouds spoke. 4. Always the same thing, hidden. As long as I get paid money for their heads, I don't care what you do with them. Hidden, don't blaspheme, Kakuzu. Or Jashin-sama will make you pay. Leader, shut up already. Hidden, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Deidara, I have a mission for you. The 3 listened attentively. You must go to the land of fire and attack the fire temple. When you do that, Konoha will send its best shinobi, and the Jinchuriki will surely go with them. Kill the shinobi and capture the Jinchuriki. The 4. Whatever you say, later, leave now. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 14, Part 1. The 4 Akatsuki members were about to leave when one of them, specifically Deidara, stopped dead in his tracks and looked at the shadow they called their leader. Deidara. One last thing, leader, how can we identify the Jinchuriki? The shadow focused on the 4 who were about to leave. He sighed because he didn't know the physical appearance of the Jinchuriki of Konoha. Leader, Itachi, you had an encounter with the Kyuubi a while ago. Explain to them what it was like. The Uchiha in question nodded and took a step forward. Hidden, well, tell us what they're like. I'm eager to get this over with. The gray-haired man held a kind of black metal awl. Kakuzu put the palm of his hand to his forehead. Kakuzu, Hidden, you're a damn impatient fool. Learn that patience is the foundation of success. Hidden, what are you saying, Kakuzu? I'm not interested in money. I only want to please Jashin-sama. Sasori, this trip is going to be so long anyway. What's that Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi Itachi like? Itachi, you'll recognize him the moment you see him. He's a loudmouth. Deidara, well, at least give us a physical description. I don't know. What color is her hair? Itachi, he's blonde with blue eyes and he has markings on his face that betray him as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Leader, that's enough. Depart for the land of fire. Don't forget your mission. The 4 High Leader Sama. The 4 Akatsuki members left the huge cave, leaving the others there. After a short period of time, the cave disappeared. Back in Konoha, more specifically at Training Ground 7, the 2 sides had paired up in pairs of 2, although in the fight they usually switched and performed team combos. It was truly a high-level fight. Tsunade summoned a couple of medical squads for 2 reasons. In case the fight got out of hand and so as not to miss anything by healing the Anbu and Ebisu who were unconscious after the electric shock. Naruto, wind release, wind blades. A large number of chakra blades came out of the blonde's fingers, which were dodged with difficulty by the Jounin. Asuma, wind release, air bullets. A great gust of wind came out of Sarutobai's mouth. Kakashi moved ahead of his teammates and with his Sharigan uncovered drew seals. Kakashi, wind release, wind blades. Both techniques collided, canceling each other out in a powerful explosion. Shikamaru took advantage of the smoke to devise a plan. Shikamaru, Geisensei, Kurenei-sensei distract Naruto and Sasuke. I'll try to finish off Gaara and Sai. Jounin nodded and launched themselves at their targets. Guy tried to kick Sasuke, but he blocked it with his arms and counterattacked, kicking the green beast in the stomach, who fell breathless to the ground. Kurenai tried to put Naruto in a genjutsu, but upon entering it, she saw a pink-haired woman who attacked her and forced her to abandon her technique. Sakura, come on Naruto-kun, I'll cover you. If she tries to put you in a genjutsu, I'll kick her out of it. Shanaru, shouting at the top of her lungs. Naruto, thank you, Sakurachin. The blonde boy said this in a low voice so that the others wouldn't hear him. Only the Bijuu heard those words that touched her heart. Shikamaru, Asume-sensei, let's try one last technique. Sarutobi looked at his student a little nervously. Asuma, that technique is very dangerous. Shikamaru, don't worry, sensei, I've perfected it, and besides, they're very strong. The Jounin nodded and prepared some explosive tags. Assume now, Shikamaru, shadow imitation technique, Dark Knight. From Nara's feet came a huge shadow that quickly approached the members of Team 7. Sai, watch out, jump so he doesn't catch you. At that moment, Asuma launched numerous explosive tags and smoke bombs that disoriented our heroes. Kakashi, I can't move. The smoke dispersed and the silver-haired man could see his entire team trapped by the Nara technique. Tsunade was about to end the test but was stopped by Jiraiya. Jiraiya, don't count them out so soon. Tsunade, the tide of the battle will turn in an instant. The Senju decided to heed her former teammate and focused on the members of Team 7. Shikamaru, well, I think we've got you, we've won, although it was troublesome. At that moment, Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi burst into smoke while Sai dissolved into ink and Gaara into sand. Asuma, what the, watch out, Shikamaru. The Nara didn't even blink when Sai and Gaara emerged from underground, striking him in the jaw. Asuma felt the cold metal of a katana against his neck. Behind him stood Sasuke, grinning. Guy and Kurenai weren't so lucky. They tried to defend themselves, but both were struck by Naruto and Kakashi, falling unconscious. Tsunade, the test is over. Doctors, attend to the Jounin. The medics nodded and went to the unconscious Shikamaru, Guy, and Kurenai. Excellent work, Team 7. You have demonstrated phenomenal teamwork. I have no doubt that Jiraiya would agree with me. The white-haired man approached the Hokage smiling. Jiraiya, you didn't disappoint me. You proved to be a great team that will make you very strong because unity is strength. Tsunade. Yes, well, since the test must have been exhausting, you've earned the right to take the afternoon off so you can go and rest. The Hawkeye withdrew to check on the other team while Jiraiya looked at his students and followers with a knowing look. Jiraiya, guys, shall we go to the hot springs to celebrate the victory? Everyone nodded, knowing the Sannin's intentions except Gaara, who in his innocence was thinking more about a bath between senseis and disciples, and Naruto, who simply refused to go to the hot springs, which baffled the blonde's friends. Sasuke, hey Dobi, why don't you come to the hot springs? Are you afraid we'll see your little thing? The Uchiha tried to provoke the blonde into agreeing to go to the hot springs, but he refused again. Naruto, sorry guys, but I'm going home to rest. I'm too tired to have to put up with you guys at the hot springs. Kakashi, but the hot springs are the best place to relax. Naruto, believe me, Kakashi-sensei, with all these guys at a hot spring, relaxation is the last thing you'll ever experience. Well, I'm off. See you later. The blonde boy left after waving goodbye to his friends. 30 minutes later at Sai's house. Naruto sat in the living room watching TV and drinking tea. He needed the break. The cursed seal hadn't bothered him in a while. But what his friends didn't know was that Naruto was using a lot of chakra to maintain the counterseal Kakashi had placed on him. Sakura had offered her help numerous times, but Naruto had refused to worry his Bijuu any further. He didn't like seeing Sakura's beautiful face sad, especially not because of him. Naruto was flipping through channels bored until a voice came from within him. Sakura, Naruto-kun, you're very tired. Is it from keeping the cursed seal at bay? I already told you I wanted to help you. The beautiful Bijuu was very beautiful to Naruto, and although he didn't like that she worried about him, the young man had to admit that it was gratifying to see her so tender and focused on him only for him. Naruto, it's okay Sakurachin, I'm keeping him under control. We need to focus more on Akatsuki. The pink-haired girl remembered the men with the red cloud cloaks and their goal of gathering the Bijuu even if it meant the death of their Jinchuriki. Once again, the blonde was in danger because of her. Sakura couldn't help but shed a few treacherous tears. Sakura POV, Naruto-kun, again because of me they're trying to hurt you, but this time I won't be weak. I'll protect you. I'll give you my strength and together we'll defeat those monsters. Naruto, are you okay, Sakurachin? The blonde boy approached his pink-haired girl and hugged her. Naruto's POV, I wish I could tell you how much I love you, my Sakurachin. What Naruto didn't know was that the Bijuu could hear his thoughts. Sakura was blushing deeply. In fact, she also felt something very strong for her host. It wasn't ethical. She was a demon, the one who caused the death of many people, the one who caused Naruto great suffering in his childhood. She didn't have the right to love him. He deserved better. Sakura, Naruto-kun, I want to tell you something. You see, because Akatsuki is after you because of me, I want you to sign a summoning contract with me. That way you can summon me and have free access to my chakra. Naruto, Sakurachin, are you really going to do that for me? Will you grant me the honor of becoming a fox sage? The Bijuu nodded with a smile. Sakura, and not only that, Naruto-kun, I'd also like to train you in the fighting art of Rikudousenin. My father, the blonde boy's jaw dropped to the ground. Naruto, Rikudousenin is your father. That's incredible. The Bijuu nodded, a little embarrassed. Sakura, yes, he's my father. My 8 brothers and sisters and I were born after our father split a powerful demon called the Ten Tails into 9 parts after that. Rikudo himself raised and cared for us as if he were our own father. Naruto, it's incredible. Sakura, yes. The Bijuu took a huge red scroll from her yukata, opened it to a side with a huge kanji. Naruto-kun, sign here with your blood. Naruto. Okay, Sakurachin, the blonde boy bit his finger and wrote his name on the scroll. Sakura closed it and smiled. Sakura, from now on we'll be closer than ever. We now share a stronger bond. From this moment on, you can summon me for help. Naruto, okay Sakurachin, I'll try summoning you. The blonde boy left his mind and drew hand seals, summoning jutsu. There was an explosion of smoke and the pink-haired girl came out of it. Sakura, finally a little freedom. The Bijuu stretched, smiling. Naruto, Sakurachin, have some tea. The blue-eyed boy offered a glass of tea to the pink-haired girl who gladly accepted it. Sakura, thank you Naruto-kun. The demon sat down next to Naruto and they chatted for hours until the Bijuu sensed the chakra of her host's friends approaching. Sakura said goodbye by kissing the blonde boy's cheek and then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto greeted his new friends and after a brief chat with them decided to go to sleep. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Fire, 2 monks strolled through the temple's vast courtyard, calmly discussing their prayer routines and other duties. They had no idea what was about to unfold in just a few minutes. Outside the temple, 4 shadowy figures were preparing to attack. Deidara, okay guys, as the leader said, we have to destroy the fire temple and leave some survivors to inform Konoha so they can send the Jinchuriki to stop us. Kakuzu, alright Hidden and I will take care of the monks' quarters, you two take care of the temple and the chapels. Hidden, I'll make those infidels pay for their blasphemies. Only Jashin-sama is a true god. Deidara, shut up Hidden, they're going to hear you. Sasori, let's get on with it, it's going to get light out. Deidara, well, I'll use my explosives to set the temple on fire. Kakuzu, come on Hidden, I'll let you punish the monks while I loot the temple's coffers. Hidden, yes, Jashin-sama will be pleased. The four of them split into pairs. The monks were walking back to their quarters when a huge explosion shook the temple. They both turned around and saw, terrified, a man riding a kind of white bird. He released some white balls that exploded when they hit the ground. One of the two ran to the rooms to warn his brothers, but was stopped by a puppet that pierced his chest with a katana. The other monk died from a cut to the throat by another puppet. Deidara, these monks are just small stains on which to demonstrate my art, Sasori. Use the flamethrowers of your puppets to set the temple ablaze. The one addressed summoned more puppets from whose mouths powerful flames emerged, starting a catastrophic fire. Little by little, the majestic building began to crumble. Sasori, burn the flames, consume perishable art. Elsewhere in the vast complex, the explosions alerted the sleeping monks who tried to go out to find out what was happening, encountering a gray-haired man with a huge scythe over his shoulder who looked at them with a psychopathic smile. Hidden, where do you think you're going? You won't make it through the night. The intruder transformed and his skin turned black. Hidden pulled out a metal stake and stabbed himself. The monks fell to the ground, gripped by a deep pain in their stomachs that caused them to bleed profusely. Monk, you are a damned demon. The Akatsuki member stabbed himself again, increasing the monk's pain. Hidden, suffer, infidels, suffer, ha 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 ha. While Hidden was having fun, Kakuzu was looting the temple's coffers. Despite his mask, his smile could be seen. Outside, the main temple could be seen already destroyed by flames, the chapels charred by explosions, and numerous craters everywhere. From among the rubble, a monk ran in a panic. Deidara and Sasori let him go. The plan was going perfectly. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 14, Part 2. Naruto opened his eyes wearily, looked around and saw the unmade beds. Again, he was the last to get up. The blue-eyed boy left the room and headed to the living room where his friends were having breakfast peacefully. The blonde boy sat between Gaara and Sasuke while Sai served breakfast to his colleagues. Naruto, do you want to go train after breakfast? Sasuke nodded while taking a sip of his coffee. Gaara, I'm in. The redhead was very enthusiastic when it came to training. It was very reminiscent of a certain blonde boy at the age of 13. Sai, let's go to field number 7, there we can train peacefully, but Sasuke, you have to bring the lunch this time. Sasuke, what? Why? The pale one looked at the Uchiha accusingly. Sai, I remind you that last time, because of your fire techniques, you burned the food, that's why you promised to cook the next time we trained. The Uchiha lowered his head in dejection. He barely knew how to cook, and to top it off, he didn't really like doing it. Sasuke, okay, I'll go to the kitchen to prepare lunch, you guys have breakfast, but just so you know, I'll only cook this one time. The Uchiha went to the kitchen while the others ate breakfast peacefully. 2 hours later, the members of Team 7 were training hard on Field 7. They had divided themselves into pairs for a match, with one team being the duo of Naruto and Gaara and the other Sasuke and Sai. The match was very evenly matched, as both teams had one member specializing in attack like Naruto and Sasuke, and another with a more defensive style like Gaara and Sai. The boys trained for about 2 more hours until their bodies felt the fatigue from the overexertion. It was at that moment that they decided to stop for lunch. Far away, heading towards the fire temple, were teams 8 and 10. Shikamaru was deep in thought. After the talk they had with the Hokage about the mission they had to complete, an S-rank mission. The pinnacle-haired boy remembered what the blonde had told them before they left. Flashback. Shikamaru and his team were heading towards the Hokage Tower quickly. Apparently there was a great threat for the Hokage to summon them so urgently. They arrived at the door of the Senju's office, and after knocking they entered, seeing teammate as well as a monk who was badly mistreated. Asuma's team entered the room and listened attentively to the Hokage. Tsunade, Teams 8 and 10, I have summoned you with such urgency because the Fire Temple suffered a treacherous attack last night by rogue ninjas. That is why you must go immediately to find the trail of the attackers and eliminate them. The ninjas nodded. Shikamaru wanted to know more details about the mission, so he asked. Shikamaru, do you know how many there were? Tsunade, Lord Suminu will answer your questions. The monk, a middle-aged man dressed in a very tattered white robe, spoke. Suminu, there were 4 ninjas, but they alone ravaged the temple in a matter of minutes. From what little I could see, they wore black cloaks with red clouds. The 5th homie was surprised by the monk's account. Tsunade's POV, red clouds, then those guys must be from the organization that's after Naruto. Shikamaru, anything else you can tell us? Suminu, yes, one of them was an expert with explosives. Another used puppets. I don't know about the other 2, I don't know anything else. Asuma, in that case we'll leave right now. Tsunade-sama, the 2 teams left through the gate towards the walls of Konoha while Tsunade remained thoughtful. Tsunade's POV, I hope they're strong enough to finish them off. End of flashback. The teams arrived at the fire temple to find a desolate scene. The temple was nothing more than a pile of rubble, not a single structure remained standing. Kurenai asked Kiba and Hinata to inspect the area in search of those responsible for the disaster. Hinata, I see them, they don't seem to be trying to hide. Kiba, I can smell them too, something tells me they wanted us to come. Asuma, get ready, they were waiting for us. At that moment some white birds rushed down from the sky, the Konoha shinobi dodged them even though they had surprised them. Shikamaru, damn it, watch out sensei. Asuma was hit by Hidden who tried to cut the wind user with his scythe. Asuma regained his balance and hit the scythe-wielding rogue with his knuckle dusters. Asuma, divide yourselves. At that moment a large number of puppets surrounded Team 9. Kurenai, boys, finish them off. Kurenai's students were good at tracking, but they were also good fighters. Kiba and Akamaru took down a large number of the puppets. Hinata also took down many using her gentle palm style, and Shino used his insects to destroy many more. The fight was even, but Shikamaru, Ino, Chaoji, watch out. The two shinobi couldn't react when arms grabbed them roughly by the neck. Kakuzu had played his cards well and now had the leaf shinobi in a tight spot. Asuma, Shikamaru, helped them. Sarutobi stopped another thrust from Hidden who was enjoying himself immensely. Hidden, don't let your guard down. Ha, I'm going to tear you to pieces. The silver-haired man began to repeatedly strike the jounin with his scythe. Asuma was giving in, his knuckle dusters were getting dented and his hands were hurting. Finally, Asuma had to jump back to avoid being cut in two. Asuma, damn it. Wind release, air blades. The sharp waves of air flew towards Hidden who remained static waiting. They hit him in the chest, but the gray-haired renegade opened his arms mockingly. Hidden, is that all you've got? I expected more from a leaf jounin. Asuma launched his wind blades again with the same result. Asuma POV, damn, this guy seems invincible. I have to think of something while Shika saves Ino and Chaoji. Sarutobi returned from his thoughts when Hidden's scythe grazed his throat. Hidden, come on. Give me at least a little bit of a game, ha. Asuma tried to attack the rogue, but he dodged the jounin's blows with too much ease. Meanwhile, while Shikamaru was trying to come up with a strategy to save his teammates from Kakuzu, the Nara planned a great idea. Shikamaru, Kurenai-sensei. Try to attack that guy. The red-eyed girl fixed her gaze on Kakuzu, and with a look at her students they understood what they had to do. Kurenai, now Team 8, Kiba and Akamaru ran towards Kakuzu who was waiting for them without moving. At that moment a large puppet appeared between the shinobi. It was Sasori. Sasori, sorry kid, but you're not getting past here. Hinata tried to help her teammate by hitting the redhead with her soft palm, but the blows had no effect. Hinata, it's not possible. I've nullified all your chakra points. Sasori, sorry kid, but my body is actually a puppet, so its chakra flow can't be interrupted. Kiba and Hinata started fighting Sasori, but they were no match for him. Shino was smarter and used his insects to surround the battlefield and attack Kakuzu from behind. The plan was going perfectly, but when the insects were about to touch Kakuzu, an explosion prevented it. Shikamaru smirked and took advantage of Kakuzu's destabilizing state to free his friends using shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru, Ino, you have to contact the village and ask them to send reinforcements. I don't think we can hold out much longer against these guys. The Yamanaka nodded and moved away to use her mental techniques to call for help. Chaoji and Shikamaru stayed behind to protect her, while Asuma fought Hidden and Team 9 fought Sasori. Kakuzu and Deidara tried to attack the blonde using explosives from the Rock Rogue and fire and wind jutsu from one of the immortals. Ino managed to contact her father, who rushed to the Hawkage Tower to inform the leader. In Konoha, Inoichi Yamanaka rushed into the 5th Hawkage's office. She asked him to calm down and explain his nervousness and haste. Inoichi told the Hawkage that he had received a mental message from his daughter who said they were in trouble and needed reinforcements. Tsunade summoned Shizune and the dark-haired woman hurried into the office. Tsunade, Shizune summoned the entire Team 7, we need them immediately. The brunette nodded and ran off. On the way she found Kakashi. Kakashi, hey Shizune, why the rush? The brunette stopped dead in her tracks and decided to take advantage of the Kakashi factor. Shizune, Kakashi, Tsunade-sama has asked me to find the entire Team 7. You need to go to Tsunade-sama's office immediately. Kakashi, yes. Shizune, go and find your students and go quickly to the tower. The brunette returned towards the tower and the jounin remained thoughtful. Kakashi POV, and where do I look now? Although knowing these guys, they're probably training as usual. The jounin disappeared in a smoke shunshin and appeared near training ground 7. As he had guessed, the boys were there training to work off their lunch. Kakashi approached and called their attention. Naruto, hey Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, guys, we need to get to the Hawkage Tower quickly. Sai, what's happening? Kakashi, I don't know, but it certainly won't be anything good. The shinobi decided to head towards the Hawkage Tower where a desperate Tsunade was pacing impatiently. At that moment, the members of Team 7 entered. Naruto, Obechin, what's wrong? The blonde calmed down and took a seat at her desk. Tsunade, you have a very urgent mission of S rank. It consists of going to the Fire Temple and helping Teams 8 and 10 from a trap set by 4 rogue ninjas. Kakashi, understood. Tsunade-sama, we're leaving. Tsunade, good luck. The shinobi left the room, leaving the Hawkage a little more at ease. She knew that with Team 7's entry, victory would go to the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, at the Fire Temple, the Konoha shinobi were in serious trouble. The 4 rogue ninja were incredibly strong. Hidden was still toying with Asuma, even though the Jounin was using his entire repertoire of wind and taijutsu techniques to try and damage the silver-haired ninja. Team 8 wasn't faring much better. Hinata and Kiba had been badly injured by the poison inflicted by Sasori's puppets. Kurenai and Shino realized that a direct attack on the former sand ninja would be suicidal. They tried attacking him with the insects and genjutsu they had at their disposal, but they were ineffective. Team 10 was also having problems. Engaging Deidara and Kakuzu in combat was suicidal. They couldn't get close because the rogue ninja were using the former stone ninja's explosives to push them back, and on top of that, they were using the Immortal's powerful jutsu. Asuma, wind release air bullet. The projectile from Sarutobai's mouth struck the silver-haired man in the chest, knocking him off balance. Now you're mine. The Jounin prepared a chakra-charged attack, leaping at Hidden to strike him. Hidden, I don't think so. The rogue took out his metal stake and drove it into Asuma. After this, the Jounin fell to the ground with a deep wound in his side. Hidden smiled, and after licking some of the blood from the weapon, he traced a series of seals. Now I will give you one last great honor. I will sacrifice you to Jashin-sama. The silver-haired man changed. His skin turned dark with white patches similar to voodoo shamans. Asuma, W what? Hidden stabbed himself in the right leg and Asuma screamed in pain. Ah, what have you done to me? Hidden, let's just say that now everything that hurts me will be reproduced in your body, ha 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 ha. The gray-haired man stabbed himself in the other and Asuma fell to the ground in pain, holding his legs that were bleeding profusely. Shikamaru-sensei. The Nara tried to help his master, but a series of explosions stopped him. In front of him, Deidara smiled as he molded explosive clay in his hands. Deidara, sorry kid, but you're not going to help your master the blonde through an explosive bird, forcing Shika to return to his companions. Shikamaru's POV, damn it, I have to help the sensei, but how? Crap, I hope the reinforcements arrive soon. While Team 7 rushed to the aid of their friends near the edge of the Fire Temple, Naruto knew that these rogue ninja were members of Akatsuki. There was no other way. If they were strong enough to defeat 2 of the Leaf Village's most promising teams, they must be members of that organization. Kakashi were getting closer, prepare for a fierce battle. The others nodded in agreement with their teacher. They ran for a while longer and could now see the desolate scene of the temple now in ruins. Things couldn't get any worse. Asuma was dying while Team 8 was badly beaten. Shikamaru and the rest of Team 10 were very tired of dodging attacks from Deidara and Kakuzu, who only deigned to use ranged attacks. Hidden, well, little one, I'm tired of playing with you, so enjoy hell. The silver-haired man drove his stake into his chest while laughing sadistically. Asuma fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes, witnessed by all his comrades. Deidara, wow, it looks like reinforcements are arriving. Konoha. The shinobi saw Team 7 appear. Naruto and Kakashi sadly observed Asuma's body on the ground. Hidden, hey guys, that blonde guy must be the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Let's finish off these dead weights and take him with us. Naruto, you're not taking anyone anywhere because you're all going to die. Deidara, you're a big mouth kid, we're going to have a great time kicking your ass. Naruto became enraged. Kakashi looked at him with fear. The curse mark appeared on his neck. Kakashi, oh no, Naruto jumped at Deidara and hit him hard on the head, sending him crashing into a tree. Sasori, let's see what you can do against this brat. The redhead summoned a large number of puppets that headed towards the blonde boy who kept his head down. Naruto, they're just simple dolls. The blonde boy raised his head, revealing red eyes with yellow tinges. His claws grew, taking on a terrifying shape, as did his teeth, which sharpened to resemble those of a beast. A devilish smile formed on Naruto's face. Guys, help our friends, I'll take care of showing them what hell is like. Kakashi decided to accept. Naruto was dangerous and unstable in that state, and it wasn't very smart to question his orders. Kakuzu, you're crazy kid, you alone against the 4 of us. Naruto, no, I just didn't Kuchios no jutsu. From a ball of smoke came a pink-haired girl dressed in combat armor similar to the blonde boys, only in a pink tone. The Bijuu smiled. Sakura, time to have some fun. Everyone was surprised to see that girl. Naruto, Sakurachin, let's make them pay for what they did to Asume-sensei. The pink-haired girl smiled, showing her claws. Deidara, you damn brat, I must admit you gave me a good hit, but it will be the last one you ever give. The blonde jumped and climbed onto a huge clay bird. Naruto, get ready. Sakurachin, I hope you enjoy beating up the people who want to use you. Sakura, yes Naruto-kun. Hidden, less talk and more action. The Akatsuki attacked the pink-haired girl with his scythe, but she stopped it dead in its tracks and delivered a tremendous blow to the gray-haired boy that sent him flying. Sasori, he's strong, I'll use my puppets. A large number of puppets surrounded the duo and lunged at them. Naruto and Sakura showed off their steel-sharp nails, cutting, tearing, and mutilating the puppets. Sasori smiled. Sakura, calm down, redhead, but the poison from your puppets doesn't affect us. Sasori's smile vanished instantly. Kakuzu, then we'll have to use all our strength. The Akatsuki treasurer took off his cloak and released what appeared to be three beasts made of fibers, each possessing an element. These joined Kakuzu and he began to launch powerful beams of energy of the different elements. Naruto, damn, this guy is really strong. To be able to damage him, we'll have to get closer. Kakuzu launched another wave of combined elements. Deidara, hey everyone, don't forget about me. The blonde X-Rock warrior pulled a large clay figure from his robes. I present to you my most devastating technique, the C3. Kakashi, damn it, that's a large range explosive. We have to get out of here. Naruto, sensei, take the injured to a safe place. Sakurachin and I will take care of this. Kakashi, alright, but once we've secured them, we'll return to help you. Kakashi picked up Asuma's body, just as the others carried the unconscious Kiba and Hinata and the badly injured Kurenai. Naruto smiled at Sakura and said, Naruto, by the time they get back, we'll be finished. The Bijuu of My Heart Chapter 14 Part 3. Kakashi was deep in thought as they ran away from the fight to avoid endangering the unconscious shinobi. Only a few remained standing. Shikamaru focused his attention on his sensei's corpse on the Koppanin's back. The Nara's blood boiled for not having been able to devise a strategy quickly enough to save him. The others followed the silver-haired man in silence, out of respect for Asuma and Kurenai, who was being helped by Sasuke. The Uchiha tried to comfort the genjutsu expert, but it was impossible. After marching in total silence, they arrived at an open field where Kakashi saw a good place to leave the wounded. Kakashi, we'll leave you here. We're going to help Naruto and that girl. The members of Team 10 prepared to leave, but Sasuke, you guys aren't coming. You're too tired and hurt. The best thing you can do is stay and protect Kiba and Hinata. Shikamaru, no, that's not fair. Everyone was surprised. It was the first time the usually calm and serene Nara had ever looked exasperated. Kakashi, it's for the best for everyone. I know how you feel about losing your sensei, but they need you here more than there. The Nara observed his sensei's body. Beside him was Kurenai kneeling while crying silently. Shikamaru, troublesome. The Nara cast one last glance at the silver-haired boy and approached the red-eyed girl to try and comfort her. Sasuke, well, sensei, we should go. Kakashi, yes, let's hurry. I don't think Naruto will fare well even with that girl. It's 4 against 2. Sai, well, what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. The 3 members of Team 7 left quickly while the others stayed there worried. In the Temple of Fire, the pair fought against a huge multitude of puppets summoned by the puppeteer of the sand. The other Akatsuki members watched the 2 kitsunes fight fiercely using their claws. Hidden, bah, I'm bored, I'm going after them. The silver-haired man lunged at the pink-haired woman, but she remained motionless. Hidden smiled and readied his scythe. I'm going to cut you in 2, beautiful. Sakura, heh, if I were you, I wouldn't be so sure about what's going to happen. In a fraction of a second, something hit the renegade, sending him flying and crashing into the rubble of a chapel. Deidara, what the hell was that? The former rock-headed man hadn't been able to see anything but an orange blur hitting his partner despite having a good view from his clay bird. Sasori, Deidara, watch out. The blonde couldn't react to a precise blow from the Bijuu that ended the clay bird, causing the Iwa Nukanin to fall into the void. Naruto, suck on this, you dyed blonde. Rasengan. The natural blonde hit the dyed one squarely with his Rasengan, sending him towards the same pile of rubble from which Hidden emerged very angry. Hidden, you've pissed me off, you pair of bastards. Hidden began to turn black as he pulled out his iron stake. Sakura, Naruto-kun, be careful with that guy, he seems to be using some kind of technique. The blonde looked at his pink-haired girlfriend smiling. Naruto, yes, Sakurachin, don't worry about me. A burst of lightning and fire elements caused the couple to separate. Kakuzu, I'm sorry to ruin your couple's moment, but it disgusts me. Take this. A new beam of wind, earth, and water elements tried to hit our heroes, but they easily dodged it. Naruto, is that all you know how to do, rice ball? Kakuzu stood still, lowering his head while clenching his fists. Hidden, ha 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 ha, that's great, rice ball. The truth is that with that thing you're wearing on your head you look like a Kakuzu. Kakuzu began to release chakra while taking off his mask. Kakuzu, now you'll see. Nothing insults me, much less a scum Jinchuriki like you. What was under the mask was worse. Huge black lumps appeared on Kakuzu's back along with 5 masks that emitted a small glow of different colors. Naruto realized that these masks had something to do with the way to defeat Kakuzu, who, now furious, launched himself at him. Naruto POV, this is going to be easier than I thought. Kakuzu, take this, you bastard. At that moment, a pink-haired girl appeared behind Kakuzu and hit him with a huge reddish sphere, breaking the masks on his back. Sakura, I've got you cursed. Now I don't think they can call you immortal. Kakuzu fell lifeless to the ground while Naruto smiled and the other 3 Akatsuki looked at them in surprise. Deidara, damn it. Guys, stop playing around, let's attack them together. The 3 of them launched themselves at Naruto and Sakura, who dodged the attacks of the 3 renegades as best they could. They made a good combination, with Deidara using his explosive clay to attack from a distance while Sasori and Hidden's puppets fought hand-to-hand with the 2 kitsune. Hidden, take this, take this, take this, and take this. Ha 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 ha. The silver-haired man tried to cut the blonde man from the leaf with his scythe, but it was impossible for him to reach him. Sakura took advantage of Deidara preparing more bombs and Sasori summoning more puppets to hit the silver-haired man. He barely flinched from the blow, or so it seemed. You damn bitch. I'm going to cut you in half and then grape you. The last immortal dropped his scythe and took out his stake, beginning to try to stab Sakura, but she moved with great agility and speed, making the thrusts of Jashin-sama's follower impossible. Deidara, hidden, don't get carried away or you'll end up like Kakuzu. The blonde Akatsuki member took out a large number of bombs and threw them at the Jinchuriki. Sasori summoned more puppets, which attacked the blonde man as they could not keep up with the Bijuu's speed. Naruto, I see I'm surrounded well, I'll have to use my swords. The blonde unsheathed his two katanas and took position. The bombs fell but Naruto didn't move, they didn't harm him. The puppets reached him and the festival of Kenjutsu techniques began. Deidara, damn it. Sasori, try something else, your puppets are useless. The red-haired ex-sand warrior opened his chest and long cables shot out at the fox boy. Naruto, shit, I didn't expect that, damn it. The cables grabbed one of the blonde's katanas, forcing him to let go. Deidara, my turn. C3. The former rock warrior launched his super explosive. Naruto jumped back but due to the shockwave he lost his other katana. Meanwhile, Sakura and Hidden attacked each other without being able to hurt one another. Hidden was very fast but still couldn't hit the jaded girl who in turn couldn't hit him either. Their confrontation resumed as they passed through where the other two Akatsuki members were attacking the blonde. Hidden, don't run away, you cowardly bitch. I just need a slight cut and I can have some fun with you, hahaha. Sakura POV, what does this guy mean by saying he can have fun with me with just one cut? The pink-haired girl kept turning it over in her mind until an image of Asuma on the ground came to her head. Now that she thought about it and looked closely, that guy had holes in the same areas as Asuma. Hidden, you're deep in thought, little one, are you scared? Hahaha. Sakura looked at him with a challenging smile. Sakura, I'm not afraid of you, it's just that I've just understood your technique, and I have to tell you that however strong it is, it's your weak point. Hidden flew into a rage. Hidden, I have no weak points. I am immortal and therefore invincible, now you will pay for your insolence with blood. Hidden increased the brutality of his attacks if that was possible, but Sakura dodged them, angering him even more. Sakura POV, okay, he's completely pissed off now. I hope my plan works and we'll have two fewer enemies. Sakura ran off while Hidden chased after her screaming like a psychopath. Naruto was feeling the effects of Deidara and Sasori, who complemented each other very well. Those damned bombs along with those stupid cables were exhausting him. Sasori approached the blonde. Sasori, surrender, Jinchuriki, you can't beat us. The redhead raised his wires as Naruto prepared to flee. At that moment Sakura approached quickly. Naruto decided not to flee. His intuition told him that it was the right thing to do. Sakura POV, come on, it's time. If I fail, Naruto-kun will be badly hurt. Sakura turned around and stuck her tongue out at Hidden, who, faced with this childish gesture, just lunged forward with his stake. Seconds before receiving the wound, Sakura moved and Hidden pierced Sasori. Sasori, ah, useless shit, why are you hitting me? Sakura, now Naruto-kun. Naruto, yes, wind release, Raisen Shuriken. A huge chakra shuriken struck the two Akatsuki members directly. Sasori died as his entire body disintegrated, and Hidden began to dissolve while screaming. Hidden, Nuo, I am invincible. How did you defeat me? Sakura, easy. If that technique you use can reproduce the damage you inflict on another, it can also be reversed. The former villager from the Hot Springs village ended up dissolving into ash, leaving only Deidara. At that moment, Team 7 arrived. Deidara, we'll meet again, Kyuubi, and when we meet, Akatsuki will be victorious. The blonde rogue fled on his clay bird. Team 7 made a move to follow him, but Kakashi stopped them. Kakashi, it's not worth following him, he's too fast. The silver-haired man looked at the pink-haired girl, making her feel uncomfortable. Girl, who are you? Naruto, this she is. The blonde looked at his Bijuu and she just took a step forward and spoke. Sakura, I am Kyuubi, the nine-tailed Bijuu. I know you'll call me a monster now, but I want you to know that I'm not one. Everyone was perplexed. It's not every day you see a Bijuu in its human form in front of you. Kakashi, are you Kyuubi? The young woman nodded. Sakura, I'm sorry that they lost a teammate because of me. Kakashi, no, I don't know what to say right now, but Asuma's death isn't your fault. Naruto approached and hugged the demon from behind. Naruto, that's right, Sakurachin, it's not your fault, but I swear Akatsuki will pay dearly for their crimes. Sakura, Yais, thank you all for your understanding. Naruto, no, thank you Sakurachin for saving me from Sasori and Deidara. The Bijuu turned her face away with a deep blush so that Naruto wouldn't see her, and giving a soft thank you, vanished in a puff of smoke. Sasuke, that was impressive. I didn't think that the cruel demon who ravaged the village years ago was such a sweet and beautiful girl. Naruto nodded. Naruto, yeah, Sakurachin wasn't to blame for that. Someone controlled her to do it and I promised her I'd find him and beat him up. Kakashi, interesting. If that's true, let me tell you that as your teacher and friend I will help you. Naruto smiled sincerely as he looked at his silver-haired sensei. Sasuke, and count me in too, Dobi, brothers support each other. Sasuke and Naruto bumped fists. And don't forget about me, haha, I'll always help you in any way I can, brother Sai and Naruto bumped fists. Kakashi, alright guys, we'll talk more about this later. Now let's go find the other teams and head back to Konoha. Everyone, yes. Team 7 set off, while inside the blonde boy, a pink-haired girl cried tears of joy as she thought about her blonde boyfriend. Sakura's POV, thank you Naruto-kun, thank you guys. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 15. During the journey to find the others, Naruto remained very quiet. This was intuited by everyone else, but it was little Gaara who had been present on the mission, but due to an error by the author did not acquire prominence, who, due to his curiosity, decided to ask him. Gaara, Naruto Nichin, what's wrong with you? You're very quiet. Naruto looked at the little redhead, his gaze filled with insecurity and worry. Naruto, I'm just a little worried, nothing more than that. Gaara continued to insist. Gaara, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Naruto sighed and gave up. It's impossible to get rid of a curious child. Naruto, it's just that I'm worried someone in the village will find out Sakurachin is Kyubei. Kakashi, why would they find out? Naruto, because now that I can summon her, I'd like to spend more time with her, train together, go out to eat together, so Sakurachin doesn't feel lonely inside me. Naruto's companions smiled, especially the silver-haired one. Kakashi POV, it seems you've fallen in love. Naruto, I just hope you don't end up with a broken heart, because love between a demon and a human is forbidden, and even more so if the human is the demon's vessel. Popular legends attest to this. Sasuke, Dobi, you shouldn't worry about such nonsense. If they ask, just say she's a friend you met in a nearby village and that you became very good friends. The Uchiha put special emphasis on the word friends, managing to pique the blonde's interest. Naruto, shut up team. What do you know about my relationship with Sakurachin? The Sharigan wielder laughed with superiority, further enraging him. To top it all off, Sai joined his raven-haired colleague. Sai, Sasuke, don't go too far. Besides, Naruto without a hennis wouldn't be able to satisfy Sakura. Gaara stood next to Kakashi and asked his sensei in a completely normal way. Gaara, sensei, why can't Naruto Nichin satisfy Sakura? Because he doesn't have a hennies. Kakashi almost ate a branch when he lost his balance from the shock. He meditated for a very long few minutes for an answer that would not traumatize the little one, even though he would soon be a teenager. Kakashi, well, you see, it's very complicated to explain. Besides, you wouldn't understand. Gaara puffed out his cheeks and they continued on their way. Kakashi sighed and turned to look behind him where his other 3 students were arguing about what to do with a hennies. Shut up already, you bastards. Don't you know you shouldn't talk about those things in front of a child? Naru Sasusai, hi, the 3 said, embarrassed as they continued on their way. They continued running through the forest of the Land of Fire until they reached the clearing where the other 2 Konoha teams were. Kakashi went to see Shikamaru while the others spoke with their recovered teammates who were ready to return to Konoha. Kakashi approached Shikamaru, who was sitting on a rock smoking a cigar. Kakashi, how is Kurenai? Were you able to calm her down and cheer her up? The Nara just looked away while taking a drag on his cigarette. Shikamaru, it was very troublesome. Kurenai-sensei has many reasons to be so devastated. Kakashi was not surprised by the Jounin's words. Kakashi, I knew she and Asuma had been in a relationship for a while. It's normal that she's so upset. She's lost a loved one. Shikamaru, it's not just that there's something else, sensei, and believe me, it's very troublesome. Kakashi was surprised and decided to ask the ingenious strategist. Kakashi, what do you mean by there's more to it than that? Shikamaru, it's something she told me after you left. Shikamaru flashback. 5 minutes after Team 7 left to help Naruto and Sakura against Akatsuki, Shikamaru approached Kurenai, who was crying beside Asuma's body. Shikamaru, Kurenai-sensei, the red-eyed girl spoke without lifting her head. Kurenai, go away. Shikamaru, right now I want to be alone. I'm not in the mood. The Nara knelt beside the Genjutsu expert while looking at Asuma's face. He had a peaceful expression. At least it seemed that when he died, he did so peacefully. Shikamaru hugged Kurenai. At first, she was surprised, but then she decided to reciprocate. Shikamaru, Kurenai-sensei, everything will be all right. I know it's a terrible loss, but we have to move on and be strong. I'm sure Asume-sensei wouldn't want to see you cry, and even less so for him. Kurenai, no, you don't understand. Shikamaru. Shikamaru, what do you mean, sensei? The red-eyed girl separated from Nara, looking at Asuma. Instinctively, she placed her hand on her stomach. Shikamaru opened his eyes, catching the hint. Are you pregnant? Kurenai, that's right. I've only known for a few weeks now that Asuma is dead. I don't know if I'll be able to raise my son alone. The worst part is that he won't have a father to take care of him and teach him. Shikamaru, don't say that. Kurenai-sensei, I'll take care of being a big brother so your son grows up happy and healthy. I'll do it for my sensei's memory, I swear. Shikamaru's words, full of determination, relieved the red-eyed girl, who smiled slightly. Kurenai, I'll take you up on that. Shikamaru, I hope you keep your promise, and thank you so much for encouraging me. We'll take care of my son so he has a decent childhood, just like Asuma would want. Shikamaru, yes, they both continued watching Asuma, determined to fulfill their promise in memory of the deceased. Shikamaru flashback end. Kakashi, Kurenai is pregnant. The Nara told the Jounin with the Sharigan to speak more quietly. Shikamaru, that's right, I hope you don't tell anyone, not until she's ready to tell, okay? Kakashi, yes, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Shikamaru finished his cigarette and threw it on the ground, stepping on it. Shikamaru, well, we'd better go, you know we have to organize a funeral. And it's very troublesome. Kakashi nodded and called the attention of the others. Kurenai also approached and Kakashi showed her his condolences. Kakashi, I'm sorry Kurenai, it's a shame about Asuma's death, I share your grief. The red-eyed girl smiled forcibly and spoke. Kurenai, thank you Kakashi. Kakashi picked up Asuma's body and carried it on his back and they all left at that moment for Konoha. The journey was very quiet, no one said anything out of respect for the deceased, thus the journey seemed long and arduous. They could already see the gates of the hidden village among the leaves. The teams entered and reported. Team 7 would give the information to the Hokage and Teams 8 and 10 would take Asuma's body to the morgue. The news of the death of the third Hokage's son spread like wildfire through the village. Tsunade couldn't help but feel bad after receiving the mission report. It was even worse when Kakashi told her privately about the red-eyed woman's pregnancy. Tsunade decided to proclaim 3 days of mourning for one of the most powerful Jounin of the Leaf Village. The next day was the funeral. Almost the entire village was present. In the front row, Kurenai couldn't hold back the treacherous tears that escaped her. Beside her, Shikamaru comforted her, offering his support throughout. All the rookies, Asuma's teammates, and other acquaintances of the third Hokage's son were there as well. Sakura didn't want to miss the funeral either. She felt partly responsible for his death since it was an Akatsuki member who killed him. That's why she asked the blonde boy to summon her. The fox concealed her power and demonic essence. She also skillfully dodged the questions from the girls of Naruto's generation, who, seeing her so close to the blue-eyed boy, began teasing her, asking if they were dating. The Bijuu claimed to be an acquaintance of the blonde boy who had gone to live with him for a while, nothing more. The day passed without further incident until nightfall, when Naruto suggested to his summoned creature that they go out to dinner. The Bijuu initially refused out of fear, but eventually accepted. Naruto was overjoyed, which delighted the Bijuu immensely. They strolled down the street chatting comfortably. Naruto, thank you for agreeing to come to dinner with me, Sakurachin, you make me very happy. The Bijuu blushed at the sight of the blonde boy's smile. He looked very handsome in the yukata he was wearing. It was a beautiful navy blue with the Uzumaki clan logo on the back. She was wearing a pink kimono with red accents, and she had put on makeup at her companion's request. Sakura, thanks to you Naruto-kun, I always wanted to be able to walk through a village without being attacked or having people run away from me. The pink-haired girl lowered her head, remembering what always happened when she approached a village. It always ended in disaster. The blonde boy took her hand tightly. The Yauko looked surprised at her container and then turned her head so he wouldn't see the huge blush on her face. Naruto led her to a luxury restaurant. Naruto, we'll eat here, I hope you like it. The Bijuu gazed at a huge old-style Japanese building, with gardens full of cherry trees and a pond with beautiful colorful fish. It was beautiful. The two entered and were greeted by a large number of waiters who very respectfully greeted the couple and led them to a table on the terrace where they could see the beautiful view of the night village and the cherry trees illuminated by the moonlight. Sakura, Naruto-kun, this must have cost you a lot of money. It wasn't necessary. The young man smiled at her, reassuring her. Naruto, it's nothing, Sakurachin, all for my kitsuneheim. The pink-haired girl blushed terribly. Just then the dishes they had ordered arrived. Sakura had ordered meat and Naruto had ordered ramen, but ramen of the best quality. He could even swear he saw pieces of gold flakes in the broth of his precious ramen. Sakura, it's delicious. Naruto-kun, how's your ramen? I see you're eating it very slowly. The blonde smiled at his Bijuu and shook his head. Naruto, I want to savor it slowly. It's very tasty and very expensive. Do you want to try it? The Bijuu nodded out of curiosity. The blonde took a small piece of meat from his bowl and brought it to the fox's mouth, who, very blushing, tasted it. Sakura, your dish is delicious. Naruto-kun, would you like to try mine? Smiling sweetly. Naruto, yes, that would be great. Hee, yes. The pink-haired girl took a small piece from her plate, dipped it in her sauce and brought it to the boy's mouth, who ate it with pleasure. The pink-haired girl noticed that a little bit of sauce was dripping from the corner of the blonde boy's lips, and with her finger she collected it to bring it to her mouth. Naruto looked at her very flushed. Everything was going as he and his friends had planned. He had to thank his sensei and his friends for their great idea. Naruto flashback. Naruto was training with his team while Sakura rested in their apartment and enjoyed her freedom. The blonde boy seemed thoughtful. In fact, he had been throughout Asuma's funeral. They thought it might be due to guilt or remorse over the Jounin's death, but they were surprised that he was still very quiet, so they decided to ask him. Kakashi, hey Naruto, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling remorseful about what happened at the fire temple? Everyone stopped training and the blonde boy shook his head. Naruto, that's not it, sensei. It's true that I feel bad about Asume-sensei's death, but it's another matter that has me like this. Sasuke, I don't know why, but I think it has something to do with your Bijuu, right? Naruto was surprised by his friend's sharpness. Naruto, yes, I wish I could confess my feelings to her and that she would notice me. The silver-haired boy sat down on the grass and his students imitated him. The copy ninja covered his Sharigan eye and closed his other eye with a thoughtful expression. Kakashi, if I were you I'd take her out to dinner. Sasuke, to a fancy restaurant the Uchiha added. Sai, constantly flatter her and highlight her beauty. They knew too much. Gaara, what a drag, I'm going to train. Yes, little Gaara found these topics very boring, so he got up and went to practice with his sand clones. Kakashi, finally after the evening take her somewhere special with a nice view and tell her how you feel. Naruto was a little hesitant. Naruto, what if she doesn't love me back? What if I lose her forever? Sasuke, if you don't risk it you don't win, Dobi, that's life. Show confidence in yourself and you'll have her in the bag. Naruto felt a little more confident. Sai, and if you see that she freezes up, kiss her. If she reciprocates, she loves you. If not, you'll just have to hope you don't lose your friendship with her. Naruto stood up and raised his fist. Naruto, I'll tell him today. He said with great determination as he ran off, saying goodbye to his friends. End of Naruto flashback. They had both finished their dishes, paid the hefty bill with Naruto's money and some loans from the Hokage. The couple left the restaurant and the Bijuu asked her container. Sakura, Naruto-kun, shall we go home now? The Yauko started walking but was stopped by the blonde boy who grabbed her arm. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Naruto, just let yourself go. The blonde boy took off his bandana and placed it over the pink-haired girl's eyes. Now I want to give you a surprise, Sakura-chan. Sakura, wait, Naruto-kun. The blonde boy picked up the pink-haired girl and quickly carried her, jumping across the rooftops. Naruto, Sakura-chan, trust me, I'm sure you'll like my surprise. The Yoko calmed down and let herself be carried by the blonde boy. After a short while, the young man gently placed her on the ground and spoke in her ear, causing the demon's skin to prickle. Are you ready, my princess? Sakura, yes. The blue-eyed boy removed the bandana from her eyes and the jaded girl saw that they were atop Hokage Hill. She could see a beautiful nighttime view of the entire village. She was speechless. It's beautiful, Naruto-kun. Naruto, not as much as you. Come on, Naruto, it's your moment. This Sakura-chan, since I met you I've had a great time with you. I've laughed, I've had fun, I've learned, and I've enjoyed myself a lot with you. His heart was beating 1,000 miles an hour, just like the fox demon's who was blushing deeply at the compliments. That's why I have to tell you that I've fallen in love with you, that I can't stop thinking about you, that I'm crazy about being able to feel your lips on mine, to be able to heal all your years of loneliness, to have a family with you and find the wretch who tarnished your name, all that because I want to see your smile. And for that smile to be thanks to me, I love you, Sakura-chan. Sakura. The blonde boy became even more nervous. The pink-haired girl had her head down. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but it's not safe for you to be with me as anything more than our Bijuu relationship. Naruto. I don't care if it's not safe for me to love you, because I will fight for your love. The Bijuu smiled sadly. Sakura, you already have my love, Naruto-kun, but I don't want anything to happen to you for starting a relationship with me. Relationships between humans and demons aren't allowed. Naruto, I don't care about the rules. I'll do anything to be by your side as more than just your vessel or your friend. On impulse, Naruto kissed the Bijuu's lips. She was shocked for a few moments but then returned the kiss, letting herself be carried away by her feelings. She knew it was wrong, but to hell with the rules. She loved this boy, and knowing him, he would surely achieve what he had promised. After all, he was the #1 ninja at surprising people. The kiss became passionate, and the blonde's tongue asked permission to enter the pink-haired girl's mouth, which she gladly accepted, thus beginning a battle of tongues that ended due to lack of air. Sakura-chan, I lo. Naruto was silenced by another kiss from his Bijuu. The Bijuu of my heart, Chapter 16. A blonde man, his black cloak in tatters, entered a dark cave. He walked through the cavern until he came across a group of people wearing the same clothing, only in good condition. Deidara approached them and a dark-haired man turned to look at him, his Sharigan blazing. Itachi, HMPH. Looks like you guys got a good beating. The others turned around, looking at the former rock. Deidara, shut up, I didn't expect him to be able to summon his Bijuu. Besides, he seems to possess Orochimaru's cursed mark. Leader, damn it, so Kyuubi has great power. In that case, we must focus on the other Bijuus and prepare a strategy to take him by surprise. Itachi, HMPH, that kid isn't that hard to capture. The problem is you sent a bunch of useless idiots after him. Deidara glared at him with hatred. Deidara, did you call me useless? You're an idiot. At least I didn't kill innocent people from behind like a coward. Itachi grabbed Deidara by the neck and looked at him with his Sharigan, putting him in a genjutsu. Leader, damn it, Itachi. The Uchiha released the blonde, who fell flat on the ground breathing heavily. Deidara and your other 3 companions. Deidara, they're dead. Leader Sama, as I told you before, that Kyuubi caught us by surprise. We didn't expect it to be so strong. Leader, all right, rest and prepare to go after the other Jinchuriki. Everyone left the interior of the cave while Itachi sat on a rock. Kasame approached him. Kasame, are you all right, Itachi-san? I see that Deidara bothered you quite a bit. Itachi, HMPH, that idiot acted like a know-it-all and talked too much. Kasama's POV, Itachi-san is too affected by being reminded of his clan's massacre. I must stop him. Meanwhile, on Mount Hokage with the Bijuu Jinchuriki duo, Naruto thoroughly enjoyed the sweet cherry taste of the Bijuu's lips, just as she enjoyed the minty taste of the blonde's. They separated because of the damn air and looked into each other's eyes. Between them there was an incredible brightness that attracted their gazes. Naruto, Sakurachin, I love you. I want you to know that I will fight against Kamisama if necessary so that you are by my side forever. The Bijuu put her hands to her mouth in shock. Sakura, Naruto-kun, are you doing all this for me? The blonde boy smiled and nodded. Naruto, for you anything, my beloved Sakurachin. The young man kissed the demon's lips again, who brought her arms around the blue-eyed boy's neck, pulling him closer to her. Sakura, Naruto-kun, I love you. You're the first person who treats me like I'm not a monster, who sees me for who I am and loves me for who I am. The Bijuu was very flushed. She loved that feeling in her stomach every time she kissed her container. The kiss grew more intense and passionate. They separated again for lack of oxygen. Naruto took Sakura by the hand and they sat on a bench. The pink-haired girl used her companion's lap as a seat, contemplating the night landscape of the village. Sakura, it's beautiful. Naruto, you are more beautiful, my life. The Uzumaki kissed his Bijuu again, who reciprocated the gesture with obvious pleasure. Sakura, Naruto-kun, you're the most important thing to me. I love you. The Bijuu broke the kiss to kiss her beloved Jinchuriki's neck. Naruto groaned hoarsely with pleasure, which made Yoko smile. Naruto, Sakurachin, what are you doing? The Bijuu smiled pervertedly. Sakura, I'm playing with my boyfriend. Don't you like playing with your girlfriend? The blonde smiled and kissed his now official girlfriend. Naruto, but I think for this kind of game it would be better to go somewhere a little more intimate. The pink-haired girl smiled knowingly and was taken by her partner to a hotel. After renting a room, they both went upstairs and closed the door. Once locked in the room, Sakura began to kiss her Jinchuriki passionately. Naruto reciprocated while caressing the exquisite body of the demon, who purred sensually in his ear, encouraging him to continue his caresses. Sakura, and Naruto-kun, I can't wait any longer. Let's go to bed. The fox took the Uzumaki by the hand and led him to the bed in the room. There they sat down on it and continued with more caresses and kisses. Naruto, are you sure about this, Sakurachin? The Yoko nodded and began to undress the blonde, leaving him in his boxers. He did the same, removing the beautiful kimono the demon was wearing. When she took it off, the Bijuu shone for a moment before showing the 9 tails waving on her back and cute little fox ears on her head. Sakura, this is what I look like when I take my clothes off. I hope you don't mind, Naruto-kun. The blonde boy kissed her while she hugged him with her tails and arms. Naruto, you look beautiful in every way, Sakurachin. Sakura, oh Naruto-kun, you always know what to say to me. The Bijuu kissed the blonde and went down to his boxers, got rid of them and contemplated the blonde's member in all its splendor. Naruto, Sakurachin, The Bijuu hungrily licked her container's member, blushing deeply. Naruto set the pace with his right hand. The jaded girl decided to swallow it and swallowed it to the base, making the blue-eyed boy arch his back in pleasure. The Bijuu alternated licks and swallows, giving great pleasure to her companion. Naruto, Sakurachin, I'm about to come. The pink-haired girl continued sucking and the blue-eyed boy ejaculated in her mouth. Sakura swallowed it all while Naruto lay down on the bed. Sakura, Naruto-kun, come to me. Sakura opened her legs and sensually attracted the blonde with a finger. The referred to approached her and she hugged him. Naruto, are you sure you want us to do it this way? She pulled him closer and kissed him passionately. Sakura, yes, Naruto-kun, but be gentle. It's my first time. The blonde smiled and kissed his little fox's forehead. Naruto, here I go, Sakurachin. The young man carefully entered the pink-haired girl, who let out a moan of pain. Naruto waited until his lover began to move her hips. Sakura, come on, Naruto-kun, make me yours, please. The blonde boy began to move his hips, making the demon moan. They both started out of rhythm, but over time they became more in sync, filled with pleasure. Naruto could feel everything tightening down there, filling him with incredible pleasure. Sakura, for her part, could only moan with delight as she felt her beloved blonde reach so deep inside her. Sakura was experiencing desire, love, passion, and possession. She couldn't contain herself any longer and wrapped her tails around the blonde, pulling him closer to her. Sakura, Naruto-kun, I love you, I'll love you forever. The queen of the tailed beasts passionately kissed her partner as she felt herself dying. Naruto, Sakurachin, I'm coming. The pink-haired girl hugged the Uzumaki tighter, preventing him from separating from her. Sakurachin, I'm going to come inside you. The blonde boy came inside the pink-haired girl, who smiled with pleasure as she suffered an orgasm that made her convulse. Sakura, Naruto-kun, this has been great. The blonde still felt strong, so he hugged the Bijuu, kissing her neck. Naruto-kun, can you still go more? You're very naughty. The pink-haired girl grabbed the blonde boy with her tails and trapped him against the wall. The Bijuu began to lick his entire body, especially the boy's well-formed torso. Naruto noticed how his little friend was about to explode from excitement. Sakura, MNN, it seems you like this a lot. The pink-haired woman began to hungrily suck her container's member, which was very excited. The fox maiden licked from the base to the tip, causing an electric current of pleasure to run through the blonde man. Naruto, Ogmum, the Yoko smiled contentedly and released her prey. He stared at her while she sensually licked a finger. Sakura, Naruto-kun, I've been very bad, punish me. The one addressed couldn't take it anymore and threw himself on top of her. Naruto thrust into the Bijuu with incredible speed, and she thoroughly enjoyed how well her blonde lover was doing it. Naruto could only see how hexy his Sakurachin was. They gazed into each other's eyes as they became completely engrossed in their dance of pleasure. Naruto couldn't hold back any longer and brought his mouth to hers, capturing her lips in a passionate kiss that grew hotter as the thrusts intensified. Naruto and Sakura couldn't contain themselves any longer and came together, their tongues mingling. Both were exhausted. Sakura hugged her new partner around the torso and snuggled close to him. After a tender kiss, they both fell asleep. The next day, Sasuke, Gaara, and Kakashi were at Training Field 7. Kakashi was surprised that Naruto hadn't shown up, even though he was the one who always insisted on training and always finished last. Kakashi, so guys, you still haven't seen Naruto. Sasuke, no, Kakashi-sensei, he's probably still with his Bijuu. Sai, that's right, how do you think the date went? Kakashi, they must have done something inappropriate, the silver-haired man said with a perverted look, scandalizing his students. Sasuke, what thing sensei says, I don't think that Dobi is like Jiraiya-sama. At that moment the Uchiha felt a hand grab his shoulder. Jiraiya, why do you say Naruto isn't like me? Explain yourself, Sasuke. Sasuke, damn Jiraiya-sama, you scared me. Jiraiya, answer me, Sasuke, why doesn't Naruto look like me? Kakashi, you see Jiraiya-sama, Naruto had a date with a girl yesterday, hehe. The toad Sannin's eyes lit up. Jiraiya, that's my boy, smiling at the sky, he probably took her to bed, laughing proudly. Gaara, why did he take her to bed, was she sick? Everyone looked at the little redhead in fear, they had forgot he was there. Sai, no, hehe, you see Gaara, when a man and a woman like each other, well. Everyone except Sai and Gaara, shut up, Sai. Kakashi, you see Gaara, Naruto, and Sakura were very tired, so they went to bed, hehe. Gaara, ah well, he did well to take her to bed. Everyone sighed in relief. At that moment Naruto and Sakura came walking very happily, holding hands and very close together, which aroused smiles in the blonde's friends and perverted looks in their two senseis. The couple arrived next to the ninjas and greeted very happily. Both, hello everyone, how are you? Everyone, hello, we're fine. Kakashi, how was your evening, lovebirds? They both blushed deeply as they remembered what had happened the night before. Sakura, we did very well, Kakashi-san, hehe. Naruto, that's right, Kakashi-sensei, Sakurachin and I had a great time last night. Jiraiya approached the Bijuu and looked her up and down. Jiraiya, POV, Naruto doesn't have bad taste, that's my student, yes sir, evaluating the woman. Sakura, what are you looking at, do I have something on me? Jiraiya, no, it's just that I've never seen you around here before anyway, my name is Jiraiya and I'm one of the 3 legendary Sannin, it's a pleasure to meet you, Sakura. The Bijuu smiled and shook her hand. Sakura, it's a pleasure, Jiraiya-sama, I hope we get along very well. So after the greetings, Team 7 decided to start their daily training, which Sakura and Jiraiya joined to pass the time. After an hour of hard practice, the senseis said goodbye and left their students. The other members of Team 7 understood that the blonde one surely wanted to be alone with his Bijuu, so they said goodbye, excusing themselves by saying that they had to go see the 5th Hokage. Thus the NS couple were left alone. Naruto, Sakurachin, when are we going to tell them we're dating? The Bijuu kissed her boyfriend and smiled tenderly. Sakura, whenever you want, my love, you know I don't mind, whenever you want to tell him, you tell him. Naruto, okay Naruto-kun, how about we go somewhere to relax? So the two walked along a path hand in hand, Sakura clinging to her blonde friend. They walked for a while until they reached a beautiful lake. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 17. Upon arriving at the lake, they both sat on its shore, still holding hands. They were very happy and at peace. Right now, Akatsuki and any other problems that could break this beautiful atmosphere surrounding them didn't matter. Sakura hugged Naruto and sat on his lap while tenderly stroking his hair. Sakura, Naruto-kun, will you promise me one thing? Naruto, whatever, Sakurachin, you know I'd do anything for you. The pink-haired girl smiled and continued caressing her boyfriend, only now she focused on his little whiskers that she liked very much. Sakura, promise me you'll always be by my side. I've never felt anything like what I feel for you. Naruto hugged her protectively while kissing her forehead. Naruto, I promise you, Sakurachin, you know I don't break my promises because that's my ninja way. Sakura, thank you, Naruto-kun. The Bijuu couldn't resist the impulse and kissed the young man, who quickly reciprocated her loving gesture with the same devotion. They stayed like that for a while until Naruto decided they should leave because it was getting late and they needed to eat something to regain their strength. Elsewhere, a group of shadows were gathered, their clothing consisting of black cloaks with red clouds. Yes, it was the Akatsuki. Leader, well guys, we'll soon have finished my fabulous plan to bring peace to this rotten world. We only need 3 more Jinchuriki, Shukaku, Hachibai, and Kyubai. Yes, soon we will have carried out our evil plan. A man with black hair and an orange spiral mask laughed like a fool. Deidara, shut up, Tobai, why did you have to put me with him, Leader Sama? The leader looked at Deidara as if he didn't care about the subject. Leader, because you didn't have a partner, so shut up and learn to get along with him. Tobai, that's right, Deidara-senpai, Tobai is a good kid. We can be a great team. The former rock member put his hand to his face in demonstration of his tiredness at having to put up with the new member of the organization. Kasame, those two are a burden to us, aren't they, Itachi-san? The Uchiha didn't show much interest in his companion's words. Itachi HMPH, those two can act like idiots all they want, but they better not get in our way. Kasame, Ai's Itachi-san, damn, he's really scary when he gets like this. Leader, well, rest now, we'll soon carry out a masterstroke to capture Kyubai and Shukaku according to my spies' reports. They're both in Konoha. Tobai, yes, Tobai will finish them off, but how will we capture them? The leader simply smiled. Leader, very easy, we'll destroy Konoha and take them all away. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Konoha, Naruto and Sakura were returning from their romantic getaway. They walked hand in hand, close together, entering the village through its enormous gates, observed by the villagers and a few shinobi coming and going from their missions and various tasks. Naruto had planned to take her home, but then he remembered that his friends would be there and it might be awkward, so he paused for a moment, lost in thought, until an idea came to him. Naruto, Sakurachin, you're sure you don't want to go back inside me, right? Sakura, no, Naruto-kun, I want to be with you as much as possible. That's why I made a blood pact with you so I can be summoned by you for long periods of time without you getting tired of it. Naruto, that's why since you'd probably feel uncomfortable with Sasuke, Sai, and Gaara in the same house, I've decided we'll go to my old apartment if you don't mind, of course. Sakura, okay, let's go there. They both walked through the streets of Konoha until they reached the apartment block that the blonde used to live in. They went up the stairs and stood in front of a door. The blonde took out his keys and opened it. Naruto, it's a little dirty, but that's normal, I haven't been in here for ages, wait, Sakurachin. I'll clean this up a bit. Naruto crossed his fingers and several clones appeared. These, along with the original, dusted, changed the bed sheets, threw away the expired food, etc. Sakura, that's enough, Naruto-kun will finish cleaning tomorrow, now let's go to bed. She said this last part in a sensual tone in the ear of the lucky blonde boy who, like a puppet, followed the fox goddess to the bed. Naruto, are you sure you want us to sleep together in such a small bed? The Bijuu took off her annoying kimono and entered the blonde's bed, gesturing for him to follow her. Naruto got into bed and Sakura positioned herself on top of him, smiling lasciviously. Sakura, it seems something down there has awakened. I think you're going to have trouble sleeping. Naruto, are you always looking for a fight? Sakura, yes, my Naruto-kun, so I'm not going to let you sleep. The pink-haired girl bit the blonde boy's ear, causing him to shiver, although very excitingly. Naruto, Sakurachin, you can't beat me, haha. The young man caressed Sakura's breasts and licked her earlobe, causing the same shivers in her. You're going to enjoy this night. Sakurachin the blonde lowered his mouth to the Yaoko's lips and kissed them tenderly, while massaging the breasts of the queen of the Bijuu. Sakura couldn't stand that her beloved was winning at their delicious game, so she sat on top of the blonde's torso and began to kiss him lustfully while massaging what was inside his boxers. Sakura, you're not going to beat me, Naru-kun, I'm in charge here and you're my prey. The Yauko moved down the blonde's torso, licking and kissing him until she reached his underwear. She quickly removed it and without delay took his member into her mouth. Naruto let out a hoarse but pleasurable moan that encouraged Sakura to continue her task. Naruto, it seems you've taken this seriously. The Bijuu didn't respond and continued with her task, causing electric currents to run through the boy's entire body. I'm coming. The blonde came inside the Bijuu's mouth, which hungrily swallowed all his essence. Sakura, it's delicious. Without saying a word, Naruto grabbed the pink-haired girl and opened her legs, revealing all her beauty. Naruto, you're beautiful. The blonde started licking the crotch of the pink-haired girl who moaned very subtly. The Uzumaki inserted 2 fingers inside the Yauko's cavity who moaned loudly and grabbed the blonde's hair, pulling him closer to her. Sakura, Naru. Keep going, my love. Naruto moved his fingers while continuing to lick the pink-haired girl's clitoris, who was enjoying it immensely. I'm coming, Naru-kun. The blonde gladly received the Bijuu's juices while she, very excited and hot, watched him drink them. Naruto, now comes the good part. Sakurachin, as had happened before, the pink-haired girl showed her 9 tails and her fox ears that the blonde boy was starting to like. Sakura, come on, my love, give me everything. Naruto was surrounded by the 9 tails of the Yauko, which attracted him more to her. Naruto passionately kissed the Bijuu, inserting his tongue into her mouth, which quickly began a battle between hers and the blonde's to see who would win. The blue-eyed boy inserted his member into the area of the Bijuu queen, causing a moan that was muffled by another kiss. Naruto, MMMNN, your very tight Sakurachin on Naruto began thrusting into the pink-haired girl who, smiling broadly, kissed her container on the neck. Sakura, ah Naru my life I love Yao. The blonde increased his thrust while the Bijuu and her tails set the rhythm. Naruto, I'm coming. The blonde felt the Bijuu grab him with arms, legs and tails so that he would leave his seat inside her, so he did, the two remaining united by their fluids in the ecstasy and love that they were processing. Sakura leaned against the blonde man's chest, making small circles with her finger while looking at her lover, blushing deeply. He returned her gaze with great love and tenderness, causing the aforementioned blush of the Bijuu. Naruto, Sakurachin, I love you, I'm telling you and I'll tell you as many times as necessary. The demon smiled happily and hugged her jailer's trunk tighter. Sakura, I know my Naruto-kun, I love you too and I will love you forever. Naruto smiled and had an impulse. Seeing how the Bijuu's ears moved, he wanted to touch them and blow on them, and so he did. He gave a light blow on one of the ears and Sakura jumped very red. And Naruto-kun, W, what are you doing? Naruto, I like your fox ears, they're so cute and I want to touch them and blow on them. He tries not to laugh. Sakura, W, what nonsense are you talking about? Naruto-kun, I don't like them. Naruto gently turned Sakura's face with his hand and made her look him in the eyes. Naruto, everything about you is beautiful, like your smooth, lovely forehead, your eyes green and sparkling like the most expensive emerald, your hair straight and voluminous like the very sky at dawn, your little ears, tender and soft like those of a plush toy. I could go on and on with everything you possess, my love, simply. You are perfect. The pink-haired girl began to cry and hugged her great love with great affection. Sakura, thank you, my life, my Naruto-kun. My love, no one has ever said anything like that to me before, and I can only tell you that I love you more every day. They hugged each other and fell asleep, snuggled together and happy with what had happened. The next morning, Naruto got out of bed and saw that Sakura wasn't beside him. There was also something odd about the atmosphere, a delicious smell of food. The young man got up and put on his underwear to go to the kitchen of his apartment, where that delicious smell was coming from. There he saw his Sakura in her underwear cooking with a smile on her face. Without saying a word, he approached her from behind and hugged her. Sakura, hello my love, breakfast is almost ready. I went shopping and brought vegetables for a balanced breakfast. Go take a shower while I finish my life. Naruto gave his Bijuu a tender kiss and went to the bathroom. Sakura was left thoughtful with a smile on her face. Sakura's POV, so this is what married life is like. I like it, especially with my Naruto-kun. The happy pink-haired girl thought as she finished preparing breakfast. Naruto finished showering and after getting dressed went to have breakfast with his love. They both ate amid laughter and affectionate words. Meanwhile, at training ground number 7, Team 7 began their training while waiting for the couple. They were late again, but oh well, who would break up such a prosperous and beautiful relationship? POV, Naruto-kun is late for training again. This has been happening ever since he came with that pink-haired girl. Damn slut, Naruto-kun is mine and no one else's. Thought a girl hidden behind some trees watching Team 7. The Bijuu of my heart, Chapter 18. The girl who was hiding behind one of the trees in the training field was very engrossed in watching Team 7 train, or rather thinking about where the blonde boy who drove her crazy was. The girl felt a hand on her shoulder and instinctively turned around, bumping into a blonde with blue eyes who was wearing very provocative purple clothes. Hinata, what are you doing here? The blonde smiled at her friend and said, Ino, I only came to watch Seikun's training, but from what I can see I'm not the only one spying on the boy of her dreams, Yamanaka said, nudging the girl with her elbow. Thighs and I, well, yes, the Byakugan user replied nervously. Ino, Hinata, you came to see Naruto, right? The Hyuga just nodded sadly. Hinata, yes, I was coming to see him, but lately he's been late for training and he's not around his house, and the Hyuga was cut off by the blonde. Ino, Naruto seems to have a girlfriend. In fact, I saw him the other day with the new girl who arrived in the village. They were holding hands and very lovey-dovey. The Hyuga couldn't contain herself and clenched her fists. This was seen by the specialist in mental techniques who felt guilty. Hinata, that girl who goes off with Naruto-kun gives me a bad feeling. Ino, but you don't even know her. Hinata, you can see it in that boar face she has. She's probably just using Naruto-kun. Ino, you're not like that, Hinata, really. Many times people aren't what they seem anyway. I'll leave you now. I'm going to talk to Seiken. The Yamanaka left the witty-eyed girl deep in thought as she greeted her Sai and the other members of Team 7. Hinata POV, whatever you say, Ino, but I'll make sure that bitch leaves and never comes back. And so the Hyuga left towards the Leaf Village. Naruto and Sakura finished breakfast and decided to go train. It was already quite late, but oh well, they would train just the two of them. They both left the blonde boy's apartment and headed towards the training fields, running into the members of the blue-eyed boys team along the way. Sasuke, finally you show up. Dobi, let's stop being such a couple and get training. Naruto, sorry guys, but Sakura and I have been really busy these past few days. We'll be on time at the training ground tomorrow. Kakashi, look, as your sensei, I think it's very rude to skip training. Sai approached Sasuke's ear and whispered. Sai, and that's coming from the guy who spends the whole training reading an erotic book. Sasuke held back his laughter as Kakashi glared at his students. Kakashi, very funny, Sai, at least I don't get all flustered when a girl kisses me on the cheek. Sai HMPH. Sasuke, well, we're leaving. I'm sure Gaara is already home waiting for us. Naruto, okay guys, oh, one more thing, from now on I'll be living with Sakurachin in my old apartment, so don't wait up for me. The two boys looked at the blonde boy smiling. Sasuke, no, we were expecting something like that. We didn't think you'd spent these days sleeping on the street. Naruto, ah, that was a good one in that case. See you tomorrow guys, and so the pair said goodbye to their friends and resumed their journey towards the training fields. Naruto and Sakura arrived at field number 7 and the pink-haired girl was surrounded by a reddish mist that covered her entire body. This disappeared, revealing the pink-haired girl without her kimono. She was now wearing the same combat suit she used in the fight against the artists and the immortal duo. Naruto took an attack stance, as did the pink-haired girl, who extended her claws while licking her lips. Naruto, Shadow Clone Jutsu. About 20 clones of the blonde appeared, flanking the pink-haired girl, who looked at them as if they were nothing. Sakura, come on my love, are you underestimating me? The fox got rid of the clones using her claws, showing great agility and speed. Come on Naruto-kun, attack me with whatever you want. The blonde smiled sideways, disconcerting the pink-haired girl. At that moment, a pair of arms emerged from the ground and grabbed the pink-haired girl's feet. Naruto, now. At that moment, a clone fell from the sky with a Rasengan in its hand. The Yako could only react by putting her arms out in a cross to protect herself. Well, Sakurachin, it seems you're not in good shape. Hee. At that moment, the pink-haired girl who was on the ground disappeared in a ball of smoke, leaving the blonde boy shocked. Sakura, don't let your guard down, Naruto-kun. The pink-haired girl emerged from some bushes at great speed with her red chakra claws ready to cut. Naruto, shit. The shinobi managed to dodge Sakura's slashes, but she smiled and took out her tails to grab the boy by one leg and slam him to the ground. The fight changed leaders. Now Sakura had the blonde on the ropes, barely able to dodge the slashes and attacks of the Bijuu's tails, who had everything under control. One of the tails managed to grab the blue-eyed boy's arm, destabilizing him and causing him to fall to the ground. The pink-haired girl took advantage of this to jump on top of her Jinchuriki, her claws ready to cut the blonde boy. Naruto POV, shit, if it hits me it's going to hurt, I have to dodge it. Somehow the blonde rolled on the ground and the pink-haired girl fell in the place where she was before. The ground was destroyed by the force. Sakura, for now you're safe, Naruto-kun, but you're not exactly showing me you're strong. That stung the young ninja's pride, and he began to be possessed by the cursed seal. The control and counter seals were useless. The blonde boy began to be surrounded by dark marks all over his body, worrying the pink-haired girl. Naruto, nobody doubts my strength, nobody. The blonde performed 2 Rasengans that acquired a dark hue and launched himself at full speed towards the pink-haired girl, who, due to fear and shock, could not dodge the attack, receiving it directly in her stomach and sending her crashing into some trees in the training field. Sakura, ugh. That hurt. The pink-haired girl tried to stand up, but as she did, the possessed one quickly appeared and gave the Yako a terrible blow that left her semi-conscious. The young man had lost control over his cursed seal. Naruto began to mold chakra in his hand, creating a Rasengan of considerable size. Sakura, who could barely defend herself, screamed in terror. Naruto reacted to the scream and the cursed marks disappeared, causing him to fall to his knees. Naruto, what happened? The blonde boy surveyed the forest, taking in all the destruction, and finally noticed the pink-haired girl, who was in very bad shape, almost unconscious. Sakurachin, are you okay? What the hell happened to you? Sakura, Naruto-kun, the pink-haired girl finally succumbed to unconsciousness, and the blonde boy, gripped by panic, decided to take her to the hospital. Naruto carried his Bijuu on his back, running like never before through the rooftops and alleyways of Konoha towards the village hospital. Naruto could see the immense building with white walls that had numerous windows and lights. The blonde boy entered swiftly, running over nurses and patients. A nurse approached the nervous boy and could see the girl he was carrying. Naruto, quick, take her away and call Tsunade. The nurse nodded and gestured to other nurses to bring a stretcher to take the pink-haired girl away. Another was in charge of notifying the 5th Hokage. About 10 minutes passed. Naruto had been in the room with Sakura, very worried. He had not let go of the Bijuu's hand at any time. At that moment the door opened and the 5-tamer entered, followed by her assistant Shizune. Tsunade, what happened, Naruto? The blonde could only look away from his pink-haired friend and direct his gaze to the blonde, who was waiting for an answer. Naruto, I don't know, I only remember training with Sakurachin and waking up to find everything destroyed and her semi-conscious, nothing more. The blonde signaled to her student to check on the young man's condition while she took care of the Jadid girl. Shizune, Naruto-kun is clean, Tsunade-sama. The brunette smiled at the blonde. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, Tsunade-sama will take care of your friend, she'll be fine. Naruto, I hope so. That's all. The Uzumaki looked at his Bijuu as it received the medical jutsu from the slug Sannin. After about 5 minutes, Tsunade ended her jutsu. Tsunade, okay, Sakura is fine, she'll just need rest and she'll be discharged soon. When she wakes up, tell her I need to talk to her. The Senju opened the door to leave with Shizune, but a voice stopped her. Sakura, Naruto-kun, where am I? The pink-haired girl saw the Hokage and her assistant at the door, which confused her even more. What happened? Tsunade, that's what we want you to tell us. What happened during your training? The pink-haired girl lowered her head and remembered what had happened. Naruto, tell us, Sakurachin, what or who did that to you? The Yauko looked into her container's deep blue eyes and sighed. Sakura, it was you. Naruto-kun, the blonde boy, opened his eyes in shock, as did the other two present. Naruto, MME. I don't remember. It can't be. I didn't mean to hurt you. I don't know what I did to you. The pink-haired girl narrated the events of what happened during her training, leaving everyone speechless, especially the blonde boy. Sakura, Naruto-kun, it wasn't your fault. You just lost control over the cursed seal. It wasn't your fault. The blonde boy was downcast and very dejected. Naruto, I'm sorry, Sakurachin, I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm sorry. The blonde boy stood up and left the room. Sakura, Naruto-kun, the Bijuu tried to get up but was stopped by the Hunjied girl. Tsunade, he needs to be alone tomorrow. You'll talk to him and clear everything up, okay? The pink-haired girl just huffed and lay back down on the bed. Shizune, Tsunade-sama, do you think Naruto-kun is alright? Tsunade, yes, Shizune, I just hope he doesn't do anything stupid. You know how Naruto is. The brunette smiled. Shizune, yes, but she is who she is and she's endearing. The two women left the Bijuu's room and she was left deep in thought. Sakura, Pav, will you be okay? Naruto-kun. Naruto ran through the village streets, barely able to contain his tears. He had almost killed the girl he loved. It didn't matter that he wasn't aware of it. He felt guilty for not being able to keep the cursed seal at bay and for causing those terrible wounds to his Sakura. The shinobi reached a park and decided to sit and reflect on a bench located under a large cherry tree. The blonde spent some time thinking about how he could look the Bijuu in the face when a voice startled him and pulled him from his thoughts. Hinata, Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Are you okay? The Hyuga sat down next to the blonde boy who was still lost in thought. Naruto, hello Hinata, I'm not doing very well. The witty-eyed girl became more worried. Hinata, has something happened? I hope it doesn't have anything to do with that bitch. The blonde boy thought about whether to tell Hinata about what happened, but in the end decided to open up to her. Naruto, you see Hinata, it's just that today during training I seriously injured Sakurachin. Hinata, oh what a shame I didn't kill her. And is Sakurasan alright? Naruto, yeah, Obechin told me I just needed to rest, besides she woke up before I left. Hinata, so nothing happened, right? The blonde sighed. Naruto, actually now comes the most serious part. Obechin asked Sakurachin what happened while we were training, and it turns out I lost control of my cursed seal and almost killed her. Now I can't even look her in the eyes. What do you think, Hinata? The lighted girl looked into the boy's blue eyes, stunned by them. Hinata, well, you should talk to her about it. Naruto-kun, the Hyuga regained some composure and cursed herself for saying that. The blonde jumped up from the bench. Naruto, you're right, Hinata, I should talk to her and tell her I'm truly sorry. Thank you, you're a good friend. The blonde boy ran off towards the hospital, leaving the heiress with the white eye furious. Naruto arrived at the hospital in a rush, entering like a bat out of hell, dodging everyone in his path until he reached the room occupied by the nine-tailed demon. He entered without knocking, as usual, and saw the pink-haired girl lying in bed while looking out of her window. Naruto, Sakurachin, the Yauko turned around and green collided with blue, leaving them both speechless. Sakura, Naruto-kun. Naruto, Sakurachin, I'm sorry about before. I didn't mean to hurt you or do anything to harm you. You're what I love most in my life, and just thinking about you disappearing from my life would kill me. The pink-haired girl wasn't angry with her container. She knew he wouldn't intentionally hurt her. The pink-haired girl got out of bed with some difficulty and hugged the blonde boy. Sakura, don't apologize, it wasn't your fault. Besides, I couldn't be angry with you. I love you too much. The Yauko kissed her container's lips, who hugged her from behind and returned the kiss. They kissed for a while. Naruto, well, visiting hours are about to end. I have to go. The pink-haired girl smiled knowingly. Sakura, why don't you sleep in bed with me? Naruto, okay my love. They both lay down and the pink-haired girl threw the sheet over them, about 15 km from Konoha. Shadows advanced through the woods, leaping through the trees. We will soon destroy Konoha and obtain Shukaku and Kyubai. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 19. Naruto woke up several times during the night, gazing at his beloved pink-haired girl as she slept. She was an angel. Naruto still couldn't believe that a goddess like the Bijuu liked him. The young man kissed the girl's pale pink hair as she hugged him tighter, dreaming of who knows what. The Jinchuriki fell asleep again, smiling back at the goddess of foxes and fire. Far from there, the group of shadows continued their journey toward the leaf without stopping. Among them, Itachi, Deidara, Tobai, Kasame, Konan, and of course the leader could be distinguished. Tobai slowed his pace, remaining beside the leader of the organization. Tobai, you know what you have to do. I hope you don't fail me. Pain. The masked Akatsuki member said in a very serious tone that didn't match his usual one. Pain? Yes, leader. I'll make sure that Uzumaki Naruto is badly injured so you can extract the Kyuubi from him. The masked man looked at the orange-haired man. The Sharigan was visible in the hole of his mask. Tobei, I hope so. If you fail me, nothing will remain of you or your true self, right, Nagat? The Akatsuki member opened his eyes in an expression of surprise and terror. Pain, how do you know? The masked man looked ahead and said, Tobei, we all have our secrets, some more important than others, you know. Pain, years later, the rest of the Akatsuki members were talking amongst themselves. Kasame, tell me, Datarasan, are you going to run away again if the plan doesn't go as we expect? The blonde ex of Iwa glared at the former of the mist. Deidara, shut up, you son of a bitch. Nobody calls me a coward. The blonde took out his explosive clay and prepared to attack, but in a swift movement, Itachi grabbed the explosion lover by the neck and lifted him into the air. Everyone stopped dead in their tracks. Itachi, don't let yourself be swayed by words or you'll end up dead. It's one of the basic rules of a shinobi, otherwise, you'd better leave and never come back. The renegade from the rock swallowed hard despite the force of Itachi's hand on his neck. Pain, stop it. We're not here to fight amongst ourselves, so stop acting like idiots and let's continue on our way. Everyone nodded and continued. Tobei glanced discreetly at his senpai Deidara. Tobei's POV. Deidara, you'll be the first to die. Akatsuki continued on their way to Konoha. Dawn broke in Konoha. Sakura opened her beautiful green eyes and saw the blonde boy asleep beside her. She smiled tenderly as she played with his hair. Naruto awoke to the girl's caresses. Green met blue. Naruto smiled and Sakura smiled back. They gazed at each other for a while without saying a word, neither daring to break the silence, but nothing lasts forever. The young container began the conversation with a proposal for his Bijuu. Naruto, Sakurachan, shall we leave here? The pink-haired girl nodded and got out of bed, taking off her annoying hospital blouse. Naruto turned completely red as he watched the naked pink-haired girl. Sakura, don't look at me like that, Naruto-kun. The demon was surrounded by a reddish mist, which dissipated, revealing her in a pale pink kimono matching her hair. Let's go, Naruto-kun. Naruto, Yais the blonde opened the window and invited the pink-haired girl out, who smiled at his chivalry. They both jumped across the rooftops, and the shinobi said to his Bijuu, Hey Sakurachan, we have to go train with the guys today, we promised them yesterday. Sakura, that's right, let's go with them, it's not very polite to break with what's established. They both headed towards the outskirts of the village, more specifically to the training fields. The new couple arrived at training field number 7 and there they found their teammates already engaged in practice. Upon seeing them, they stopped training and approached to talk to them. Sasuke, well, it's about time you all arrived on time for training, the Uchiha said with a half-smile. Sasuke is right, have you been in bed for too long or what? Sai flew off, breaking several trees while everyone stared witty-eyed at the Bijuu. Sakura, you're all perverts. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Well, I'm going to change so I can kick your asses. The pink-haired girl was surrounded by a reddish mist and appeared in her famous battle suit. Everyone except Sakura POV, he's going to beat us up. Sai emerged from the pile of felled trees, limping and badly bruised. Sai, a D-Doctor, the pale man, collapsed onto the grass while everyone stared at him in terror. Kaka Sasuga Pav. And just like that, she's left him with a single blow. This is going to kill us. Naruto, don't you think you went a little too far, love? Sakura, no, that's what he gets for being a pervert, so next time he'll watch his words. Sai fugly. Everyone stood there with their eyes wide open, turning fearfully towards the pink-haired girl who had her head down. Sakura, you called me ugly. Everyone swallowed hard. Sasuke Pav, Sai, your dead uncle. Kakashi's POV, oh god, I'm going to lose another teammate. Gaara's POV, this girl scares me. I don't know how Narutoni I can spend all day with her. Naruto POV, ah, Sai, you sure do love to defy death. Sakura, I'll kill you. The Bijuu ran after the pale shinobi who had miraculously recovered to escape certain death. The others watched them run with drops of sweat on their necks while shaking their heads. Kakashi, are we not going to be able to train properly any day? His students nodded heavily. Sasuke, when Sai is dead we can train, sensei. Everyone watched as Sakura caught up to Sai. A chill ran down their spines. Naruto, oh she got him, let's pray for Sai, he won't get away with this one. The person in question received a huge beating from the Yauko who took it out on the now red-faced shinobi. Sakura, and what are you looking at? The boys stood up straight in a military stance. Team 7 except Sakura and Sai, nothing ma'am. Sakura, that's more like it, now let's get training. Team 7, hi Sakura-sama. The members of Team 7, except for Sai who was very tired, so to speak, trained to the fullest in a team battle between Team Naruto and Team Sakura. Later, a battle was decided against the magnificent and powerful nine-tailed beast, which fought with great skill against the four-leaf shinobi who could barely stand against it. Naruto and Sasuke were the only ones who gave the Yauko any trouble. Sasuke, with his Sharigan, could anticipate the pink-haired girl's moves, while Naruto used the skills he had learned from the Orosennin, avoiding the cursed seal as a precaution. Sakura saw that the two boys were very in sync, which made them harder to defeat, but for added security she decided it was time to show that to her lover. Sakura, Naruto-kun the blonde stopped attacking as did the others. Naruto, yes Sakurachan, what do you need? The pink-haired girl approached the blonde boy, looking him in the eyes. Sakura, I think you're ready for me to show you the power that comes with having a Bijuu inside you. Naruto, whoa really, I'm going to get stronger, suck it Sasuke. The Uchiha smiled slightly, although he was a little jealous of his friend. Sakura POV, sometimes he's like a little kid, but that's something that attracts me to him, the pink-haired girl thought to herself, smiling happily. Kakashi, well, while some people are too lucky it's not every day you get trained by a Yauko, the boy smiled even more. Sasuke HMPH, you're lucky. Dobi the blonde widened his smile, seeing his colleague's annoyance. Naruto, relax Sasuke, I'll train you later so you can be competent for me, hahaha. A throbbing vein appeared on the Uchiha's forehead, making him more annoyed than usual. Sasuke, you'll teach me something in your dreams, Dobe. Naruto, whatever you say, team. Sasuke, Dobi, Naruto, TME. Sasuke, Dobi, Naruto, TME. They both stared at each other with lightning bolts clashing in their eyes while everyone else watched the duo with sweat drops on the back of their necks. Kakasaku Pav, these two are perfect for each other. At that moment, explosions shook the ground, and everyone stopped joking and became serious. Naruto, what's happening? Kakashi, I don't know, but it's definitely not going to be good. I'll go see the Hokage. You guys go to the village and evacuate the villagers. Everyone, yes. Sai had also recovered, so he went to the village to help. In the village, everything was chaos. The explosions had destroyed numerous buildings in addition to leaving the walls of the village hidden among the leaves in very bad condition, of course. The one responsible for this was our friend Deidara, who enjoyed himself like a child, blowing to pieces anything that caught his attention with his explosive clay. A blow made him fall from his clay eagle to fall to the ground. Deidara, who the hell was that? Rubbing a bump from the blow, his gaze searched for the culprit. You Sasuke, if I caten, great fireball. A huge flame shot out of the mouth of the Konoha shinobi with the purpose of destroying the criminal, but he dodged it with a jump, launching tiny clay spiders that headed towards the leaf shinobi. Deidara, you can't beat me, brat explosion. The spiders exploded, blinding Sasuke. A huge clay bird took advantage of the Uchiha's lack of visibility to finish him off. Sasuke, oh shit, the young man was pulled away by Naruto, who saved him from the bird's explosion. Deidara, damn that bucking blonde shit. Because of you the rest of Akatsuki is making fun of me, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Naruto, whatever you say. Barbie Iwa's ex got angry and lunged at them. Naruto smiled as he prepared a Rasengan in his hand. Deidara, take this. Naruto jumped at great speed and slammed the Rasengan into his stomach, making a large hole in his body, but Deidara dissolved into clay. Naruto, shit, it was a clone. The Jinchuriki could only see out of the corner of his eye as Deidara headed towards him with his clay eagle. Deidara, now then, ha. This is the end for you. The Akatsuki member jumped from the bird as it headed kamikaze style towards the blonde boy. Naruto closed his eyes but only felt arms and a strong movement. When he opened them, he saw Sasuke, who had saved him. Sasuke, we're even, Dobi, now let's beat the crap out of this idiot. The blue-eyed man smiled and stood up, remaining next to his friend. Deidara POV, shit, I can't handle these two alone. Where the hell is that idiot Tobai? Not far from there, the other Akatsuki members waited for their leader's orders. Kasame, Leader Sama, it seems Deidara is having trouble with Itachi's brother and the Kyuubi Pain remained cold. Pain, alright, Kasame, you and Konan go help him. We'll wait until their attention is focused on you, then attack when they're off guard. Kasame, hi, Leader Sama. The two mentioned left to support Deidara while Itachi remained with his gaze fixed on the masked man. Tobai, what are you looking at? Itachi-senpai, is there something on my mask? Comically touching his face. Itachi, don't play dumb with me, I know you're the one behind all this. The masked man stopped making ridiculous poses and became serious, very serious. Tobai, whom it seems you can't fool a genius like you, Itachi. Itachi, stop messing around and tell me who you are. The masked man smiled beneath his mask. Tobai, in due time, my friends, in due time. Pain, well, what do we do, Leader Sama? Tobai, let's wait and see how things unfold. Deidara was between a rock and a hard place. Sasuke and Naruto were very good and combined very well. At that moment, Kasame and Konan arrived, tipping the scales in favor of Akatsuki. Naruto, damn it Sasuke, this is getting tough, it's 2 against 3. Sasuke, HMPH, they're no match for us. The blonde and the Uchiha dodged Konan's paper shuriken. Kasame used his same hata to attack them, but they spun in the air to dodge the slash from Kiri's ex. Kasame, you're not so tough now, huh, brats, pointing his sword at them. Naruto, hang in there Sasuke, they'll come to help us soon. Far from there, the ninjas were evacuating civilians, taking them to shelters on Mount Hokage. Sakura carried many injured people and healed them there using her powers. When asked how she did it, she said she had been trained by the 5th Hokage. After evacuating all the civilians and the injured, the Jonin and Sakura went to help their friends. Sakura, hang in there, Naruto-kun. We're coming to your aid. The three Akatsuki members found themselves surrounded by a large number of leaf shinobi and by Sakura herself. Kasame, heh, well, it seems the reinforcements are arriving. Too bad they're no use, ha 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 ha. Nobody understood why the shark-faced one was laughing until a shinobi caught everyone's attention. Konoha shinobi, look up there. Everyone looked where the jounin was pointing and saw an orange-haired man wearing the Akatsuki cloak floating above the leaf village. Minutes earlier on the outskirts of Konoha. Pain was talking to Tobai, who was giving him instructions on how to carry out his performance. The orange-haired man had no other option. He had to obey the masked man if he didn't want him to do something to Conan or his true self. Tobai, remember, Nagato, go and destroy the hidden leaf village. Don't worry, nothing will happen to Conan. We'll just wipe out the village and get rid of a bunch of useless ninjas. Pain, yes, Leader Sama. The Rinnegan wielder departed under the watchful gaze of the Uchiha. Currently. Pain, now everyone will know Pain's. Naruto W, what is he doing? Everyone watched as the fake leader of Akatsuki charged chakra to release it in an explosion. Pain, Shinra Tensei, the Bijuu of my heart, Chapter 20. Pain, Shinra Tensei. Pain released a large amount of accumulated energy, creating a huge explosion that devastated the village of Konoha located below him. Many of the Jounin, Chunin, and even Genin who were helping to evacuate the civilians died instantly or from the enormous blast that swept through the entire village. Naruto and a few others like Sasuke, Kakashi, and Guy remained standing, while others like Sai and Gaara were left unconscious with serious injuries, guarded by a badly injured Kurenai who could barely see properly. Naruto, Uki, cough, are you all right? The blonde felt a sharp pain in his neck upon seeing so many dead ninjas and his friends in such bad condition. Ah, shit. The cursed seal was activating again thanks to the anger the Uzumaki felt upon seeing such a massacre. The marks began to spread across his body as Naruto tried his best to calm down and make them recede, but he couldn't not with that scene before his eyes. Sasuke, damn it, Kakashi-sensei, this is getting out of hand. Naruto is losing control. The silver-haired man looked at his sensei's son fearing the worst. He tried to deactivate the seal, but Naruto moved at incredible speed, dodging Kakashi and placing himself behind Deidara, who was surprised. Naruto, you're going to pay for what you've done. Iwa's ex was petrified by the Jinchuriki's speed, as were all the others. Deidara Kyuso the renegade tried to turn around to punch the blue-eyed man in the face, but in the blink of an eye he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Ah, Buck, what the hell? The explosion expert looked down at his stomach and saw the blonde man's arm embedded in it, causing a huge wound that was followed by heavy bleeding. Deidara could only raise his gaze to look into his killer's eyes, empty and black as the thickest darkness. Naruto, go to hell, you bastard! Naruto pulled his hand from the Akatsuki member's stomach and slashed his throat with his claws. Deidara fell to the ground, lifeless, already dead. Kasame, damn, he took out Deidara in one hit. Konansen, be alert, the blue-haired woman took out her paper wings and flew to position herself above the few survivors of the explosion. Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, those addressed looked at their friend, who seemed like a completely different person. Sasuke W, what do you want? Naruto, the possessed one shook his blood-covered arm while staring intently into the Uchiha's eyes. Naruto, you two take care of these two, I'll go after the one who did this. Kakashi, wait. Kakashi tried to stop his student, but it was too late to reason with him. At the center of the explosion, Pain calmly descended, observing how within a radius of several kilometers only a crater remained. He touched the arid, desert-like earth as Naruto sped across the rubble to reach the center of the no-extinct leaf village. There he saw Pain waiting stoically for him. Pain, finally we meet. Kyuubi, it's a shame you didn't agree to come with me willingly, so you must feel guilty for all the death I've caused. Naruto clenched his fists in anger as the Akatsuki leader smiled. Naruto, bastard, I'm not going to forgive you, you pile of trash. The god crossed his arms in a very arrogant gesture. Pain, you can't fight and beat a god. The possessed Uzumaki was losing even more control as he felt his neck burning and throbbing. Naruto, you bucking bastard, I'm going to dismember you slowly. Pain carefully observed his opponent, noticing how he was in an incredible state of rage. Pain's POV, it seems Orochimaru's seal has him almost completely under control. Heh, that will make it easier for me to finish him off and extract the Kyuubi. Naruto, come on, I'm going to destroy you. The blonde boy ran towards the puppet, who simply sighed in disappointment. Pain, Shinra Tensei, the shinobi, was repelled by a strange force that sent him crashing far away from his opponent. As I told you before, I am a god and you cannot touch me. Naruto, eat it, you damn prick. Ah. The blonde prepared a Rasengan that turned purple and launched himself at Pain, who dodged the attack with agility. Pain, it's useless. Kyuubi, surrender and end this waste of time. Naruto, never. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. The blonde boy launched his most powerful technique, but Pain did not move from the spot. Pain, Shinra Tensei, the wave of force absorbed the Rasen Shuriken, leaving the Konoha boy impressed. Basho Tenin. Naruto but WH. The blonde was pulled by an invisible force towards the Rinnegan wielder who hit him hard in the jaw, causing considerable damage. Blood began to flow out of his body. Pain, are you going to keep insisting or are you going to surrender now? Kyuubi. The blonde man got up with difficulty from the ground and looked his enemy in the eyes. Naruto, never. Rasengan. The blue-eyed boy launched himself again at the Akatsuki member who just looked at him with superiority. Pain, Shinra Tensei, the Jinchuriki crashed into the force wave and disappeared in smoke, which threw Pain off a bit. Naruto, I won't give up. Rasengan. The blonde boy emerged from under the ground and struck Pain in the stomach with the Rasengan, sending him flying. Pain, good strategy, but that won't save you now. I'll fight seriously. The Rinnegan wielder pulled out a kind of kunai or black metal bar and lunged at the blonde who was waiting for him with one of Asuma's knuckle dusters. Far away, on the Hokage Mountain, Sakura, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had just finished checking and numbering the villagers. Sakura was very uneasy, something the two Sannin could sense, and it surely had something to do with a blonde acquaintance of hers. Jiraiya, okay, we've saved the civilians, now we need to go help take down the Akatsuki. Sakura, come on, I have a bad feeling. Tsunade placed her hand on the shoulder of the Yauko who looked at her expectantly. Tsunade, relax if you're worried about him, rest assured nothing will happen to him, he's number one at surprising people. Jiraiya, besides being a blockhead, haha. Sakura and Tsunade smiled at the Toad Sannin's assessment. Tsunade, a blockhead like his master, hahaha. The three shared a small laugh, but an explosion ended the relaxed atmosphere. Sakura, it looks like they're in trouble outside, let's go. The three of them left the civilian shelters looking at the outside panorama. Sakura could feel her container's chakra very disturbed, which she didn't like. Jiraiya, what's wrong, Sakura? Is everything all right? The pink-haired girl hesitated for a moment but spoke. Sakura, yes, there's no problem. Tsunade, well, what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here. The three ran in search of the survivors towards the explosions. Sakura noticed how Naruto's anger increased, which led him to try to deceive the two Sannin. Sakura, I'm heading there, I sense some very strong chakras, I'll go and investigate. Jiraiya, are you sure you want to go alone? The pink-haired girl nodded and separated, leaving the two Sannin thoughtful. Tsunade, it's clear she cares for him a lot, she thinks about him whenever she can. Let's hope nothing happens. Jiraiya, I hope so, now let's go help everyone. Sakura marched at great speed, deeply worried about what might happen to her beloved. Meanwhile, Naruto fought Pain, who displayed immense power and skill. In a moment of carelessness, the Akatsuki member managed to pull the blonde boy toward him with his Rinnegan and pin him to the ground with his stakes. Sakura arrived and saw her host being stabbed by the Akatsuki leader. Enraged, Sakura's primal instincts surfaced. She was enveloped in a layer of red chakra in the shape of a fox, and 9 tails whipped around her back. Without hesitation, she attacked Pain, who hadn't expected her intrusion, repeatedly striking him in the torso and face. Pain used Shinra Tensei to push her away, but the Yauko clung to the ground with her tails and attacked the rain demon again, who was overwhelmed by the demon's monstrous strength. Outside Konoha, Tobai and Itachi waited to act. The moment things were not going the way the Uchiha expected, but the masked man remained very quiet. In fact, Itachi for some reason believed or had a feeling that the masked man was very satisfied with everything that was happening. Itachi, when will we take action? The masked man looked at him for a few seconds and then withdrew his attention. Tobai, in due time, my friend Itachi, but don't worry, our participation won't be very warlike. The Uchiha felt a little puzzled by the masked man's words. Itachi, what do you mean by not participating in the fighting? Tobai, HMPH, I don't really like you asking me so many questions, I thought you were quieter, but I'll tell you, we don't need to fight to achieve our goals. In fact, just showing up will be enough to bring about what I have in mind. Itachi. Tobai, patience, my friend, making the explosions the center of his attention. Sakura and Pain were locked in a colossal battle, while Naruto, with what little strength he had left, opened his eyes. He could barely feel his body and therefore didn't feel the terrible pain of the stakes driven into his limbs and abdomen. He couldn't hear very well, only the sounds of blows and explosions. He closed his eyes and fell back into unconsciousness. Sakura felt rage coursing through every drop of her blood as she relentlessly attacked the Akatsuki member, who, strangely, didn't defend himself. Pain's POV. If Tabasama doesn't come for me, it means I'm no longer of any use to him. Everything has gone according to his plan. I just hope he doesn't hurt Konan. The Akatsuki member received a powerful blow from the pink-haired woman that literally split his mouth. Pain fell to the ground, breathing with difficulty, while the very furious Yauko grabbed his hair and lifted him up to stare intently into his eyes. Sakura, nobody hurts Naruto-kun, and least of all scum like you. You damned murderer! The pink-haired girl spat in Pain's face and threw him to the ground, breaking his neck by stomping on it forcefully, thus ending his life. Itachi looked at Tobai questioningly. The masked man gave him a fleeting glance while still standing there. Tobai, calm down. Itachi, his death was part of the planned script. Besides, Nagato is still here. Get ready, it's time to make your presence known. Itachi, hey. Sakura calmed down upon seeing Pain's corpse on the ground, and the image of her badly wounded lover immediately flashed into her mind. Sakura turned and ran faster than she ever had before, approaching the blonde boy who lay unconscious and bleeding profusely from the wounds caused by the stakes driven all over his body. Sakura removed them all with great anguish while trying to heal her host's wounds. Sakura pulled out the last stake while trying to get her jailer to respond. She carefully tended to his wounds while whispering in his ear. Naruto could barely hear unintelligible murmurs. He was floating in a dark abyss, feeling very weak when he felt water fall on his face. He touched his face and heard that voice again, now clearer and sharper. It was a female voice, but not just any woman's, it was his Sakurachin's. Naruto saw a bright light and ran towards it as fast as he could. Sakura, Naruto-kun, please don't go, come back to me. The blonde remained motionless as the Yaoko's tears fell onto his face. Don't leave me, not now that I know what it means to be happy, to love someone, to have a normal life. The pink-haired girl felt something on her face and fixed her gaze on the face of her beloved, who was staring intently into her eyes. Naruto, I won't leave you alone ever, it's a promise for life. The pink-haired girl let out a shout of joy and bent down to hug her partner while he reciprocated as best his aching body allowed. Sakura, baka baka baka, you almost scared me to death. The demon continued crying, but now those tears were not driven by sadness. It was happiness, bliss, joy that propelled the crying. There was no longer any fear instilled by the possibility of having lost the most important person to her. Naruto, ook, you're hurting me, Sakurachin. The kitsune didn't loosen her super hug for fear that he would disappear from her sight. Sakura, it's all over now thanks to Kamisama. Meanwhile, far from our favorite duo, the battle was far from over. Kakashi was exhausted, having overused his Kamui to stop Kasame. Might Guy could barely stand. His powerful taijutsu was ineffective against the rogue ninja from the Mist Village. The two Sannin had arrived moments before, yet despite their numerical superiority, there were still surprises in store that would lead to a colossal battle with a dubious chance of victory for Konoha. Kakashi, this guy is really tough. I haven't seen anyone who could escape my Kamui and who could handle Guy's taijutsu. Kasame raised his Shimada and launched a sweep that the Konoha warriors easily dodged. But they hadn't counted on a shower of papers from the forgotten Konin that trapped the two Jounin, preventing them from moving. Sasuke, damn it. Jiraiya-sensei, we have to do something or we're lost. The Sannin activated his Sage mode and lunged at the fish face trying to hit him, but Kasame used his Samehada as a shield. Kasame, is that all one of the legendary Sannin can show me? Tsunade, shut up. Now, the blonde hit Kasame hard on the back of the neck, which he didn't expect. The Kiri native fell to the ground, sinking into a crater. Kasame, you'll find out, you bucking boar. The Akatsuki member raised his Shamehada, ready to launch a devastating attack, but there's no need to linger any longer than necessary. Kasame, the Akatsuki member, looked towards the source of the voice. Kasame, Jiraiya, I know you were the one who attacked Kushina during her childbirth. Everyone watched as Jiraiya glared with hatred at the Akatsuki member who made his presence known by materializing in a vortex. Tobai, wow, it seems you haven't forgotten about me, and neither have you forgotten about that great night I had freeing the Kyuubi. Sasuke, who is that guy? Jiraiya-sensei, did this guy have something to do with the Kyuubi attack? Everyone except Tsunade looked at the Sannin waiting for his answer, but it was the masked man himself who spoke. Tobai, you see, little Sasuke, some years ago, I stopped by the village to pay a visit to a certain person, and wouldn't you know it, his wife was in labor. So I took advantage of the fact that the Jinchuriki's seal weakened during childbirth to release the most powerful of the Bijuu and control it so it would destroy this cursed village. But the fourth Hokage was clever and sacrificed himself to seal it inside the body of a newborn. Sasuke, is that true? Yes, little brother, everything he said is the absolute truth in front of everyone. Itachi appeared next to Tobai, who were joined by Konin and Kasame. Jiraiya, damn, there are fewer of us and we're tired. Tobai could read Jiraiya's thoughts and replied sarcastically. Tobai, don't worry, Jiraiya-sama. Because you fought so skillfully, we won't be able to finish you off. In fact, we'll grant you a gift. Konin, you know what to do. Konin, the blue-haired girl closed her eyes, concentrating. After a few seconds, a tremor shook the village, or what was left of it, and a huge statue emerged from the ground. Everyone was stunned. Tobai, consider it a gift from Nagato. Jiraiya-sama. The Sannin opened his eyes in surprise. Jiraiya, na Nagato. If he's alive, that means you're the girl who was with him, right, Konin? Konin, that's right, sensei. Tobai, well, let's stop with the sentimentality now. I'll collect my tribute. The masked man disappeared in a vortex and reappeared next to Gaara, who was still unconscious, and picked him up, taking him with him using the same modus operandi. Sasuke, Nuo. Gaara, you damn bastard, let him go. Chidori. The raven-haired boy rushed to attack the masked man, but Itachi stepped in front of him and made him fall into the Tsukuyomi, knocking the little Uchiha unconscious. Jiraiya Sasuke, fire release, great fireball technique. The Sannin unleashed a huge burst of flames, however Kasame entered the scene. Kasame, what a shitty technique, Sutin, great water dragon. A huge water dragon lunged at Jiraiya's flame, colliding and cancelling each other out. Tobai, good job guys anyway, make the most of this second chance next time, I'll be the one to destroy the village and that time there will be no salvation. The Akatsuki were swallowed into a vortex along with Naruto and Sakura saw the enormous statue appear and watched in terror as it opened its mouth to release souls, which entered the bodies of the dead, bringing them back to life. The resurrected souls stared in awe at the catastrophic area that had once been their home and at Pain's corpse. Overjoyed, they lifted the two young people up and tossed them in the air like true heroes. This was observed by a blue-haired girl named Hinata, who whispered to herself with a malevolent smile. Hinata, I know what you are, Sakura, or rather, Kyuubi, I'll soon force you to leave so I can stay with Naruto-kun forever. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 21. The people celebrated the victory by tossing the two young men in the air, who smiled triumphantly at their feet. Naruto saw his friends approaching running, but the worry on their faces dampened any hint of celebration, so quite alarmed, he asked the villagers to stop lifting him into the air. Naruto descended to the ground and approached his two companions, Sasuke and Sai, who were badly injured. Naruto, what the hell happened to you all? Are you all okay? Naruto looked at everyone who was coming, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Sasuke, Sai, all very serious. Naruto had a bad feeling and could only manage to ask in a whisper, and Gaara. Tsunade, we couldn't do anything. A masked Akatsuki member came with Itachi Uchiha and took him away. Naruto felt a sharp pain in his heart, fell to his knees on the ground. Sakura noticed this and stepped down from the crowd's cheers to run and hug her container. Sakura, what's wrong with Naruto-kun? Has something bad happened? Jiraiya, Akatsuki, they took Gaara. Sakura let out a moan of pain and hugged Naruto tighter, who was starting to cry. Naruto, I couldn't save him. How am I going to be Hokage if I can't even save one of my own little brothers? Sakura, don't ever say that. You couldn't do anything. If you had been with him, they would have surely taken both of you. Naruto could only manage to stand up while everyone looked at him expectantly. Naruto, I'm going after him. Everyone was surprised. Tsunade, impossible, we don't know where they are, so it's useless to waste energy and time for nothing. Naruto didn't make any gesture, he just looked the fifth in the eyes with a tremendous seriousness that even frightened her. Naruto, I don't care, I don't plan on abandoning him. Gaara was always alone until I met him. I promised him he would never be alone again and I always keep my promises. Sasuke and Sai smiled sincerely and approached the young Jinchuriki. Sasuke, we will also help our little brother. Sai, that's right, just like you, we also promised to be with him. Kakashi approached his students. Kakashi, I'm going too. During my training with him, I was able to create unbreakable bonds. He's like one of Team 7 and my duty as leader and as his friend is to save him. Jiraiya, I won't let my students go into the lion's den alone, so you'll have to carry this old man. Naruto smiled as he looked at his friends. Tsunade, it's very touching, but you're forgetting that we don't know where they are. The joy of the moment stopped abruptly, well except for Jiraiya, who continued smiling. Jiraiya, I don't believe that. What's more, I know exactly where they are at this very moment. Everyone was surprised by the revelation of the sage trained on Mount Mayakabusen. Tsunade, explain yourself. Jiraiya, easy, during our fight with the Akatsuki, Konan gave me a note explaining that she was on our side. She also told me where they were taking. Tsunade, now everything makes sense, that's why that girl barely attacked us. Besides, I could see how she was looking at you the whole time. Jiraiya smiled at him. Jiraiya, at first I thought she liked me. Hehe. Tsunade punched her partner, slamming him into the ground. Tsunade, stop talking nonsense. Besides, if you knew this, you could have saved us this trouble. Jiraiya got up from the small crater created by his body, sighed in pain while feeling everyone's accusing stares on him. Jiraiya, I did it to add excitement. Another blow, but this time a joint effort from everyone present, sank the Toad Sannin more than 30 meters underground. Tsunade, putting this idiot aside, this is an S-rank mission, so be very careful. She crossed her arms, staring at the hole at her feet. Naruto, yes grandma, we'll leave right away. Tsunade, okay, but be careful, we'll be waiting for you. Naruto and the others set off following Jiraiya, who had strangely recovered very quickly. Jiraiya, alright guys, according to Konan, they were planning to take Gaara to their base on the Iwa border, so we have a long journey ahead of us. Naruto, let's pick up the pace, I don't think Gaara can hold out much longer. Jiraiya looked at his godson. Jiraiya, don't worry, Naruto will get there and save him. Naruto, I hope so. Hirosen and I hope so. The Konoha group, consisting of Team 7, Jiraiya and Sakura, picked up the pace. Sakura stood beside her love to observe him more closely. She could hardly believe how handsome her blonde looked when he was serious. Sakura's POV. I can see it, before me stands a great hero, the boy of prophecy, the one who will change the world and perhaps the course of my life. The pink-haired girl continued to stare in awe at her partner. Sasuke approached her laughing. Sasuke, careful or you'll drool if you keep looking at him, the pink-haired girl jumped. Sakura W, what are you saying, Sasuke? Sasuke, what I see you're drooling over your Naruto-kun, hahaha. A vein popped out on the demon's forehead and with one blow she pinned Sasuke to a tree. Everyone stopped dead in their tracks looking at them very strangely. Naruto, what's wrong, Sakurachin? Did Sasuke say something to you? The pink-haired girl shook her head nervously, making numerous gestures with her arms. Sakura, it's nothing. It's just that Sasuke had a bug on his arm and I took it off so it wouldn't bite him. Everyone stared at her with sweat dripping down their necks while Sasuke was stuck upside down in the tree. Sai and Kakashi were using a branch to pry him out. Sasuke, oh god, what strength he has. Sai, do your best, sensei, it's coming out. Jiraiya, well, let's continue, this isn't the time for foolishness. The Konoha group crossed the fire frontier to traverse the deserts of the Land of Wind. Meanwhile, in Iwa, or more accurately, in a cave in the Land of Stone, Akatsuki was preparing the Jido Mazo to extract the Bijuu from the unconscious Gaara. Tobai and Itachi stared at each other while Kasama and Konan waited. The blue-haired girl was lost in thought, praying that her former sensei would arrive with reinforcements soon. She knew that this Tobai was not to be trusted, that just as he had forced Nagato to use Yahiko's body to raise Konoha and then disposed of him, the same thing could happen to them. Tobai, you're very good at genjutsu, Itachi, but I'm better than you. The Uchiha with the ponytail blinked several times, trying to soothe the burning in his eyes. Itachi felt a sharp pain in his eyes, which was noticed by the masked man. Tobai, you're going blind, it's a shame. Your Sharigan is very powerful, but that's what happens when you abuse it so continuously, it's truly a shame. My great friend Itachi, the person in question, glared at the man who had mocked his condition. Itachi, HMPH, the assassin of his clan, turned around and walked to the rooms to rest, followed by Kasame, who looked at him worriedly. Tobai, well, this Itachi, he always gets angry over silly things like this. Konansen, you seem very pensive. Is something wrong with your little friend Nagato, or are you still crying over your puppet friend Yahiko? The blue-haired girl clenched her fists and turned away, very angry. Konan's POV. I want to see Jiraiya-sensei and the others beat the crap out of you. You jerk. The blue-haired girl left, following the same route to the rooms, leaving Tobai alone in the room with the unconscious girl. Tobai, oh, I'm all alone. Well, it's just a matter of time before some company arrives, hahaha. Konan walked through the cave's corridors, thinking about what that masked monster had said. Her friend Nagato was in critical condition from being used by him, and her friend Yahiko was nothing more than a puppet, discarded like a dog. The blue-haired girl reached her room and opened the door. She entered and saw her friend Nagato, who was terribly emaciated. He had lost his natural red hair color, and his eyes held an indescribable emptiness. It pained the origami Konoichi to see her friend so sad and in such poor health. Konan, Nagato, the now white-haired man, raised his tired gaze with enormous effort. Nagato, Konan, hello. The blue-haired girl hugged her, very worried. Konan, are you okay? Nagato, yes, I'm just a little tired after using the rebirth technique. I've never revived so many people at once before. Konan, Nagato, hang in there. Jiraiya-sensei will soon arrive with reinforcements from Konoha and will finish off that man. Nagato, so sensei, I hope he's not too late for that. Konan, well, they should hurry. I don't think that guy will wait long to extract the Bijuu from inside him. The Konoha shinobi had already crossed the deserts of the Land of Wind. Now they were crossing the mountains of the Land of Iron. They had little left to cross the border with the rock and look for the cave where Akatsuki was hiding. Naruto encouraged his companions to continue. For that reason, they were making a superhuman effort to be able to be at the rock before nightfall. Naruto, come on guys. We can't stop or go too slowly. Gaara needs us. The blonde boy took a great leap, dodging several precipices and steep steps. The others followed with difficulty because they didn't trust the terrain much. Sakura, Naruto-kun, don't go so fast. These mountains give me a bad feeling. The blonde didn't listen to the pink-haired girl and continued without slowing down. Sasuke, damn it, Dobi, don't go so fast or we might fall. Naruto continued to ignore him, which forced everyone to pick up the pace. Sai stepped wrong on a ledge and slipped, falling down it. Kakashi, in a great act of reflexes, grabbed his student's arm and pulled him up. Kakashi, Naruto, we need to stop and rest. Besides, we can't go too fast here. Sai almost fell and he probably wouldn't have made it. It's best if we camp in a safe place and continue later, taking it easy. Naruto protested but was silenced by the stares of his teammates. Although it might not seem like it, Naruto knew the ninja rules, and one of them was never to endanger your teammates. Naruto, okay, we'll rest for a while and then resume our march at a brisk pace. The ninjas looked for a cave or grotto to shelter from the cold and snow. They found one further ahead, entered and used various fire jutsus and the branches of a bush withered by the conditions of the place to make a small fire to warm themselves. In the Land of Rock, more specifically in a cave, our masked villain, along with Kasame and Itachi, contemplated the Jido Mazo. Kiri's ex couldn't help but ask his leader about his future plans. Kasame, why aren't you extracting the Bijuu from the child leader Sama? Tobai, I have my reasons but don't worry my friends, will extract it soon. Kasama, and then what? Tobai, you see my shark friend, what I'm planning is beyond comprehension. It's a foolproof plan involving both the nine-tailed beasts and the entire shinobi world. As I've foreseen, the Hawkage will surely have called a cage summit and I'll pay them a visit there. Kasama, it seems you had it all planned, it's incredible. Tobai, I've been planning all this for a long time, that's all I can tell you. While in Konoha, Tsunade sent her messengers to send interview requests to the other villages. She knew that the ninja world had always been at war, a war of one against another, but for some reason she feared that what had happened to the village would happen to the rest of the world. Tsunade, Shizune, the brunette entered the room respectfully greeting her teacher. Shizune, tell me Tsunade-sama. The blonde handed her a box full of scrolls and messages. Tsunade, take this to the messengers and have them contact all villages that possess shinobi or ninja forces, it's very urgent. Shizune, yes Tsunade-sama. The brunette came out of the Hawkage's tent as the latter took out a small bottle of sake. Far away, a witty-eyed girl was thinking about how she could turn everyone against the pink-haired girl. If she revealed her true identity, surely all the villagers and shinobi would hate her and force her to flee, never to return. But then her blonde would suffer greatly, so she had to think of something to end the relationship between the pink-haired girl and the Jinchuriki. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 22. Our heroes resumed their march toward the Akatsuki base. Recall that its location was in the Land of Stone, specifically on its border. They crossed the mountains of the Land of Iron and then the border into the Land of Stone. Jiraiya took his place as leader of the group and guided the others toward the cave. Inside, Tobai began extracting the tailed beast from the young redhead, who remained unconscious thanks to a genjutsu cast by the masked man. Tobai had everything perfectly planned to carry out his magnificent scheme to dominate the shinobi world, or rather, to bring it peace, as he would say. Tobai, very well, soon it will be completely extracted, and I'll also have a visit from some friends of mine. At that moment, a hole opens in the wall and the entire Konoha team appears, led by Jiraiya. Jiraiya, stop right now. Tobai made a mocking gesture and simply said. Tobai, okay, anyway, his Bijuu has already been extracted. It's no use to me anymore. Maybe some of you are still alive so I can bury him. These words fell like a bucket of cold water on the group. The most affected were Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sai. Naruto, you damn piece of shit, you're a monster. Tobai didn't even flinch. Tobai, that child is just a sacrifice for the common good. The end justifies the means and my end is to bring peace to this world. Jiraiya, your crazy destruction won't bring peace. Tobai, we'll see about that soon enough, but for now I can't face you, but I know some who will be interested in welcoming you, ha 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 ha. The masked man snapped his fingers and from the shadows appeared Itachi, Kasame, the Jinchuriki except for Naruto and Gaara, as well as Konan and a hooded figure who was being held by the blue-haired woman. Kakashi, damn it was a trap. I told you we couldn't trust that woman. Tobai shook his head. Tobai, actually you can trust her. Besides Itachi, this shocked Sasuke. Sasuke, why would we trust my brother? He's a bucking murderer and a traitor. Tobai shook his head again, showing his surprise at his adversary's ignorance. Tobai, listen kid, your brother didn't murder the Uchiha clan. Consider that he was simply acting under a genjutsu created by me. In that genjutsu, Itachi was killing rogue ninjas who were attacking Konoha. It was very easy for me to manipulate his mind, so I made sure he couldn't return to Konoha and use him to gather the tailed beasts, but he's no longer of any use to me, so you can do whatever you want. Anyway, when my plan is carried out, you'll be lost like the rest. Everyone stared in astonishment at Itachi, who clenched his fists tightly, a tear falling from his eye. Sasuke saw this gesture, which surprised him in his usually insensitive brother. Sasuke, so why did he leave me alive? Itachi, I don't know, I could never hurt you. I chose to live this life of a renegade for you. Tobai, very touching, beautiful, tearful. Well, I think that since I've already confessed, you're switching sides, aren't you? Kill them. Konan and the hooded figure jumped to the side of the Konoha ninja. The Jinchuriki rushed at them, but a water-touch jutsu repelled them. Kasame, I'm sorry leader, but I think Itachi-san and I have also switched sides. Tobai, I expected that too. That's why I've found myself a new ally, but it's not yet time for us to fight. My dear friends, but very soon you will fight a battle that I don't think you can win. Oh, by the way, Nagato, I'm taking one last little thing. Tobai disappeared from everyone's sight and appeared in front of the hooded figure, hitting his face and gouging out his eyes in a grotesque scene. Konan, Nagato. The blue-haired girl closed the short distance with her partner while everyone surrounded them in a defensive position. Sakura, damn it, we need someone who knows medical jutsus. At that moment, the Bijuu remembered that she had served as a medic nin during the collapse of Konoha, so she stood next to the gray-haired and emaciated man trying to relieve the atrocious pain he was suffering. Tobai, well, I have nothing left to do here. Ed. A Rasengan pierced the masked man, who only sighed wearily. Naruto, wind release, Rasen Shuriken. The blonde boy who had kept his head down the whole time had used Orochimaru's cursed seal, but this time he didn't lose control. Even so, his aura and chakra exuded a chilling hatred and desire to kill. Jiraiya, Naruto, control yourself. The words of the wise hermit did not calm his student, who launched his technique against the Akatsuki leader, who did not move. Kakashi, he's got him. He won't be able to escape now. The Rasen Shuriken passed through Tobai and hit a wall, opening a huge hole through which the outside could be seen. Sasuke, how does he do that? Kakashi uncovered his Sharingan and stared intently at the masked man. Kakashi, he has the Sharingan that surprised everyone except Itachi, who already knew. Sasuke, so he's an Uchiha. Kakashi, maybe, but that Sharingan, that power it possesses Kamui, but at a level I've never seen before. Sasuke, Kamui, what kind of power is that? Itachi, Kamui is a variation of the Sharingan that allows its user to create a vortex to a dimension created by Kamui itself, but I don't know how it can become intangible. Tobai, well, thank goodness we Uchiha are geniuses. I'd tell you my secret, but it wouldn't be any fun anymore, don't you think anyway? We'll let you live for now, but don't worry, what's coming your way is going to be serious. Goodbye, little ones. Tobai and the Jinchuriki disappeared thanks to Zetsu, who vanished just as quickly as he appeared. Naruto ran towards Gaara's body, crying with helplessness. Nagato, who was dying, called to Naruto, who approached so as not to dismiss his last moments of life. Nagato spoke with a thread of a voice. Nagato, Naruto, you're in Uzumaki, right? Naruto answered with a yes. Naruto, why that question? Nagato gestured to Konan to move aside. She did so, as did Sakura. Nagato, I am in Uzumaki too. Those words shocked everyone present. The Uzumaki were once one of the most respected and feared ninja clans in the world. We possessed a unique Jujutsu, which could only be activated in one way. Naruto, how can one obtain that Daojutsu? Nagato weakly raised his hand and very clumsily managed to touch Naruto's face. Nagato, it activated with the sincere recognition of another Uzumaki. So, I give you this honor. Konan will take care of your training with him. Lastly, give me some chakra, I'll bring your friend back. Naruto didn't ask, and gave some of his chakra to poor Nagato, who clumsily performed a series of seals. Divine Judgment, pure resurrection, Nagato vomited blood and fell dead, while Konan could barely hold back her tears. Naruto felt a sharp sting in his eyes and put his hands to them. Sasuke, damn, some really weird things have happened today. I don't know what to think, he said, looking at his brother, who was looking at Naruto. Jiraiya, hey look, it's Gaara, he's getting up. Gaara stood up very dizzy and weak, so much so that he lost his balance and fell, being stopped by Kakashi, who carried him on his back. Gaara, where am I and why are the Akatsuki here? Sai ruffled his hair happily and could only manage to reply. Sai, it's a very long story, I'll tell you tomorrow when I get bored, smiling at his little brother. Gaara noticed Naruto, who fell to the ground, which alarmed everyone, especially Sakura, who ran to hug him and heal him. Sakura, Naruto-kun, are you okay? Answer me. Naruto was still feeling a strong burning sensation in his eyes which caused them to water. This only made the pink-haired girl more nervous, who didn't know what to do. Konan, don't worry, it's part of the Rinnegan initiation. His eyes need to get used to his new power, it will take him a while to be able to open them. Sakura calmed down a little, but she didn't stop hugging her blonde friend for fear that something might happen to him. Kasame, well, I think it's best if we go, don't you think, Itachi-san? The Uchiha nodded and the two walked towards the exit, but a hand stopped the Uchiha. He turned around and saw his brother grabbing his arm. Sasuke, don't go. Thanks to my friends, I didn't fall into a visceral hatred for you. But after everything that's happened, I want you to tell me everything you did and why you did it. Itachi, many of those things can hurt you. I wouldn't want to make you suffer anymore. Sasuke, do you think I should continue living without knowing what really happened? Living knowing that everything I experienced in the past was a lie. Itachi, in Konoha they'll treat us like criminals if we go there. Jiraiya, don't worry because you betrayed that Tobai guy by saving us from the Jinchuriki. I'll intercede with the Hokage on your behalf. Besides, you surely possess valuable information. Itachi, okay, what do you say? Kasame, well, I don't have anywhere to go, so I'll come with you to Konoha if you don't mind. Kakashi, of course it doesn't matter. Besides, I'd like you to teach me that water release jutsu you used earlier. Kasame, the killer shark jutsu. Kakashi nodded. Jiraiya, okay, enough chit-chat guys, let's head back to the Leaf Village. Sakura, I'll carry Naruto, but first, let's give Nagato a proper burial. Everyone present nodded, and after burying the Uzumaki, they carried Naruto and the weakened Gaara, setting off towards Konoha. Along the way, the scenes were a bit strange. A few days ago, no one would have imagined Sasuke chatting with his brother or Kakashi, Jiraiya and Kasame exchanging tastes. They arrived in Konoha and everyone reported to the Hokage Tower. The arrival of 3 Akatsuki members as allies caused quite a stir in the Leaf Village, but thanks to the mediation of Jiraiya, Kakashi and Naruto himself, despite his condition his eyes were bandaged. The tension eased. Tsunade decided to examine the Jinchuriki's eyes more closely. She removed the bandages, but what they saw underneath, everyone including Konan was shocked. Konan, no, it can't be those eyes, they're not Nagato's Rinnegan. Sakura, no, it's not possible those eyes, D-Dad. Naruto focused his gaze and the red Rinnegan he possessed along with some strange marks disappeared. Naruto, God, my eyes hurt so much, what's wrong with everyone? Sasuke, nothing Doby, it's just that you have the weirdest eyes I've ever seen in my bucking life. Naruto, jealous team, hahaha, you're so envious. Sasuke huffed, annoyed and very jealous. He turned around, biting his finger in pure rage. Sakura, it's not possible, those eyes. Naruto took the hands of the pink-haired girl who was very shocked. Naruto, what's wrong, Sakurachin? The Bijuu stared intently into her blonde's eyes and shook her head. Sakura, nothing, what matters now is that you're okay. I'm so glad. My love. The demon gave him a kiss that was returned by the young man. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable, so they decided to leave and talk to the boy later when he was feeling better. Only Naruto, Tsunade, Konan, and Sakura remained in the room. Tsunade searched Naruto for any injuries, but he was in perfect condition, so she decided to leave and give the young people some privacy. She had to check if the villages had responded to her summons. Konan was left alone with the couple. She felt a little uncomfortable being with those two, so she was direct. Konan, Naruto, as Nagato said before he died, I will help you control the power of your Rinnegan. Although it's different from Nagato's, I will train you in the same way he did. Naruto, thank you Konan-san, thank you very much. I hope Nagato's sacrifice will not be in vain. Konan nodded and stood up to leave. Konan, I hope so. Naruto, I hope so, and thank you for everything. The origami expert left the room, leaving Sakura and Naruto alone. While Naruto and Sakura were being affectionate in the hospital room, Tsunade arrived at her office and was greeted by Shizune, who was waiting for her. Shizune, Tsunade-sama, the other 4 great villages have accepted the invitation to a meeting. In addition, the villages of Waterfall, Sound, Grass, etc. have also joined. The meeting will be held in 7 days in the land of the samurai, a neutral region with Mifune as the host. Tsunade, perfect. Shizune, congratulate those in charge of the messenger service and those who were entrusted with drafting the request. Shizune bowed as a sign of respect and left the office. Tsunade took out a small bottle of sake and took a sip while watching the village being rebuilt. The image of Naruto's eyes came to her mind. The senju coughed because some of the sake had gone down the wrong way. The truth was that those eyes had unsettled her quite a bit. Kakashi took Gaara to Sai's house and laid him down on his futon, covering him up. Sai, who was with him, decided to stay to look after him. The seasoned pornography reader said goodbye to his student and went out for a walk while enjoying his intensive reading of Ika Ika. On the way, he found Jiraiya exchanging a few words with Kasame. They seemed very animated for having only known each other for about 3 days. Kakashi approached and greeted them. Kakashi, hello guys. Jiraiya and Kasame greeted the silver-haired man. Kakashi noticed the former Akatsuki member who was no longer wearing his cloak but instead a standard Konoha uniform. That's right, Kasame had been admitted into the Konoha forces, although this was unknown to the rest of the world. Kasame, hello Kakashi-san. I was here talking with Jiraiya-sama about my apartment. Kakashi, don't worry about that, you can come to mine. Kasame's eyes lit up. Kasame, really? I wouldn't want to be a burden. Kakashi, but I don't think so. So much loneliness at home is taking its toll. Hehe, I could use some company. Kasame, well thank you Kakashi-san. I'll go get my things and I'll meet you at the Hawkage Tower so you can take me. Kasame said goodbye and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya, you two seem to get along very well, don't you? Kakashi, yeah, I don't know, there's something about him that makes me trust him. Jiraiya, I hope so, and that we can trust those two. Konan is someone we can trust. Kakashi, was that girl your student? Wasn't Jiraiya-sama? The Sannin nodded his head. Jiraiya, he was one of 2 other children. All 3 were orphans from the Land of Rain. They lived during the reign of Hanzo of the Salamander. Kakashi, in my time I heard a lot about that lunatic. He caused the deaths of many people in the Land of Rain. Jiraiya, that's right, but I don't want to talk about it anymore. Kakashi, the silver-haired man, decided not to probe the white-haired man any further and apologized. Kakashi, I'm sorry for interfering in a matter that wasn't my concern, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya, hahaha, there's no need to be so respectful. Kakashi. Use the informal tu with me, not the formal usted. Kakashi, whatever, I mean whatever you want. Jiraiya, well, I'm running late. I have to go talk to Tsunade about the cage meeting, so I'll see you later. Kakashi. Kakashi, yes, it's a pleasure to speak with you, Jiraiya-sama. The white-haired man was annoyed by the respectful way he was addressed, but said nothing and left for the Hawkage Tower. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha district, the brothers of the clan possessing the Sharigan were talking about the masked man's revelations. Sasuke didn't trust what this Tobai guy had said, but if it was true, his brother wasn't a murderer but rather a puppet of Tobai himself. Itachi, I hope you can forgive me someday. I would have liked to come back, but the fear of your rejection and hatred prevented me. And besides, there was Akatsuki. Sasuke, what I don't understand is, why didn't you kill me? Itachi just stared at the ceiling while recalling what his mind hid as if it were the most precious treasure. Itachi, I only remember killing numerous enemies at that moment. I turned around, sensing a presence behind me, and I saw you. Everything shattered, and I saw our parents dead and my blood-stained sword in my hand. The little I remember is that I decided to act indifferent and give you a reason to become strong even though it wasn't the right one. Thank goodness you met that blonde boy. Who would have thought you and the famous fox boy would become such good friends? Sasuke, don't call him that. He's a great person and a good friend. He acted as a brother to me along with Sai when you left, and I had to watch as people despised him for something he wasn't responsible for. Itachi, you're right, that boy is a great ninja. I can see it in his eyes. I think you should come here with me. I wouldn't like to be here alone. Itachi said this very apologetically, provoking a mocking smile from his brother. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Is the great Itachi Uchiha afraid of the dark? Itachi clenched his fist as a vein throbbed on his forehead. Itachi HPMF. Sasuke, ha 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 ha. Okay, I'll come here with you. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Naruto and Sakura were kissing while embracing on the blonde's bed. Naruto was eager to kiss his Bijuu, as was the pink-haired girl, who had forgotten about her partner's eyes and surrendered to his arms, climbing into his bed next to him. They spent some time kissing and telling each other how much they needed each other to survive. What they didn't know was that a girl with dark blue hair was spying on them from outside the room. This girl had her Byakugan activated and was furious to kill that brazen girl who dared to lie in the same bed as her great love. That's right, we're talking about Hinata Hyuga, who was spying on her platonic love as she usually did. Hinata, enjoy what's left, you bore. Soon no one in this village will want you and will kick you out so you never come back. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 23. Naruto and Sakura kissed with longing and hunger. They hadn't had time to be with each other since Pain and later Tobai appeared. Sakura had an immense desire to feel again those pleasant sensations that the young shinobi aroused in her. Those touches that stimulated her skin, those eyes that melted her soul, that beautiful face that stirred a feeling she had never known, that feeling that made her heart want to leap from her chest as it beat so strongly. Yes, that feeling was love, the deep, forbidden love she felt for her vessel. But what did it matter that it was forbidden? As her lover said, when you desire something and it doesn't harm anyone, it doesn't matter if you break the rules. Naruto. Sakurachin, it's been a while since we were like this. Sakura kissed his cheek and snuggled closer to him. Sakura, yes, it's true, the time we couldn't be like this felt so long. Naruto gave in to his impulses and initiated a French kiss that was quickly reciprocated by the pink-haired girl. Outside, Hinata clenched her fists in anger as she reached for the doorknob, intending to open it and interrupt this disgusting scene. Hinata touched the knob, but as she was about to turn it. Tsunade, Hinata, what are you doing? The girl in question jumped and backed away, gesturing nervously with her hands. Hinata, Roman 2 wasn't doing anything. Tsunade-sama, well, I have to go. The Hyuga ran off without listening to Tsunade demanding explanations. Tsunade, what the hell is wrong with her? Shizune was walking through the hospital corridors when she saw, or rather heard, her teacher's voice. She approached her and reminded her of the regulations of the health centers. Shizune, Tsunade-sama, you know better than anyone that in the hospital one must keep a lower tone of voice so as not to disturb the patients. Tsunade, yes, I'm sorry Shizune. What happened is that I saw Hinata about to enter Naruto's room, and well, she acted very strangely. Shizune sighed dejectedly. Shizune, it's unbelievable, Tsunade-sama, that you don't know that girl has always been strange. Tsunade, you're right anyway, I'll go see how Naruto is. Shizune swiftly prevented her teacher from opening the door. Shizune, it's better not to now. You see, Sakura and Naruto are inside, and they certainly won't want anyone bothering them. Tsunade, well, they're probably doing something wrong. Shizune blushed terribly at the comment from the blonde Hokage who was laughing pervertedly. Shizune, anyway, it wouldn't be good to bother them. It would be better and more productive to go and continue with our tasks. Tsunade sighed dejectedly and obeyed her student. Tsunade, fine, you win, but as soon as Naruto comes out, I want to know. The brunette nodded and they both went off to their daily chores. Inside the room, Sakura kissed Naruto's neck while caressing his chest, arousing him greatly. Naruto, in turn, caressed Sakura's rear, urging her to continue. The pink-haired girl sat on the blonde Jinchuriki's hips and kissed his lips passionately while moving her love's hands from her rear to her breasts. Naruto understood the hint and began massaging them, provoking very tender moans from the green-eyed girl who looked at her container with a deep blush. Sakura, Naruto-kun, this kimono is really getting in my way. Naruto decided to help his demon and opened the garment, revealing the girl's beautiful breasts, neither too big nor too small but perfect. The Uzumaki raised his head and took one of the breasts, licking and sucking it while playing with the other with his hand. Sakura was in paradise, but her clothes and those of her companion, a hospital gown and boxers, were still in the way, so smiling mischievously, she used her claws to tear the hospital gown. Naruto, Sakurachin-ku, the pink-haired girl, silenced him with another kiss while massaging the blonde's crotch, already very excited. Naruto, overcome with lust, finished removing the Bijuu's kimono, who smiled with satisfaction. Sakura, Come on, my Naruto-kun, let's make up for lost time. Naruto pulled the Bijuu towards him and sat her on top of his crotch, causing their genitals to rub together, which gave them subtle bursts of pleasure. Naruto, I love you, my life. Every day that passes I desire you more. The love I have for you borders on the obsessive. Because without you it would be like losing half of my being. Naruto concluded this with a very passionate kiss that was reciprocated by the Bijuu, who let out a couple of tears of happiness upon hearing those words of her great love. Sakura, Naruto-kun, I love you too. For you I would become human, so I would never be without you again. Sakura lowered her gaze to Naruto's boxers, and after licking and kissing them, she lowered the fabric, finding his member in all its splendor. Without further delay, she took it to her mouth, delighting in its taste. Naruto moaned hoarsely with pleasure. Naruto, keep going. Sakurachin, the pink-haired girl massaged his testicles, increasing the pleasure the blonde shinobi received. Naruto felt himself reaching ecstasy, just as the demon noticed his member swelling in her mouth. Naruto grabbed the Yaoko's hair and forcefully discharged into her mouth. Sakura swallowed it all hungrily. Sakura, that was so much. My love. The demon opened her legs and urged her lover to come closer to continue the carnal demonstration of their love. Naruto approached his pink-haired lover and kissed her at the same time as he inserted his member inside her. Sakura moaned with pleasure and automatically hugged her blonde with her arms and legs to prevent him from escaping. Naruto began to move his hips at a good rhythm, causing Sakura to moan louder. This excited Naruto even more, and therefore he increased the speed with which he thrust into his pink-haired girlfriend. They were incredibly in sync, which caused them to receive more pleasure. Naruto, Sakurachin, I'm about to finish. The Bijuu responded by hugging him even tighter. Naruto came inside her forcefully, making the Queen of the Beasts smile and causing her orgasm, which she struggled to maintain. Sakura, Naruto tried to get away, but Sakura wouldn't let him. Naruto, Sakurachin, you can let go of me now. The pink-haired girl shook her head as she tenderly kissed his lips. Sakura, no, I want you to stay there a little longer, my love. Naruto nodded and they both fell asleep. Luckily, Naruto covered them with a sheet before they were exposed to Morpheus, the dream tracer. Naruto awoke with great tranquility. Upon opening his blue eyes, he could see his beloved demon clinging to him with longing and strength, as if she stopped hugging him, he would disappear. The young man could not control the impulse to touch the soft and shiny hair of the pink-haired girl, causing her to sigh softly. Sakura, Naru, the pink-haired girl slowly opened her beautiful jade-colored eyes, seeing her beloved container smiling at her as he gazed tenderly. She loved those kinds of looks. They made her feel special, loved, protected. Naruto, good morning, my love. Did you sleep well last night? The fox smiled and hugged him tighter. Sakura, whenever I'm by your side, I sleep wonderfully. Besides, last night was special. Naruto blushed a little but nodded. Naruto, well, let's see if the old lady discharges me, because I need to train to give that jerk what he deserves. Sakura, yes, I hope so. The Bijuu's melancholic tone of voice did not go unnoticed by the blonde, but when he was about to ask her, the door suddenly opened and the 5-year-old entered with a very smiley face. Tsunade, good morning, Naru. What the hell are you doing naked in bed? Sakura and Naruto squirmed, covering themselves with the sheet while Tsunade waited for an answer. Naruto, hehehe, you see we were well. Tsunade, well, I don't care what you were doing anyway. I came to tell you that you can leave now. Naruto's eyes lit up. Naruto, yes, hahaha, I'm going to train. Naruto jumped up suddenly, causing Tsunade to see his entire private area exposed. Tsunade, Naruto, you damn pervert. Naruto looked at himself and hurriedly put on his clothes. Naruto, well, I'm leaving. Goodbye, old lady, goodbye, love. Naruto gave his pink-haired girlfriend a tender kiss, and when he turned his face away, he received a strong blow from Tsunade that sent him flying through the bedroom window. Tsunade, how many times have I told you not to call me old? Sakura brought her hand to her lips and smiled. Sakura, hehe, this little Naru. Tsunade, this brat is going to drive me crazy. Kasame, Itachi, Konan, Kakashi, and Team 7 were training when a kind of surfaceto or missile impacted in the middle of the training field. They all approached and saw Naruto in a crater, checking if his teeth were intact. Sasuke, hahaha, Dobi, Tsunade-sama really gave it to you this time. Naruto glared at him as Itachi and Kasame helped him out of the hole. Naruto, shut up, you coward. Besides, you don't understand my relationship with the old woman. This was one of her caresses. Kasame whispering to Itachi, hahaha, caresses, well, just imagine if he'd hit him hard. Itachi, hmph, I would have sent him beyond Suna. Naruto, you two, let's train and drop the subject. Konan approached Naruto and grabbed his arm to get his attention. Konan, well, Naruto-kun, let's begin your Rinnegan training. Are you ready? Naruto, I always. The others decided to continue with their training, so they said their goodbyes and went to the adjacent field to avoid disturbing them. Konan, okay, let's begin. Concentrate your chakra in your eyes. Naruto obeyed the blue-haired woman and concentrated his chakra flow in his blue eyes, which changed into a red Rinnegan with Tomo. Naruto, that's it, it's hard to keep it up, but I think I can manage. Conan nodded. Conan, okay, now try to focus on your eyes and try to perform a technique. Naruto, Ug Master Tenin. Naruto raised his hand and attracted a large rock that before impacting him was destroyed by black and red flames. Conan, impressive, I've never seen that technique before, how did you know it? Naruto, I don't know, I just concentrated and that word came to my mind. Naruto fell to the ground while holding his eyes tightly. Conan, Naruto-kun. Damn it, the purification process has already begun. Hang in there, Naruto-kun, I can't help you with what comes next, but I'll be here doing what I can, just remember not to give up. Naruto fell to the ground unconscious. He was picked up by Conan and taken to the hospital, where a very worried Tsunade and Sakura were asking the blue-haired girl for explanations. Tsunade, what the hell happened to him? He's in a coma. Sakura hugged Naruto while crying. Sakura, Naruto, don't abandon me, you promised you'd be with me forever, you always keep your promises, don't you? The pink-haired girl's crying spread to the Hokage, who wept, fearing the boy wouldn't wake up. Conan, don't worry, Naruto-kun will awaken, but only if he manages to pass the tests and purify his Rinnegan. Sakura, what proof? Purifying the Rinnegan, explain yourself. Conan cleared her throat. Conan, you see, the Uzumaki were one of the most powerful clans thanks to both their fantastic control of wind release and the power of one of their marvelous Genkai, the Rinnegan. But as you know, in this world, everything that comes with power comes at a price. Sakura, what kind of sacrifice? Fear was evident in her voice. Conan, you see, for the Rinnegan to reach its full power, it must be purified. But to do so, one must pass a series of tests that will challenge the will, strength, endurance, heart, and goodness of whoever desires that power. But Tsunade, there's a catch to all that, isn't there? Conan lowered her head sadly and fearfully. Conan, if the one being tested fails, he will be blind forever, and his mental health will be broken like a dry branch. I just hope Naruto-kun is strong, otherwise we're doomed. Sakura, he'll do it, he always surprises everyone, he's very strong, plus he has several promises to keep, the pink-haired girl said, smiling tenderly with traces of tears on her face as she stroked her blonde love's forehead. Naruto awoke in a desolate place, the site bearing the marks of a fierce battle, as evidenced by the ruins of numerous buildings now in a deplorable state. Naruto decided to move, trying to find something that would tell him where he was. He walked for a while until he came across a building that was still standing. Naruto entered it and saw several spiral symbols that looked very familiar to him. Naruto, these symbols, have seen them before, but where the blonde stopped paying attention to the symbols and stepped through a half-open door. What he saw there gave him goosebumps. Before him lay numerous decomposing bodies. Apparently this room had been a civilian shelter. Naruto, oh god, what the hell happened here? A ghostly voice caught his attention. Keep going, discover your past, Uzumaki. Naruto. Naruto, who's there? Show yourself. Naruto received no answer, only a slight gust of wind that moved another door at the end of the room. Naruto decided to continue. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 24. Naruto headed towards the door, which was ajar. He moved his hand towards the doorknob and pushed slowly, causing a rather annoying creak, indicating the poor condition of the hinges. Upon entering, what he saw took his breath away, a room filled with decomposing bodies, of which only bones and almost non-existent remnants of clothing remained. The blonde boy walked carefully to a table on which rested the skeleton of a man wearing corroded armor, holding a rusty metal box. The blonde Uzumaki approached slowly until he heard the same voice from before. Young man, stop there. Naruto obeyed the mysterious voice that seemed to emanate from the man's withered body. Naruto, who are you and where am I? The skeleton began to glow, and to Naruto's surprise, it raised its head, showing two beams of blue light in its empty sockets. Well, since you're here, I'll introduce myself. I'm Yuzukito Uzumaki, the founder of the village hidden in the whirlpools, and the first Uzukage, although I think you should also know that I had a son, Misato Uzumaki, the father of someone you're sure to know. Naruto showed a face of astonishment, but also one of bewilderment at the man's revelation. Naruto, I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know this Misato person. Yuzukito, not him but his daughter Kushina Uzumaki, your mother. Naruto opened his eyes in great surprise. Naruto, SSO, you am I, my great-grandfather. The ghostly image nodded its skull. Yuzukito, now you want to know what you're doing here, right? Naruto nodded. It's very simple. As you know, you possess, like all of us, a mysterious Genkai, the Rinnegan, but yours is special. It seems that in addition to Uzumaki blood, you also possess Uchiha blood. Perhaps even though the Uzumaki clan lost all its power, it can still be restored and returned to its former state. Naruto, me with Uchiha blood. How can that be, if as far as I know my mother was in Uzumaki and my father didn't have a clan? Yuzukito, it's possible your father was the bastard son of an Uchiha, and that they rejected him. It's a possibility. Naruto, yeah, maybe that's it. Anyway, how do I get out of here? The body got up from its chair and placed the box on the wooden table. Yuzukito, the only way out is by passing the Rinnegan purification trials, that is, if you want to come back in one piece. The young man felt a chill upon hearing the last part. Naruto, what do you mean? Use Yukido, easy if you fail you'll return to real life but possibly blind or unable to use chakra again. Naruto, understood, so how do I start? The corpse pushed the box and crossed its arms. Use Yukido, take it, it might help you on your journey, now go over there, and finally, good luck, great-grandson. Despite not having skin that could show a smile, from the way he spoke Naruto sensed the great sincerity and pride he carried. He took the box and headed towards the door. Before crossing it, he turned around looking at the cadaverous figure. Naruto, thanks old man, hehe. Naruto left the room. Use Yukido, these young people respect nothing. The body sat back down in the chair, thus returning to eternal rest. Meanwhile, oblivious to the events in the patient's mind, Tsunade had to leave, as did Konan. Political matters. The emergency meeting declared by Tsunade would take place in a few days, and Konan had promised to mediate with her village, Aimgakure no Sato, so that it would march alongside the others against the masked man. Sakura, Naruto-kun, if you can hear me, I hope you know that I'll be here with you until you wake up, my love. I won't abandon you. Of course you're going to abandon him, and if you don't want to, I'll force you. Sakura turned towards the door. Hinata entered and slammed it shut behind her. Sakura, what do you want, you damn bitch? Hinata smiled malevolently. Hinata, ha ha ha, I'm not the slut here, you know, Kyubai. Sakura opened her eyes in surprise. Sakura, how do you know? Hinata, let's just say I saw the fight you had against the Akatsuki. You learn and discover a lot of things by watching battles. Sakura clenched her fists tightly in anger. Sakura, of course, especially if spying is all one does, right, you bucking stalker. Hinata clenched her teeth, very angry. Hinata, shut up, demon. Do you think I don't know you have Naruto-kun under a genjutsu so you can wander around the village you almost destroyed? Sakura, shut up. You don't know anything, you damn bore. And Naruto-kun loves me. Is that what bothers you the most? That he prefers me, the girl of his dreams, to a manipulative bitch like you? Hinata, you're a slut, a damn bore, but don't worry, your little secret will soon go to hell and we'll all kick you out of the village so you never come back, and that way Naruto-kun will be happy by my side. Sakura, screw you. Hinata left smiling, leaving a badly injured Bijuu behind. Sakura began to cry, then she felt a warm hand on her shoulder. She turned around and saw a face covered with a black mask, silver hair, and one eye uncovered. Sakura, relax, we'll keep Hinata in check, don't worry. Sakura, thank you, Kakashi-san. Guys behind her was the entire team 7 plus Itachi, Kasame, Jiraiya, and Konan, who had already sent the message to the leader of her village. Sasuke, I never thought Hinata was a snake. Sigh, the quieter they are, the more of a bore they are. Konan, hey, don't go too far or I'll punch you so hard you'll burst. The raised fist alarmed all the male attendees. Kasame whispering to Jiraiya, do you like them tomboyish like this, Jiraiya-sama? Konan's neck snapped around, causing Itachi and Sasuke, who were next to Jiraiya and Kasame, to quickly back away in fear. Konan, did you guys say something? They both swallowed hard and shook their heads with many gestures. Jiraiya, no way, we were just talking about how beautiful the day is and all that, hehehe. Konan cracked her knuckles, looking menacingly at the two men who started trembling like babies. Kasame, Konansen, don't hurt us, it was just a joke. Konan felt sorry for them and didn't punish them, although the ridiculous thing the men had done caused laughter even in people as serious as Itachi, who couldn't suppress a slight mocking smile. Naruto, who remained in a coma, emitted some faint moans that alerted everyone present. They all approached the bed and watched as the blonde boy murmured unintelligible things and squeezed his closed eyes shut as if he were escaping from something. Sakura, what's wrong with him? Is he okay? Everyone present looked at the blue-haired girl, since she was the only one who had a slight idea of what was about to happen to the blonde boy. Konan, it's already begun. Purifying the Rinnegan is very costly, let's just hope he doesn't give up, all we can do is be here with him. Jiraiya, relax, Naruto is someone who never gives up, we can rest easy, hehe. Everyone smiled at the Sanin's demonstration of faith in his student. Sasuke, Jiraiya-sensei is right, the Dobi is too tough to get his ass kicked while he's lying in bed. Sai looked at him smiling. Sai, you really like butts, huh? Sasuke-kun, the black-haired Uchiha, had a terrible shiver and in a reflex action gave the pale boy a slap on the head, who spat out a piece of gum he had in his mouth. The chewing gum flew to fall miraculously on Konan's cleavage. Konan, how disgusting. All the men were very red, some like Jiraiya, Kasame, or Kakashi smiled pervertedly. Jiraiya, don't worry, Konansen, I'll get the gum out of you. Konan looked up and with a powerful blow sent the Sanin flying into the stratosphere. Konan, any other perverts? Everyone except Konan and Sakura, no Konan-sama. Sakura stopped paying attention to the commotion to pull a chair up next to Naruto, sit down and take the blonde boy's hand, whispering sweet and soft things in his ear, hoping to make the Jinchuriki's journey more pleasant wherever he was. Naruto crossed the threshold and everything went dark. He wandered aimlessly for about 15 minutes until he saw a faint light. He ran towards it, hoping for an exit. When he arrived, he froze like a block of ice. He saw himself in his parents' arms. His beloved Sakura transformed into a fox, piercing their chests with one of her claws, which curiously was aimed at the belly of the blonde baby they were carrying. My son cough cough be strong fulfill your dreams and cough cough ugh eat well I love you my baby the red-haired woman, despite having the claw piercing her stomach, kissed the forehead of the little blonde boy who began to cry. 2. Listen to your mom Naruto ugh, we love you we wish things had been different right Kushina. Kushina. Yais Minato I wish we could see our little boy grow up cough cough the blonde man held his wife and the child. Minato, before I die we'll seal this creature away so it can't harm anyone anymore you'll be a hero. Kyuubi Nuo you bastards I'll kill you all and that kid too. Naruto's eyes widened. Had his beloved Sakura tried to kill him, had she intentionally killed his parents, was everything she had told him just a terrible lie? Naruto crouched down, covering his face with his hands and began to cry uncontrollably. Outside of Naruto's mind, Sakura could see a sea of tears streaming from his eyes. Instantly she squeezed his hand and wiped away the tears, giving him a soft kiss on the forehead. The Bijuu leaned close to her love's ear and whispered reassuringly, Sakura, I'm here Naruto-kun everything is alright, be strong I love you. Naruto, who remained on his knees crying, felt a great warmth in his chest. Surely what he had seen was an illusion to test him. He had to be strong and not stop for anything in the world. That was who he was, he should never give up. The blonde boy realized that everything was dark again. He walked for about 15 minutes until another beam of light illuminated him. As he had done before, he ran towards it, finding himself among a group of people. He saw a crowd of people and approached to see what was happening. He caught a glimpse of a small boy, whose face he couldn't see, being brutally beaten by ninjas and civilians. Judging by their clothing, he deduced they were from Konoha. He looked at the boy again and felt an overwhelming urge to beat him up. He advanced toward him and began to savagely strike him. The other villagers and ninjas backed away, terrified by the man's excessive brutality. Naruto couldn't control himself. He punched and stomped on the boy, who could only whimper in pain. He saw blood flowing from the child, which filled him with satisfaction. Naruto stopped, the murderous instinct that had possessed him finally subsiding. The boy crawled away, bleeding. Naruto froze. What had he done? Had he beaten a defenseless child? What kind of monster was he? The boy turned around, sobbing uncontrollably, and with a voice broken by pain, he removed the fox mask he was wearing. Why are you hitting me? I just want to get home. Naruto fell backward in terror. The blonde boy with blue eyes full of tears stared at him in terror. Adult Naruto, no. It's not true ah. The little boy spat blood and with an accusing look insisted. Naruto, child, you always hit me. I just want to have friends and be a normal person. Why can't I? It's the boy was about to speak, but a white-haired ninja gave him a terrible blow to the face that broke his jaw. Naruto saw the boy fall unconscious and the stranger approach him and offer him his hand. Are you all right? There's nothing to worry about. That monster can't hurt you. Naruto backed away even further and, looking at him terrified, could only say, Naruto, no, not you. Erosin, this isn't true. The white-haired Sannin offered his hand again. Jiraiya, relax, I already told him that demon can't do anything to him. Naruto jumped up and, dodging him, picked up his minim's body, escaping as fast as he could through the crowded streets of Konoha. Naruto started screaming and crying even louder. Sakura tried to calm him by squeezing his hand and whispering sweet things in his ear, but the blonde boy only cried more, babbling things like, I didn't mean to, and I'm a monster. Everyone else stopped joking and fighting and approached the blonde boy, worried, including Jiraiya, who had already returned from his trip to the moon. Conan, one of you should go and call the Hokage, and if you can, bring a Yamanaka. I think this time we'll have to enter his mind. Sai nodded and ran out the window like a madman across the rooftops towards the Hokage tower. Sasuke, what do you think? Konan-san, do you think he might be in danger? Conan, I don't know, I just don't know. Sakura squeezed her love's hand and whispered in an inaudible murmur. Sakura, be strong, my love, I know you can. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 25. Sai ran across the rooftops in a great hurry. From what he could see in his friend, he was suffering greatly, and therefore he had to get to the Hokage tower as soon as possible and warn the 5th Hokage. Tsunade Senju could help his brother, as well as a Yamanaka who could use his mental powers. Sai already knew who to turn to. He increased his pace, reaching the Hokage tower and entered through the window, surprising Shizune and Tsunade. Tsunade, Sai, what the hell are you doing here and why are you entering through the window without permission? The blonde roared furiously but was calmed down by her student and pupil Shizune. Sai, it's because of Naruto-kun, he's seriously ill. Konan-san asked me to come and get her. The two women were surprised by his words and looked at each other worriedly. Shizune, Tsunade-sama, we have to go help you. The blonde didn't even answer. She got up and hurried out the door, but a memory came to her mind. Tsunade, damn the reports and the preparations for the Cage Summit. Shizune, stay here and arrange everything related to the Cage Summit that will be held in a few days. You're in charge, don't let me down. The brunette was a little disappointed that she couldn't go help her little brother, but the fact that her teacher trusted her with something so important filled her with confidence and joy. Shizune, don't worry Tsunade-sama, everything will be in good hands. Please run and help Naruto-kun in any way you can. Tsunade, let's go Sai, there's no time to lose. The pale boy turned around and climbed out the window, surprising the two women. Tsunade-sama, you go to the hospital. I'll go when I find someone who will be of great help to us. The black-haired man jumped despite Tsunade's shouts. Tsunade, damn it, Sai, wait, who is he going to look for? Shizune shrugged, indicating she didn't know anything. Tsunade remembered what Sai had said and hurriedly left the office. Sai repeated his journey across the rooftops, his destination the Yamanaka flower shop. There he was sure to find Ino Yamanaka, his friend, for whom he felt something more than friendship, but now was not the time for sentimentality. His friend's health was in danger and that worried him greatly. He spotted the flower shop and entered, startling the blonde behind the counter. Ino, Sai, damn it, you scared me, I almost dropped the flower pots on the counter. What's with the rush? The dark-haired man took a breath and said very seriously. Sai, you have to come with me to the hospital. Naruto-kun is seriously ill and Konansen believes your mental abilities will be useful to us. The blonde was worried and agreed. Sai carried her on his back, causing a little scream from the girl. Ino, Sai, put me down. I told you to put me down. The dark-haired man left the store towards the hospital. Ino's breasts were pressed against his back, which made a certain little friend of his wake up. Sai, not now, Nuo, damn it, don't get up, what will Inachan think of me if she sees this? The dark-haired boy was lost in thought, but despite his attempts to calm his hormones, the blonde looked at the bulge, blushing and smiling. Ino, it seems he likes me, that's great, he's going to fall for me right now, yes. The mental techniques specialist thought happily. After a while longer of travel, the couple arrived at the hospital and Sai took her off his back. They both entered the health center and arrived at the blonde's room. Sakura, it's about time, Naruto-kun is in very bad shape, Tsunade-sama can't stabilize him and he's getting worse and worse. Conan, Inasan, thank goodness you're here, can you enter Naruto's mind? The blonde nodded. Tsunade, very well, what are we waiting for? Ino drew a series of seals and performed her clan's famous technique, but upon entering Naruto's mind she was repelled and returned to her body. Ino, what the hell happened? She won't let me into her mind, it's like she has a chakra barrier protecting it. Everyone lowered their heads in despair, but Sasuke took a step forward with an idea in his mind. Sasuke, what if we try overloading that barrier with chakra? Ino, that's a good idea, but I could sense a large amount of chakra in her. Sakura, isn't there anything we can do? She looked at Naruto, still crying, while Tsunade checked him over. Conan, we might be able to overload it, but we'll have to transfer our chakra to Inasan so she can destroy it. Ino, yes, everyone looked at her, a little intrigued by her way of speaking. Jiraiya, is something wrong, Ino? The blonde nodded seriously. Ino, you see, if you transfer your chakra into my body, while I'm performing my technique, you might also enter Naruto's mind. Jiraiya, explain yourself, young lady. Ino, by passing your chakra to me, you are also transferring part of your essence to me, so my technique will send you and me into her mind. Everyone was left wondering what to do until Sakura stood up, placing her hand on the Yamanaka's shoulder. Sakura, Naruto-kun is in trouble, so count on me. Ino smiled. Sasuke, Sai, Jiraiya, and the lost Kakashi approached and placed their hands on the girl's back. Kaka, Sasujira, Sai, count us in too. Itachi, with me too, and with Kasame too, they both approached and touched the blonde. Conan, me too, after all, I'm the one who was supposed to look after her safety. The former Akatsuki member approached the girl and placed her hand on her other shoulder. Tsunade, alright guys, I'll stay here to keep an eye on Naruto, now hurry up. Everyone, hi, Ino drew seals. Ino, get ready, here we go, mind transfer technique. There was a void, everything was enveloped in darkness. They rose up in a dark abyss, but for some strange reason they emitted a white glow as if they were specters. Ino signaled to everyone and they walked until they came across a kind of entrance which was sealed by a thin, bluish barrier. Sakura, is this the barrier? Ino nodded and placed her hands on it. Ino, help me and gather chakra in your hands. Everyone obeyed and imitated the Yamanaka heiress. Sasuke, it doesn't seem to be working, give it more power. Everyone charged more chakra and the barrier shone brightly, shattering like a stained glass window. Kakashi, good, it's broken, now let's go for Naruto. They all crossed the entrance and everything went dark again. Suddenly they began to hear crying. The scene was worthy of a horror movie. They continued on their way. The crying grew louder and louder. The group walked on and came across a blonde young man crying on his knees, covering his face with both hands. Sakura, Naruto-kun. The pink-haired girl ran towards the boy to hug him, but when she arrived she passed right through him as if he were a hallucination. Sakura tried to hug him again but passed right through him again. Ino, this isn't good. Sasuke, what's wrong? Ino, it seems we're just a mere mirage. Jiraiya, would you mind speaking to us in plain English, please? The blonde continued watching as the Bijuu did her best to touch her container without success. Ino, we can only see what's happening in their minds, but we can't intervene. Everyone became worried. Conan, damn it. If we can't intervene, he'll have to, damn it. Sai, don't tell me he'll have to endure it alone. The blue-haired girl and the blonde nodded. Sasuke, not even with the Sharigan. Itachi, no, little brother, I'm trying, and I can only perceive the aura that Naruto emits and his chakra. Itachi was very serious as the Mangekyo Sharingan shone in his eyes. Kakashi, there's another way, we just have to think. Sakura looked at Naruto crying. He just got up and ran towards the shadows screaming. Everyone followed him running. They appeared in the center of the village of Konoha, followed Naruto through the village streets. They could perceive how people looked at him with hatred, how the children moved away from him in fear. Naruto continued walking with his head down until a flower pot crashed into his head, several pieces sticking into his face. Blood soon began to flow. "Get out of here, you damned monster. Murderer. Murderer, spawn him. Naruto tried to get up but was kicked in the face by a shinobi, knocking him to the ground on his back, bleeding from his nose and lips. "Shinobi, take this, you bastard. This is for my brother and my friends that you killed." The shinobi couldn't contain himself and pulled out a kunai, plunging it into Naruto's leg, who screamed in pain. Our heroes watched, terrified and shocked, as the villagers and ninjas brutally beat the blonde boy, who could only cry out, "Ino, this is too much. They're going to kill him." Everyone watched the pitiful scene sadly. The women couldn't hold back their tears while the men clenched their fists in fury. "Sakura, stop it already. Leave Naruto-kun alone, he's not a monster." The Bijuu tried to make them stop, but it was useless. It was as if she didn't exist. The men continued to beat Naruto until he stopped a blow with his hand, surprising the assailants. "Shinobi, let me go, monster. What are you going to ah?" Naruto had broken her wrist with a twist. The others attacked Naruto, but red tails emerged from his back, piercing them through the stomach. Sakura opened her mouth in surprise, as did the others. Naruto stood up while the remaining villagers looked at him in fear. The poor wretches he had pierced fell dead at his feet with a huge hole at the level of their stomach. "Villagers, no, stay away. Don't come near us, monster." Naruto smiled malevolently and opened his eyes, which showed a blood-red tone with a slit pupil. "Naruto, now the fun begins." He laughed maniacally and lunged at the civilians and shinobi, tearing them to pieces with his claws and tails. The kids watched in terror as Naruto mercilessly killed everyone in his path, including the children. "Child, don't kill me, no way, a father, mother." Naruto grabbed the child by the neck and, smiling, pierced his chest with his fist. The child, no more than 4 years old, fell to the floor in a pool of blood while everyone stared in shock at the scene. Even Kasame and Itachi were shocked. "Sakura, stop, you're not like this. Naruto-kun, this isn't true." Naruto walked down the street, killing every living being in horrible ways. The Hokage Tower stood before him, and there the third Hokage, along with the genin of the boy's generation, were waiting for him. "Sarutobi, Naruto, what have you become?" "I'm so sorry, Minato Kushina." The third removed his Hokage robes, revealing his combat attire. The other genin also took to their guards, but the Hokage urged them to flee. Among all the genin were Sai, Sasuke, Ino, Shikamaru, etc. All the blonde boy's friends, but around 7 years old, all scared, staring at the monster in front of them. "Naruto, I'm so sorry, Grandpa, but today your reign ends along with the existence of this village." "Sarutobi, I don't think so. Children, run and escape. I'll hold him off as long as I can." The blonde man unsheathed his claws, smiling maliciously as his red eyes fixed on the small children. "Naruto, when I send you to your grave, I'll have fun tearing those brats to pieces, hahaha." The third one lunged at his grandson, who only raised one tail, giving him a strong blow that made him crash to the ground. The scared children ran away while Naruto grabbed the third one with his tails. "Sarutobi, cough cough, I'm sorry, ugh, I'm sorry." Naruto glared at him angrily. "Naruto, what, you're sorry? If you were truly sorry, you would have done more to protect me from everything this trashy village has been doing to me for as long as I can remember. So shut your filthy mouth and rest in peace." Naruto created a Rasengan and pierced the third Hokage's chest, ending his life. His body fell inert and lifeless at his feet while the blonde boy gave him a completely emotionless look. The children ran and hid in the Hokage's office, believing that the monster wouldn't find them there, but nothing could have been further from the truth. A loud crash, the sound of breaking glass, and Naruto burst into the room, crushing Choji and killing him instantly. Our heroes watched, breathless, the anguish unbearable. The pain of seeing it. You'd have to be a monster not to cry or breathe easily while witnessing such horror. "Shikamaru, get away, you killed him, demon." Naruto extended his tails and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up and pulling him towards him. "Naruto, relax, buddy, you'll soon be reunited with the fat one." Naruto began to increase the strength of his grip, choking the poor Nara boy who couldn't loosen the grip with his small hands. "Ino, stop. You're going to kill him. Let him go, demon." Naruto grabbed the little girl by the neck and began to strangle her while the other children were too scared to do anything. At that moment, the Jounin senseis and 2 of the Sannin burst into the room. "Jiraiya, don't worry kids, we'll save you." The white-haired man activated his Sage mode while Tsunade released her chakra seal. The other Jounin activated their most powerful techniques. Kakashi revealed his Sharigan, Guy opened the 8 gates, Asuma activated his chakra blades, Kurenai her genjutsu. "Naruto, you can't beat me, it's useless." Everyone was on tenterhooks. They couldn't intervene to stop that madness, they couldn't do anything. The Bijuu of my heart, chapter 26. For the next few minutes, it was a festival of blood and cruelty, in very mild terms, a horrific nightmare. That madness was hell itself. After finishing off the children, silence fell. The blond man stood for a while, staring into space, blood dripping from his hands, the blood of all those he had killed that nightmarish night. Our heroes watched the scene, frozen and rigid, feeling a horrible tightness in their throats that prevented them from uttering a single word. After a traumatic silence, Kakashi dared to speak. Kakashi, is this nightmare over yet? Everyone looked at him. The Jounin could see empty, sad, horrified looks, but before he could open his mouth again, Naruto fell to his knees as a cry flooded the room they were in. Naruto, what have I done? What the hell am I? Were all the villagers right and I'm just a monster? Everyone looked at the blonde boy sadly. He was losing the battle against himself or whatever the hell was going on there. I see, I don't need to tell you then that you are. Everyone looked around in fear. Where was that voice coming from? Conan, do you see anything? Everyone shook their heads as the darkness grew denser. Ino, ugh, I'm running out of chakra. If we all stay here, we won't be able to stay for more than 5 minutes. Sasuke, damn it, Ino, hang on. We can't leave now. The blonde concentrated to the maximum, but something happened that no one expected. Looks like we have some annoying company anyway. We're not interested in unwanted company at all, right, Naruto? The blonde looked around but didn't see anyone. Naruto, who are you talking about? It's just me here and you. The shadow laughed loudly. Well, what would you say if your friends had seen everything you've done before? The blonde boy's eyes widened in shock. His mouth trembled and he could barely string a word together. Naruto, don't tell me that they've seen everything. Naruto brought his blood-stained hands to his face. Relax, little one, I'm sure they won't judge you for that. They're true friends. The shadow laughed again, and the room lit up slightly, revealing all our heroes. All the ninjas of Konoha were surprised. The shadow had revealed them, but it had made clones appear. Everyone was there except Sakura. They weren't really them. Naruto had in front of him copies of all those who had followed the Yamanaka into the mind of the blue-eyed one. Naruto, gee guys, is that you? The people in question raised their heads and Naruto's heart broke. He could see expressions of hatred, disappointment, disgust. He wouldn't have cared if it weren't for the people behind those looks. Sasuke, you disgust me. You're a bucking monster. I don't know how I ever thought of becoming friends with you, right, Sai? The pale one nodded. Sai, you're right. You're a bucking murderer. I hope you never wake up from this nightmare. Naruto began to shed tears. The real ones were furious. They wanted to go there and kick the asses of those cheap copies, but they couldn't do anything, only watch and listen. Real Sasuke, what the hell? Shit, we have to do something. The black-haired boy was calmed down by his brother. Itachi had the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes but a sad look. True, Itachi, we can't do anything. Whatever that thing is has us all trapped. Even my Sharingan is useless. Real Sakura, damn it, we have to help Naruto-kun. Ino, do something. True, Ino, I'm trying, but I have very little chakra left. I can only hold out for 2 more minutes. While the real ones were arguing, Naruto kept receiving emotional stabs from his friends. Jiraiya, it's unbelievable that your parents sacrificed themselves to save such a monster. It's a disgrace. Naruto, Erosen, and you too. Oh, this is getting really sad. What a shame. The shadow mocked the blonde's bad moment. Kakashi, you're a disgrace. You're worse than garbage. What a waste. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei. No, the shadow emitted a small purple glow and the clones disappeared. Real Kakashi, are they gone? What the hell is that thing trying to do? No one could say anything since they too went outside. Only Sakura remained because she was the nine-tailed Bijuu, and being the blonde boy's container, she could enter his mind indefinitely. Naruto, where have they gone? The shadow laughed, pleased by the blonde's condition. Since I saw you were having a really hard time, I decided to banish them from your mind. Sakura watched the scene, leaning on her knees and crying with helplessness. Naruto, and what the hell do you want from me? The shadow began to take on a human appearance, just talking, nothing more. Her voice resembled that of a young woman. Naruto recognized that voice, but he didn't want it to be true. Naruto, Sakurachin, is that you? The shadow finally took the form of a pink-haired girl who looked at him with disdain and arrogance. Sakura M. For you, Sakura-sama, you damn spawn. Naruto opened his eyes due to the enormous stab of pain upon hearing those hurtful words come out of the sweet lips of the girl he loved. The real redhead raised her head in surprise, looked at her counterpart, and could see how she looked at the blonde with hatred and amusement, but also gave fleeting glances to her, laughing. Naruto, why? That was all he could manage to say as the evil pink-haired girl looked at him with disgust. Sakura M., did you really think that a being as powerful and pure as me would fall in love with trash like you? Naruto shed thick tears as he clutched his knees and bowed his head. Sakura watched all of this with great sadness. She wanted to do something, but it was useless. She could only watch as this so-called she destroyed what little remained of her. Naruto. Naruto, I loved you, wanted to make my life with you. The real pink-haired girl began to cry loudly while hugging herself, sobbing. Sakura POV, I love you too, and it would be my dream to make my life with you. The fake Sakura began to walk slowly towards the blonde boy, her gaze denoting hatred, disgust, and repugnance towards him. Sakura M., you loved me, you piece of shit. What the hell do you know about love if no one has ever shown you that feeling in your pathetic existence? Naruto just stood there with his head down, a lump in his throat. Naruto, the dark pink-haired girl, continued walking until she stood in front of him. Sakura M., I killed your parents. I would have killed you if it weren't for your father's damn sacrifice, but you know what? Naruto raised his eyes, blue clashing with green. Naruto W what? He whispered in a tiny voice. Sakura M, now I'll finish what I didn't do a few years ago. The pink-haired girl grabbed the blonde boy by the neck, lifting him into the air while laughing hysterically. The real pink-haired girl couldn't contain her impulse and lunged at her false self. But her attacks and attempts were in vain. She passed right through her as if she were just a spirit. Outside the blonde's mind, everyone except Sakura woke up looking at a hysterical Tsunade trying to keep the blonde man who was convulsing out of his mind stable. Tsunade, damn it, someone help me and give me chakra, and someone bring some painkillers, damn it. Kakashi positioned himself behind the fifth Hokage and placing his hands on her back began to give her chakra. Kasame felt the blonde's forehead and noticing it was burning, soaked a cloth with his water-style jutsus and placed it on his forehead. Konan went to get some painkillers from the first aid kit in the room. Sasuke, how are you doing, Tsunade-sama? The blonde Hokage looked at the younger Uchiha with a sad expression. Tsunade, his body and especially his heart are in critical condition. I don't know how much longer he can hold on, but if I don't continue to assist him, he will die immediately. That came as a complete shock, especially to the members of Team 7 and Urasanin, who could only watch the blonde man convulse. Meanwhile, inside the blonde man's mind, Naruto was being held by that supposed Sakura, who smilingly uncovered his neck, revealing the curse mark. Sakura M. Wow, here it is. The pink-haired girl licked the blonde boy's neck and with her fingers squeezed the seal that began to release and spread throughout Naruto's body, causing him a very painful burning sensation. Naruto AHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHI tightened her grip on his neck, furious. Sakura M, shut up, trash, you're just a bucking faggot, you'll soon disappear from this world. The real pink-haired girl kept trying to hit the fake one, but nothing worked, not the punches, not the ninjutsu, nothing but. Real Sakura, that's it. I'll try to communicate with him telepathically. The pink-haired girl concentrated, trying to talk to her blonde friend, but instead she ran into someone unexpected. Sakura M, stop ruining my fun, you damn bitch. The real pink-haired girl was surprised. True Sakura, leave him alone now and show yourself as you truly are, you are not me. Sakura M, hehehe, I can feel it, that boy really loves you, so there was nothing easier than assuming your appearance and hitting him where it hurts the most. Sakura clenched her teeth, very angry. Real Sakura, and who the hell are you? Sakura M, I'm surprised you're asking, Kuku. That laugh could only be from Sakura. Orochimaru, damn vermin. Orochimaru, what a bargain. Now that I thought this kid was useless, I realize he possesses power greater than Sasuke-kun's. Sakura, so you took advantage of the Rinnegan awakening ritual to corrupt his mind and bring him towards you. Orochimaru, you're very clever, demon, but anyway, let me finish my work. The pink-haired one watched as the cursed seal almost completely devoured Naruto. In the hospital, everyone watched as the cursed seal was released and broke the control seals that had been placed on it. Tsunade kept the blonde man alive while the others tried to push back the seal, but it was useless. Sigh, damn, we need a miracle. Sasuke glared at his friend for resorting to something as trivial as that. Sasuke, sigh, this is no time for jokes. The black-haired man felt a hand on his back, turned around and saw his master, the Gamesanin, looking very serious. Jiraiya, sigh is right, only a miracle can save her. Looking at an unconscious Sakura, and I know who can perform one. At that moment the pink-haired girl began to glow, surprising everyone present except the Sannin. Konan, what the hell is going on? The one from Maguekio gave the tranquilizers to a recovered Ino who focused on giving them to the blonde despite being just as surprised as the origami ninja. Tsunade, what you see here is our only hope for Naruto's survival. The pink-haired woman dissolved in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya, let's pray that she can help him. In the blonde man's mind, the seal completely absorbed Naruto. The pink-haired girl released him, laughing evilly as she approached the Bijuu. Orochimaru, I no longer need this damned form. The Hebai Sannin dispelled the transformation, revealing his true form. As for you, brat, you can get back in your damned cage and never come out again. The pink-haired girl noticed how she was no longer semi-transparent, which revealed to her that she could now kick that bastard's ass. The pink-haired girl took out her claws while 9 tails undulated on her back. Sakura, you've made the biggest mistake of your life by letting me completely enter Naruto-kun's body, now die. The pink-haired girl jumped, but someone got between her and Orochimaru. Naruto. The blonde had stopped the pink-haired girl's blow with one hand. Orochimaru smiled arrogantly behind his servant's back. Orochimaru, now I control your Naruto-kun, you can't save him anymore. Kyukuku. At last I will possess a Daojutsu even more powerful than the Sharigan. Naruto tried to hit Sakura, but the Bijuu dodged it by jumping back. Sakura, Naruto-kun. It's me, it's Sakura. The blonde boy formed a Rasengan in his hand and jumped towards the pink-haired girl who rolled to avoid the impact. The Bijuu of my heart, chapter 27. The blonde boy's eyes rolled back as Sakura tried to reason with him. Naruto created another Rasengan and jumped on top of the pink-haired girl who used her tails to protect herself from the powerful blow. Sakura, Naruto-kun, it's me. Orochimaru is controlling you, don't let him have power over you. Naruto, the Jinchuriki concentrated chakra in his hands and the pink-haired girl feared the worst. The blue-eyed boy extended his arms, creating wind blades that headed towards the pink-haired girl. Sakura jumped, dodging the wind blades with difficulty. But in the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared, hitting her stomach and sending her crashing into a kind of wall in the blonde boy's mind, the sewers. Sakura, damn you Orochimaru. Orochimaru, Kyukyukuku, relax, I'm sure you'll be happy to die at the hands of your great love Kyukuku, the Sage of Snakes said with his disgusting smile. Sakura, I'm going to kill you, you filthy snake. There won't be a trace of your bucking existence left. The demon took out her chakra claws and jumped at the Hebai Sannin who didn't move, nor did he even change his expression of success. Orochimaru, that's demon, come and get me Kyukuku. Sakura was about to rip his head off with a swipe when in a yellow flash Naruto appeared stopping her claw. He disappeared again and Sakura got into a fighting stance. Sakura, Naru, she couldn't finish because the blonde boy had slammed her into the ground with a Rasengan that opened a terrible wound on her back. Sakura screamed in pain. Orochimaru, Kyukyukuku, why don't you kill him and save yourself? Sakura raised her head which showed several cuts caused by the strong impact, but that was the least of it. In her eyes, in those jade green eyes so beautiful and wild, one could see great determination. Sakura, never. I would never kill the only one who accepted me despite being the cause of his most miserable misery, despite being the cause of the deep hatred he suffered, despite being the one who caused his loneliness. Because I love him, I want him. I will fight so that neither you nor any bastard who thinks he can rule the world will be victorious. I will withstand all your blows if that's how I can make him become that loving and tender child again, if that's how I can make him become the man who could make a demon fall in love with him. Orochimaru, Kyukuku, well, keep dreaming, demon Naruto-kun, finish her off. Naruto drew his sword and charged it with wind chakra, causing the blade of the weapon to glow with a bluish light. Orochimaru, come on, you'll be mine, you and the Rinnegan. Naruto approached the kneeling Bijuu, raised his sword. Sakura gave him a tender smile. Sakura, I love you always, always. Naruto lowered his sword, decapitating her. Sakura's head fell to the ground as Orochimaru laughed victoriously and Naruto turned to look at him without any expression. Orochimaru, wonderful, exceptional. Now no one can stop me. The Sannin looked at Naruto smiling and gestured for him to come closer. Outside of Naruto's interior, everyone was extremely stressed, especially Tsunade and Jiraiya, as they knew what would happen once the current situation was over. Naruto was convulsing as the cursed seal spread throughout his body. At first his skin had blackened and his hair had turned white, but now his skin was pale and his hair black, much like Orochimaru's. Sasuke, Tsunade-sama, what the hell is going on? Naruto looks a lot like Orochimaru. The Senju looks sadly at the Uchiha. Tsunade, it's similar because Jiraiya knew she couldn't say it, so he decided to speak. Jiraiya, he looks like him because Orochimaru is taking over his body with his soul transfer technique. Everyone in the room exclaimed in terror. Sasuke, how the hell could that snake have done that to Naruto? He hasn't been seen in ages. Conan, he probably took advantage of the Rinnegan purification ceremony to exploit Naruto's weakness. Itachi, as for how he was able to do it, I know a little. Apparently when Orochimaru puts the cursed seal on you, he introduces a small part of his essence, that is, his soul, into the body of his victim. Tsunade and Jiraiya nodded at the words of the eldest of the Uchihas. Sigh, and is there any way to help him? Tsunade looked first at Jiraiya and then at the pale man. Tsunade, no, Orochimaru has already won. The only thing we can do is capture him and prevent him from escaping. Everyone lowered their heads, very saddened by Senju's words, who couldn't hold back tears of disappointment with herself for not helping her little boy. Jiraiya and Kakashi tied the blonde's arms and legs to the bed to prevent him from escaping once Orochimaru had taken control of the poor blonde. Sasuke and Sai could only clench their fists in a feeling of helplessness. He was their friend, and they hadn't been able to help him at all, only witnessed the atrocities the blonde had endured in his childhood, which was undoubtedly not a bed of roses. Kakashi, it's done. Tsunade-sama, her arms and legs are immobilized. The Senju nodded, tears welling in her eyes as she stroked the young man's forehead. Tsunade, Jiraiya, take that out. Everyone looked questioningly at the white-haired man who, with a hint of sadness, reached into his clothes and pulled out some finely painted papers. Kakashi, Itachi, and Conan recognized them instantly. Itachi, those are containment seals. The white-haired man nodded sadly. Kakashi, but these aren't ordinary containment seals, these are special for Conan, for the most dangerous prisoners, the blue-haired woman said, surprising everyone. Kasame, are you going to put them on? Tsunade, we have no other choice. We must prevent Orochimaru from escaping and continuing to cause pain and suffering. Inside Naruto, the vile serpent smiled victoriously. It had rid itself of the Bijuu. Now all that remained was to absorb the Uzumaki to dominate his body and seize the secrets of the Rinnegan and all the power it entailed. Orochimaru glanced briefly at his prey, who stood with her head bowed, gazing at the decapitated body of the pink-haired girl while holding a katana stained with blood, not just any blood, but the blood of the woman he loved, the one who had declared her love for him and smiled at him before being beheaded by him. Naruto remained lost in what seemed a deep trance until the serpent's disgusting hissing voice pulled him from his thoughts. Orochimaru, what are you waiting for, you useless thing? Your girlfriend is already dead, so do my bidding, and come closer, Kyukuku. Naruto looked at the body one last time as a tear escaped his eyes that had no shine or humanity. As if he were a zombie, he walked head down towards Orochimaru, who laughed while already savoring the power of his new body. Naruto, yes, my master, what do you wish? He said in a robotic voice as if he had no will of his own. Orochimaru, stand here and just wait until I finish my technique, the blonde obeyed without showing any emotion. He just stood next to the Sannin, staring into the void with his gaze lost in the darkness. In his mind, small flashes where he saw himself in his childhood, suffering, being mistreated, ignored, insulted, beaten, but then the friendship with Sasuke and Sai, Kakashi, Uruka, the old Sarutobi, Tsunade, Gaara, and all the others. Finally, a beautiful pink-haired woman dressed in a beautiful pink kimono with touches of red, who smiled at him blushing and called him with a sweet and melodious voice. Sakura whispered to Naruto, Naruto-kun, I'm with you always, remember. Remember that I would love you forever. Naruto shook his head a little puzzled, but this didn't attract the attention of the Sannin, who remained very busy tracing seals. Naruto whispering, Sakurachin, what did I do? Naruto felt a presence on his back, one that comforted him, but all that was cut short by Orochimaru, who finished making seals and shouted victoriously. Orochimaru, hidden technique, soul transfer. The Sannin approached Naruto to enter his body, but when he was about to touch him, a strong wave of red chakra pushed him to the ground. You won't touch him, do you hear me? Orochimaru dispelled the technique, very surprised. Orochimaru, I don't understand, I ordered you to kill her, scum, referring to Naruto, who was still standing there staring into space. Listen to me, trash, don't ignore your master. The Sannin was struck by a red chakra fist that slammed him into the ground, cracking it brutally. Sakura, don't call him that, the only trash here is you, now I'll make sure you never hurt anyone else again. The pink-haired girl drew hand seals and gathered a huge amount of chakra in her mouth. Orochimaru, what the hell is that technique? It has a monstrous amount of chakra compressed in its mouth. The Bijuu leaned forward, unleashing a powerful reddish beam that sliced Orochimaru in half. But he emerged from one of the halves as a small white snake, like the vermin he was. Sakura, you're worse than an epidemic. You bastard, the dark-haired man brushed the dust off his clothes, smiling but not like before. Orochimaru, before I kill you, I'd like to know how the boy didn't kill you by decapitating you. I'd like to know, Kyukuku, he said, licking his lips with that disgusting smile. Sakura, it was very easy for me since I share part of my soul with Naruto-kun, since we made a pact, so you could say that here where we are I have some power, not much, but I can do several tricks. The snake smiled confidently. Orochimaru, and you're sure you won't tell me, right? The pink-haired girl shook her head with a confident smile on her beautiful face. Orochimaru broke the truce to use his snakes and capture the pink-haired girl, who demonstrated enormous speed and reflexes to avoid the large number of snakes that came out of the Sannin. Sakura decided to finish off the reptile zoo and used her katten to launch flames that finished off all the disgusting snakes. Orochimaru, not bad, demon, let's see if you can handle this summoning jutsu. A katana appeared in the Sannin's hand, but this was no ordinary katana. It only took the pink-haired girl a second to recognize the weapon the black-haired man possessed. Sakura, so you pull out the Kusanagi so soon, are you afraid of me, little viper? Orochimaru was slightly annoyed by the taunt that demon directed at him, but he couldn't lose his temper and attack left and right, since that was what the cunning Bijuu wanted to provoke. Orochimaru leaped forward, attempting to pierce the pink-haired woman with his sword, but she used a kind of red skin surrounding her, which protected her from the weapon's blows. Yaoko's skin. Orochimaru stepped back to devise a new strategy. Inside, he couldn't summon immense creatures, only tiny snakes, and that consumed a great deal of energy. He had no choice but to use his elemental powers to eliminate the meddler. Orochimaru, earth release, plate clash. The Sannin kicked the ground, causing it to rise and creating an earthquake that destabilized the pink-haired girl. This is mine, Kyukuku, earth release, center strike. The Sannin kicked the cracked ground again, sending pieces of rock flying, which he kicked. Sakura couldn't avoid the impact of one that hit her squarely in the stomach, causing her to fall backward with a scream of pain. Sakura, ah! The scream was heard by Naruto, who continued staring into space, ignoring the battle raging behind him. But that scream of pain, it wasn't like anyone else's. That scream awakened something inside the blonde boy, who shook his head slightly, waking from Orochimaru's control. He turned around, dizzy, watching as the pink-haired girl crashed to the ground, injured. Seeing that stirred something in his gut, a bitter and nervous feeling. Orochimaru, Kyukuku, it seems you're not as fearsome as the old council members say. Rather, you're a useless girl who only kills weaklings and civilians. Typical of a coward anyway. Don't worry, I'll end your dishonor quickly. Kyukuku the Sannin raised his hand with the Kusanagi and said, don't worry, this time you won't escape. And that useless Naruto-kun won't save you. Sakura closed her eyes, letting out a tear. Her last thoughts revolved around a blonde boy she loved with all her soul, to whom she had promised a life together. What a shame having to break that promise. Nuwu. In a yellow flash, a blonde man appeared, but he looked very similar to Naruto, only he didn't have the adorable little whiskers that Naruto possessed. The unknown blonde man stopped Orochimaru's blow with one hand and with the other hit him with a Rasengan in the chest that shattered him to pieces, causing him to fall to the ground. Sakura, why yandame? It's not possible. The blonde turned around looking at the pink-haired girl, but despite past fights and destruction caused by the Bijuu, he smiled at her. Minato, it's been a while. Kyubi, or rather Sakura, the person in question, opened her eyes in surprise. Sakura, how do you know? The fourth one smiled. Minato, I left a little of my chakra in Naruto. I was watching everything that happened in his life, making sure that nothing would happen to him, so when I saw what this snake was planning, I set out to save him. Sakura, do you still hold a grudge against me for what I did? The fourth Hokage looked at her seriously. Sakura knew what would come next: insults, blows, curses. Minato, I don't hold a grudge against you. This threw the pink-haired girl off balance, as Naruto, who was barely approaching, walked by. You weren't to blame for the attack on Konoha or for my wife's death. It was all the fault of that masked man who attacked us the day Kushina gave birth. Sakura, thank you. I wasn't expecting this. The pink-haired girl was very surprised. Naruto arrived walking with difficulty and stood looking at the room face to face. Minato, what Naruto, aren't you going to say hello to your old man? The person in question gave a small smile. Ever since he learned the identity of his parents, he had always dreamed of meeting them, or at least one of them. Naruto, dad, hey, you look good, but where's mom? Minato, it's been a long time since I've seen her. Remember that my soul is in the stomach of the Shinigami. I wish I could see her again. The older blonde's words were filled with sadness. Sakura POV, and all this was my fault. Naruto hugged his father. Naruto, relax, old man, I give you my word that I'll get you out of the Shinigami's stomach so you can see mom again. It's a real promise. The fourth one smiled happily and tightened his hug around his son. Minato, thank you. Well, I'd like to stay and chat, but my chakra is running out, so as a final gift, I'll remove the cursed seal so that snake won't appear again. Looking at Orochimaru's body as it slowly reconstructed itself. Naruto, thanks, Dad. Minato, hidden technique, release of the 8 trigrams. Naruto felt a pain in his neck and fell unconscious. Sakura ran to help him. Sakura, Naruto-kun, are you okay? Can you hear me? Minato looked at the smiling couple. Minato, Sakura, the girl looked up. Take good care of him, but don't give me grandchildren so soon. Sakura blushed incredibly while nodding sheepishly. Sakura, Yai's fourth Hokage, I will take care of him more than my own life. The fourth Hokage looked at her a little angry. Minato, don't call me yandame, call me father-in-law. A huge light appeared, blinding Sakura, who was smiling very, very happily. Sakura, thank you, father-in-law. In the hospital room, everyone was perplexed. First, the cursed mark had spread to the point where it was impossible to save the blonde boy. Then it stopped spreading, and finally a small glow emanating from the seal that imprisoned the Ninetales gradually made the cursed marks disappear until not even the seal remained on his neck. Everyone was astonished. Even Itachi was surprised. Jiraiya and Kakashi questioned the Senju woman about removing the restraints and seals, but she refused as a precaution. Kakashi, Tsunade-sama, shall we remove Naruto's seals and strings? The blonde shook her head even though she also wanted to do it. Tsunade, no, we'll keep precautions. It's the first time I've seen something like this and I don't want to take any risks. Jiraiya, yes, it's been very strange, but I'm sure Orochimaru couldn't defeat him. Everyone looked at the blonde man who had a calm and happy expression. Sasuke, he seems happy. What could have happened? Tsunade looked at the younger Uchiha and reasoned. Tsunade, coming from this boy, I don't even know what to think. Everyone smiled, and it was true. The blonde boy lived up to his nickname of being #1 at surprising people. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 28. Naruto slowly woke up, only to find himself in a completely white room. For a moment he thought it was a hospital room, but he dismissed that idea when he felt that there was no bed under him. When he got up, he could see that there was nothing there, just a white void. However, there was an enormous peace in the air. Naruto, where the hell am I? My neck and head hurt so much as if in a flash his memory returned. He remembered what had happened with Orochimaru and his Sakurachin, as well as the appearance of his father, which also led him to Naruto. The cursed seal has it disappeared. The blonde tried to look at his neck, but because human genetics and his own body wouldn't allow it, he didn't know if what his father had done had worked. I don't know if dad succeeded, and more importantly, how the hell do I escape from here? The blonde looked all around, hoping to see something that would give him clues to get out. Hey Naruto. The blonde boy recognized that voice. Naruto, old man, is that you? The leader of the Uzumaki appeared before him, smiling. Uzukido, hey little one, I hope you didn't miss me too much anyway. I see your Uzumaki blood precedes you. Naruto, what are you talking about, old man? The man slapped the blonde boy. Uzukido, don't call me old again, damn it. Besides, we're not that far apart in age, I'm as fresh as a daisy. Naruto rubbed his bump, muttering under his breath. Naruto, and he says he's young, he dresses like a caveman. Another slap, while a huge vein throbbed on the Uzumaki ancestor's forehead. Uzukido, show some respect, brat. Besides, for your information, this was all the rage when I was alive anyway. Enough with the nonsense, do you know why you're here? Naruto, no, unless you brought me here to give me a bowl of heavenly ramen, he said, drooling. Uzukido, ramen, the best is miso with pork, damn it. Don't change the subject. I brought you here so that you can perfectly control our family's doujutsu and know how to use it with reason, mastery, and kindness. Naruto became serious. Naruto, so what are we waiting for? I'm going to show you that Naruto Uzumaki is the best at training. A drop of sweat fell on the old man's head. Uzukido, concentrate chakra in your eyes. The blonde did so, closed his eyelids and noticed a strong tingling in his eyes. He opened them with great effort, revealing a completely red eye with several circles and commas orbiting the very fine black pupil. Naruto, it's done now, what? The old man stared at him while Naruto waited expectantly for what his ancestor would say. Uzukido's POV. This boy, he has the eyes of the mythical sage of the six paths. In the end, the prophecy will come true. It amazes me. Naruto, you didn't get a fright, did you, old man? The man gave the blonde a strong blow that made him fall on his back with a broken nose and dripping blood. Uzukido, show some respect, you shitty dwarf. Anyway, let's continue. Focus your gaze on that point over there. Naruto looked where the old man was looking and saw a small box appear. Naruto, what the hell is that box? The old man looked at him for a few seconds and then focused his attention back on it. Uzukido, Basho Tenin. The box rose up and headed towards the old man with incredible speed. The Uzumaki ancestor picked it up and looked at his descendant. Naruto, wow. That's amazing, how did you do that? Uzukido, it's one of the Rinnegan's techniques, one of the basic ones. There's also Shinra Tensei, and the ability to take over your enemies' bodies and use them as puppets. These eyes carry a great responsibility, especially the ones you possess. With your eyes, you could end the world and condemn us all. I hope I'm not wrong about you, and I know that our clan will always live on in you. Naruto was completely paralyzed and horrified. If he possessed so much power, it would be dangerous for everyone, but he would try to use it for the common good. Uzukido, take this box and open it. Your future and ours awaits your choice. I hope you don't cause an apocalypse. Good luck, and I trust you. Naruto took the box as he watched his ancestor disappear. Naruto, let's see what's in here. The blonde boy opened the box. A blinding light flooded his face, and he screamed, falling backward as thousands of memories, techniques, jutsus, abilities, people, and knowledge paraded through his mind. Naruto woke up in a bed, very sweaty and with a disheveled face. He looked around at the worried faces of all his friends and teachers. Naruto couldn't help but feel the memory of what he did in his nightmares resurface as he observed their worried faces towards him. Tsunade, Naruto, is that you? The question was direct, expecting an affirmative answer and for the blonde to give indications that Orochimaru had disappeared. Naruto, of course, Obachan, who else could it be, hahaha. The blonde held back despite Naruto's insult and gave him a tight hug as he tried to reciprocate, but she noticed something. Tsunade, thank Kamisama, you're okay. Naruto tried not to suffocate from Tsunade's little breasts while the men in the room looked at him with envy. Naruto, one thing, why the hell am I tied to the bed? Were you going to perform an exorcism on me? Untie me. Everyone laughed at the blonde's comment. Jiraiya and Kakashi untied the boy after the Hokage, who radiated happiness, gave her approval. Naruto rubbed his wrists with a grimace of pain while everyone looked at him smiling. The Jinchuriki remembered everything that had happened and performed some seals. Sakura appeared in the room, who didn't take an instant to hug him tightly while covering him with kisses. Naruto had a sad expression on his face, which everyone noticed. Naruto slowly moved his Bijuu away from him and prepared to talk to his friends. Naruto, I suppose you all saw everything that happened inside my mind. Everyone was surprised that he brought up that topic. Tsunade didn't know what her grandson was referring to, so she was the only one who asked. Tsunade, what was going through your mind? Explain yourself. Naruto put a hand to his forehead, noticing it was a little warmer than usual. Naruto, I'm referring to the things I did in that damn nightmare. I didn't even know what I was doing. I just let myself be carried away by hatred and frustration. I'm sorry. Everyone fell silent as they stared at Naruto, who had lowered his head in a display of his deepest shame. Sasuke, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Sakura were the first to react, approaching the young man who continued speaking. I understand that from now on you will either fear or hate me, since you will think I am a monster. Everyone, never. It was like an automatic response that everyone said in unison. Naruto raised his head in amazement while trying hard not to cry. Sasuke, hey Dobi, you're not a monster, just a loser, hahaha. Naruto glared at him as the Uchiha thrust his fist forward. Naruto smiled and bumped it with his friend brother. Sai, you're not a monster or a murderer, I just see one flaw. Naruto looked at his other friend with a raised eyebrow. Sai smiled as he pointed at Sakura. That you're in love with such an ugly girl, hahaha. Sakura looked at him sinisterly as the nine tails waved behind her. Jiraiya, Sakura, don't kill him, he still has someone to fulfill his obligations. The Sannin looked at a blonde girl with her hair tied in a ponytail who blushed at the hint. Naruto, it's unbelievable that you think we'll abandon you, you're such an idiot, hahaha. Kakashi, I hope you recover soon. Also, I want us all to get together, since Jiraiya-sama and I have prepared a special class to improve your skills. Kakashi smiled pervertedly, but no one noticed thanks to the mask he was wearing. Jiraiya smiled to himself as he thought about creating a group of super perverts. Naruto, wow, that'll be great, sensei, but when will we train? All the men were interested, including Itachi and Kasame, who still didn't know the Uzumaki's two masters very well. Kakashi, we'll see, hehe, the Kapanin said, putting a hand to the back of his neck and smiling. The girls had a bad feeling something didn't inspire much confidence, and to top it all off, it was Kakashi they were talking about, but they preferred to drop the subject and focus on the patient. Konan, Naruto-kun, did you achieve what you set out to do? Naruto became serious. Konan thought he had failed, but that wasn't possible, because then he would have gone blind or wouldn't be in such good condition. Tsunade. Naruto the blonde remained silent while concentrating chakra in his eyes. He raised his head, showing the already famous eyes of the sage. Everyone was surprised that the young Uzumaki could already use them at will. Naruto. Here they are, the eyes of a god, the eyes that can end our world or save it. The Sharigan warriors uncovered their Daojutsu only to be surprised. Itachi's POV. It's incredible, those eyes are like a vortex that nullifies my Sharingan. The Uchiha transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan and was surprised to see that Naruto's eyes contained all the known Sharingan types. This filled him with terror. That's impossible, he doesn't have Uchiha blood as far as we know, and he possesses all the types of Sharingan. Naruto, that's right, Itachi, I have all the Sharingan that exist. Everyone was surprised and looked at the older Uchiha, who was a little scared. Itachi, see, can you read my mind? Everyone was shocked, but what Naruto said next chilled their blood. Naruto, not only that I can manipulate your mind at will, I can create or destroy memories, I can enslave you or simply slowly destroy your sanity. These eyes are very dangerous, so I won't use them unless victory depends on them. Sasuke, impressive, this is incredible. Naruto deactivated his Daojutsu, feeling a great heaviness, so he lay down on the bed. Naruto, but all this has its disadvantages. To use it properly, I mustn't keep it active for too long or I risk going blind or, in the worst case, going crazy. Tsunade, and why is that? Naruto smiled at his grandmother. Naruto, because when I activate it, I hear all the thoughts of the people around me, and believe me, hearing a bunch of voices at the same time is very unpleasant. Sakura remained silent the entire time while squeezing one of the blonde's hands in hers, politely asking everyone to leave them alone. Besides, Tsunade had to attend the cage's meeting, the others would go as her bodyguards. In the Hokage Tower was Shizune, who was having a very hard time dealing with the Reikage and Tsuchikage's lack of patience, as they were fighting due to the differences that existed between their villages for generations. It all ended when Tsunade made her appearance, followed by her personal guard. Tsunade, enough. This isn't the time to be arguing amongst ourselves. We may be living through one of the worst crises since the beginning of the Shinobi era. The Reikage glared at Tsunade while Unoki, the Tsuchikage, looked very irritated. At his age, tense situations were not good. What's wrong, Tsunade? Is the situation so serious that it's bringing together so many shinobi villages? Tsunade nodded as she gestured for all the cages to go to the Konoha meeting room. There they all took their seats, as did their bodyguards. Tsunade, I wanted to gather all the villages possible. Here we are: Konoha, Kiri, Kumo, Iwa, Suna, Odo, Taki, Kusa, Snow, and the samurai of the Land of Iron. Everyone nodded as the meeting began. May, well, enough with the formalities, what are we meeting for? Tsunade, I called you here because, as you know, Konoha suffered a serious attack recently in which part of the village was destroyed. This was caused by just one Akatsuki member, but as we were able to verify, the cause of all this was another Akatsuki member, whose identity we do not know. The Reikage erupted in fury. You called us together to unite against a single man. Tsunade gestured for him to return to his seat. Tsunade, this is very important. That shinobi is very powerful, and from what we've gathered, he's probably an Uchiha. Besides possessing enormous power, we don't know if he has any powerful allies. May, what a load of nonsense, we're wasting our time here. We should just put it in the bingo book and send squads after his head. Unoki, I agree with the Mizukage, it's not that big of a deal. The Kazekage master spoke up. He was a tall man with dark hair and two piercing yellow eyes. Kazekage, as the fourth Kazekage and a supporter of a shinobi union, I believe that a union, both military and economic, would be very good for everyone. All the cages from the small villages agreed with his idea, but the Reikage was reluctant to form an alliance. This is nonsense. We've wasted our time here. With your permission, my entourage and I will withdraw from the meeting. The Reikage gathered his belongings and stood up from the table. If I were you, I would stay here and negotiate, Reikage-sama. Who dares? Everyone was surprised to see a vortex form in the center of the table, and from it emerged a masked man with a white-haired man. Tobai, hello everyone, I hope you're all ready. I want to introduce you to one of my allies. Kyukuku, hello Tsunade, long time no see. The Hokage was surprised. That voice belonged to her former teammate, but that was impossible. Tobai, I think you already know who it is anyway. I think the scales are tipping in my favor. Kyukuku, you're right. The white-haired man wore a dark cloak with a hood that concealed his face. The only visible part was a pair of yellow eyes with slit-like pupils, similar to those of a snake. Tsunade, oh Orochimaru. The hooded figure nodded. Tobai decided to put an end to the reunions. Tobai, I wanted to tell you that from now on I declare war on all the villages present here. I hope you'll give me a little bit of a fight. The bodyguards couldn't stand it anymore and launched themselves at the two figures who remained static, awaiting the attacks that passed through them as if there was no one there. Orochimaru/Kabuto. Don't waste your time. The two were absorbed into a vortex, while everyone at the meeting reconsidered their opinions with a clear objective: to stop those two monsters. Naruto and Sakura were talking in the blonde boy's room. He was very happy since there was no longer any danger of the cursed seal going out of control and harming his pink-haired love. However, the beautiful Yauko was a little distracted. The young man's eyes were the same ones she had seen in her father when she was born. Was that a sign, or simply a coincidence? Naruto got out of bed and kissed his beloved's forehead, which surprised her, and then she smiled, blushing. Naruto, what are you thinking about so much, Sakurachin? The pink-haired girl shook her head. Sakura, nothing Naruto-kun, just unimportant things. Naruto, are you sure? Look, I'm using my Rinnegan. The pink-haired girl gave him a light, annoyed slap on the head. Sakura, do it and I'll give you a real beating. You know about Daojutsu, and me, you know what happened a few years ago. Naruto remembered that nightmare, in which his pink-haired girl had killed his parents for pleasure and even tried to kill him. Naruto, my love, you tried to kill me the day I was born. The question shocked the Yauko, who couldn't utter a word. Sakura, and I. The Bijuu of my heart, chapter 29. Naruto, my love, you tried to kill me the day I was born. The question shocked the Yauko, who couldn't utter a word. Sakura, and I. Naruto, Sakurachin. The pink-haired girl shed thick tears as the blonde boy instinctively hugged her. The Bijuu hugged him tightly while crying on his shoulder. Sakura, Naruto-kun, Roman 2 killed your parents and I almost killed you, but I'm so sorry. Because of me, you suffered so much. I saw what those villagers and ninjas did to you. Naruto, Sakura, the Bijuu was hurt by the omission of the affectionate Chan. Did you do it consciously? Sakura, Madara, he forced me because of that cursed Daojutsu. He dominated me and ordered me to destroy Konoha. The fourth Hokage tried to stop me after I escaped from his wife Kushina during childbirth. Your father performed the Shinigami technique, and I tried to prevent him from sealing me away by destroying the new vessel. I tried to pierce you with one of my claws, but your parents intervened, preventing me from killing you. Naruto ended the hug. Sakura feared a slap, an insult, a spit, but not this. Naruto kissed her fiercely while the Bijuu cried with her eyes wide open. Sakura separated from him and Naruto looked at her tenderly. Sakura, why? Naruto kissed her again, but now it was a tender and fluffy kiss. Naruto, I was about to kill you when Orochimaru was controlling me, so were even it wasn't you and I wasn't me. Sakura hugged him, squealing with joy. Sakura, I love you, I love you. Naruto was surprised as the pink-haired girl climbed onto his lap, kissing him with her tongue, which made her realize something. Ooh, you're such a pervert, Naruto-kun. The pink-haired girl caressed a huge bulge between her and Naruto. The bedsheet didn't hide much. Naruto, it's been many days since you know. Sakura smiled slyly as her 9 tails emerged, along with her little ears and whiskers. Sakura, then I'll have to calm my Jinchuriki mmmmmmmmmm. As the pink-haired girl kissed the blonde boy, a tail lengthened to lock the door. Naruto, good idea. The last thing I want right now is to be bothered while I'm with you. Sakura took Naruto's hands and placed them on her hips as she moved sensually on top of the lucky blonde. Sakura, wow, it keeps getting bigger. You're going to rip the sheet. Naruto moved his hands from his hips to the top of the Bijuu's classic red kimono, opening it to reveal beautiful breasts with pink and very appealing nipples. Naruto, you're not wearing a bra again. You're so naughty. The young man devoured one breast completely while Sakura pressed him against her with her arms and tails. Naruto switched breasts while massaging the other with his hand. Sakura, don't suck them. I'm in heat. Naruto ignored her and something warm entered his mouth. It was breast milk, very sweet and very arousing. Sakura didn't want him to drink her milk, but it excited her to have her blonde boy drinking from her luscious breasts. Naruto left her breasts to lay Sakura down and take off the medical coat he was wearing. Sakura saw his very erect member throbbing with excitement. Naruto, if you're in heat, I think I should cool you down. Naruto removed the rest of his pink-haired girl's kimono, discovering that she wasn't wearing underwear underneath either. Sakura blushed, while Naruto smiled slyly and inserted his fingers into her. Sakura, offmum Naruto-kun, put it in already. Don't make me have to grape you. Sakura pushed the boy, who fell backward onto the bed. The pink-haired girl climbed on top of him with a look of lust and excitement that the Jinchuriki had never seen before. It must have been because of the heat period the pink-haired girl grabbed the blonde's member and impaled it while giving a scream of pleasure. Naruto was stunned. He put his hands to the back of his neck, lying back while the Bijuu bounced on top of him while grabbing her breasts. Naruto, you're so hot today, I'm going to have to punish you. The blonde boy stood up, kissing the pink-haired girl with his tongue when she heard a sharp thud and felt pain and pleasure. Sakura, Naruto-kun, did you spank me? Give me more. The blonde fulfilled his Bijuu's wish and spanked her hard while she screamed with pleasure. Naruto felt wetness and heat in his chest and saw milk coming out of the pink-haired girl's breasts due to her great excitement. Naruto, Sakuracha-an. You're bathing me with your delicious milk. The blonde couldn't take it anymore and lifted the Bijuu up and began to penetrate her harder, causing her to hug him, moaning and squirting more milk. Narusaku, I'm coming. They both came at the same time, staining the bed sheets. Naruto lowered Sakura so she could clean his member while the blonde moaned with pleasure. The pink-haired girl massaged his testicles, causing the blue-eyed boy to become aroused again. Sakura, you're hard again, you're a machine, my Naruto-kun. Naruto sat on the edge of the bed while the demon used her breasts to stimulate him. Naruto threw his head back as he felt his member delight in Sakura's milk-moistened breasts. Naruto couldn't hold back any longer and with one hand grabbed the pink-haired girl's hair and inserted his entire phallus into her throat, coming hard. Naruto, God. Naruto pulled his member out of the demon's mouth, staining his face. Sakura, cough, delicious, I'm exhausted. Naruto removed the dirty sheets and took another one from the closet. Sakura and he lay down together, embracing. The Uzumaki covered them both. Sakura fell asleep in his arms with a smile of a contented and loving woman. Naruto whispering, you're beautiful, I love you so much. Naruto hugged and stroked the rose's hair. A noise pulled him from his world and he saw the door open. Naruto-kun, I came to see how you are. The fox boy saw the Hyuga heiress, who was in shock looking at the pink-haired girl who was still asleep, hugging him. Naruto. Hinata. Hello. The Hyuga paid no attention to the boy, but to that boar who was sleeping so happily, embraced by her love. How she despised her. Hinata. POV. Damn bitch. She definitely took advantage of Naruto-kun. You'll be screwed soon, but first I have to talk to the counselors and my dad. Naruto was surprised because the girl had stopped staring at his Sakurachin. Naruto. Hinata, are you okay? The Hyuga looked at him with a very fake smile. Naruto, being very dense, noticed and asked her, Hinata, why are you smiling so fakely? Hinata, MME. No way, it's just that it's not right to DDO that here. Naruto didn't know what to say. Did she mean hex? Naruto, if you mean having hex, we've already done it a couple of times. It's okay, thanks for worrying. The Hyuga glared angrily at the sleeping pink-haired girl. Hinata, I meant sleeping W Tozer in the H hospital. Naruto turned pale as he watched the Hyuga girl leave with her head down. Naruto thought she would be sad since she didn't have a boyfriend, but Hinata's expression was one of an evil smile. Hinata. POV, that bitch enjoyed her last romp with Naruto-kun. Soon he'll be enjoying himself with me and not her. In the cage meeting room, they debated what had recently happened. If that masked figure had joined forces with Orochimaru, they surely had an ace up their sleeve and more hidden allies. What they had no doubt about was that they would have the Edo Tensei at their disposal. Due to the appearance of those two individuals, I believe Kumo will join the alliance. The muscular, dark-haired man returned to his seat, as did his bodyguards. Keisuke, I'm glad of your decision. The Sand Village will also join this cause. The Keisuke took a deep breath. It's the least I can do to catch the men who killed one of my children. The room was filled with a rather heavy silence, but Tsunade decided to break it by asking what everyone was thinking. Tsunade, but didn't you have anything other than 2 children? The man lowered his head, taking a torn and worn photo out of his pocket. Keisuke, no, actually I had one more son besides Kinkuro and Temari, but on the day of his birth, the 3rd son is the youngest of the 3, my wife died as well as him. I'm sorry, the truth is these topics are very personal. The dark-haired man with yellow eyes nodded. Keisuke, I'm sorry, it's just thinking about my little Gaara and what it would be like if you were with us. Tsunade, along with her bodyguards, Team 7, Itachi, Kasama, etc., stood up from their seats, very surprised. Tsunade, what did you say your son's name was? The Keisuke was surprised but repeated his name. Keisuke, Gaara. Why? Tsunade, your son wouldn't have been a redhead, would he? The man was quite surprised that this woman had correctly guessed the hair color of his dead son. Keisuke, if he was a redhead. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, deep in thought. Tsunade, and how did your son die? The man was already getting angry at the woman's curiosity, but he decided to answer. Keisuke, he died because he couldn't contain Shukaku. The advisors told me they'd already buried his body. I only saw him as a newborn for about 10 seconds. Then they took him away, and I never saw him again. Tsunade, when the meeting is over, come to my office. Kakashi, a silver-haired man, stood behind her. Bring the one you know, he whispered this in her ear. Kakashi, yes Tsunade-sama. The Jounin disappeared in a puff of smoke. The meeting continued for a couple of hours, during which the role of the different villages, the contribution of troops from each one, provisions, resources, weapons, and other necessary supplies were discussed at the end of the meeting. The delegation from each village left to return to their homes, except for the one from Suna who stayed at the direct request of the Kazekage. Sakura slowly opened her beautiful jade green eyes. Naruto felt her slowly moving and stretching, so he put on his best smile, although he was still worried about Hinata. Sakura, I'm so sleepy. Hello Narukun. The pink-haired girl tightened her hug around her lover while resting her head on his chest. Naruto, hello Sakurachin. The pink-haired girl noticed that something was wrong with her partner because of his dull voice. Sakura, is something wrong? Naruto looked at the door and thought it would be a good idea to tell Sakura. Naruto, you see Hinata came in while you were asleep and… Sakura, what's wrong with that slut? Did she get upset that we slept together? Naruto was a little scared by the sour face on the pink-haired girl's face. Naruto, hehe, calm down Sakurachin. She was just surprised to see us, so she said these things weren't done here, then she left crying. The pink-haired girl bit her tongue to keep from shouting that boar was a disgusting girl who was whining because her princess status hadn't helped her win over the man who was hers. Sakura POV, how I hate her. It's wrong to have Hex in a hospital. Sniff sniff, you whiny stalker bitch. Naruto watched with a drop of sweat on his neck as the pink-haired girl gripped the sheets, imagining it was the Hyuga's neck. Naruto, Sakurachin, you scare me. The pink-haired girl let go of the sheets and looked at the blonde boy who began to sweat profusely. The Bijuu made a movement and the poor boy thought she was going to hit him, but… Sakura, silly boy, I wouldn't hurt you, my love. The pink-haired girl kissed him while Naruto recovered. Sakura POV, why hit that cow if it bothers her more than Narukun and me showing our great love? The pink-haired girl hugged her brand new partner as if he were a gigantic teddy bear, remaining seated on the bed like that for a while. At the Hawkage Tower, the Kazekage was talking to the goddamn Hawkage to find out her reasons for asking him to delay his return to Suna. Kazekage, tell me, Tsunade, what is the reason for your request that I stay here a little longer? The goddamn took out a couple of cups of sake and offered him a drink. The man, despite not being much of a drinker, accepted as a sign of gratitude and respect. Tsunade, I think he'll need a couple more drinks for what awaits him. The Kage took another glass while looking at her strangely. Kazekage, what do you mean? You're acting very strangely. Tsunade, they'll be arriving soon. I hope I did the right thing. Kazekage, who's coming, and what do you mean by asking if you did the right thing? The doorbell rang. Tsunade was nervous but managed to vocalize a very soft come-in. The door opened and a silver-haired man in the Jounin uniform entered. This was Kakashi Hadake, the Koppanin, who bowed as a sign of respect to the two Kages. Kakashi, I've already brought the one you asked for. Hokage-sama come in. At the door was a redhead with blue-green eyes. He entered the room surprising the Kazekage, who dropped his sake cup. Gaara, good morning Hokage-sama. The boy said energetically, noticing the man in front of him staring in amazement. Who is that man? Kazekage, G. Gaara, is that you? The man was speechless with happiness, and without waiting any longer he stood up to hug the boy, who was surprised that a stranger was hugging him so tightly and crying. Gaara, who is this man? That's all the Hokage could say. Tsunade, that man, Gaara, is your father. Gaara's eyes widened as he didn't know what to do or say. The Bijuu of my heart, Chapter 30. Kazekage, G. Gaara, is that you? The man was speechless with happiness. Without waiting for any reaction from the little boy, he stood up to hug him, who was surprised that a stranger was hugging him so tightly and crying. Gaara, who is this man? That's all the Hokage could say. Tsunade, that man, Gaara, is your father. Gaara's eyes widened as he didn't know what to do or say. Gaara MMY Fafother, the man could no longer contain himself and on impulse made his little one look him in the eyes. Kazekage, Gaara, my little one. This is a dream. The man squeezed the poor child, who was surprised by the man's words, but in a fit of anger he pushed him and the Kazekage fell on his back. Gaara, if you're my father, where were you during my childhood? Didn't you care that the inhabitants of your stupid village were beating a little boy? The man was very surprised. If his son had been beaten in Suna, why didn't anyone tell him? And worse still, why had the advisors told him that his youngest son had died? Kazekage, I didn't know. In fact, Chiya-sama and Shisui-sama told me that you died due to a complication during childbirth that also killed your mother. It was a difficult day for me and your siblings. Gaara, wait, do I have siblings? Kazekage, yes, a sister, Temari, 19 years old, and Kenkuro, your 18-year-old brother. The little redhead looked at the Hokage, hoping it was a bad joke, but her serious face showed that it wasn't. Tsunade, Gaara, I know I have no say here, but your father knew nothing about your situation. Gaara, but I could have heard something about a child being beaten for no reason. Keisuke, I didn't know the advisors of Suna concealed your situation. They directly prevented me, or your brothers, from realizing your existence. The boy didn't believe that man. To him, he was more of a hypocrite who wanted to use him for something. Gaara, I don't believe you. It's impossible that you didn't know a child was being abused. Surely you must have heard about the demon child of the sand. The man was very sad. He didn't know he was alive until a few minutes ago, but his son didn't want to know anything about him. Tsunade. Gaara, don't make me repeat myself. Your father didn't know you were alive. Give him a chance. The boy stared at the man who was looking at him expectantly. Gaara was about to speak, but the moments he spent with his three brothers came to mind. Gaara, but what will happen to Naruto-Oniichan, Sasuke-Oniichan, and Sai-Oniichan? Tsunade fell silent at that. It was true that they had not thought about the opinion of the three brothers of the redhead from Suna. Tsunade, I can call them, although I think they're probably happy to know that you have family besides them after all. Gaara, yes, Kakashi, Tsunade-sama, I'll go look for them. The blonde saw the Kapanin preparing to leave through the window but stopped him. Tsunade, wait Kakashi, I'll warn Naruto, you go after Sasuke. And Sai, the silver-haired man, accepted his superior's orders, a little surprised. Keisuke, Gaara, how about I treat you to something to eat while your brothers arrive? The boy's eyes lit up. Gaara, yes, I want ramen. And not just any ramen, Ikaraku's. A drop of sweat fell down the back of the man's neck. Keisuke, POV, and how am I supposed to tell the kid that there aren't any ramen restaurants in Suna? The man ran after the redhead who was already heading towards Ikaraku. Kakashi traveled across the rooftops searching for his two students. He decided to head to the Uchiha district to catch Sasuke and then look for Sai, who was more difficult to find. The silver-haired man entered the famous district, arriving at the main mansion. There he heard strange noises and decided to sneak in through a window without knocking, and what he saw sent chills down his spine. Kakashi W. What the? In front of him, a drunk Itachi lay resting while Kasame, Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Sai played poker, but not with normal cards but with green cards from the special deck of the famous book Ika Ika. Sasuke, hey. Sensei, come on, let's play a hand. Hick, I think I'm having a lucky night. Kakashi's eye was wide open. Sai, you say that because you beat Itachi by holding your sake. Hick, in poker, Jiraiya-sensei is sweeping us. Hick. Jiraiya raised the bet while Kasame lowered his hand and changed a 2 for a 3 to have a 3 of a kind. Sasuke, the fish is cheating. Hick. Jiraiya glared at Kasame, who threw his hand on the table and took a big gulp of his sake. Jiraiya, ha 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 ha. Nobody can beat the great Gamma Sannin with his deck of girls, ha ha ha. Kakashi looked at the Sannin, who was quickly changing cards to have the 4 aces in his hand. Kakashi's POV. What a party. They can't go around with Gaara like this, and if Tsunade finds out, I'll get a beating too. I'd better enjoy what's left of my life. Sai, let's go sensei, join the party. Hiccup. The silver-haired man sat next to Kasame and Sai. The fish passed him a bottle of sake while Jiraiya dealt cards to everyone. Itachi, oh Caroline, go towards the light. Everyone except Itachi, ha 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 ha. Yes, the rogue Uchiha feared by many was code and saying nonsensical things while the others laughed at him. Kasame, Itachi-san's really gotten into it. Sasuke, let him for once. Hick, he's having fun. Hick. Kakashi looked at the older Uchiha who was sprawled out on the ground and very pale. Kakashi, he looks very pale. Shouldn't we go to the hospital? Jiraiya, relax. When we're all completely wasted, let's go to the hospital and cause some trouble. Kakashi didn't like the idea, but with each sip of alcohol, the idea became more appealing and fun. Sai, we're going to set it up at the hospital. On the way we'll pay a visit. Hick, to Naruto. Sasuke smiled at his friend's idea. Sasuke, what a great idea, dude. Hiccup will brighten the Dobi's day. Hiccup, everyone agreed to go to the hospital to cheer up their blonde friend. Thus passed 30 minutes of intense revelry at the Uchiha mansion, and 30 minutes of travel for the Hokage, who took her time visiting a new casino that had opened in Konoha. After losing the 10,000 ryu from her purse, she headed sadly to the hospital. Her reputation as the legendary loser preceded her. She arrived at the medical center, and after making sure she knew the blonde man's room number, she went there. The 5th Hokage opened the door without knocking. Tsunade, good morning. Naru, what the hell are you doing? In front of the Hokage, Naruto and Sakura were on top of each other, covered only by a thin white sheet. Sakura, oh Tsunade, didn't they teach you to knock before entering? A huge vein bulged on the forehead of the person addressed while Naruto covered Sakura's mouth, which was blue with fear. Naruto, I was just kidding. Obacha, I mean Tsunade-sama. She's just so fiery. Hehe. The Bijuu looked at him with a mischievous smile. Sakura, I wasn't the one who started the second round. Naruto-kun. Hehe. Tsunade's vein swelled more and more. Tsunade, I don't care. You can't do those things here. Next time I catch you doing that, I'll send you to the forest of death and tie meat to you so the animals can keep biting your butts. Got it. Narusaku H. Hi. Tsunade, if anything else happens today, I'll explode. As if by a macabre work of the devil, all those who had been partying at the Uchiha mansion rushed in through the door. Sasuke, hey ye, people. Hick, we've just come from visiting. Hick. The Uchiha was shoulder to shoulder with his brother who had barely recovered from his alcoholic coma. Itachi I need a doctor Hick Kasame, Kakashi and Jiraiya entered only to see the blonde face to face, staring in awe at her beautiful cleavage. Jiraiya, you see I told you so, hick up close, hick their bigger hick. Hadake stepped forward with a hand on his chin though he was having trouble staying upright. Kakashi, that's right, their huge hick. Kasame nodded as blood trickled from his nose. Sigh, screw everything, I'll take advantage today. The pale boy jumped on top of Tsunade, burying his head in her breasts and spurting blood from his nose. The Senju was in shock as the vein that proliferated on her forehead filled it completely. Itachi, Sasuke hiccup, I need a doctor hiccup. The blonde smiled strangely happily, her face darkening. Naruto and Sakura turned blue and covered themselves with the blanket while hugging each other scared. Tsunade, calm down, you're all going to need a doctor. The next thing heard in the hospital was screams, blows, groans of pain, and the sound of walls and hospital equipment shattering at Ikaraku. Gaara had a feeling his brothers weren't doing well. In fact, a chill ran down his spine. Back at the hospital, Tsunade was huffing and puffing as Sai lay toothless on the floor, his eyes rolled back, staring at the ceiling. Sasuke was splattered on the ceiling, looking like a lampshade, missing a sandal that had fallen off when the blonde's tremendous blow sent him crashing to the ceiling. Jiraiya was embedded in a soda machine that was spewing its contents all over him. Itachi was hanging from the window with a broken nose and half his body outside the hospital. Kasame and Kakashi were 2 rooms to the Hokage's right, having literally been thrown through 2 walls by the immense right hook Tsunade had delivered. Tsunade, phew, that feels so good, you two get out of there. Naruto and Sakura's heads emerged from the bed. Naru Saku H high. The blonde looked at them before leaving the room. Tsunade, get dressed and collect these fools. They're making a mess of the hospital with blood and drool. Naruto and Sakura nodded as the Hokage left, receiving terrified looks from patients and nurses. Naruto and Sakura gathered their friends and put them in adjoining rooms, in pairs of 2. Itachi and Sasuke, Jiraiya and Sai and Kasame with Kakashi. Naruto, the old woman is really scary, see why I tell you not to make her angry. Sakura looked at him as if nothing was wrong. Sakura, I'm not afraid of him, I'm the queen of the Bijuu, the most powerful being in this world. Naruto looked at her with a drop of sweat on his temple. Naruto POV, well, for being the queen of the Bijuu you sure did hug me. Scared, the pink-haired girl stared at him. Sakura, what are you thinking about? Naruto comically shook his head. Naruto, well, what do we do now? The pink-haired girl approached him smiling and purred in his ear. Sakura, what if we play another one of our naughty little games? Naruto blushed but remembered what the old woman had told them. Naruto, no Sakurachin, if the old lady catches us she'll kill me and I don't want to die. The demon looked at him amused. Sakura, are you afraid of a 50-year-old woman? Naruto turned blue and leaned against the wall. Naruto, what's wrong? The blonde pointed at Sakura's back. Tsunade, so an old 50-year-old, I think the little fox is acting all brave. The blonde cracked her knuckles while the pink-haired woman turned around, mimicking her partner's sickly skin tone. Sakura, hehe. Tsunade, well, I think I'll return inside. Naruto-kun, hehe. The pink-haired girl dissolved into smoke while Tsunade cursed her. Tsunade, Naruto, the young Jinchuriki stood at attention, sweating profusely. Go back to your room and rest. Tomorrow I want you and everyone else who can move in my office. Understand? Naruto, clearer than the water of a waterfall. Tsunade-sama. The blonde walked away smiling at how her little grandson feared her. At Ikaraku, Gaara was already on his 20th bowl while the cage of Suna watched with wide eyes as his son devoured the bowls. He had only finished one and the second one was proving difficult for him. Gaara, mmmmmn, delicious, old man Tuchai's ramen is the best. The stall owner smiled, as did his daughter. Tuchai, the best for one of my best customers. The redhead finished another bowl and asked the old man for another one. Keisuke POV, new, he's going to leave me without money. The yellow-eyed man thought as I am served bowl number 21 to the redhead who began to devour it like crazy. Gaara, itadakimasu. Keisuke, you're quite the ramen fanatic, the check please. Tuchai coming right up. Keisuke, yuhu. The man's eyes almost popped out when he saw the huge bill. Tuchai, that's 15,000 ryu, but since your son is one of our best customers we'll give it to you for 11,000. Keisuke, here you go. The poor cage soul almost left his body as he released 3/4 of the money from his wallet. Gaara, it was delicious, see you soon Tuchisen Iamson. The two said goodbye to the couple and continued in their establishment. Keisuke, well Gaarachin, let's go back to the tower, they'll surely be waiting for us. The redhead nodded as they headed towards the Hokage Tower. Upon arriving, they were surprised to see the Godame calmly reading mission reports. The blonde had taken out all her bad temper on her drunken ninjas. Keisuke and the boys, Hokage-sama. The blonde looked at them a little sadly. Tsunade, they had a brief engagement, hee but they'll be here tomorrow morning. Gaara, well then, will dad be staying here to sleep? The man felt like crying with joy when he heard his son call him dad. Tsunade, I'm afraid so. Keisuke-sama, please rent a hotel room for the night. The man had a huge drop of sweat on his head as he looked at his wallet, only 25-45 ryus. With that he didn't even have enough for a piece of gum. Keisuke, This Hokage-sama is going to laugh, but I don't have a penny, hehe. The blonde had a huge drop of sweat on the back of her neck as she looked at the embarrassed man. Gaara, it's okay, he can come with me to Sai Oniachin's house. The man smiled, and after the fifth's approval he left with his son. At the hospital, Naruto was lying in his bed when in a burst of smoke the pink-haired girl appeared smiling sweetly at him. The Jinchuriki looked at her a little angrily and turned away so as not to see her. The Kitsune goddess laughed a little at the childish behavior of her blonde. Sakura, Naruto-kun, don't get like that. The blonde boy spoke without turning around. Naruto, do you think it's nice to leave me alone in front of Obachin? The pink-haired girl laughed a little as Naruto turned to look at her. Sakura, hahaha, it's not like the old woman is very dangerous, or are you scared of her? The blonde remembered how the brave Kyuubi had run away when the Senju threatened to hit her and smiled maliciously. Naruto, well, I think someone went to hide behind a fence when Obachin was going to give them a beating, isn't that right? Sakuritachan. The pink-haired girl blushed at the name and turned away embarrassed. Sakura, that's a lie, it's just that I ran out of chakra and had to go back inside you, yes that's it. The blonde laughed loudly while the pink-haired girl had a bad feeling. Naruto, well if you say so I'll tell the old woman you're not afraid of her. The Bijuu puffed out her chest with pride, although her legs were trembling a little. Sakura, tell him if you want, I am the queen of the Bijuu, I fear no one. Naruto, well tell him tomorrow morning he told us all to go to the Hokage Tower in the morning. Sakura, okay. The blonde smiled and lifted the blanket a little. The pink-haired girl understood the gesture and after taking off her kimono, got into Uzumaki's bed to hug him and rest a little from the busy day. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 31. Dawn was breaking in Konoha, but we were far more interested in going to the hospital, where a handful of shinobi were regaining consciousness after overcoming a brief coma caused by Tsunede's blows. A blonde man with blue eyes got out of bed to stretch, leaving a pink-haired woman alone. In a few seconds, she realized no one was beside her. Alarmed, she opened her eyes only to see him stretching, wearing nothing but gray boxer shorts. The Bijuu remained silent, admiring the magnificent physique of her host. Elsewhere in the village, Gaara woke up to find his father gone. He got up startled, but his fears vanished when he noticed a wonderful aroma coming from the living room. The redhead left his room to find his father making breakfast. Gaara, Dad, do you know how to cook? The man looked at him for a second before looking away nostalgically. Kazekage, of course son, it's the least I can do since your mother died. Gaara felt sad for bringing back bad memories for his father, but the man tried to cheer him up. Well, I had to learn because Temari, well, don't even think about trying her cooking. Gaara shivered as the adult laughed. Gaara, I'm worried. The man paid attention to his son with concern. Kazekage, is something wrong, son? The redhead sat down at the table to try part of the breakfast, followed by his father who looked at him worriedly. Gaara, what will my three brothers think about all this? The Kazekage took a piece of toast while answering his son with great naturalness. Kazekage, well, you see, if they are your brothers, they will want your happiness above all else, just like me. That's why they will let you choose and they will also support you in your decisions. Gaara smiled at that and took another piece of toast and a packet of instant ramen. Gaara, I love these breakfasts. The man looked at his son happily, but the yellow-eyed man didn't notice that his son took the kettle of hot water and refilled the ramen. Kazekage, of course. A good breakfast is the first step to a good day in the shinobi world. Gaara spread butter on his toast under his father's watchful eye. Son, shall I heat some milk for you to dip your toast in? Gaara, no need, I prefer dipping it in ramen. The little boy plunged the toast into the plastic bowl and savored the delicious breakfast under the gaze of his father, whose face was contorted with disbelief. Kazekage, by Kami-sama, how can you mix something like that? That must be disgusting. The redhead looked at him while taking another bite of the soggy bread. Gaara, what are you saying, Atasan? This is the most delicious food in the world, even though not even Naruto-Nichin has been able to taste it. Kazekage, of course, because those jumbled meals can't be healthy for your stomach. Gaara, that doesn't matter, Atasan, my stomach is churning with all sorts of things. So it's nothing. The cage was about to say something, but the little boy's overwhelming logic won him over and he preferred to finish his breakfast. Kazekage, finish up, we have to go to the Hokage Tower. The boy nodded his head as he ate. No, he gulped down the ramen that had butter floating in the broth. At the hospital, Sasuke woke up with a severe headache from being slammed against the ceiling and a hangover. He looked at his brother who was trying to drink juice with a very long straw, which didn't help him drink it properly. Sasuke, hey Nissen, you got pretty drunk yesterday. The older Uchiha glared at him while continuing to suck on the juice carton. Itachi, shut up, little brother, if you hadn't got me involved with the party, I wouldn't be in these terrible pains all over my body now. Sasuke, it's not that big of a deal. Nissen, does it hurt more that I beat you at drinking? A pang of pain pierced the older man's pride. Itachi, and no, that doesn't hurt. Besides, it was stupid. My defenses were low and I couldn't hold out like other times. Sasuke laughed heartily, although he stopped due to the headache. Sasuke, yes, well, finish your juice. We have to leave here. The younger Uchiha stood up while Itachi finished his juice and tried to stand up, although he could barely do so. Itachi, Sasuke, bring your dear brother some crutches, okay? The younger Uchiha sighed wearily and changed his clothes to go out and get some crutches. In the next room, a silver-haired man woke up with a severe backache, as did our friend the sardine Kasame. Both woke up with heavy hangovers. The former Akatsuki member put on the Jounin uniform he had been given, as did Headache. They exchanged a smile about what had happened last night and left the room towards the Uchiha's room. There they saw a very exhausted and sleepy Itachi. Kasame, hey Itachi-san, what a party last night. The Uchiha looked up with his Sharigan activated. Itachi, one more word and I'll make a sardine skewer out of you. Kiri's ex swallowed hard while Kakashi smiled. At that moment Sasuke arrived with some crutches. Sasuke, take that, you paraplegic, now let's go after the Erosanin, and Sai. They all left towards the room of their other two party companions. Itachi was exhausted and could barely move with the crutches, so they left him behind. They entered the room seeing a very strange panorama. Jiraiya, what did you say, Sai? You're inviting your beloved sensei to a delicious plate of the best food in the hospital. You heard her, miss, bring me a steak on Sai's tab, hahaha. A nurse came out of the door letting the others in, who turned white with shock. Sai mmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmm. The black-haired boy had his mouth sewn shut and secured by a strange device. Normal, after the blow Tsunade gave him, they had to sew his jaw and teeth back on again. Jiraiya, guys, take advantage of the fact that Sai is feeling generous today, hahaha. The unfortunate artist began to cry comically as he watched the nurse bring a nice steak and the Sannin begin to eat. Sasuke, Jiraiya-sensei, let us try it too. The Sannin called the nurse's attention and asked for more dishes while Sai cried and screamed without being able to open his lips. Sai Kakashi, you're very generous, Sai, thank you from the bottom of my heart. His first teacher said, laughing. Jiraiya, yes Kakashi, it's a pleasure to have such generous students as him. Sai The dark-haired man saw a book on his small table and threw it at Kakashi, who skillfully ducked to avoid it. Itachi, he's here, ah. A thud was heard and everyone turned to see the eldest of the Uchiha sprawled on the ground with blood on his forehead due to the book thrown by the painter. Sasuke, damn, we've messed up. Kasame, help me get him into the room. Everyone including Sai dragged the Uchiha into the room, covering him with the bed sheets. The doctor who had been sent for the food returned with a cart full of provisions. Everyone began to serve themselves while the woman eyed the suspicious lump on the pale man's bed, but she decided not to ask and left that madhouse before something happened to her. Back in the blonde man's room, he was pinned against the wall, restrained by fox tails that bound both his wrists and others that gently caressed him, awakening certain muscles. Naruto, thighs Sakurachin, this isn't the time. The pink-haired girl approached swaying as her hands joined in caressing the blonde boy. Sakura Kyukuku, if you weren't teasing the queen of the Bijuu Ammon. The pink-haired girl bit the blonde boy's ear while he moaned with pleasure. Naruto, Saku Sakurachin thighs mmmmmn. The blonde's lips were covered by the pink-haired girl's, a kiss that was very passionate with an endless battle of tongues that ended due to lack of air for both of them. Sakura, aha. Kami, your lips make me fall in love, Naruto-kun. The Bijuu kissed her host again, both devouring each other with lust as the demon pressed her naked body against the Uzumaki's. Naruto, mmmnn asa Sakurachin, we have to go to the Hawkage Tower. The jaded girl lowered her hands to her beloved's crotch, skillfully massaging it. Sakura, we'll go see the old lady later. Naruto felt the pink-haired girl lower his pants to suck his member. Naruto, oh buck, don't continue Ammon. The Bijuu swallowed his member to the base while using her tongue to stimulate his testicles. Sakura, it's so big I can barely swallow it. The blonde boy let himself be led until some knocks on the door made them both get into bed. Sasuke, hey Dobi, what the hell? The Uchiha saw the two of them hugging in bed while a large bulge was located in the blonde's crotch. Naruto, team. This isn't a good time. The Uchiha was about to leave, but at the door he bumped into the others, including an Itachi with a bandaged forehead who burst in. Jiraiya, oh, this is worthy of one of my students, hehe. The pervert said while writing in a notebook. Sasuke, Kami and I was doubting your manhood. Naruto, the Uchiha smiled while the pale one beside him stared mesmerized at the bulge in the bed, causing Naruto to turn blue. Naruto, Sai, don't give me that nonsense, and stop staring at my package. The blonde made hand seals while a powerful burst of air came out of his mouth, chasing away all the intruders. Kakashi, Kami, Naruto has powerful jutsus on my back hurts. The silver-haired man noticed movement beneath him and looked down to see Itachi writhing pitifully. Kasame, definitely not your day. Itachi-san, Kakashi, help me lean him against the wall. The Kapanin got up from on top of the older Uchiha and helping the fish, they leaned the dark-haired man against the wall while they picked up his crutches. Kakashi, and the rest of you, are you all right? Sai got up from on top of Jiraiya, nodding his head. Sasuke stood up and helped his white-haired sensei to his feet. Sasuke, that idiot went too far. Imagine using a wind-release jutsu to kick us out of the room. Naruto, If you hadn't all rushed in, I wouldn't have had to use force. The blonde looked at the older Uchiha leaning against the wall in a posture somewhere between ridiculous and pitiful. A huge drop of sweat appeared on his head. Jiraiya. No, you weren't the one who left it like this. Naruto looked at his master who had anticipated his question. Naruto, so what the hell happened to him? He's a mess. The dark-haired boy was drooling as he stared into space. Kakashi, he's hungover hehe, and maybe a couple of blows from Tsunade-sama on top of that left him like this. Itachi, kill me please. Sasuke started laughing while his brother glared at him angrily. A sound echoed in the hallway. Sasuke, ah, that hurts. Itachi. The younger, dark-haired boy had a huge bump on his head while his brother held a crutch broken by the strong impact. Itachi, that's what you get for laughing. Show more respect to your older brother. Sasuke rubbed his head while the others laughed. Naruto, alright guys, we have to go see Grandma. Everyone nodded as they carried Itachi, who couldn't walk with a crutch, and left the hospital while the nurses and patients prayed they wouldn't return for a long time, watching them walk through the cheerful streets of Konoha. At the Hokage Tower, the Kasuke, his son, and the Goddamn Hokage were already waiting for the brothers of the Suna master's son. The blonde had told them that the aforementioned had an urgent mission and would arrive in a few moments. Meanwhile, the little boy was telling the Goddamn about his short but fantastic time spent with his father. Tsunade was happy that the little boy had a biological family, of course, and that he got along well with her. Gaara, Tsunade-sama, is it much longer until they arrive? The blonde looked at a clock and shook her head. Tsunade, I don't think they'll be long if they want to keep breathing. Gaara hugged his father in fear, who was also trembling a little as he saw the blonde smiling macabrely while cracking her fists. Gaara, Dad, the Hokage scares me. Kasuke, son, me too. Tsunade looked at them with a very strange smile while they both sweated. Tsunade, what are you two talking about? They both saw the huge vein on her forehead as well as some slight cracks in the desk resulting from the grip the blonde exerted on it. Gaara, nothing. Tsunade-sama, we were just talking about how radiant you look today. The blonde smiled, blushing slightly as her murderous instinct subsided. Tsunade, this boy knows how to respect a woman. Unlike another one I know. The door opened wide and everyone who had been at the hospital entered, Naruto at the head. Naruto, who are you referring to when you say he doesn't respect women, old lady? The blonde jumped off her desk and gave the blonde a strong kick that went through the wall, crashing into Shizune, who was walking down the hall. Shizune, and Naruto-kun, are you okay? The pink-haired girl had a mini fit of jealousy and came out through the hole in the wall to see the brunette and her blonde friend holding hands. Sakura, what's going on here, baka? Naruto looked at her with a blank stare as he let go of Shizune, who was looking at the pink-haired girl with a sweat drop on her forehead. Naruto, Sakurachin, she was just helping me up, that's all, I swear. The pink-haired girl didn't believe him and jumped at Shizune, who feared the worst. Sakura, you damn girl. The pink-haired girl felt a strong grab and looked at the serious blonde. Naruto, you still don't think I love you enough. The Bijuu was surprised. Sakura, what's that about? The blonde boy let go of her grip while Shizune looked at Naruto, who was very serious. Naruto, it seems I still haven't shown you with my actions that the one I want is you. Don't you trust me yet after everything I've shown you? The pink-haired girl looked at him very embarrassed while Naruto couldn't hold back a traitorous tear. Sakura, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry, I just got carried away. The blonde boy clenched his teeth in anger. Naruto, did you get carried away? Sakura, do you trust me? Sakura, of course I will always trust you, Naruto-kun. The pink-haired girl was hurt by her beloved Chan's omission. Naruto, well, you haven't proven it. Sakura, you haven't proven it. Sakura, Naruto-kun, Naruto, enough, we'll talk later. First we have to attend to Obachan's request. Everyone was stunned by the scene they had heard, but Tsunade preferred to downplay it and give the news to the boys of Team 7. Tsunade, guys, this man here is the cage of Suna. The others bowed to the man who smiled dismissively. Naruto, it's a great honor, but what do we have to do with this? Tsunade, you say this is difficult to say, but he. Gaara, the Kasuke, is my father. Everyone was stunned, especially the 4 members of Team 7 who looked at the man first with surprise and then with a bit of anger. Naruto, so this is the man who abandoned Gaara in Suna when he was a child. The man looked sadly at the ground, unable to meet the accusing eyes of Team Kakashi. Kasuke, I didn't know the advisors kept it from me. Sai, and so you didn't know there was an innocent child suffering for being a Jinchuriki. Yes, although it may surprise you, Sai had loosened a couple of mouth supports to speak, although he wasn't very understandable. Kasuke, I didn't know of the existence of any Jinchuriki. Chiya-sama hid everything about him from me. Sasuke, didn't you know anything? Not even that a little boy was being mistreated in your village. The man was still dejected, but he felt someone take his hand. It was his son. Gaara was looking at him smiling, and that was a shot of happiness. Naruto, was all this a farce? Answer me. Kasuke, no, it wasn't a hoax. The advisors of my village hid its existence from me so they could have a weapon to control the Kasuke position in the future. Naruto, I'm not entirely convinced. Tsunade, I remind you that advisors Himura and Koharu also concealed your origins from the village. Only the third Hokage knew what had happened. Naruto looked down furious. Were all the advisors rats who took advantage of others' misfortunes for their own benefit? Sai, is that true? The blonde nodded as she took a sip of sake. After all, everyone in the room already knew about her fondness for liquor. Naruto, Gaara the redhead paid attention as the blonde approached and ruffled his hair. What do you want? Gaara, well, I have had a great time here besides, you guys have been like family to me, but Naruto smiled at him as did Sasuke and Sai. Sasuke, we understand you won't want to miss the opportunity to meet your real family. Gaara, yais, but don't you feel bad? Naruto, little one, it's your decision besides, nothing matters more to us than your happiness, right guys? Everyone nodded smiling while Gaara smiled and shed a couple of tears of happiness. Gaara, thank you, thank you. Gaara hugged Naruto first, then Sai, then Sasuke, and continued with the others while still crying. Keisuke, Gaara, I told you they love you. The redhead remembered what his father told him this morning, smiling. Gaara, that's true after all, I'll always have a great family in Konoha. The Keisuke said goodbye to everyone and took his son's hand, but before he could leave through the door a voice stopped them. Naruto, hey shorty. Gaara looked at him making a funny pout. Don't forget to visit your brothers in Konoha or we'll go to Suna and teach you a lesson. Gaara, hahaha, okay, but rest assured that I will train hard to become one of the strongest shinobi in the world. Sai, we'll see, we know you have potential, hehe. Sasuke, see you soon, shorty. Gaara said goodbye, starting to cry again, and left, followed by his father. Tsunade regained her serious demeanor, looking at everyone present. Tsunade, everyone except Naruto and Sakura, leave the room, I have something important to tell you. Everyone left, leaving the blonde man serious and the pink-haired woman worried about him and his behavior. Naruto, what is Tsunade-sama about? Tsunade, the Raikage has asked me for a favor. You see, his brother is a Jinchuriki, the only one left besides you. Sakura, what is her Bijuu? Tsunade looked at a scroll and after reading it she looked at the pink-haired girl. Tsunade, the 8 tails, do you have a problem with that? Sakura, no, it's just that Naruto cut off the pink-haired girl, looking impatiently at the Hokage. Naruto, never mind, what is the mission, Tsunade-sama? The Bijuu of my heart, chapter 32. Tsunade, the Raikage has asked me for a favor. You see, his brother is a Jinchuriki, the only one left besides you. Sakura, what is her Bijuu? Tsunade looked at a scroll and after reading it she looked at the pink-haired girl. Tsunade, the 8 tails, do you have a problem with that? Sakura, no, it's just that Naruto cut off the pink-haired girl, looking impatiently at the Hokage. Naruto, never mind, what is the mission, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade, since there are only 2 Jinchuriki left, the Raikage has asked me to have you and his brother meet on an island, along with several trusted ninjas, where you will train and forge stronger bonds between you. Naruto, sounds more like some kind of peace process than training. Tsunade took a slurp from her sake bottle and looked seriously at the blonde. Tsunade, it doesn't matter right now, we're not in a position to make enemies of the other villages. You will go with at least a couple of trusted ninjas, understood? NS, hi, Tsunade, well, get ready, I want to see you leaving tomorrow. Those who are going with you will give you the details tomorrow. Naruto turned his head and asked the 5th homie doubtfully. Naruto, Obachan, who are you going to choose to come with us? The Senju squeezed the bottle, which exploded into pieces as Sakura discreetly moved away from Naruto's side. Tsunade, first, don't call me old. And second, I'll choose the most suitable ones. Tomorrow you will meet with them at the entrance of Konoha. Naruto, yais. Naruto was heading towards the door, but the 5th Hokage's voice stopped him. Tsunade, one more thing, don't tell anyone else about this. That's why I've kicked everyone else out of the room. It's a favor I'm asking of you. NS, yes, Tsunade-sama. Naruto opened the door and walked out slowly while Sakura followed behind him, looking worried. Sakura, Naruto-kun, do you want to go get ramen with me? The blonde boy continued walking without turning around. Naruto, no, Sakura, I'm busy, I have to pack for tomorrow's mission. Sakura, is it because of what happened earlier? The blonde boy went down the stairs, leaving the Hokage tower while Sakura followed him. Naruto. Sakura, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry if you think I went a little too far with you and Shizune. Naruto continued walking while looking down. Naruto, that's not it, don't you understand yet? You don't even know why I'm acting like this with you. The blonde wiped away a tear that was running down his cheek as he felt the lump in his throat from the irritation of the moment. Sakura, what did I do? I already told you I'm sorry if I hurt you sometimes. I can't control myself. Naruto, your apologies don't mean anything to me. Sakura, you've shown me that you don't trust me, that you think I can't stay by your side, and that you think I'll leave with someone else without giving me a chance to explain. Sakura saw that Naruto was about to run away, but she anticipated him, grabbing his arm tightly. Let go of me. I don't want to go through any more bad times. Leave me alone. Sakura, Naruto-kun, listen to me. I've already told you I'm sorry. Naruto, your apologies are worthless to me. Don't you understand how much it hurts that you don't trust me? The pink-haired girl stood frozen as she watched Naruto, unable to hold back a couple of tears. Sakura, I do trust you. The blonde broke free from her grip and ran away while Sakura fell to her knees crying. Sakura POV, he's right, I'm an idiot, but for everything he did for me, I'll win back his love and show him that I trust him completely. Unfortunately for Sakura, a pearlied girl was listening to everything from behind a post. The Hyuga heiress smiled as she plotted a plan to finish off what had happened to the couple, but out of spite or idiocy, she approached the devastated pink-haired girl with a mocking smile on her face. Hinata, it's not every day you see a demon crying ha ha ha. Sakura looked at her for a moment while feeling her blood boil. Sakura, go to hell, I'm not in the mood for your taunts, you stupid spoiled brat. Hinata smiled even wider and decided to throw another punch. Hinata, enjoy what little time you have left, I'll show Naruto-kun that I trust him. Sakura, and what are you going to do, cry in his lap begging for a kiss? Hinata got annoyed but didn't play along. Hinata, do you know what Naruto-kun's dream is? Sakura, to be Hokage. The pink-haired girl responded almost instinctively, further eliciting the smug smile of the Byakugan heiress. Hinata, exactly, and since I love him so much, I've convinced my father, the leader of the most powerful clan in Konoha, to support him. After he becomes Hokage, I'll declare my love and we'll get married. We'll have children while you rot in a cell for the rest of your life. Sakura exploded in anger and jumped on top of the Hyuga, hitting her with the strength of a woman due to irritation. Sakura, bitch, you damned wretch. The pink-haired girl pulled her hair while they rubbed against each other on the ground and several ninjas were going to separate them. Hinata, you're an animal, you fox. Enjoy it because soon your beloved will only have eyes for me. Sakura broke free from the grip and punched the Hyuga in the eye, knocking her unconscious. Ninja 1, damn it. Call for backup, I can't hold on to the girl in pink any longer. The Bijuu decided not to make things worse since her supernatural essence would be noticeable, so she let herself be grabbed by 8 ninjas, 5 more before knocking Hinata out, and was taken before the Hokage while the Hyuga was taken to the hospital by 2 ninjas. Sakura was taken by the ninjas to the Hokage tower. After telling everything to the 5th Hokage, the pink-haired girl slumped down on the sofa next to the wall, panting. Tsunade got up from her seat and grabbed 2 glasses and a bottle. Sakura, I don't drink. Tsunade the Senju laughed as she sat down next to her and filled the glasses. Tsunade, an ancient beast, the queen of the Bijuu, doesn't drink. Ha ha ha. The blonde handed the glass to the Yauko who, not wanting to be rude, drank it in one gulp. Sakura, Tsunade, Hinata knows I'm the 9 tails. Tsunade, so what? What's wrong with that? Sakura watched as her cup was refilled. Sakura, she loves Naruto-kun, she loves him obsessively. Tsunade took another sip without a care in the world. Tsunade, are you jealous? Sakura shook her head as she took a sip of her drink. Sakura, he'll try to keep me away from him and he'll probably do it by revealing my identity to the village. Tsunade, maybe, but in this game you have the advantage. Sakura, Naruto loves you even though he's angry. Sakura, but Hinata can fulfill Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage, I can't compete with that. Tsunade, of course you can, besides, Naruto has an even bigger dream. Sakura looked at her even more interested as she refilled her own cup. Sakura, what is that dream? Tsunade watched her drink desperately and smiled. After all, demon or not, she also behaved like a love-struck teenager. Tsunade, that dream is to enjoy the family he never had, to have children, a woman who loves him, and to live happily like he didn't know how until he met his friends. Sakura looked at her with a mixture of hope and sadness at remembering the loneliness of her blonde. Sakura, I'll fight that vixen and I'll fulfill Naruto-kun's 2 dreams. No one can stand up to the fearsome Sakura no Yauko. Tsunade smiled as she took a swig from the empty bottle. Tsunade, well, I have to go to the hospital to see how you've left your rival. Sakura, let it stay there forever, it'll be better than getting in my way. The blonde gathered the evidence of her drinking and left the Hokage tower with the demon. They said their goodbyes and went about their respective business, one to heal the adorable Hinata and the other to find the boy and show him that he was her life. Sakura walked through the streets of Konoha, admiring how people went about their daily tasks. Some greeted her with smiles, which she returned. After searching for a while, she decided to go to the blonde boy's house. She arrived but decided not to knock. Instead, she entered through the window and looked for her container. He was in his room, sitting on his bed, hugging his legs, lost in thought. Sakura hid, trying to approach him without letting him escape. Naruto, Sakurachin, why? Sakura POV, did he see me? Bijuu was silent and the blonde continued talking to himself. Naruto, Sakurachin, why don't you trust me? Sakura stayed still, trying not to get up to run and hug him, but a moment of carelessness caused her to make a noise and the blonde boy stood up alert. Who's there? Sakura, Naruto-kun, it's me. Naruto frowned. Naruto, please leave me alone. Sakura stood up and slowly approached him, looking him in the eyes. Sakura, Naruto-kun, please let me apologize. Naruto got even angrier. Naruto, I don't want your apologies, don't you realize? Naruto ran out of a window while Sakura jumped up to follow him. Naruto ran, jumping across the rooftops while the pink-haired girl tried to follow him, but her dress hindered her too much to run. A ball of smoke surrounded her to reveal a mini version of the Kyuubi that began to jump across the rooftops at incredible speed. Naruto, damn it, he's catching up to me. I'll have to use the Flying Thunder God technique. The blue-eyed boy drew a series of hand seals and disappeared in a golden flash. The Ninetales arrived at that moment where the blonde boy was and let out an annoyed huff. Sakura, damn it. It got away well, I'll transform again before anyone sees me. The mini Kyuubi was once again surrounded by smoke and appeared in its battle attire. Well, it's a good thing a Bijuu always knows where its container is. The pink-haired girl jumped across a couple of rooftops in the direction of the Hawkage Mountain. Naruto appeared in a flash above his father's head, lying down there while thinking the pink-haired girl wouldn't find him, but Sakura, Naruto, let me talk to you. The blonde boy stood up in surprise, causing him to almost fall from the top of the mountain. Sakura approached him looking sad and ashamed into his eyes. She was so focused on Naruto that she didn't see that she was approaching a cracked section. When she stepped on it, it broke and the Bijuu slipped and fell. Naruto, Sakura. Naruto threw himself to the ground, seeing that the pink-haired girl had managed to grab hold but was letting go. Sakura, Naruto. I can't transform, not if people see me. Naruto observed how below there were a large number of people passing through the shops in the commercial district. Naruto looked at her very worried, but he had an idea. Naruto, let go. The pink-haired girl looked at him as her grip slipped. Sakura, what, are you crazy? Naruto, you don't trust me again. The pink-haired girl looked at him and broke free. Naruto drew hand seals and disappeared in a yellow flash, grabbing the pink-haired girl and appearing on the roof of a nearby building. Sakura, thank you, Naruto-kun. The blonde boy kissed her as she looked at him in surprise. Weren't you angry with me? Naruto, yes, but you showed trust in me, so I forgive you. The pink-haired girl had a vein throbbing in her forehead. Sakura, so did you orchestrate all this just because I got a little carried away with my jealousy? Naruto, no, only because you didn't trust my loyalty. The pink-haired girl gave him a smack on the head as the blonde boy fell on his butt with a bump on his head. Sakura, oh my god, it's not like it's a bad thing for your girlfriend to be a little jealous. It just shows how much I love you. Naruto started trembling, expecting another blow. Naruto, sorry, but I hate when people don't trust me the same way I trust them. Sakura hugged him. Sakura, oh, I can't be mad at you. The pink-haired girl gave the blonde boy a tight hug, making him feel like he was being squeezed. Naruto, haha, okay, Sakura-chan, you're hurting me. Sakura, well, to make up for the bad time you put me through, I know you have to take me to eat at a nice restaurant. The blonde smiled, getting up. Naruto, okay, Sakura-chan. There's no better restaurant than Ikure. Sakura, nope, let's go to the new restaurant that just opened. Naruto, but they charge you a fortune there for a tiny dish, said the Uzumaki while crying comically. Sakura, don't worry, with your salary and your savings we'll have enough. The Bijuu grabbed the blonde by the collar of his clothes and dragged him, stairs included, to the restaurant, while the blue-eyed man admired his wallet with money for now. After a very modern-style dinner, the Jinchuriki left crying while his wallet was empty as well as his stomach. Sakura looked at him laughing softly and grabbed his hand to get his attention. Sakura, I'm hungry too. What do you think about going to Ikaraku? The blonde's face lit up, but it didn't last long as it darkened again. Naruto, but I don't have any more money, I'll starve to death. Sakura asked, I'll treat you, haha. The blonde smiled, and without waiting another second he carried her in his arms like the princess she was. Naruto, hold on, Sakura-chan. The blonde boy traced hand seals with one hand and they disappeared in a yellow beam, reappearing inside Ikaraku. Tuche, oh Naruto, good morning, shall I give you the usual? Sakura got down from the blonde's arms, very surprised. Sakura, yes, Tuche-san, the usual. This, Naruto, how did you bring us here with the flying thunder god technique if you didn't use a seal? Naruto, that he you see the owner of the place was preparing the food when I came out of the kitchen, answering the pink-haired girl. Naruto-kun put the seal on our restaurant so he could come quickly whenever he wanted. The pink-haired girl looked at the brunette and then at the blonde. Sakura, 2 questions, why kun Iamson, and do you like ramen that much? Naruto-kun, they both turned pale. Naruto, okay, let's eat, we'll explain later, haha. While in the Hawkage Tower, the 5th Hawkage had just finished signing some reports and drinking her 5th bottle of sake. Some knocks on the door caught her attention to prevent the 6th Hawkage from starting. Tsunade, come in. The door handle slowly lowered and opened, revealing 3 people. Tsunade-sama called us. Tsunade, yes, but one is missing. 2, he's always a little late, otherwise he wouldn't be our usual sensei. 4, hello, sorry for the delay, I saw a very interesting culture book and I bought it. The 4th subject with gray hair and a mask on his face with only one eye uncovered entered while the other 3 smiled and the Hawkage resisted kicking him in the chest. Tsunade, well guys, do you know why I called you here? The 4 shook their heads while the 2 youngest looked at their gray-haired sensei who had a black book in his back pocket. Look at the book, it's not an Ika. Jiraiya-sensei hadn't told us anything about a new edition. This guy with black hair and an emo hairstyle looked at the book curiously. The other one, also with dark hair and a very pale complexion, saw his friend reach out to grab the book and slapped him away. 2. Sasuke, stop, do you want the old lady to send us back to the hospital? Sasuke, no, but what book did Kakashi-sensei say by? See, I don't know who knows knowing him. It could even be something pedophilic. They both imagined their sensei reading child pornography and felt a chill run down their spine. Tsunade. Ooh. You two, have you heard the instructions for your new mission? They both looked at each other while sweating. Sasuke, yes, but they weren't clear to us. Would you mind re-explaining them to us? Tsunade smiled sweetly while the four of them had a bad feeling. Tsunade knew, she exclaimed suddenly as the floor collapsed and the desk fell through a large hole. Now get out of my sight. After running out of the Hawkage Tower, the four who caused the Goddame's bad mood walked talking about their leader's outbursts of anger. Sasuke, the old woman went too far. It wouldn't have hurt to tell us the mission parameters again. Jiraiya, and you too, you've got to be kidding me. Because of you, Tsunade always ends up hysterical. Well, can you explain what the mission is about? The two adults looked at each other while making faces in the purest Nara style. Kakashi, bah, I'm too lazy, we'll tell you tomorrow. Remember to be at the gates of Konoha early. Bye. The silver-haired man disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, you damn slacker, tell us, Erosinin. The two black-haired boys looked around, realizing that the white-haired boy had also run away. What a pair of adults, they're certainly setting a good example. Sasuke, well, shall we go to the bathrooms to spy? Looked at him smiling. I'm sorry Sasuke, but I'm not a pervert. Sasuke, well then I guess I'll be the one to see the gorgeous Ino Yamanaka naked. Sai's chin dropped to the ground. Didn't you know? She likes to take baths at this time of day, and she's absolutely gorgeous. You bastard, you've seen my Inachin naked. Sasuke laughed, very amused. Sasuke, so it's yours then? Hehe, I'm afraid this is going to be war. They looked at each other and laughed. Sai knew that his friend didn't like the blonde, rather he had his eye on another girl a couple of years older than him. The problem was that this girl was Kiba's older sister, Hana Inuzuka. Well, let's go to the bathroom. Sasuke gave him a teasing look. Sasuke, careful Latin lover, don't go trying to bite the blonde. I was saying we should take a relaxing bath. Sasuke, well, I'll sneak away for a while. After all, my brother still hasn't recovered from the blows. Back at Ikaraku, our beloved couple had just finished their ramen, and the blonde was finishing explaining things to his beloved and jealous pink-haired girlfriend. They both headed to the blonde's house while preparing for the next day's mission, a mission that was going to be tough, very tough for the Bijuu. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 33. Dawn broke in Konoha, and a blonde, blue-eyed boy woke up noticing someone beside him. He turned his head as his eyes adjusted to the sunlight and saw the sleeping Bijuu. She was undoubtedly the purest angel to have descended from the heavens. The Uzumaki stared at her for a few moments while his hand caressed her beautiful features worthy of a goddess. Sakura, and Naruto, the blue-eyed boy blushed slightly and bent down to kiss those lips he so longed for. The pink-haired girl woke up feeling the warmth and breath of her vessel. It was a very sweet way to start her day. Naruto, oh I'm sorry Sakurachin, I didn't mean to wake you up. The girl smiled and brought her left hand to the boy's cheek to lean in and give him a quick kiss. Sakura, what are you saying? It's been the most wonderful way to start the day. The blonde boy hugged her and she quickly returned the embrace. They stayed hugged and close for a while, and would have stayed longer if it weren't for a pending mission in the Land of Lightning. Naruto, Sakurachin, we have to go to the village entrance. Our mission partners will be waiting for us there. The Rose stood up showing her perfect body only covered by underwear. A snap of the fingers, and after being covered by a red mist, she put on her typical kimono. Sakura, I'm ready, let's have breakfast and get started. The Jinchuriki got up to slowly begin dressing while the Bijuu prepared a quick breakfast. At the entrance to the villa, two figures could be distinguished, both with black hair and a tired appearance. Sasuke, if I had known, I would have stayed sleeping a little longer. The Uchiha sat down on a bench at the entrance and leaned back, closing his eyes. Sasuke, don't fall asleep. God, I'm so sleepy. The pale one copied his friend and took a seat to close his eyes due to exhaustion. Sleeping during work hours. It depresses me that my students resemble their first teacher. Both dark-haired men raised their heads sleepily, glimpsing long white hair. Sasuke, Jiraiya-sensei, where is Kakashi-sensei? The Sannin sat down next to his students, shaking his head. Jiraiya, he stayed with Kasame, but I don't know what they were going to do. He told me he wouldn't be long. Sai snorted. Well then we'll just wait a couple of hours. The three of them leaned against the back of the bench, waiting for the others. 45 minutes later, two people were heading to the villa gate, a pink-haired girl and a blonde boy. They both stopped to see Uzumaki's three friends sleeping on the bench. The blonde boy laughed a little as the Bijuu pulled them violently and yelled at them to wake up. Sakura, wake up you bunch of lazy bums. The Bijuu pulled the three of them with her tails while Naruto asked her to calm down. Luckily, it was very early and there was no one around to see the Yauko. Jiraiya, stop, I am awake now. The pink one let go of them, causing them to fall to the ground. What a way to get up. What are you doing here? The pink-haired girl gave him a smack on the head. Sakura, we have a mission unlike others who are just loitering at the door. Sasuke, no Sakura, we have a mission too. Naruto, which one is it better than ours? Jiraiya put his hand to his face, listening to those two. Jiraiya, Tsunade entrusted us with accompanying you to Kumo. We're the ones she trusts the most. Naruto, awesome. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. The Uzumaki was about to start walking but was grabbed by his master. Jiraiya, wait, we're not all here. The blonde man looked at the Erosenin in surprise. Sai, Kakashi-sensei is missing, that's why we were asleep. Naruto, God, well, if Kakashi-sensei comes, we'll have to wait a few hours until he appears. All the boys sighed wearily as Sakura drew some seals and summoned a small fox the size of a cat. Fox, tell me Kyuubi-sama. The small animal was black with a fluffy tail and bright, wild green eyes. Sakura, bring the famous copy ninja here. If he refuses to come willingly, tell him that Kyuubi herself will give him a beating. The little animal felt a little sorry for the silver-haired one, and after muttering a timid hi, dissipated into smoke. The others hadn't noticed that, so they continued with their business while sitting on the wide bench. Naruto, aw, damn Kakashi-sensei, he's going to slow us down a lot. Sakura, I don't think so. In fact, I have no doubt that it will appear in about 15 minutes if it wants to keep walking. The boys swallowed hard as the Bijuu received information about its summoning. Fox, I've got him now. He was reading a steamy novel with a guy who looks like a shark. I've spoken to him, but he's refused to come. What? Sakura, have you told him what will happen if he doesn't obey? Fox, it wasn't necessary, I'll take him there. The pink-haired girl left her mind to see the fox in the distance. He was running with a black book in his mouth while behind him Kakashi chased after him, strangely nervous. Kakashi, hey you damn fox, give me my book, don't run. The animal jumped, avoiding the silver-haired man who fell face-first to the ground. Sakura, it's about time. Kakashi the Koppanin slowly raised his head, fearful of the Bijuu's dangerous tone, holding the black book in his hands. Kakashi looked behind the pink-haired girl and saw the little fox sticking its tongue out at him and disappearing in a puff of smoke. Kakashi, hehe, this great Kyuubi-sama, may I have that book, please? The demon looked at him haughtily and opened the book, reading it and flipping through several pages. Sakura, mba, and I thought it was something interesting. The demon threw the book at her face and turned around looking at the others who stood up scared. Naruto, Sakurachin, why are you looking at us like that? Sakura, well, between you and looking maliciously at Kakashi, you've made me wait a long time. I'll make sure the journey doesn't take too long. Naruto, of course, with my flying thunder god technique I'll take you. Sakura, no, you haven't perfected it for so many people. Besides, I doubt we'll get very far throwing kunai with seals. Naruto hugged his knees with a depressed aura. Sasuke, Sakura, you've gone too far. The Uchiha hugged the blonde in a cheap yay scene, while the others moved away either because of the disgust of the scene or because of the look of the Bijuu queen. Naruto, thanks theme, you're a good friend. A cracking sound made everyone look at the Bijuu. They panicked when they saw her cracking her knuckles with a darkened gaze. Sasuke is a great friend, but he's not as good as Sakurachin, hehe. Sakura, that's better. Kakashi, well, let's go now. They're waiting for us in Kumo and we're running very late. Everyone glared at him murderously and the silver-haired man broke out in a cold sweat and decided to remain silent. Sakura, let's go. Once we're far enough away from the village, I'll arrange transportation. The leaf ninjas ran through the forest of the Land of Fire. After about 20 minutes of walking, the demon signaled to stop. They all halted in a small clearing in the dense forest. Sakura, I'll make sure we arrive in Kumo by late this afternoon. Sai, but it's impossible. Kumo is a 3-day journey away, and we've barely started and we're already resting. Sakura, wait, you're very impatient. Summoning jutsu. In front of them appeared enormous foxes. They were the size of Akamaru. There was one for each couple. Kakashi, amazing, are they legendary foxes? Sakura, of course, what did you expect from Queen Yauko? Ha 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 ha. Everyone felt a few drops of sweat fall down their necks as they watched the Bijuu laugh haughtily. Even the summons had a huge drop on their heads. Fox 1, Mistress, would you like us to take you to Kumigakure? The pink-haired woman nodded as each animal approached a couple. Sakura, we'll go 2 at a time for each summoning. Believe me, once you get up here we won't stop, and hold on tight. Sakura and Naruto got on the first one, a snow-white fox, Kakashi and Jiraiya on a black one that looked strangely similar to the one that stole the book from Kakashi, and Sasuke and Sai on a brown fox with wild yellow eyes. Fox 1, hold on tight, it's going to be a bumpy ride. Without time to speak, the animals set off at great speed, causing the boys to gasp in surprise. Sakura laughed. Foxes were very agile and fast animals that ran through the forest at an incredible speed to carry 2 people on their backs. Jiraiya, this isn't good at my age. Kakashi behind him laughed while grabbing the Sannin by the hip for fear of falling. Kakashi, hold on tight, Jiraiya-sama, or we'll fall. Jiraiya grabbed the animal by the fur, who laughed as he sensed the fear of his riders. Jiraiya, Kakashi. The person addressed opened his eyes to look ahead. Kakashi, a cliff, jump. The animal held on until the last moment, jumping while on its back. Kakashi and Jiraiya screamed in fear. A little further on, the brown fox ran leaping through the trees while Sasuke and Sai held tightly to its fur. Sasuke, Sai, I prefer riding on your eagles. The pale one was in front, even wider than before, as he tried not to let go. Due to the speed of the journey, the fox landed on a rotten branch which broke, causing them to fall. Sasusai, they both grabbed each other tightly while screaming like little girls. Fox 2, relax, mythical animals like me possess abilities beyond any animal in these forests. The fox, who had fallen from a great height, leaned on a tree trunk and jumped to the branch of another while Sasuke and Sai opened their eyes in terror. Sai, it's going to be a very long trip. Fox 2 know at this speed will reach Kumo in about 4 hours. Sasuke, like I said, it's going to be very long. Leading the pack was the imposing white fox. Sakura calmly walked ahead while Naruto clung to her waist, terrified. The Bijuu found it endearing that her blonde friend was afraid of something as stupid as a bit of speed. Fox 3, Kubasama, we are about to leave the land of fire if I'm not mistaken. After crossing a mountainous region and a large plain we will be on the outskirts of Kumo. Sakura, understood. Naruto-kun, hold on tight. The blonde boy let out a tear of terror, holding on as tightly as he could. Fox 3, I'll go faster. The journey unfolded as a race between the three foxes to see who would win, to the terror of their occupants and the amusement of Sakura. Finally, after about 4 hours of travel, they positioned themselves in Kumo. The foxes said their goodbyes while the men lay down on the ground, feeling it move even though they were standing still. Sakura, thank you very much for your services. The foxes bowed respectfully. Foxes, thank you for summoning us, Kubasama. The foxes disappeared in a puff of smoke as the pink-haired girl looked at her companions lying on the ground. Sakura, come on you lazy bums, I have to see my brother. Kubai won't be necessary. The pink-haired girl looked ahead, seeing a dark-haired and blonde man. He wore the Kumo Jounin outfit and ridiculous sunglasses. A handful of katanas on his back gave him a dangerous appearance. Hey boys, welcome to my abode where there's room for the whole pack, oh yeah. Sakura had a twitch in her eye as she looked at that man. I told you not to say those damn rhymes in front of my sister. Sakura looked at the man concentrating and could see a huge amount of energy inside him, as well as a noticeable demonic aura. Sakura, Hachibai, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Everyone looked at the dark-haired boy, surprised by the revelation. Hey, don't pester me and follow me right now, oh yeah. Everyone except Hachibai, follow him to the Reikage Tower. I apologize for his terrible rhymes. The Hachibai spoke through the Konoha people decided to follow the dark-haired man from Kumo, entering the Cloud Village. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 34. After arriving in Kumo and meeting Killer B, the rapper and Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, the Konoha ninja marched behind him through the streets of the hidden Cloud Village. They saw various shops and businesses. It was a beautiful village, although due to the country's mountainous terrain it was built on several hills and steep slopes. After some sightseeing they arrived at the Reikage Tower, very similar to the Hokage Tower except that the kanji for lightning adorned the large building. Killer B led them inside while spouting more silly rhymes. Finally they reached the Reikage office. Killer B, we're here brothers, my bro will greet you and I'm sure he won't regret it, oh yeah. Sakura pushed him aside and opened the door. The others followed her in, along with a scared Killer B. Naruto was surprised that the dark-haired boy stayed so far back despite his lively personality. Who would think of entering without asking permission? A desk flew across the large room, everyone present reflexively covered their faces. A loud sound and a broken desk at Sakura's feet was the next thing. That girl, she hasn't left my bro's side of the way, I can't believe it myself. Oh yeah, the Konoha ninjas put their hands to their heads as B approached his brother, who was also looking surprised at the pink-haired girl. Bro, these are the Konoha ninjas, and this the blonde one is the Kubai's Jinchuriki. A looked at them without much interest, his attention falling on the pink-haired girl who was looking at him annoyed. B didn't have to hear a word from his brother to know what he wanted to ask him. That girl, bro, is Kubai, you should know just from the chakra she gives off, my brother. The Reikage put his hand to his chin as he looked at her closely. It was true that she didn't seem to be the dreaded demon that almost razed Konoha to the ground, but yes, she gave off an impressive power for an ordinary ninja. The muscular A turned to sit in his chair whose desk was in front of him. First of all, welcome to Kumo. As you know, I asked the Hokage to send you here, especially the Kubai's Jinchuriki, so you can train and get ready for the upcoming war. Everyone in the room nodded at the dark-haired man's words. Second, this sauce here is my brother B, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. He'll accompany you during training and supervise you with me. And lastly, the Reikage's gaze hardened, causing fear in everyone present except Sakura. B and the others backed away as the Reikage exchanged harsh glances with the Bijuu, who played along. I already knew you were the Kubai. Tsunade explained everything to me, but I couldn't quite believe it. It's very impressive to feel all that power coming from a child. Sakura, I'm not a girl, so don't call me that. I'm a woman in B's mind. The Eight Tails laughed nervously, which caught the attention of the rapping Jounin from the cloud. B's mind. B's POV, what are you laughing at, Hachibai bro? Tell me if you don't want me to hit you with a melon. Oh yeah, in B's mind a loud thud was heard. Hachibai was rubbing a tentacle while B was on the ground with a gash on his head. That hurt, bro. Hachibai, I'll tell you, but stop making those devilish rhymes. B stood up as the Adel demon sat in the void of the dark-haired man's mind. You see, as you know, each Bijuu has a number of tails that determines its power, right? The rapper nodded at his companion's explanation. Well, not only that, the tails also determine age. The more tails, the younger the Bijuu, meaning that Kyuubi, compared to Shukaku, is a baby in diapers, hahaha. That's why it bothers her when they call her a baby. When our father created us, we always picked on her for being the shortest. B laughed, as did his Bijuu. It would be strange to imagine Chibai Bijuus fighting like little kids. B, ha 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 ha, you weren't legal, that's why Kyuubi should call the feds, oh yeah. Another thud sounded in the void as B was back on the ground with a bump on his head. Hachibai huffed, annoyed by his Jinchurik's pathetic insistence on making cheap rhymes. Hachibai, stop it already. It's true that she would get angry, and since she was the strongest she would give us incredible beatings. But the worst part is that when the old man came because of the commotion, she would start crying because we had messed with her, and the old man would punish us. That's why I like to annoy the little brat. B recovered again, laughed at the little story of his Bijuu. An idea came to his mind, and not of a rhyme but of something to amuse himself while he watched the people of Konoha. B, hey bro, hehe, what do you think if the Hachibai approached the dark-haired man to hear what he was saying? The worst part of all that was the dark smile that adorned his face after listening to his container. Back to reality, the Reikage finished explaining the training to the newcomers. The dark-haired man commented that it would take place on the outskirts of the village, in a secluded and peaceful location where they could train to their full potential without fear of harming anyone. There were no objections from the Konoha ninja, who saw it as perfectly normal. After the talk, the leader of the Cloud Village invited them to spend the afternoon in the village and enjoy a short rest. Tomorrow would be the start of training. They all strolled through the streets looking at shops and restaurants. Kakashi suggested they get something to eat to replenish their energy and no one objected. They went into a restaurant that looked inviting. Waiter, good afternoon everyone, I hope you enjoy your meal. What would you like to order? The middle-aged man who looked friendly took out a small notebook to write down our orders. Naruto, I'll have ramen. What do you want? Sakurachin. The Bijuu looked at the menu, focusing on the meats. The truth is that everything looked appetizing, but she opted for her favorite meat. Sakura, I'll have a rare beef steak, please. The man nodded, smiling as he wrote it down in his notebook. After taking the order, he looked at the others. Sasuke-sai, please bring us a seafood platter. We'll share it, the man noted. Kakashi raised his hand, catching the waiter's attention. Kakashi, let's have 2 sources. Jiraiya-sama and I will share another one. Waiter, ah, very good. And the dark-skinned gentleman. Killer Bee stopped looking at the menu to face the serious waiter. The man was a little intimidated by the ninja's gaze. B, give me a mixed drink but not too salty because otherwise it will be ruined, oh yeah. Everyone fell backwards, including the poor man who, smiling after getting up, went to the kitchen. After about 45 minutes, the man returned with several waiters carrying all the dishes. After apologizing for the delay, they wished everyone a good meal. Without further ado, everyone began to eat like animals, especially Sakura, who didn't even use her utensils. The others ate with their hands, while Naruto slurped through his noodles, nearly choking. The waiter felt a bead of sweat trickle down his neck watching them eat like that. 10 minutes later, the plates were empty and the diners were satisfied and full. The waiter approached, smiling, overwhelmed with the bill in his hand. Naruto, since we're invited to the village, B should treat us. We have to be good hosts. That idea was seconded by everyone. B cursed himself for going with them and his brother for being so formal. After emptying his wallet, paying the hefty bill, they left the restaurant. It was too late to go training, so they decided to go to sleep. B took them to a hotel in the village where they stayed, obviously invited by the Reikage. The next morning they met at the entrance of the village. There, Killer B gave them instructions and explained how the training would be conducted. It would be easier for the dark-haired boy to train alone with the blonde boy so he could unleash his full power without fear of harming others. Therefore, the other 4 friends of the Jinchuriki would train by sparring amongst themselves, or if they deemed it necessary, they could ask for help from Jounin from Kumo to practice. B, alright everyone. As I explained, and I hope that's clear. Naruto and I will be going to a clearing on the Sky Plateau to train. You can use the Kumo training grounds. I'm sorry you can't come with us. But it's for safety, and so we can train without limitations. The 4 excluded ones were a little sad about not being able to help with the training, but it wasn't a matter of despair. They would train hard and wish their friend the best. Jiraiya, it's okay, we feel a little bad not being able to help. The blonde approached his second sensei and put his hand on his shoulder. The man looked at the young man with a serene expression, increasing the blonde's reassuring smile. Naruto, Hiroshinin, if you're going to help, you'll become stronger to defeat that masked man in the war, so you can't fail. We're depending on you, hehe. The master shared the student's smile, placing his hand on his shoulder as a show of support. B and Sakura watched this scene smiling. Sasuke and Kakashi also approached to show their support for the blonde boy. After all, they wouldn't see him again for a couple of weeks, so a farewell was necessary. Sasuke, Dobi, train hard if you don't want us to kick your ass when we get back, especially me, hehe. The blonde and the raven-haired boy glared at each other, lightning flashing in their eyes. Despite the bright smiles on their faces, one might think it was a way for the two of them to motivate each other to train harder. Sai coughed to get the other's attention, and once he had it, he handed his friend a roll of paper. It was a bluish color, tied with a red string. The blue-eyed boy looked at it, unsure what it was. Sai, it's a special scroll. It will allow you to communicate with us. Through another scroll, the pale man took out another scroll identical to the one he had given to the blonde man. We will stay in contact with it. Naruto nodded with a smile and put the scroll in his kunai pouch. In gratitude, he shook Sai's hand, who smiled back. Finally, Kakashi patted his student on the back, wishing him luck. Once the farewells were over, B spoke. Be well, if you're not going to open your mouths, it's time to kick, oh yeah. The man crashed to the ground from a punch by Sakura, whose knuckles were smoking from the force of the blow. To say that the Bijuu was angry was an understatement. Sakura, shut up. I hope you don't make those lame rhymes while we're training. The man stood up, rubbing his head a little sore. He was about to reply when he remembered his conversation with the Eight Tails. A subtle smile crossed his face, a somewhat dark smile. Inside, he could hear the Eight Tails laughing. Apparently, his Bijuu thought the same as him. They were going to have a lot of fun during this training. Be well, let's go see you in 2 weeks, babies. The dark-haired boy jumped up next to Sakura, followed by Naruto. They increased their speed, disappearing into a forest. At the entrance to the village, our 4 second-stringers took one last look at the forest they had gone through. Sasuke, do you think they'll be all right? The others looked at him questioningly. What was the point of that question? Did Sasuke not trust Killer B? Jiraiya, don't you trust that crazy rapper? I know he seems like a pretty weird guy, but after all, he's a Jinchuriki like Naruto. He's supposed to be one of the few who understands Naruto's suffering. Sasuke didn't look at his perverted sensei. He continued looking at the forest with a worried expression. Sasuke, I don't know, when I looked at him with my Sharigan earlier, I could see he was plotting something, I don't know what, but it wasn't good. Sai tried to downplay it, placing his hand on the raven-haired man's shoulder as a show of support. Sasuke, don't overthink it. Besides, I don't trust that guy either. That's why I gave Naruto that scroll. If anything happens, he'll contact us, so for now let's just focus on our training. The raven-haired boy smiled, a little more relaxed. Now Naruto could warn them if that guy turned out to be dangerous, as Sasuke suspected. On the way to the Sky Plateau, B stayed in the lead while behind him Naruto and Sakura chatted happily. This wasn't of much importance to Killer B, it would only make his training easier. But for Hachibai, something wasn't right. The Adel demon wasn't calm, so B decided to talk to him to find out what the hell was wrong. B's POV, hey Hachibai, what's wrong baby? Have you lost your rhythm? To the dark-haired boy's surprise, his Bijuu didn't give him a well-deserved slap as usual. The octopus was serious, which piqued the boy's interest even more. Hachibai, what's wrong? Seriously, now is something wrong? The octopus remained silent for a few moments. B looked at him calmly, waiting for him to speak, and finally the Bijuu spoke. Hachibai, I don't like how this is looking. B raised an eyebrow in doubt. B POV, the training, if you want we can change it, no problem. Hachibai, that's not it, I mean those two specifically, my sister. B POV, what's wrong with them? Don't you trust them? I see them as legitimate enough to trust them, oh yeah. The octopus shook his head, quite annoyed by his Jinchuriki's lack of understanding and intelligence. Hachibai, I'm not talking about whether they're trustworthy or not, I'm talking about my sister and the boy who's her Jinchuriki. They're together. B remained silent. The Bijuu assumed the dark-haired man had understood because of his seriousness. B POV, of course they're together, can't you see they're Bijuu and Jinchuriki? The octopus hit the wrapper with its tentacles while a huge vein throbbed in his head. The idiot didn't catch it. Hachibai, forget it, I'll find out for myself tonight. You're hopeless, now get out of here, those two are talking to you. B returned from his thoughts. Behind him, Naruto and Sakura were looking at him worriedly. The dark-haired boy turned around, smiling to downplay their concerns. B, relax my brothers, I was talking to Hachibai about a rhyme for my new rap, hahaha. The two from Konoha looked at him with drops of sweat on the back of their necks while the one from Kumo continued laughing. Sakura, anyway, how much longer until we get to that plateau? B put his hand to his chin in a clear gesture of thinking. B, well, if I'm not mistaken, we don't have much time left, oh yeah. Naruto grabbed Sakura, who took out her tails and claws to tear that guy apart. The blonde calmed her down by kissing her. B didn't see this, but Hachibai did. For the Bijuu, it was possible to notice the emotional state of their siblings, and the octopus had felt how his little sister had gone from absolute anger to great happiness. This only worried him even more. After a while longer of travel, the forest ended to reveal a vast and uninhabited plateau, formed only by enormous rocks and arid terrain that gave it a dead appearance. The only living thing there was a small blackish moss that lived in the shade of some rocks since the sun beat down very strongly on that place. B stretched carefree as a breath of air hit his face. B, ah, this is fresh air. There's nothing like nature, and if you don't believe me, pray, oh yeah. This time Naruto didn't stop the pink-haired girl who, without waiting a moment, gave the dark-haired boy a smack that sent him crashing into a huge rock. Sakura, stop with the cheap rhymes. We have training to do. The one from Kumo stood up, dusting himself off and smiling. You're right, forgive my lack of determination, oh yeah. Sakura cracked her knuckles, looking at the man as if he were a punching bag. The man from Kumo preferred to stop tempting fate and drew some hand seals, summoning jutsu. From a ball of smoke came an ox with the body of an octopus. Naruto looked at it with his eyes rolled back while Sakura crossed her arms. Hachibai, it's so good to see you, little sister. The Rose looked at him without changing her posture. The Bijuu smiled. Don't worry, haha, calling me little sister was just a term of endearment. Sakura, yes, whatever you say, can we start training now? The octopus looked at B, who nodded, and then at the blonde, who gestured with his hand giving okay. Hachibai, well, if you're in such a hurry, we'll begin training, but first I want to see how well you two work together, he said, this pointing at the two young people from Konoha. Sakura looked at her container and blushed, as did he. B laughed at this, but Hachibai became serious. Do you work well together in combat? Sakura, very well, Naruto-kun and I have fought together more than once, and we do it very well, we complement each other perfectly. Hachibai, POV, what do you mean, Naruto-kun? Damn you, Kyubai, don't you know the rules? The Hachibai remained silent but decided to continue. Tell me, Naruto, do you have the contract signed with Kyubai? Naruto, yes, besides, if she didn't have it, she wouldn't be able to be outside right now. Hachibai looked at his sister and then at the blonde young man. Hachibai, very well, then that saves us a lot of time and training. B, go prepare what is necessary for the mixture of essences. The dark-haired one murmured aloud hi and moved away from them, picked up a stone and began to trace lines in the earth of the plateau. Naruto, oh, what's this about mixing essences? Hachibai looked at the young man from Konoha, then looked at his sister with a stern look. The Bijuu smiled foolishly while interlacing her fingers. Sakura, well, I was just too lazy to tell you that, Naruto-kun, besides, to merge our essences, I have to stay inside you, and I don't like that prison. Hachibai coughed, trying to get the pink-haired girl to stop beating around the bush and get to the point. The merging of essences is when both the Jinchuriki and their Bijuu enter into perfect harmony, uniting their minds and bodies, sharing their energy and greatly increasing their power. Naruto, Hale. So it would be like that perverted old man when he enters sage mode. Sakura, much better, you would be much more powerful, old Jiraiya couldn't defeat you. Naruto's eyes lit up while Hachibai looked at his sister, shaking his head. Hachibai, do you enjoy leading this poor boy Kyubayon? Very few have managed it. Entering into harmony with a Bijuu is almost impossible. B and I can barely remain in that state for a few minutes, and we've been training for years. B, hey ye babies, I'm done, so I hope your chat is over too. Oh yeah. The dark-haired one received a slap from the octopusox. Hachibai, very well, B, now pay attention to me. Sakura and Naruto approached, looking at him. To begin the fusion, one must possess exceptional chakra control, otherwise there could be a failure when exchanging energy, and it wouldn't work. Naruto lowered his head while clenching his fists tightly. Naruto, damn, chakra control is my weak point. I have so much of it that it's impossible for me to control it. Hachibai didn't change his facial expression. He simply moved towards where B was. Sakura followed, holding Naruto's hand. When they arrived, they observed the different lines that B had drawn. They had no geometric sense, nor did they mean anything. They were simply lines made with a stone quite deep. Hachibai, B, go over them and make them deeper, deep enough for that stone to fit. The rapper nodded, going back for the stone. Naruto looked at Sakura with a puzzled expression. The pink-haired girl gave him the same look, showing that she didn't know anything. Well, while B goes over the lines, I'll explain what you have to do. It's very simple due to your chakra nature, Naruto, which is wind. The blonde boy's eyes widened in surprise that the Bijuu had guessed his chakra nature on the first try, but the Hachibai didn't let him speak as he continued with his explanation. You will concentrate your chakra on that stone, pointing with one of his tails at a rock the size of Sasuke's head, and you will have to move it around the entire circuit using only your chakra. Naruto, what, are you crazy? It's too far to do with just chakra. Besides, I already told you my chakra control is terrible. I won't be able to do it. The octopus sighed wearily as B finished drawing the thick lines and put the damn stone in the trench. Hachi, this exercise will help you control it. Besides, I'm not finished yet. Once you complete the course, you'll have to repeat it until you can do it in less than a minute. Naruto's jaw dropped to the floor as Sakura sat down, knowing they wouldn't be moving from there for a long time. Naruto, it's impossible. 1 minute is too short a time. If it were 5 minutes, I might be able to do it. Hachibai, shut up. Either 1 minute or you'll stay here until you're as hot as a bricklayer in the sun. Now get to it. The blonde walked to where the stone was, head down, looked at the Bijuu and then at B. Naruto, what do I do first? Hachibai, concentrate your chakra in your palm. The blonde did so, managing to create a Rasengan. Not like that. Try letting it flow without shaping it. The blue-eyed one tried again, achieving the same results as before. The three fell backwards while the blonde had a bead of sweat on his head. You're right when you say your control is terrible. Damn it, all the time we saved is going to be lost with this. Try again. Naruto. Yes, they continued like this for a couple of hours, while the blonde boy kept producing Raisengans of different sizes and shapes. In the Kumo training grounds, our four secondary friends had gathered at the training grounds to train on their own. They clearly felt a bit left out for not having been able to train with their blonde friend, but that wouldn't discourage them. They would train very hard so that their friend Uzumaki wouldn't surpass them. That's why Jiraiya decided to teach his students his most powerful art. Sasuke, well, Hiroshinin, what was it you said you were going to teach us? The raven-haired man appeared serious and intrigued, but deep down he was dying to know what wonderful technique it was. Jiraiya, it's an incredible technique, but you won't be able to learn it. Sai, wow, is it super destructive? The two younger ones had shining eyes while Jiraiya smiled at seeing them so excited. Kakashi, for his part, just limited himself to reading his Ika Ika book. Actually, he was reading a book with a black cover that was superimposed inside the other book, without paying much attention to what the Sannin was saying. Jiraiya, you could say it's very destructive, but only because it considerably increases the power of the user. The two dark-haired men were increasingly intrigued by their white-haired sensei's words, while Kakashi was also paying attention as he listened. Sasuke, well, what are you waiting for, sensei? Show it to us so we can rub it in the Dobi's teeth and make him die of envy. Jiraiya, ha 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 ha. You're always thinking the same thing. Well, you're in luck, because I foresaw that you would want to learn it, so I warned the Raikage that we would go to train somewhere else. The two dark-haired men shook hands happily to the amusement of the white-haired man. Sai, well, let's not wait any longer and go train hard. I'm sure Naruto has been training for a while now. On the sky plateau, the blonde created another Rasengan. Very angry, he let himself fall to the ground, ruffling his hair in frustration. Jiraiya, let's go then, summoning jutsu. The Sannin summoned a giant toad with an enormous pipe in its mouth and an eye patch. Gamabunta-sama, take us to Mount Mayaboku. Gamabunta, as you wish. Old man the toad blew a large puff of smoke at the four ninjas, who began coughing uncontrollably. Come on, get in, I don't have all day. The great toad chief opened his mouth for the ninjas to enter. The Bijuu of my heart, chapter 35. After entering the mouth of the great toad chief Gamabunta, the Konoha ninjas traveled quickly to Mount Mayaboku. The journey didn't even last a minute, as the great toad used the reverse summoning technique to appear on the sacred mountain of the toads. The ninjas emerged from the toad's mouth, and after saying goodbye, he took a big drag on his pipe and left in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya, well, we're here now, Mount Mayaboku, or if you prefer, you can call it Mayabokuzen. Here I will teach you the art of senjutsu. The three younger ones looked at the pervert with intrigue. Kakashi took the floor since he had heard something about that art. Kakashi, senjutsu, if I'm not mistaken, is the art of merging with nature, isn't that right? The white-haired man nodded as he walked along an asphalt path with old stones, gesturing for the others to follow him. Jiraiya, you're not wrong, Kakashi, that's one of the reasons I brought you here. The four walked, seeing numerous trees, ponds, and abundant vegetation which amazed the three new visitors. There were plants they didn't know with vivid and diverse colors that gave the landscape a jungle and tropical appearance. Sasuke, what are your reasons for coming here? Jiraiya, one is, as Kakashi says, total contact with nature is essential. Another is simple. No one will bother us here, which will be very important when we start training. And finally, Jiraiya, what the hell are you doing here and who are those kids? The four of them turned to see a small frog. Its advanced age was evident from its white and gray hair, and it was walking with the help of a cane. Sigh, holy shit, a bug. The frog threw the stick which hit the pale guy squarely on the forehead, making him fall backwards with his forehead red and swollen. I'm not a bug, how disrespectful children are these days. The frog extended its hand, causing the staff to fly back into its hands, surprising Sasuke and Kakashi. Sai was KO. Jiraiya, excuse them, Pasama, it's their first time here. The old toad coughed as he turned around and started walking. Pa, well, whatever, follow me. At home, tell me you've come to look for me on Toad Mountain. Kakashi carried Sai on his back as they followed Pa along the path. After walking for a while, they came to a large tree which had several holes as if they were windows. It also had an opening at the level of the roots that was supposed to be the door to enter inside. Pa stood in front of it and extended his hand politely. Pa, please come in, I welcome you to my humble home. They entered and saw a cozy place with numerous pieces of furniture, all of them carved in wood, logically. It was a very beautiful and welcoming house. The old man went up some wooden stairs followed by the others who continued to feel the details of this very rustic house. Jiraiya, Pasama, where is Masama? The toad opened a door leading to a very charming little room. There was an old-looking frog with purple hair. She looked towards the door and after seeing Jiraiya, she got up from the floor very happy. Ma, Jiraiya, it's been so long, tell me, have you finally managed to charm Tsunechin? The white-haired boy was stunned. Ma smiled as she approached, saw the pervert's companions and smiled sweetly, inviting them in. Oh, Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to bring friends, hee hee. Come in, I'll prepare something for you. Sasuke, so you like the old lady, huh? I didn't expect such a romantic side from the great brothel-burning Sannin, ha ha ha. The raven-haired man laughed, as did Kakashi, while the Sannin didn't hit them for fear of breaking something. Jiraiya, you laugh you'll pay for it, heh. The Sannin chuckled softly while squinting at the others. Ma, I hope you like them. They're fresh. The frog brought a dish with fresh bugs that were moving around trying to escape from the container. Kakashi, don't bother Masama, we're not hungry, are we, Sasuke? The Uchiha nodded nervously. The hospitable creature did not give up. Ma, well, you're missing out, but these bugs are really good for vitality. Ma saw the pale boy lying on the ground and worried about him. What happened to that poor boy? Sasuke, nothing, just a bad bump with a branch. Sasuke downplayed the staff accident. Ma, oh, I'll make him some tea to help him recover. Ma went back into the kitchen. Pa became serious and looked at Jiraiya. Pa, tell me, Jiraiya, you didn't come with them just to visit us, did you? The Sannin nodded seriously. Do you know that training for senjutsu can be very dangerous? Jiraiya, they're up to the task. They are some of the best ninjas in Konoha. I have complete faith in them. The toad looked at them intently. Kakashi and Sasuke felt those amphibian eyes examining them closely. Pa, we can practice before we decide if they are suitable to develop senjutsu. Kakashi, excuse the question, Pasama, but what danger is there in developing senjutsu? The toad looked at the Koppanin seriously while shuffling the right words. Pa, simple, to develop senjutsu you have to be in harmony with nature. One simple mistake and the chakra channels will explode, turning you to stone. The two ninjas' jaws dropped to the ground in shock as they glared angrily at the white-haired Sannin. Sasuke, Irosinin. You didn't tell us anything about that. The Sannin played dumb. Jiraiya, I didn't tell you because I was waiting until this precise moment, since here you could choose whether to do it or not. If I had told you in Kumo you wouldn't have come. Kakashi, of course. Do you think I want to turn myself into a beautiful sculpture? Jiraiya smiled slightly at the silver-haired man's display of ego. Pa, putting the nonsense aside, since you're here, give it a try, and then you're free to continue or not. The two ninjas looked at each other, hesitant because it was a very great power, beneficial for the upcoming war, but at a high price if they didn't take it seriously. Ma, I'm back. Grab that poor boy so I can give him my special infusion to drink. Jiraiya and Kakashi lifted the unconscious Sai. Sasuke opened his mouth so Ma could pour the contents of the container, greenish-yellow in color and with a smell not very edible. Sai woo-ug, cough, cough, cough. The pale ninja woke up with a start, coughing and spitting like a madman. What the hell is this? It tastes disgusting. Ma, an infusion of larvae and carrion beetles is very good for fatigue. I see it has worked. The pale one, he was white as snow, fainted again while the others put their hands to their faces. Jiraiya, Dad will begin training when the last of my students wakes up. Pa, no problem. On the plateau of the sky. Sakura, Hachibai, and B were playing cards, while Naruto continued trying to concentrate his chakra in his hand, without creating a Rasengan. He had been at it for several hours. His effort was evident due to the large amount of sweat dripping down his forehead. His outstretched palm shone with a light blue hue. Naruto smiled, but when he lowered his guard, the energy took a spherical shape, forcing him to dispel it. Naruto, almost there, just a little more. The blonde extended his hand again, trying to concentrate his energy in his palm. B stopped looking at the cards to look at the blonde. He felt sorry for him, seeing him trying so hard for no results. B, Hachibai, don't you think you're going too far? Naruto is just still sweating. I think it would be better if we were helping him. Oh yay. The Bijuu didn't pay attention and continued playing cards with his sister. Hachibai, go with him. I'll take the opportunity to talk to my sister. B nodded, leaving the cards on the ground and leaving with the blonde boy. Sakura looked at her older brother, intrigued. Sakura, what do you have to talk to me about? The Bijuu looked at her seriously, which did not inspire good omens in the fox. Hachibai, not here. Let's go further away where our containers can't hear us, and don't start fooling around. It's very serious. Sakura was surprised by those words. But since she was very curious, she decided to accompany her brother. Both Bijuu left without their Jinchuriki noticing. In the forest, south of the plateau of the sky. Sakura silently followed her older brother. She was a little worried, since it was very unusual for him to wander so far away to talk. It must be a very delicate matter, something he didn't want anyone to overhear. After a short 5-minute gap, they reached the forest they had crossed earlier that day on their way to the sky plateau. Once inside, the Adel beast stopped, gesturing for the pink-haired girl to do the same. Sakura, okay, now will you explain why we had to come here to talk? Her brother said nothing. He simply surrounded himself with smoke to reveal a man of about 30 years old, with long purple hair, tanned skin, and a serious expression on his face. Hachibai, don't play the victim or the innocent one. Are you out of your mind? The pink-haired girl glared at her angrily at the way she was referring to her. Sakura, what do you mean, am I out of my mind? The question isn't what's wrong with me, but what's wrong with you that you brought me here to insult me. The Eight Tails punched a tree, shattering it into pieces in a fit of rage that was clearly visible on his face. Hachibai Sakura, damn it, do you think I haven't noticed that you and that boy are going on? The pink-haired girl's eyes widened in surprise. Are you stupid? Do you remember that we were forbidden from having relationships with humans beyond being companions? The pink-haired girl lowered her head, clenching her fists tightly. Sakura, and what's it to you? Can't I be happy? Finally, a human loves me and doesn't think of me as a common weapon. Don't you understand? The Eight Tails was starting to get angry. His sister was very stubborn, he knew it, but she was breaking the laws dictated by their own father. Hachibai, Sakura, do you think disobeying dad is the right thing to do? We were created to maintain order in the human world, but they destroy their own world with the wars they start. We can't have relationships with them, it's unethical. Sakura's gaze was lowered as her bangs covered her eyes. That human should be with a human, not you. And I'm sure he's not happy with you. A loud sound echoed through the forest. The idol Bijuu's head was tilted to one side, one cheek red and swollen. In front of him, the pink-haired girl stared at him with her hand outstretched, tears streaming down her face. Sakura, shut up, shut up. You don't know anything. He's happy with me and I'm happy with him. I've never mattered to you. You always wanted me gone because I was the strongest. The Bijuu looked at his little sister, not understanding what this was about now. I was always the favorite and the most powerful. That's why you liked messing with me, and everything you're saying now is just pure envy that I have someone special in my long life. Hachibai, Sakura, don't make me beat you up from now on. You and that kid will be nothing more than classmates. Sakura, shut up. You don't deserve to be called brother. Don't you care about my happiness? The Bijuu had just collapsed while her older brother looked at her seriously and without any hint of remorse. Hachibai, the purple-haired boy's silence only worsened the situation. Sakura could barely breathe because of her enormous anger. Sakura, just silence. As always, you never cared about me. Why would you care now about what I do? Hachibai, those are the rules. Sakura, you and that boy will never be together. The fate of the Bijuu and the Jinchuriki will always be to be misunderstood, feared, or hated. Sakura, shove your rules where the sun don't shine, but don't you ever speak to me again. I hate you. The Bijuu left, leaping through the trees towards the sky plateau. The Hachibai stared at the path his sister had taken. Hachibai POV, you'll hate me for the rest of your days, Sakura, but that boy and you won't be together anymore. On the plateau of the sky, a blonde and a rapper were concentrating on a stone the size of a certain Uchiha's big head. The stone was anchored in a very deep groove. The blue-eyed man showed a lot of tiredness on his face, but he continued concentrating his chakra in his hand under the serious gaze of the rapper. At that moment, the stone moved about 4 cm, which made the blonde jump for joy. Naruto, yes, I did it, I'm the best. A hand on his shoulder caused him to turn around, looking at the rapper with a serious expression. Good job, baby, but if you want to progress, you mustn't stop, oh yeah. The blonde didn't pay attention to the crude rhyme of the one from Kumo, and without taking a break, he went back to concentrating chakra in his hand. Naruto POV, let's go first I concentrate it, then I release it, and finally I transfer it to the rock so I can move it. The blonde squeezed his eyes shut as sweat trickled down his face. The stone moved again, this time staying in motion for a couple of seconds, managing to advance 8 cm. Well done. You learn fast, keep moving, and you might finally get it, oh yeah. They continued like this for a while. The blonde managed to make the rock advance from 6 cm to 15, but he still had a long way to go. The Bijuu arrived at the place to approach the two ninjas. Sakura, how are you doing, Naruto-kun? The blonde boy smiled, showing all his teeth. Naruto, good job, Sakurachin. I managed to move the stone. It's not much, but I'm making progress. The pink-haired girl smiled at her blonde's progress in training. Sakurachin, where did you and the octopus go? Sakura, it was nothing, just an old sibling chat. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. The pink-haired girl smiled falsely, but the boy noticed. Before he could ask, she spoke first. Come on, Naruto-kun, don't waste any time and train hard. Naruto, yais, Sakurachin. At that moment, the eight-tailed Bijuu also arrived in its human form, looked at his sister, and then at the Uzumaki. Hachibai POV, tonight it will all end. You may never speak to me again for all eternity, but it's for your own good. The Bijuu approached the other three to be greeted by a discreet look of hatred from Sakura and of astonishment from the two humans. The Bijuu of my heart, Chapter 36. The blonde guy and Killer Bee's faces were priceless. They really didn't expect the mutant ox to have such a normal human form. The purple-haired guy looked at them as if nothing was wrong. Hachibai, what's wrong with you two? Are you surprised to see a person and not a mutant being with 8 tentacles? The two in question shook their heads, smiling with drops of sweat on their foreheads. They didn't want to anger the Bijuu. Naruto, no hehe, it's just that after seeing you in your Bijuu form, it feels strange to see you in your human form. The boy is right, and I must say, seeing you like this for the first time is quite an impression, oh yay. The purple-haired boy punched the Kumo boy, breaking his sunglasses. Poor B was picking up the pieces on the ground, crying like a child. Hachibai, now at least you'll be busy fixing your glasses and not inventing rap. The Bijuu looked first at his sister and then at the blonde boy. Naruto, how's the training going? Naruto, okay, I can move the stone now, not very fast, but for quite a long time the blonde boy concentrated chakra in his hands again, and the large rock began to move at a speed of 2 km/h. After 40 seconds, the blonde boy lost control and the stone fell to the bottom of the crevice. Hachibai, you're improving, keep it up, you might have it in a couple of days. The blonde nodded as he placed the stone back at the beginning and started again. On Mount Mayaboku, our friends were already walking far from Pa and Ma's house. Sai was in a passable state to train, although he still had heartburn and a bad taste in his mouth. Jiraiya and Pa were in the lead, followed by Kakashi, who was helping Sai walk, and Sasuke, who was admiring the beautiful ponds on the mountain. Jiraiya was still lost in thought. Perhaps he shouldn't have told them about this training since it was very dangerous, but what if they weren't prepared for war? They might not be able to keep up with those two guys and their henchmen. Pa, Jiraiya-chan, we're almost there. Have you thought about whether they're really ready? The man looked back at his companions. They were all distracted, looking at the scenery, which clearly only increased his doubts. Jiraiya, I don't know, Pasama, these kids are some of the strongest ninjas in Konoha. I think they're ready. I trained them myself, seeing their potential, and they're also the best students I've ever had. The frog named Pa nodded and jumped onto the Sanin's shoulder. The man stopped and turned to his students, who froze in their tracks. Pa, well, boys, as we told you at my house, here you will train in the powerful art of the toads. You will become wise hermit toads if you are capable enough to mold the power of nature, a great power that surrounds us, and that few can channel and unite with their own energy. Sasuke, we can do it, we're the strongest in Konoha. The old frog laughed at that comment. At least those kids had guts and a desire to train that would make things easier. Pa, it's not as simple as just concentrating chakra. Natural energy is harmful if it's not in harmony with nature. The three-leaf ninjas were surprised by this. They had already been told this at the Toad's house, but they still didn't quite understand what it meant about it being harmful. Kakashi, you said that before, but harmful to what level? Will it cause us fatigue, discomfort? Pa became serious while Jiraiya also changed his expression to a serious one. Pa, none of that. It's much worse if you don't harmonize with nature properly. Two things can happen, one serious and one not so much. The three from Konoha looked at each other, a little scared and impatient to know the consequences of any mistake. If you fail spectacularly and don't stop, you'll turn to stone. The ninjas shuddered slightly at the memory of that fatal destiny. And if you don't properly synchronize your natural chakra flow well, you'll turn into a beautiful frog. The three what? Pa, which of the three of you plans to start? The three looked at each other again. The truth is that now they didn't think it was such a good idea to train in the art of hermit toads. Sasuke, let Sai start. The Uchiha pushed his friend, who took a step forward, scared and whiter than usual. Sai, wait, why me? Let Kakashi-sensei go first. He understands more about this because of his experience. The pale ninja tried to grab his sensei, but he used the substitution technique before he could grab him, appearing in a tree far away from his students. Kakashi, nope, better you, Sai, you're the most suitable to start the training. The three began a fight among themselves to decide while Jiraiya smiled and Pa began to get impatient. Pa, I'm fed up. All three of you come here. As if they were robots, the three ninjas stopped fighting and took a frightened step forward. Since you can't decide, you'll all do it at the same time, understood? The three Yais Pasama. The frog climbed down from Jiraiya's shoulder and, walking with the help of his staff, positioned himself behind the three ninjas who were stiff as broomsticks. Pa, okay, let's begin. I'll tell you that if I see any lack of concentration or any mistake, I'll give you a whack with a stick. Sasuke, but why? Pa, on top of it being to prevent something from happening to you, how ungrateful today's youth are. The three, what's that about now? Pa signaled to Jiraiya and he jumped to the top of a tree, concentrating on his surroundings. Kakashi, what the hell is Jiraiya-sama doing there? Both Kakashi and Sasuke activated their Sharigan to see how the hermit began to absorb energy around him. As if it were a vortex, the energy was absorbed by his body and then incorporated into his own, increasing his power enormously. Sasuke, these absorbing natural energy. Is this sage mode? Pa nodded to the young men who were staring in astonishment as their sensei's physical appearance changed slightly, with more muscle mass and an increase in the red lines around his eyes and his nose. Pa, this is the power of nature, guys, a great power that must be used justly and wisely, since misuse of it would lead you to a fatal destiny. Sai, wow, that's impressive. Jiraiya-sensei emanates a great amount of power, it's incredible. Sanin jumped from the tree, falling hard to the ground, sinking it under his feet, which scared the three rookies. Jiraiya, this is Sage Mode, my greatest asset and ultimate power, and now as your sensei I will teach it to you so that we can help Naruto in the coming war. If any of the three of you do not want to train, say so now or there will be no turning back. The three will do it. Both Pa and Jiraiya smiled at the boy's fervent attitude. Jiraiya climbed back up the tree where he was while Pa spoke. Pa, assume the lotus position and focus on nature, Jiraiya, and I will be watching closely to prevent any mistakes from endangering your lives. Now begin. The three assumed the lotus position, their features relaxing until they displayed serenity and communion with their surroundings. Jiraiya sat on the tree branch, feeling the natural energy begin to flow around his students. Meanwhile, in a cave of unknown location, two shadowy, barely visible figures spoke in the gloom. Both wore dark cloaks, the familiar red clouds gone. Akatsuki no longer existed. It was a fact that these two had revealed their plans to the shinobi alliance they had created. But it didn't matter anymore. Akatsuki was no longer needed. These two far surpassed the weaklings who had once formed it, and together with those yet to join the party they would be unstoppable. Tell me, Orochimaru, are you all ready to return to this world? The other shadow turned to face her while in his hand he held a sample of blood of dubious origin. Orochimaru, patience, my masked friend, I know you're eager to see him by your side again, but before we revive him, we must bring our most powerful ally Kyukuku. The snake removed its hood, revealing round glasses that framed viper-like yellow eyes and hair as white as snow, just like the subject's skin. Masked, snake, don't make me lose my patience. What else do you need to bring him? Orochimaru turned to look at a table with numerous stills and blood samples. Orochimaru, to summon the most powerful ninja, I only need a blood sample from his heir, the sole survivor of his clan. Masked man, you don't mean. The snake nodded, causing the masked man to hit the table where all the samples were, causing his comrade to hit him angrily. Orochimaru, you fool. Don't let your eagerness to see him again prevent us from bringing the only one who can give us victory. Masked man, if you had drawn blood from that other Uzumaki from Nagato, we wouldn't have to go after him now. Orochimaru, Nagato was no use to me, only the heir of the great sage possesses what I need. Masked man, then I'll go after Uzumaki Naruto and squeeze him dry. Even if it costs me my life, you'll have his blood, Orochimaru, but remember, both you and I want to bring powerful ninjas back from the dead. Do your part. Orochimaru, yes, I'll revive him. Ah, you're so annoying. Now bring me Naruto Uzumaki's blood. On the plateau of the sky, night was beginning to fall. Naruto had made enormous progress in controlling his chakra. He could already move the stone at great speed, and for almost 30 minutes, perhaps by the next day he would be able to finish the journey in one go. The blonde felt Sakura's soft and silky hand. He turned to face the Bijuu who brought him a great gift. Naruto, woo, ramen, you're the best, Sakurachin. The blonde hugged her tightly, giving her an innocent kiss on the lips that made the Bijuu blush, Killer Bee laugh, and the Hachibai grind his teeth. Sakura, you're welcome, Naruto-kun, it's because of your great effort, Titade. The Bijuu was acting very strangely. It was the first time she had resembled her mortal enemy Hyuga when speaking to her container. Could it be because she noticed her brother's piercing gaze on her back? Hachibai, alright kid, you've trained enough for today. Eat that food and rest. I want you nice and fresh tomorrow so you can train really hard. The blonde looked at the purple-haired boy and nodded, taking a seat next to the pink-haired girl while B and his Bijuu also ate. After dinner, although it was quite early, around 9 p.m., they decided to go to sleep. B and Hachibai went to a tent. Strangely, the Bijuu didn't want to enter its Jinchuriki's tent. It preferred to stay outside to breathe fresh air. Naruto and Sakura would share another tent. Both couples entered their respective tents and decided to sleep. Naruto and Sakura spent some time kissing passionately, making up for everything they hadn't been able to do during those busy days. To say that the Bijuu was horny was an understatement. As soon as they entered, they both ended up on the ground hugging and kissing like a newlywed couple. Naruto, this Sakura, this isn't a good time. I need to rest so I can train hard tomorrow. The pink-haired girl took off his jacket while purring hexily and hugging him. Sakura, consider this a reward for your great effort. Naruto-kun, the Bijuu pushed the blonde boy who ended up lying flat on the grass while the hexy fox girl climbed on top of his waist. Her 9 tails and soft little ears appeared as the blonde boy felt his pants tight. What a pleasure it would be to be him. The Bijuu began to sensually lick his abdomen, while the blonde boy gave in to his instincts and caressed the emeraldied girl's rear and tails, eliciting soft moans and purrs from the Yauko. Naruto, you're a naughty little fox. I have to punish you. Gathering strength from his weakness, the blonde boy turned, now on top of the Bijuu. Sakura smiled mischievously as one of her tails grabbed the blonde boy's hand and guided it to the opening of her kimono. You little pervert, do you want to take off that beautiful kimono already? Sakura, what do you think, my love? I'm too hot to keep wearing it. In a swift movement, the blonde opened the upper half of the kimono to reveal the demon's breasts, who moaned at her lover's speed. Naruto, what a beautiful sight, the most beautiful I could ever see in my entire life. The pair of lovers continued their adult activities, unaware that they were being watched by a very angry purple-haired man. He turned to return to his tent where B was already fast asleep. The rapper fell asleep instantly. The Hachibai entered carefully and lay down, waiting for nightfall. Then there would be no turning back. Whatever happened, he would obey his father's orders even if his little sister hated him forever. Far away in a dark cave, Orochimaru and the masked man were finalizing plans to carry out their magnificent master plan. Orochimaru, Well, I hope this serves as a warning that I don't want any mistakes on this mission. If no Kyukuku, I'll use you for my experiments. The masked man looked at him, showing his Sharigan, red as blood. Masked man, yes, I'll go to Konoha, but I still think it would be easier to extract the blood from Uzumaki Naruto himself than to go looking for it at the hospital. Orochimaru, useless silence. You'll do as I say, period. It's too dangerous to face Naruto-kun right now. Believe me, he possesses power superior to ours, and besides, he's with that pink-haired boar who never leaves his side. Now go and bring me that blood. The masked man was about to reply, but the edge of the kusanagi at his neck made him change his mind. Masked man, all right, besides, with my Kamui I can get there in no time. I'll see you in a few hours. The masked man disappeared, absorbed into a vortex, while the snake continued manipulating strange liquids in the darkness of the cave. At the rear of Konoha Hospital, a vortex revealed a masked figure who quickly concealed his chakra and sent to avoid being discovered by the renowned and skilled Anbu trackers in Konoha. Hidden in the shadows, he entered through the emergency exit and into the emergency room. Masked man, I'm in now. I have to get the blood samples they take from the shinobi if I'm not mistaken. They always keep them to prevent deaths from chakra poisoning. The masked man heard a noise and was quickly absorbed into a vortex, leaving only his Sharigan eye visible. A couple of nurses passed by in the corridor to go out for a smoke. Ah, that was close. If Orochimaru would just let me destroy everything, it would be easier. The masked man walked down the enormous corridor, stopping at a door that emanated an icy air. Maybe this is the room where they keep the blood samples. The masked man entered the room, closing the door behind him, and found himself in a rather gloomy room full of gurneys with corpses. Shit. I've wandered into the bucking morgue. Now I have to get out of here before I freeze. Wait a moment. I have to go into the morgue to count the bodies to take them to the cemetery. The voice of one of the guards alerted the masked man who, showing good reflexes, absorbed himself into a vortex just as the door opened, giving way to two nurses. Nurse 2, hurry up, I don't like this place much, besides, it's cold. The first of the nurses looked at his colleague quite angrily as he took out a notebook and checked the number of bodies in the room. Nurse, well, get out and leave me here, besides, it's cold. Otherwise the bodies would decompose. I still don't understand how you wanted to become a night shift orderly. The other nurse glared at his colleague at the way he spoke to him. Nurse 2, for your information, I needed a job and the only shift that was available was the night shift. It's not that I like it, but I have a family to support. Nurse, yes, well, everyone's here. Turn off the light and close the door. We're leaving. The masked man waited patiently for the two men to leave, locking the door behind them. In the darkness of the room, the masked man emerged from the shadows and stared at the stretchers with corpses. Masked man, I've gotten into the morgue. I can't leave through the door because the guards will see me. Damn, it was supposed to be so easy. The man looked at the ceiling and his eyes fell on a ventilation duct. Bingo. The Akatsuki member climbed into the duct and carefully removed the grate to enter it. Once inside, he crawled carefully to avoid making noise. Thanks to several openings in the ventilation system, he could see what was below him to guide him. After turning around numerous times, he came across something that made his job much easier. Below him, a blonde with two pigtails was scolding a Hyuga girl who was listening to the reprimand, very angry. Tsunade, Hinata, you were supposed to keep the sample warehouse inventory up to date, but in the report you gave Shizune, several drugs and serums appeared that had been used. The Hyuga lowered her head before the barrage that the Hawkage threw at her. She tried to excuse herself, but the blonde's anger was enormous. Hinata, WL Tsunade-sama, I just. Tsunade, no buts about it. Hinata, you know I gave you this punishment for what you did, so at least try to make amends and do something constructive. Now excuse me, but I have more important things to do. The blonde turned to leave down the hallway while the blue-haired girl watched her indecisively. Hinata, Edo Tsunade-sama, what do I do now? The rather silly question from the Hyuga was received by the patient Hawkage, who turned to answer her with a stern expression. Tsunade, you will go to the warehouse and give me a detailed report, the one you didn't do before, and then you can rest for today. Masked POV, hehe, how lucky I am. Now I'll follow that fool, and when she leaves I'll steal Uzumaki's blood. The masked man followed the Hyuga through the ventilation ducts. She didn't realize she was being followed despite being a tracking specialist, and reached the storage room. After putting on protective gear, she entered and, notebook in hand, noted everything in the room: medicines, blood, poisons, antidotes, etc. After thoroughly searching the room and reviewing her report, she finished her work and left, making the small mistake of not closing the door. The Akatsuki member took advantage of this to go downstairs and quickly slip into the room, rummaging through the numerous drawers filled with blood test tubes. Masked man, come on, let's see, it has to be filed in the U. The masked man opened the drawer labeled U and rummaged through the containers of red liquid, searching for the one he needed. Uchiha Yutaka Yumino Uzumaki. Here you are, Uzumaki Naruto. The Akatsuki member checked the label to avoid confusion and, after confirming his success, closed everything and headed for the door. When he opened it, he came face to face with pearly white eyes that made him jump back. Hinata, but who are you? What are you doing here? Who are you? The masked man in a reflex action grabbed her, dragged her into the living room, covered her mouth so she couldn't scream, and whispered in her ear. Masked man, I'm just someone who wants to help you. The Hyuga opened her eyes in surprise at the supposed help of this stranger, but since her mouth was covered, she couldn't ask for explanations. I've come for a blood sample, which will allow me to finish off the Bijuu, Kyuubi, and the others. The pearlied girl opened her eyes in surprise as the man loosened his grip and released her a little. Hinata, finish them off, but how? The man showed her the vial with Naruto's blood. The pearlied girl trembled upon seeing her love's name on the glass vial. Masked man, with Uzumaki's blood, we will revive the only one who can destroy the Bijuu and thus rid ourselves of them forever, and that's where you come in. Girl, don't tell anyone about this. And when our plan is carried out, Naruto will be only yours and not Kyuubi's. Isn't that a good deal? The blue-haired girl trembled a little at the difficult decision before her: help her ally and achieve her dream, or refuse and die, or see her blonde with that pink-haired harpy. Hinata, how do you know that I love Naruto-kun? The man laughed a little before revealing himself, devising a little lie that would surely end the Hyuga's wavering. Masked man, easy, I've been spying on Konoha for several days and I saw how that Kyuubi stole your love from you. It's so unfair, those monsters don't deserve to love, that's why I'm asking you to help me banish them from this world. Remember, Naruto will be yours forever. That broke the princess's resistance, and without hesitation she stepped aside and left to check that no one was watching them. She returned to the room to speak with her ally. Hinata, I didn't see anyone, now you can go. The masked figure bowed slightly in thanks and was absorbed into a vortex. Hinata left, locking the door for good this time, while checking again that no one was nearby. Seeing no one, she left with a big smile on her face, unaware that a small origami crane camouflaged among some boxes had seen everything. In the flower pot in the sky, our hero slept soundly. Naruto and Sakura cuddled up together, dreaming of living happily in Konoha and starting a family. The blonde boy's dream was interrupted by a slight prick in the sole of his foot. Looking up, he saw the Eight Tails at the door of his shop. The Eight Tails gestured for him to leave quietly so as not to wake the Yauko. Naruto dressed and went outside to follow a serious-looking Eight Tails who was leading him away something. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 37. Naruto followed the Eight Tails, who was strangely very serious. Out of respect, the blonde preferred to remain silent until the demon initiated the conversation with him. The purple-haired boy entered the forest where he had argued with his sister, followed by the blonde Jinchuriki. After advancing for about 10 minutes, the Bijuu stopped abruptly, causing his follower to do the same. Hachibai, well, we're here if you're wondering. I've brought you here because I need to talk to you very seriously. The purple-haired one turned to face the blue-eyed one who was looking at him strangely at the revelation of the Bijuu's motives. Naruto, is it that important? Could you speak quickly? I don't want Sakurachin to worry. The Eight Tails' gaze hardened at that comment. Naruto noticed and knew his big mistake, but the Eight Tails cut off any attempt by the Uzumaki to fix it. Hachibai, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I know you have something going on with my sister. Kid, the blonde boy opened his eyes, almost breathless from the serious news. And you know you can't love her, she can't be loved, so from today on you will no longer speak to her affectionately or treat her like your girlfriend. You will only treat her as your Bijuu, and that's it. Naruto, bullshit. Who do you think you are to tell us what to do with our feelings? I love your sister, and if you don't like it, tough luck, but don't demand that I leave the love of my life. The Eight Tails clenched his fist at the insolence of that insignificant brat. He didn't have the urge to punch him in the mouth, but he tried to reason with him one way or another. Hachibai, listen to me, I wasn't the one who said that a Bijuu can't fall in love with a human. It was our father, the sage of the six paths, who forbade that. We cannot be loved. Naruto, what an idiot. Isn't he a good enough father to think about his children's well-being? A loud thud echoed through the forest. On the ground lay Uzumaki face up with bleeding lips. In front of him, the Eight Tails had its fist extended, blood staining its knuckles. You son of a bitch. The blonde got up and tried to hit the Bijuu, who dodged his blow and landed a kick to his temple that made him lose his balance and fall to his knees. Hachibai, renounce Kyuubi. She is not and will not be yours. Her destiny is like that of all of us, to be feared by humans and used in their stupid wars. Never will a Bijuu fall in love with a human, let that be clear. Naruto stood up with difficulty while the demon looked at him without expression on his face. Naruto, how disgusting, you're disgusting, and Rikido Senin even more, so you're a pathetic being for obeying the orders of someone who died years ago. You make me pee. The Bijuu jumped on him enraged and began to hit his face while glaring furiously at that child who dared to mess with his beloved father. Naruto smiled as blood came out of his mouth and nose. A black eye ended up bruising his face. Hachibai, you bastard, you bastard, you bastard. Don't talk about my father like that, you idiot. The Bijuu's fist rose to connect a powerful right hook to the blonde's face, but his arm was stopped by delicate silky hands. Let it go, you bastard, or I'll break your arm right now, you piece of shit octopus. The purple-haired man looked at an extremely angry pink-haired woman who was squeezing his wrist, causing him terrible pain. Hachibai, Kyubai, not only do you dare to disobey my orders, but you also disobey Dad. The pink-haired girl didn't loosen her grip, causing the adult fox to yank free and move away from them. Two, you're stupid. It disgusts me that Dad treated you like his favorite and now you disobey him for this idiot. Sakura, I'm not in the mood for your nonsense. Hachibai, I heard everything you said to Naruto-kun. Ever since you spoke to me, I knew you would try to intimidate him, so I pretended to be asleep and followed you. Hachibai, stupid girl, I don't understand you. Dad would be ashamed to know how you betray his word like this. Sakura frowned even more as Naruto stood up and wiped the copious blood that stained his bruised face. Naruto, I'd be ashamed to have a father who doesn't care about my happiness and who instills thoughts like yours in me. That's what it means to be ashamed. The Bijuu disappeared at great speed only to reappear in front of the blonde boy and hit him hard in the face, knocking him to the ground almost unconscious. Sakura could barely react when her brother grabbed her tightly by the neck and lifted her up. The Hachibai's eyes locked onto Kyubai's, who was beginning to choke. Hachibai, listen to me, I'm going to help you awaken the power of Bijuu mode, only because a war is coming that will destroy us all, but when it's over I'll finish you and that insolent brat, is that clear? Sakura could only manage a very weak yes due to the pressure on her neck. You've been warned. The Eight Tails released her to kick her in the face, breaking her nose and sending her falling on top of Naruto, who ended up unconscious from the blow, as did the pink-haired girl. On Mount Myabokuzen, the Konoha ninja began transforming natural energy for use. They barely rested as it was already night, but Jiraiya and Pa didn't let them rest. Sai was the one who best controlled nature chakra. He had only had to be stopped once because he was about to turn into a toad. Kakashi and Sasuke took longer to transform the energy, but they were progressing enormously under the watchful eyes of Jiraiya and Fukasaku, who smiled proudly at the great effort they were making. Pa, Jiraiya and your students are quite good. You can see the effort they put in and the seriousness with which they have taken this training. The sage of the toads looked at the old man smiling. The face of his blonde godson came to his mind. Jiraiya, yes they are. They can't lose against my other student, hehe. Whenever it comes to training, they always give their all to improve and give their best. Pa, heh, after all, overcoming challenges and rivalry are always good for fostering development. Now let's concentrate on observing them. Maybe in a couple of days, they'll be ready to use the energy they gather from nature. The white-haired man looked at his three pupils sitting in the lotus position, focused and sweating. Jiraiya, don't be so sure. If they keep going at this pace, they might be ready tomorrow. These kids are some of the best ninjas not only in Konoha, but in the entire ninja world. In Konoha, the hospital was completely silent after Hinata Hyuga, the last to leave, finished her shift and handed over to an orderly. The princess walked to her mansion without a care in the world, unaware that a blue-haired girl with orange eyes and a master of origami was heading to the Hokage Tower to tell the fifth Hokage what she had seen. Tsunade was frantically sorting through paperwork, racing against the clock to clear it all and avoid problems when the war began. A knock on the door interrupted her paperwork time. Tsunade, I hope it's not Shizune with more work. Come in. The door opened, revealing the blue-haired ex-Akatsuki member who entered with a very serious expression. Oh Conan, what are you doing here? The blue-haired woman walked quickly until she stood in front of the fifth Hokage's desk. Conan, we have a serious problem. The blonde showed more interest in her gaze and with a slight gesture of her head urged the one from Maguekio to continue. It's about Hinata. Conan was cut off by the fifth homie. Tsunade, that girl is a bit troublesome, but trust her. I don't think she's done anything terrible. Conan, she gave that masked Akatsuki member. Naruto's blood. Silence fell in the room. Conan fixed her beautiful eyes on the Hokage, who had been left speechless. Tsunade, what did she do? The former Akatsuki member repeated what she had seen, but all she managed to do was further enrage the Senju, who with a swift motion threw the desk off her and grabbed the woman by the collar of her cloak, dragging her out of the Hokage Tower. Conan was a bundle of nerves. Perhaps the Senju would kill the Hyuga girl on sight and she would be caught in the middle of the confrontation. The couple arrived at the gates of the Hyuga compound. The fifth didn't even bother to knock. She simply jumped over the fence, followed by the blue-haired girl, walked through the beautiful Hyuga garden and entered the compound, bumping into Hayashi and Neji, who stared at her in surprise. Neji, Hokage-sama, what are you doing here? The younger Hyuga was stopped by his uncle, who activated his Byakugan very seriously. Hayashi-sama, what are you doing? Don't you see that you are Hokage-sama? Hayashi, she could be an imposter. What kind of cage sneaks into the mansion of the most important clan in her village at night? The blonde looked at the old man maliciously and cracked her fists with a very terrifying look. Tsunade, Hayashi, call your little girl Hinata. I only came to speak with her for a moment. The princess's father stood still, challenging her. Don't you obey me. I'm not in the mood for nonsense from imposters. Hayashi, so call your daughter. Hinata, what the hell is going on here? Father, what is Tsunade-sama doing here? The blonde glared angrily at the Hyuga girl, who felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of those honey-colored eyes, so bloodthirsty. Tsunade, you know why I'm here. Why did you give Naruto's blood to that guy? The Hyuga felt everyone's eyes on her. She was very nervous, so she opted for the typical thing in that situation. Hinata, what blood type? I don't know what you're talking about. Tsunade, are you sure? Because someone here saw what you did after I told you to do the inventory again. The witty-eyed woman noticed Konan behind the hawkage. She felt like killing her for having discovered her, but she couldn't, not yet. Hinata, she's always disliked me. She probably made it all up to frame me and get rid of me. Konan, what for? I don't care about you in the slightest. Hinata, to have Naruto-kun, that's surely why I know you like him, but he's mine, so be a woman and fight for him fairly. Konan, I'm telling you the same thing. Is your obsession with Naruto-kun so great that you'd sell yourself to the enemy just to get rid of Sakura? Hinata was cornered. She had unwittingly revealed her motive for betraying them. She was between a rock and a hard place and opted for her last card. Hinata, screw you all. The Hyuga ran down the long corridor while Hayashi and Neji watched the princess run. Behind her were Tsunade and Konan. The Hyuga turned to the right and could see a window to escape through. However, she felt a terrible prick in her right foot, then in her left, falling to the ground almost immobile from the waist down. Ah, but how? It was me. You disappoint me so much. One-san, I didn't think you could go to these extremes for Uzumaki-san. Next to Hinata, her little sister Hanabi looked at her seriously with her Daojutsu activated. Yes, she had hit her older sister on the legs to prevent her from escaping. Everyone, Hanabi, but how did you do that? The little girl turned to face the hawkage and the others. Hanabi, I heard the shouting and went downstairs to see what was happening. When I was about to approach, I heard the accusation against my one-san and decided to hide. Hinata POV, Nuu. Even my damn little sister is getting in the way of my Naruto-kun and me. Do you control fate too, you damn fox? Hinata tried to move but was grabbed by Neji, who looked at her very disappointed. Hayashi apologized to the hawkage on behalf of his daughter, but he was deeply ashamed of his eldest daughter's behavior. Tsunade, Hinata, not only did you break the rules, but you also sold out to the enemy in times of war. You betrayed my trust shortly after I decided to give you a second chance, and you betrayed me. Hinata lowered her head in shame. Neji helped her to her feet and the hawkage ordered her taken to prison. Konan followed them as a precaution. Hayashi went to his room very serious. Hanabi followed him, quite worried about her father's condition. Tsunade left since she had nothing more to do there. In the cave of our villains, Orochimaru continued to process samples in different test tubes. He seemed impatient, doubts running through his mind, doubts about the abilities of his masked companion and ally. Would he be able to infiltrate Konoha without causing trouble? Surely not. He probably already had a handful of Anbu and Jonin from the Leaf Village following him. Orochimaru, I really do have more incompetent allies every day. I bet that idiot couldn't even find an apple in a fruit shop. Masked man, more respect, you jerk. Without me, you wouldn't have everything you need to bring the great ninja here, or have you forgotten that I've kicked the whole ninja world for you? The masked man walked up to the snake and handed it the container with the blood so longed for by the Hebai Sannin. Orochimaru, you've brought him, magnificent. Now we're almost ready to attack. We just need Zetsu to finish his task. The masked man paid close attention upon hearing that name. Masked man Zetsu. I thought you'd killed him, or didn't you lock him up in a large basement? Orochimaru, yes, Kyukuku, but not as punishment, but to multiply and become stronger. The sinister gaze of the snake man froze the blood of the masked man. Masked, multiply and grow strong. The man did not understand what the traitor with the blade meant. Orochimaru, after all, it's a plant, isn't it? Let's just say I use special fertilizer made by me to increase its power incredibly. Kuku. Masked man, yes, as long as everything goes well, I think your approach is fine. On Mount Myabokuzen, the three shinobi remained focused, assimilating the natural energy. Their clothes were stiff from the large amount of sweat that soaked them. The sensation was incredibly uncomfortable, but none of the three lowered their concentration even a bit. Pa and Jiraiya watched everything patiently while drinking tea and chatting to liven up the wait. Pa, it's incredible, neither the fourth hawkage nor your Jiraiya had that much stamina on the first day. Fukasaku drank some from his cup while looking at the three apprentices. Jiraiya looked at the sky, remembering his deceased student. Jiraiya, yes, but that's how the youth of today are. The will of fire grows stronger within the new generations. That inspires me to believe that there will be a great future for the next generations. Pa, very true, Jiraiya. Perhaps we are about to see a new era of peace and prosperity after the war that looms over us. Both looked at the horizon that showed a huge and beautiful moon. Jiraiya, I hope so. The war will be tough and bloody, so we must be prepared. Perhaps it is the impending war that inspires them to train so hard. Pa, in that case, they're right. You're never fully prepared for war. I hope this art helps them avoid falling in combat and defeat the terrible evil that looms over us. In the middle of the forest lay two bodies, one of a very beautiful pink-haired girl who was on top of a very handsome blonde young man. Both were beautiful. but their beauty was hidden by severe hemorrhages on their faces that stained their face with red and purple tones. The blonde boy opened one eye, the only one he could open, the other was very swollen. He felt a lot of weight on top of him, and when he looked up he saw his Sakura on top of him with a broken and bleeding nose. Naruto-S Sakurachin, wake up, are you okay, can you hear me? Sakurachin. Naruto shook the girl who opened her eyes heavily. Due to the swelling in her nose, it was difficult for her to speak properly. Sakura, I'm fine, I just have trouble breathing and speaking, that's all in you. The blonde boy hugged her crying as she returned the gesture. Naruto kissed her cheek while increasing the strength of the hug. Naruto, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Sakura pulled away, looking at him questioningly and worriedly. I'm sorry for making your brother do this to you, I'm sorry for being such a pest who caused all this. A loud slap echoed through the forest. Naruto, his face completely turned and a huge handprint on his cheek and a tearful Sakura were what followed. Sakura, again, don't you ever realize that you're the only thing that matters to me? Neither my father nor my brothers awaken me as much as you do, the boy who pulled me out of my loneliness and made me believe I'm so much more than a monster or a weapon. Don't you understand? You are everything, everything. The pink-haired girl hugged him, crying. Her sobs were loud because her difficulty breathing made her gasp. Naruto, I am sorry, I don't want your brother to hurt you, you're the most important thing to me, I love you and you know it. But I don't want to put you in danger. Sakura, you don't put me in danger, you're the one who gives me strength and security, the one who makes me have faith in myself, and the one who makes me feel like something more than a demon. Never tell me you put me in danger when it's without you that I'm in danger of dying of sadness. They both looked at each other crying, slowly bringing their faces closer until they met in a beautiful and soft kiss, the one that was necessary in that situation. POV, they never learned. Do I have to kill that boy for my sister to come to her senses? What would you do, Dad? The Eight-Tails spied on the couple from behind one of the trees, clenching his fists in rage at the scene. He thought his threat would separate them, but the opposite happened. It brought them even closer. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 38. In the eternal cave, Orochimaru descended into the depths of the cavern. Before him stood a wooden door, quite rotten and worn from the passage of years and the humidity of the subterranean environment. The Hebai Sannin pushed the door and entered. Before his viper's eyes lay a wide, rather dark room, illuminated only by small candles almost consumed by the flames that crowned them. Orochimaru-sama, what brings you down here? A cavernous, deep voice emerged from the darkness that flooded the room. Orochimaru didn't even flinch, rather his sinister smile widened even further. Orochimaru, my dear ally Zetsu, I just wanted to know how our joint project is going. Kyukuku. From the darkness emerged the plant-like Akatsuki member, no longer wearing the red cloud cloak nor his black half. Now he was a rather muscular white being, his green hair and yellow eyes the only contrasting features. The creature approached the snake and smiled malevolently. Zetsu, our project is going swimmingly, every day I feel stronger. Smiling psychotically. Orochimaru, yes, but that's not enough for me. Have you reproduced in the way I told you to? The plant-like creature stepped aside and snapped its fingers. White Zetsus began to sprout from the floor, walls, and ceiling. Soon the room was filled with these horrible creatures. Kyukuku, interesting. Are they powerful? Zetsu, they are at the level of a jounin. I just need a little more of the essence of the Bijuu you gave me so that my brothers can reach the level of an elite jounin or even an Anbu. The creature snapped its fingers again, the other Zetsus were absorbed again, leaving the two alone. Orochimaru, Kyukuku, I'll see what I can do. Tomorrow I'll bring you some more of the beast's essence. You keep reproducing. The Sannin turned around and left, leaving the creature down there. Zetsu walked into the darkness to create more of his brothers. On Mount Mayaboku, the Leaf Village 3 stretched to relieve the strain on their tired muscles. All three had trained very hard. Sasuke and Sai noticed how their bodies had already become accustomed to the natural energy, while Kakashi was having more difficulty transforming. The three were being observed by the Gamma Sannin and Fukasaku. Jiraiya, alright guys, I think you're ready to complete Sage Mode. Pasama will teach you how to manipulate the natural energy you take from nature and transform it into chakra. Sasuke, yes, it's about time, I was tired of meditating, let's get started already. The frog jumped off Jiraiya's shoulder and walked until it stood in front of them. Pa, alright kids, you're right, there's no time to lose, so you'll start training right now to finally master Sage Mode. Ready? The three of them got into the lotus position and closed their eyes. Jiraiya, concentrate, let the natural energy flow through your body. The three focused all their efforts on absorbing the energy from the environment. Kakashi made great efforts to make the natural energy flow through his body. Sai and Sasuke had no problems, both already had everything under control. Pa, good, now concentrate your chakra and use the natural one to increase your strength and abilities. Sasuke and Sai did it, and both emitted a powerful aura that surrounded them. Jiraiya and Pa noticed that the faces of the black-haired men had hardened. Sasuke had dark circles under his eyes and dark lines crisscrossing his face, while Sai had red marks around his eyes. Reddish stripes covered his entire body. Both were aware of the changes, they felt incredibly strong. Kakashi began to sweat after letting out a guttural scream. Everyone focused on the son of the famous White Fang of Konoha. The silver-haired man stood up while the others stared at him in amazement. The Jounin had lost his gray hair, which had turned coppery, and his Sharigan eye had merged with the toad's eye. Now the Tama were a yellowish hue mixed with the orange of his pupil. Jiraiya, how do you feel? Do you notice an increase in your strength? The three from the Leaf Village looked at each other smiling. The Sannin approached them and, smiling in the same way, tried to hit them. Jiraiya is also in Sannin mode. Sai bent back, dodging the blow. Jiraiya dodged a punch from Kakashi by throwing a low kick at the copper-haired man, who jumped to avoid it. Jiraiya used his hands to stop the edge of Sasuke's katana, which had moved very quickly to attack him from behind. Kakashi, now I can perceive how nature flows throughout the place and anticipate your movements, Jiraiya-sama. The pervert smiled as he stopped Sai's ninjato and tried to kick Sasuke in the face, who defended himself from the blow with his forearms. Jiraiya, mastering Sage Mode at 100% could mean the difference between victory and defeat in the war, so I want you to give it your all against me. The Sannin didn't need any response to know that his students would give their all to control their new powers. Kakashi, Reikiri. The copper-haired man extended his hand. Numerous rays burst forth from it, but they were not blue. They had a reddish hue and emitted a hiss more strident than that of the Chidori itself. Kakashi launched himself at Jiraiya, trying to hit him, but the Gamma Sannin had everything under control. Jiraiya, Earth Release. Rock Wall. The Sannin dug his hands into the ground, raising a thick wall of rock. Kakashi struck his Reikiri in the center, piercing through and grazing the white-haired man, who barely had time to react. I almost didn't make it. Let's see how well you can withstand a larger-scale attack. Fire Release. Great Fireball. The great flame expelled by Jiraiya advanced at great speed towards the three from Konoha. They didn't flinch in the slightest. In fact, Sasuke took a step forward, forming hand seals. Sasuke, let's fight fire with Fire Katten. Great Fireball. Sasuke's flames and Jiraiya's collided, creating a huge explosion. The Sannin brought his hands forward and, taking a step back, dodged Sai, who emerged from the smoke ready to strike. Jiraiya hit him several times in the face, but it wasn't until he used a fire jutsu that he discovered the paleface Sai was actually an ink clone, quite strong. The real artist attacked with his ninjato, causing several cuts to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I see you handle Sage Mode divinely, but you still have a long way to go to be at 100%, so I want you to practice among yourselves because you've left me exhausted. The three fell backwards at their master's comment. Sai, what are you saying, Erosanin? We've barely touched him, he's just lazy. Kakashi and Sasuke nodded seriously at their teammates' words. Jiraiya, me lazy, very angry. On top of me showing you my ultimate technique, you go and call me lazy. The Sannin walked away in a puff of smoke. The three-leaf village ninja looked at Pa with a little regret for the way the pervert had left. Kakashi, I think we went a little too far with Jiraiya-sama. Maybe we really hit him hard during practice. Very sorry. Sasuke, that's right, Sai. I think you were too harsh calling him lazy. The Uchiha reprimanded his friend, pointing his index finger at him in an accusatory manner. Sai, come on, you also called him lazy when you took my side, you damn hypocrite. Quite angry. Sasuke, who are you calling a hypocrite? Painted face. Sai had a vein throbbing in his forehead, his gaze focused on the Uchiha's eyes, or rather on his dark circles. Sai, look who's talking, the big man with eyes painted like a cheap hooker, ha 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 ha. Sai's loud laughter combined with Kakashi's and Pa's slight smile ended up ruining Sasuke's good mood. Sasuke, don't laugh, you bald-headed man-sensei. With that hair color, it looks like you've put saffron on your head. Saffron is an orange spice that turns coppery red in large quantities. Kakashi, what are you saying? Show some respect to your sensei, you damn conceited jerk. I'll teach you some manners. The silver-haired man extended his hand, forming a reddish Reikiri. Sasuke, all you're going to do is clean my shoes, Chidori. The Uchiha brought his hand forward. It became filled with purple lightning that grated violently. Sai, don't leave me aside. This is all your fault. Sai took out a scroll and behind him appeared a huge, brightly colored dragon. Surely in Sage Mode size drawings would be incredibly powerful. Pause POV, Okema-sama, I think I'd better leave here. The old toad disappeared in a puff of smoke just before the three collided, creating a gigantic explosion that destroyed part of Mount Myabokusen. Far away, Jiraiya was perched in a tree, binoculars in hand. His blush revealed what he was doing, spying on girls in public restrooms. Jiraiya POV, yes, definitely pretending to be offended so I could get out of Toad Mountain was one of my best ideas, hehehe. The Sannin took out a small notebook and began to write quickly. They'll definitely manage without me, I'm sure they'll know how to behave. At that moment, a terrible chill ran down his spine, but he preferred not to give it much importance. In the forest near the Sky Plateau, Naruto and Sakura walked back to where Killer Bee and the Eight Tails were waiting. Naruto was truly beginning to hate him, not because he had hurt him, but because he had hurt his beloved Sakurachin. Laying a finger on the pink-haired girl was the worst thing anyone could do. That stupid Eight Tails was going to get what was coming to him, but that would be after the war. It wasn't wise to attack each other, even allies, right now. The pair arrived where Killer Bee and the Eight Tails were. The Eight Tails had arrived just 2 minutes before. Both frowned when they saw the purple-haired boy looking at them with his arms crossed and a very serious expression. Hachibai, it's about time you arrived. We need to continue training, so Naruto the blonde's name was spat out by the Bijuu's mouth. Start practicing right now. The Hachibai was unfazed by the Konoha shinobi's hateful glare. He simply looked at his sister, who returned his gaze with the same expression as her beloved. He muttered a soft "he's dead," which was only heard by the pink-haired girl who clenched her fists in rage. KB, go Naruto. Show the power of the leaf because people there are very lazy, yeah. Yes, Killer B continued with his terrible rhymes that were getting worse and worse in quality and coherence. Naruto, yes, I'll train, but don't do your rhymes anymore, old B, they distract me. The blonde got into the lotus position and concentrated on the stone while the Cloud Jounin waited for the results with his arms crossed. Hachibai POV, look at him, he can't even do something as simple as control his chakra. Looking at the fourth Hokage's son with disdain. You go and fall in love with this stupid, useless guy, what a waste. Now the Eight-Tails' gaze was on his little sister who was watching the blonde boy train with excitement. Naruto POV, come on, concentrate, I'll show that damn octopus how the Uzumaki do things. Of course the Uzumaki. Old Uzumaki would surely know what to do in these moments, the eyes of the sage. There was the key. Hachibai, What the hell is that power emanating from the brat? It's so familiar. The blonde opened his eyes, revealing the Rinnegan with Tomo. At that moment, the stone flew across the entire circuit. B had traced at great speed in just a few seconds. Everyone was stunned by this event, but the Bijuu were especially surprised. Hachaisaku th that power d-dad. They both had a hunch that they had felt that power, that chakra, that sensation in their father when he was still alive, but it wasn't possible, or was it? Naruto, these eyes are very powerful, but I'm still getting used to seeing everything in such detail. The Uzumaki turned around, his eyes now facing the two Bijuu. Hachibai fell backward in shock. Sakura covered her mouth in surprise. Even though she had seen them the day at the hospital and during the fight against Orochimaru, those eyes still intrigued her deep in her heart. Well, I think I passed the test with flying colors, right? Let's move on to the next one. Hachibai, eyes, well now you have to fuse your chakra with cube eyes. To do this, she must return inside you. Sakura nodded and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Good, now you have to talk to her, and you both must combine your chakras, that way you'll enter into complete harmony and be able to merge. You'll have incredible power at your fingertips. Naruto, okay, we'll try. The blonde sat on the floor and went inside where the pink-haired girl was already waiting for him with her arms crossed. Sakura, okay Naruto-kun, let's do it. The blonde nodded smiling and took his pink-haired girl's hands. The blue-eyed boy placed one of the girl's hands on his heart as well as one of his own on the Bijuu's chest. Sakura looked at him intrigued. Naruto, here in the heart is the place where we are most united. The pink-haired girl noticed how the blonde boy's heart was racing, which caused her to blush deeply, and her heart also began to beat with joy at the words of her beloved. Sakura, close your eyes. Naruto-kun, the Uzumaki obeyed without a word and closed his blue eyes. While they were closed, he could only feel the accelerated beating of his heart, which beat in sync with his beloved's. Suddenly, he felt Sakura's breath very close to his, too close, and then the sweet taste of her lips filled his mouth. They both felt each other's hearts leap, their beats accelerating even more, but the feeling was so good that they didn't want to separate. They did, however, when they felt an enormous force pulling them together, uniting them into one being. The two lovebirds merged into a beam of pinkish-orange light. The bright light they radiated was blinding. In fact, outside the mind of the orange shinobi, Hachibai and KB had to cover their eyes to avoid going blind. Hachibai B, start picking everything up. The kid already controls his Bijuu mode. The dark-haired rapper looked at him with a raised eyebrow and a not very satisfied expression. B, what are you saying, bro? If he hasn't practiced yet, don't take it for granted, yeah. Yes, B kept getting worse and worse with his rhymes, and to make matters worse, Hachibai wasn't in a very good mood because of everything that had happened with his sister, so the eight-old beast didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Hachibai, pick everything up. This kid doesn't need to practice. He and his Bijuu have already fought together many times, so I don't think they'll have any problem being fused. Besides, I can't stand seeing those two together anymore. B got up and went to pick everything up to return to Kumo. The purple-haired boy sat on a large rock and crossed his arms waiting for the boy to leave his mind. Inside the mind of the blue-eyed man, our hero looked at his hands in surprise. His body emitted a pale pink glow, his eyes were a bluish-green hue, and the slanted pupils gave them a wild touch. Naruto, wow, it's incredible, now I feel almost as strong as when I activate my Rinnegan. Sakura, that's because we've both joined forces, now we're very powerful, but if we add the Rinnegan to that we could defeat what's left of Akatsuki without hardly any effort. The blonde looked around but didn't see his pink-haired friend. Naruto, where are you, Sakurachin? Quite worried. Sakura, you're so cute when you worry about me. Since we've fused, I'm now joined to you. You can only see me when you concentrate our chakra, otherwise you can only hear me. Naruto, I'm going to see Sakurachin. The blonde boy concentrated his chakra, beginning to glow again. 9 tails emerged from his back and spread out in the air. Suddenly, the 9 tails came together, creating a dome the size of a person. When they opened, the Bijuu appeared, enveloped in an orange glow, its 9 tails also waving on its back. Naruto had the impulse to grab it right there, but it wasn't the best time. Sakura, Naruto-kun, what are you thinking? Very flushed. How could you even think about taking me right now? The blonde blushed as he remembered that the Bijuu could read his thoughts when she was inside him. Naruto, it's just that you're so beautiful that quite red and almost choking with embarrassment. Sakura, maybe approaching the blonde boy and pulling him closer. Both of them ending up embraced by their respective tails. When all this is over, let's make a family. What I always wanted, and what you could never have, my love. Naruto, it would be incredible, I would love it, and you know it, Sakura-tachan. They closed the short distance between them, giving each other another very passionate kiss. Outside, the purple-haired one was already quite angry at the blonde's delay in leaving his mental landscape. If the addled one could, he would go inside and drag him out by force. He was sure his little sister was groping him. At that moment, the blonde finished glowing and stood up, transformed into Rikudo mode. The purple-haired one also stood up, facing him seriously. Hachibai, well done, kid, now let's head to the cloud, we'll report in there and give the Raikage a report, then you can go home. Naruto, but that's it. Aren't we going to practice a little so I know how to use my new powers? Quite angry. I'm supposed to be 100% ready for war. Hachibai, and you are, I have nothing more to teach you, so from now on if you fail it's only your fault. The Hachibai was quite hostile, he disliked that child more and more, he was eager to reach Kumo and rest inside his Jinchuriki. Naruto, you don't want to train me, is it because you can't stand that your sister and I love each other? The comment was very pointed, and it had stuck very deep in the mind of the 8 tails. He clenched his hands very tightly and made impossible efforts not to break his neck with his tails. Hachibai, that's not it, trying to appear calm. We simply can't waste time practicing if I have nothing left to teach you, that's all. The purple-haired one turned and clenched his teeth tightly. How angry it made him that a filthy human spoke to him like that. Naruto POV, and what do you think, Sakuchin? The girl's melodious voice echoed in his mind. From the tone, it seemed that the pink-haired girl was happy to see her brother having to hold back his anger. Sakura, that idiot octopus is quite prone to using his fists. I don't know how he managed to restrain himself and not start destroying this entire plateau left by Kamisama. The blonde felt a hand on his shoulder and returned to reality. KB was touching his shoulder amicably while smiling at him. Behind him were numerous bags and backpacks. Naruto had a drop of sweat on his forehead and got to work. Naruto, old B, what would you do without me? Shadow clone jutsu. A few clones appeared and began to distribute the bags so as not to make the transport so tiring. Naruto asked his love if she wanted to go out, but she refused to go out because of laziness. Naruto left the sage mode and began to jump, followed by B and the Hachibai. The Bijuu of My Heart, Chapter 30. In a rather gloomy cave, the bad guys, that is, the masked man and Orochimaru, were in front of a large number of Zetsus, who were drinking a blackish brew that the Sannin had prepared thanks to the essences of the 7 Bijuus that they had in their power. The Zetsus began to grow, transforming into built-in wardrobes 2 meters tall and quite muscular. Their change not only reversed the physical, but they now had a level superior to many of the elite Junin of the shinobi villages. Orochimaru, look at them closely. Wicked smile, we have a powerful army that increases in number and power by the moment. Kyukuku. The masked man watched the creatures multiply and grow, looked at his ally and turned to walk away. Masked man, don't get so cocky, Snake, our enemies are better prepared and currently have numerical superiority, walking towards the stairs while Orochimaru watched him with his arms crossed. But I think I can bring you someone willing to join our cause. Orochimaru, really? Licking his lips perversely, and who is this supposed new addition? Kyukuku. Masked man, he's someone who hates the 9 tails so much that he'd even betray his village to destroy that demon and achieve his ambition. Starting to climb the stairs leading to the exit. I'll bring it to you soon, very soon. The snake Sannin smiled wickedly. Perhaps he could offer this new ally his precious Bijuu essence serum and thus make her invincible. The Hebai Sannin continued to contemplate the creatures in the darkness of his lair, awaiting his companion's return. In Konoha, the atmosphere was strange. News of the Hyuga heiress's alleged betrayal had shocked the entire village, especially the members of the famous Golden Generation and their senseis. Team Kurenai was, understandably, the most affected. Kiba and Shino even had to be subdued by the ANBU for trying to visit Hinata in her cell, something strictly forbidden by the 5th Hokage's direct order. Deep within the Leaf Village prison, Hinata sat on a filthy cot, sobbing and muttering curses against a certain pink-haired Bijuu. Hinata, bitch damn monster, I'm sure you have them all under control with your demonic powers, but I'll stop you and I'll get Naruto-kun back from your filthy clutches. A bang on the bars caught her attention. In front of her, Itachi and Kasame along with several Leaf Jounin were looking at her angrily. Jounin, shut up, you damn traitor. One of the Jounin, with features of being a member of the Hyuga clan, looked quite annoyed. Itachi, calm down. Hideki Hyuga. Hinata, do you know why you're here? The blue-haired girl glared at the Konoha ninja with hatred and shouted. Hinata, of course I know. I'm here for trying to free Konoha from the Nine-Tails yoke. The men looked at each other in surprise as the Hyuga stood up and approached the bars, appearing quite hysterical. Hideki, explain yourself, traitor. Quite angry, we don't have all day to listen to your dirty lies. Hinata, shut up, you useless thing. Even if I'm imprisoned, you have to show me respect because you're a rat from the secondary branch. Snobbish smile. Hideki, you damn bore. The Hyuga punched the girl's face through the bars, breaking Hinata's nose, who fell backward. The others grabbed Hideki to prevent him from going inside to continue hitting the girl. Itachi, what the hell were you talking about before? Answer me, quite irritated by his partner Hideki's behavior. Hinata, I was saying that I only wanted to free you from that damned fox Sakura's spell. The Jounin looked at each other in confusion. Only Kasame and Itachi understood what was going on. That Sakura, the girl who appeared out of nowhere, is actually the damned nine-tailed fox. Everyone except Itachi and Kasame, ha 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 ha. The Jounin were bursting with laughter. Itachi and Kasame were pale at such a revelation. If she knew, who else would she have told? Hinata, yes, laugh all you want when you see that I'm right. You'll learn your lesson. Superior smile. Itachi, let's go. Kasame, you and I will report this to the Hokage. Everyone else return to your posts. Everyone, yes. The Jounin left, leaving the Hyuga in her cell. Hinata returned to her cot and lay down, waiting for them to come back to free her and help her defeat Kyuubi. Several hours passed and a vortex opened before her, revealing the masked figure she had encountered at the hospital. Masked man. Well, who would have thought that the heir to the most powerful clan in the Leaf Village is locked up like a common rat in prison? The girl looked at him with no expression on her face. The masked man continued with his speech. I see that Kyuubi has you in check. Wouldn't you like to be able to kill her with your own hands? Hinata, yes. I want to finish her off, destroy her, humiliate her, break her, erase her from the map, and what I desire most, to take my Naruto-kun away from her. The masked man smiled wickedly behind his mask. He already had her. Masked man, I can offer you the power to take her down and reclaim what is yours. The girl looked at him, quite interested in the offer. But to obtain that power, you must join my cause and eliminate those who stand in my way, extending his hand. Hinata, but what about Naruto-kun? You won't kill him, will you? Hesitating to shake his hand. Masked man, I won't kill him. In fact, after we achieve our goal, he will only wish to be by your side forever, as it should be. What do you say? Will you join my cause? The blue-haired girl with pearly eyes extended her hand and shook it with the masked man, who was absorbed into a vortex, taking the Hyuga girl with him. Minutes later, it was Hideki himself who, after making his rounds through the cells, realized that the princess was missing. He quickly raised the alarm, and all of Konoha was on high alert due to the escape of a rather unpredictable inmate like Hinata Hyuga. Naruto, along with Killer Bee and the Eight Tails, arrived at the hidden cloud village. The purple-haired boy possessed the rapper's body, and the other two entered Kumo to report to the Reikage that the training had been a resounding success. Now, the blonde-haired boy possessed power even greater than any of the Kage in the entire shinobi world. Upon reaching the gates, he remembered that Sai had given him a scroll to communicate with. How could he have forgotten? In any case, his friends were surely fine. Besides, with all the events of his training, the scroll wasn't a priority. He opened it to find only a couple of lines. Naruto, we've really messed up. The Toad Hermits are furious with us, and to top it all off, the Erosenin went out partying and didn't come after us. The blonde boy's skin prickled as he read it, and he immediately looked at the date on the writing, feeling a great relief when he saw that it was from yesterday and not from further back. Be Akaniero, let's go see my brother, he'll be impatient. Quite a ridiculous rap gesture. Oh yeah, the Jinchuriki tag team is back, girls. People laughed and waved to B while Naruto walked embarrassedly behind him. Naruto POV, how embarrassing, why does old B have to go around yelling all over the village? The blonde boy heard the pink-haired girl's laughter in his head. Sakura, hehe, didn't you like always being the center of attention? Now all of Kumo is watching you, hahaha, laughing uncontrollably. Naruto POV, Sakurachin pretty pissed off by his Bijuu's words. It's no fun, I want to go back to Konoha, already tired gesture. Sakura, come back, so hehe, have a night to ourselves and get up to some mischief. Very sensual voice if that's what it's for, I can't wait to get there, my love. Naruto POV, okay maybe, well hehe, very red and with blood dripping from his nose. B, hey Naruto, you're so quiet, baby. I know you're speechless because of my rapping genius, oh yeah. The blonde boy snapped out of his thoughts to see the rapper dancing in front of some girls who were laughing their heads off. Naruto, stop acting like an idiot and behave yourself. Grabbing him by the collar of his Jounin outfit and dragging him, we're in a hurry. Naruto dragged old B to the Reikage Tower, who was furious at the blonde's explanation for his late arrival because of B. The Reikage apologized to Naruto and after playfully slapping his brother received an apology. Naruto hurriedly left, saying he had to help his friends. The Kumo ninja nodded and the Konoha ninjas' stay in their village came to an end. Naruto POV, now to get these guys, they always get into trouble when I'm not with them, what a drag, rubbing his neck, very tired. Sakura, you're a lot like your friend Nara, you're becoming quite the slacker, laughing slowly and that I don't like. Naruto POV, yeah, everything is very troublesome. The blonde boy left the building and headed towards the Kumo gate. As he was about to cross it, a burst of smoke made him fall backward. In front of him were his three friends, heavily bandaged and with clear signs of pain on their faces. Behind him were several toads, including Pa, Gamabunta, Shima, etc., who seemed quite annoyed. Sasuke, Dobi, help us. Throwing himself pitifully at the blonde's feet, Sai and Kakashi positioned themselves behind him as if hiding from toads. Naruto W, what's going on here? Why the hell are you all bandaged up like mummies? The toads took a step forward, causing terror in the three ninjas. Pa, do you know these undesirables? The little toad spoke for the rest of his kind. Naruto, they're my teammates as well as my fellow students of Gamma-san in Georgia. By the way, do you guys know where he is? Gamabunta smoked from his pipe and coughed to get everyone's attention. Gamabunta, Georgia is on his way to Konoha. He told me to tell you as soon as you left to return right before you destroyed half of Mount Myaboku's, and the three ninjas trembled with terror, expecting to be punished for their audacity. What's more, the toads had already given them a beating. Their hermit mode had been of no use. Pa, these children must pay for this, so if you'll allow us this. Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, extending his hand to Pa, smiling. The other toads were speechless upon hearing that name and surname. Gamabunta, Ure Minato's son, unable to believe it. Naruto, that's right, and also Kushina, his wife and my mother. The toads looked him up and down. He certainly looked very similar to the fourth Hokage, and the fact that he also knew Kushina was his wife left no room for doubt. Shima, Narutachan, it's a pleasure to meet Minatachan's son. Just so you know, your father was very loved by the toads. Smiling at the blonde boy. Gamabunta, yes my dearest, in a sad voice. Pa, this changes things. Your friends are our guests, so we forgive their little prank. The three ninjas sighed in relief as they thanked Kamisama for the blonde's appearance. But next time we won't be so forgiving. The three, hi, we won't do it again, Pasama, kneeling and bowing in apology. Gamabunta, a pleasure, Naruto, see you later. The toad chief left with the other amphibians, leaving the Leaf Village people there. Naruto, well, arms crossed and quite annoyed. Why the hell do you always cause trouble when I'm not with you? Sasuke, it was Sai's fault for talking too much. The pale-skinned brunette glared angrily at his companion. Sai, oh, it wasn't my fault, it was Kakashi-sensei's fault for trying to shirk responsibility. Quite angry, pointing his finger at the silver-haired man. Kakashi, that's a lie. It was Sasuke who started bragging about being the best at everything and his usual arrogance. Sasuke, what are you saying, you idiot? You're the only one who messed up here. You didn't have the guts to develop Sage Mode as easily as I did, you envious fool. Kakashi, hey, show some respect to your sensei. Besides, my techniques combined with Sage Mode are better than Sai's ink nonsense or your stupid Chidori. My Raikiri is better, Sai, ink nonsense. Take that back, you perverted lowlife. Naruto listened to all this with veins on his forehead growing by the moment, at the same time as the verbal fight intensified, but a single shout was enough to silence them. Naruto, shut up. Everyone stopped fighting to look in fear at the blue-eyed boy who had taken out his Bijuu mode and was pointing a Bijuu bomb at them in his right hand. The three, high quite scared. Naruto, good, much better, my head was already hurting from listening to you. Besides, instead of fighting amongst yourselves, you could think a little and remember that Hiroshinen dodged the fight by putting all the blame on you. Sai, you're right, that old man tricked us. Looking witty at the other two who had also fallen for the small detail. Sasuke, that damn pervert will see when I catch him, activating his Sharigan. Naruto, leave that for later, now it's time to go home, right, Sakurachin? The Bijuu nodded from within. The Uzumaki drew seals and summoned her. Sakura, summoning Jutsu. In a cloud of smoke appeared the foxes that had brought them to Kumo. The three bandaged ninjas turned pale, whiter than their bandages. The three of them, no way, not again. Hinata and the masked man arrived at the cave. The man with the concentric mask guided her through the dark passageways to a large hall where a figure could be seen despite the great darkness. The Hyuga girl was very frightened when she recognized the man who awaited them inside. Orochimaru, well, one of the Hyuga princesses, we've hit the jackpot, Kyukuku. The snake hissed contentedly at the sight of such a desirable ally. What brings you to our humble little abode? Hinata, I want to join you and finish off that Kyubai bitch. The Byakugan user said quite determinedly. Orochimaru, very interesting, Kyukuku, but at your current level you couldn't beat her. The girl lowered her head, feeling rejected. But with my help you'll crush her without mercy, Kyukuku. Masked, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Orochimaru. Isn't there a risk to this girl if she takes the essence of the Bijuu? The Sannin looked at the man and then at the girl next to him. He gave a disgusting smile and his yellow eyes focused on a small bottle that was on a table. Orochimaru, there doesn't have to be any danger, Kyukuku, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. The snake took the flask and offered it to the renegade from the leaf, who took it somewhat unsure. Hinata, I don't know if I should drink it, hesitating while the two men looked at her expectantly. Orochimaru, you decide, either you drink it and have a chance to defeat Kyubai, or you remain a weakling who will never have what she desires. I've already told you. He who doesn't risk doesn't win, Kyukuku.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.